local theater and know how he composed his hit track, Lost in the Sky, through watching his journey. Those were the words written on the pamphlet, and they confused her a lot. Arthur Reeves? Who was he? When she turned the pamphlet over, she realized what was going on. It's a movie poster. They are promoting a movie here. There was the poster of 30 Days of Happiness on the other side, clearing away all the confusion in the mother's mind. At that moment, her kid tugged at her dress. "Mom, what's that?" "It's a movie poster." She replied. "What type of movie?" "I think it's a musical." "It looks like that. Will there be songs like the one that guy is playing?" "Ah, yes." The kid brightened up instantly after hearing that. With hopeful eyes, he opened his mouth. "Can we go watch the movie then?" he said. "Please, it's been a while. The last time we went was for that pirate movie." His mother thought about his words for a few seconds and glanced at Aiden and the poster. "It doesn't look bad. It says here that it won an award." "Okay, let's go to watch it," she finally said, and a big smile blossomed on the face of the kid. It didn't take long for Aiden's street performance to spread into social media, as a lot of people uploaded videos of him online. Because of that, people who were nearby got to know that Aiden was doing a street performance and quickly went to watch it. After every song, Aiden would talk to the crowd, ask about them, and hand out selfies and autographs. This friendly behavior made a lot of them feel like that they should go and see the movie Aiden was promoting. After all, the songs were good, Aiden's acting talent was proven, and the movie was not going to be bad if it had won an award. This was the desired effect Aiden wanted to create. He knew that just doing social media marketing and going on talk shows would only get generic reactions. They needed to make people interested in the movie some other way, and there was no better way than the lead actor himself performing and asking people to go see his movie if they could. It was a great way to make people relate to him and get better favorability. At the same time, it was going to work on creating a wave on social media too. As people posted videos and selfies with Aiden, they got a lot of clicks. One of the reasons behind it was yesterday's episode of Searching for the One. Aiden was still trending on social media for it. Eternal Life Movies also helped fan the flames as their marketing team quickly promoted the videos and selfies in order to make it gain even more publicity. The camera crew that had come with Aiden sent them the recordings, and even without editing it, they uploaded it on the social media handles. The reason they didn't edit it was because they wanted to show more raw footage. In the end, in just a few hours, it was very successful as more and more posts came about it. One more thing Aiden did was to not stay at one place. As soon as he saw too many people gathering, he left to perform on another street. But this was really just the start. This marketing campaign was not just for New York. Eternal Life Movies just wanted to see the reactions at first, and after finding out that they were super positive, they quickly began the second part of the plan. It was to give a street performance in every major city in America. Chapter 173. New York, LA, Chicago, San Diego, and Austin. For the next few days, Aiden traveled all around America to hold street shows and ask people to watch his movie. As 30 Days of Happiness was a musical movie, the songs worked like a charm in making people interested in the movie. At the same time, the marketing campaign was a big hit on social media. A lot of people were hoping that Aiden would come to do a street performance in their city. Videos of Aiden performing and talking with people became a hit on the internet, and a lot of people appreciated it. One of them went very viral. In the clip, Aiden was performing in Chicago when an old lady who was listening to his performance asked him to play an old 70s song that was her favorite. Without wasting any time, Aiden performed the song for her, making it a sweet moment. These types of moments were pretty rare on the internet, and it helped the clip gain a lot of popularity. People were terming Aiden's fan interactions as very polite and sweet. This move by Aiden and Eternal Life Movies was helping gain a lot of free publicity for 30 Days of Happiness. A lot of people who witnessed Aiden's street performance and got the pamphlet decided to go watch the movie. The advanced bookings were increasing day by day because of it. Sophia and Omar felt like their movie would actually be able to make a big impact at the box office, and smiles were not leaving their faces. Aiden's fan group had also been active since the Searching for the One broadcast. More than 2,000 people joined the fan group after the sitcom, making Aiden gain more and more core fans. When the fan group learned that Aiden was promoting 30 Days of Happiness, many of them were excited and happy. Most of them had not been able to catch the movie in Toronto, so they finally had the chance to do it. Chuck Norris, So, my advance booking is finally made for the weekend. Excited to watch 30 Days of Happiness. Is anyone else in the group going? Korean novel regressor. I want to go, but I don't have anyone else to go with. I might feel like yeeting off myself if I find myself in a room full of couples who have come to watch the movie. Can't take risks in rom-coms. Bond's 20-year-old girlfriend. The trailer looked cliché except for the songs, so I'm kind of hesitating, especially because I know the movie would come out on streaming platforms sooner or later. Although I would catch up with it in the theaters if the initial reviews are great. Young Fruit Smiley. I caught up with the movie in Toronto. Really enjoyed it, and I don't think people should worry about the quality as it won a prestigious award. The ending was very sweet, and I would watch it again in the theaters. Spandex Lover. If I'm being honest, I was really not interested in watching the movie as I don't like rom-coms, but the marketing really made me change my mind. It's a pretty great idea as it's a musical. I might check the movie out because of that. My dog stepped on a bee. Yeah, the marketing has been pretty good. Reminds me of one time when an actor actually performed with a circus crew because his movie was related to that. They broadcasted it on TV, and everyone was like it looked great. I wonder what the movie is about. Moaning Frodo. Do anyone know how many people have already booked the ticket? I wasn't able to book it online in my town. Hollywood Insider. That's mostly because the allocated screens for the movie aren't a lot. So, it would be harder to get tickets for it if it actually got famous. Though, I do see theater owners increasing the screens in the future. Mother from Another Brother. I don't think so. Leap in the Sky. Looks better to me, actually. Harold Wood is finally back in the genre he rules, so it would be a good watch. I heard a lot of screens are allocated to that because of that, and it's mostly confirmed that it would be good. Hollywood Insider. You never know if a movie will be good or not until it releases. Leap in the Sky could be good or bad, but you will only know after watching it. Neutral audiences are still going to be more interested in 30 Days of Happiness because the product is proven in a film festival. Simping for My Boss. It seems like the clash at the box office would be pretty good. As the marketing campaign of 30 Days of Happiness was going on, Nighthawk Studios weren't happy as they felt like one of their competitors was getting a huge leap above them in terms of public interest. That's why Rodrigo also decided to change the tactics. He made Harold and the other cast members visit high schools and colleges to promote the movie. In the movie, Harold played a high school student who was a dancer, so it fitted well with the movie plot. Because of his teenage fan base, Leap in the Sky was also getting a good amount of anticipation from the public. The estimates for the first day aren't bad. 8 to 10 million is a pretty good opening for a rom-com, Rodrigo said, looking up at the documents that his assistant had just given him. He was sitting in his office, and his assistant was in front of him. Yeah, it's expected to rise up after the first day. Though, a lot depends on the online reviews after the first day. People don't really go to watch movies after critics' reviews these days, and just wait for common audience reaction. That's how it is with social media. Hollywood needs to move with it, Rodrigo muttered, making calculations in his head. By this rate, the movie could end up anywhere between $100 to $120 million. He thought in his mind. The total budget of Leap in the Sky was $30 million, which were a bit excessive for a high school rom-com. But the truth was that Rodrigo needed to spend $15 million just to get Harold on board. They even spent $20 million on marketing, so they needed $50 million at the box office to break even their total budget. Actually, Rodrigo wasn't worried about it a lot. He was very confident about breaking even and earning a decent profit. More money was going to come from other things like soundtrack and streaming platform deals. If the movie worked well, it would be easy to get more than $50 million from the streaming platform for the movie. What about 30 Days of Happiness? Do you know anything about their advanced bookings and estimates? Rodrigo looked up at his assistant. The response is pretty good for them. They are probably going to open up at $3 to $4 million going by the marketing. Then it all depends upon the audience and how many people the leads could pull in the theaters. Their lead is nobody. They should not even get $3 million opening, Rodrigo said, frowning, thinking that Leo's movie would surely make a decent profit. He certainly didn't like that. Well, Aiden Silvereye is doing pretty well based on the current market. I heard a lot of studios think he's talented, and they are starting to take him seriously. In the next 5 years, he could be the assistant stopped speaking, seeing Rodrigo's glare and coughed. Their marketing strategy was a big hit and momentum from Toronto, and the songs doing well on charts are helping them a lot. Rodrigo sighed and nodded, waving his hand to dismiss his assistant. After his assistant left, he thought to himself, let's see whose movie is going to earn more. Days went by pretty fast as Aiden's unofficial street tour came to an end. After making a lot of buzz on social media, the strategy had managed to get a decent amount of pre-bookings for the movie. At the same time, everyone who was on the internet had heard of the movie in America, so both Eternal Life Movies and Aiden were anticipating good numbers at the box office. One of the reasons why Aiden was a bit more excited for the movie release was also because it was his own movie where he was the main character. That gave a different feeling. He was even telling everyone he knew to go watch the movie. One more reason was that he had a share in the movie, so if the movie earned well, Aiden would surely get richer. Due to his songs doing so well, the endorsements he was doing, and of course, the matter with Aaron Hart, Aiden had already become a millionaire. But in Hollywood, it was really not a lot. A lot of stars here earned millions of dollars every month and would also spend it all in the same month to live a luxurious life. Though Aiden was not like that and had little interest in luxuries early in his career, he still needed money. So he was hoping that 30 Days of Happiness would do good business so Aiden could get more money. It was mainly because of the plans in his mind. He and Wade had discussed a lot about the next step to make Aiden a bigger star, and for that, they needed money. Chapter 174. American Sun Reviews. Variety. 30 Days of Happiness tells Hollywood what to expect from its leading man Aiden Silvereye. He shines in the front with his acting and in the back with his music. Hollywood Grant. Movie Fever. Rotten Apples. I told her several times that this is a good movie, but in the end, she didn't come. A bespectacled guy with brown hair frowned, reading out the reviews on a poster of 30 Days of Happiness. Studios would often pick out the best reviews to attach with the posters to make it look like the movie is really good. As for the reason why the brown-haired guy was frowning, it was because the girl who he had asked to see the movie with him had stood him up. It was 5 minutes to the next screening, and she wasn't picking up calls. Texts were not going, and she seemed to have no intention of coming here. Knowing well that she won't come today, the guy could do nothing but feel disappointed. I bought 2 tickets for nothing, it seems. He looked at the 2 tickets in his hand. It was then that his phone rang as he got a notification. It was his Skygram. He opened it up and was shocked. On the screen of his phone, the first post was a photo of the girl who had stood him up. In the photo, she was standing in what looked like a pretty big theater, and a guy was holding her hand as they both smiled. He recognized the guy. He was a part of the basketball team in his high school and was pretty rich too. Going by the photo, both of them were going to watch Leap in the Sky. Bitch. Fucking bitch. The guy couldn't help but curse in his mind. He was feeling stupid for even inviting that girl for a date. She could have just rejected him, but she hadn't done that, and instead decided to stand him up. I even saved money to buy good clothes for today. He wasn't able to stop himself from frowning and wondered what he was going to do with the extra ticket in his hand. It was then a sweet voice called him out. Excuse me. Ah, yes. He turned around, and for a second, he felt mesmerized as a girl was standing in front of him. She had short brown hair and was wearing jeans and a t-shirt. Even in those casual clothes, she looked very petty. Are you waiting for someone? You have 2 tickets, but you seem to be alone. I actually wanted to watch the same movie, but the tickets are already sold out on the counter. The girl said, a bit hesitant in her speech. The brown-haired guy was able to tell that she had only approached him after thinking a lot. If you don't have anyone that you are here with, do you mind selling me the ticket? I'm a big fan of the lead actor, you see. The brown-haired guy glanced at the tickets in his hand and then at the girl. Jesus, you are alive. He thought in his mind and thanked the God. He didn't have to watch the movie alone anymore. Yeah, I could. Actually, the person who was going to watch the movie with me never came. He looked at the girl. I don't mind giving the ticket to you. We could watch the movie together. On that day, the brown-haired guy got his first girlfriend, and to give his thanks, he left a 5-star review for 30 Days of Happiness. The occupancy rate is an unbelievable 70% in all the theaters on the first day. We earned $4 million on just the first day. Like this, won't we eventually cross $50 million in just 2 weeks? We would earn more than that. Most of the audience reviews are good, and a lot of teenagers are liking it. At this rate, we might recover the production and marketing budget in a few days. In the marketing team office in Eternal Life Movies, employees were keeping an eye on the comments on social media and checking up on the collections of the first day. The box office collection of the first day was as estimated $4 million, but the good news was that the audience reviews and comments have started to come out, and they were highly positive. It meant that the word of mouth was surely going to spread. It opened at 6 at the North American box office rankings. For the record, Leap in the Sky has opened up at 3 with $7 million on the first day. The top spot was taken by a superhero movie about a guy who had the power of a vampire and loved cringy catchphrases. The second spot was taken by the third movie of a super successful zombie action franchise. Both of these movies have already been released 2 months ago, but are still ruling the rankings. Though, there were definitely chances of an upset in the coming days. It should be noted that the budget of the movie was only $5 million, and the marketing had only cost an additional $5 million. It was like that because the majority of the marketing was handled by Aiden himself. Otherwise, marketing these costs a lot of money. The streams on the soundtrack and the physical copies sold had already gotten a lot of the budget back. So in just some days, the movie was going to break even, and after that, all the money would be profit. It looks like everyone is working hard. The door of the office opened, revealing Sophia, who had come with a bright smile on her face, obviously happy to see a good number of people excited in the movie. Behind her, Aiden also walked in with Wade following him. Every employee became excited seeing him, even though they have gotten used to seeing him around the office. We are getting very positive reviews. Critics are calling 30 Days of Happiness a sleeper hit and a movie with one of the best soundtracks, so the atmosphere is pretty good. Sophia nodded when one of the employees said that. It seems like we are going to make a lot of money this time, Sophia said, then turned to Aiden. All thanks to your marketing idea. It was just an idea I suddenly got. I'm happy it worked out. Aiden sat down on a seat, and one of the employees excitedly opened her mouth. It worked like magic. Look at this graph. People's interest in the movie was at 56% before, and now it's over 135%, at least on social media, and it's just increasing. Aiden stared at the complicated charts that the employee was showing him. It truly looked like his marketing idea truly struck a chord with the audience. I'm hoping it goes higher. If you all want me to do something, tell me. My schedule is free these days, Aiden said, smiling. He was here at the office to check up on the box office numbers and how the movie was received. Fortunately, everything was going great. Actually, there's something we wanted you to do. It's not a lot, and you don't even need to do a lot. It's just for some free marketing from the tabloids. What exactly? Aiden raised an eyebrow. It involves both you and Katie. Outside a theater in Los Angeles, a few high school students were lining up against the ticket counter, asking for tickets of 30 Days of Happiness. Hey, old man, we need tickets for 30 Days of Happiness. The guy against the counter squinted his eyes at the students and frowned. Who are you calling an old man? I'm still young. He thought in his mind, but knew that he needed to be polite. I'm sorry. All the tickets are already sold out. The tickets for the next 2 days are sold out, so you could only watch it after that. Can't something be done? A scrawny guy asked. No, I don't really have the power to do anything. Why don't you guys watch something else? Like Leap in the Sky. If you want some fantasy, It's Morbin Time is still running in the theaters. In his words, the high school students frowned. They have only come here after hearing very good things about the movie, but they can't get a screening of it. That made them upset. We don't want that. I heard Leap in the Sky is bad. My friend didn't like it. I won't mind another screening of It's Morbin Time. Actually, just for jokes. The high school students talked among themselves, and at that moment, a lady who was hearing the entire conversation from a distance walked towards the ticket counter. Can't you just get more screenings of 30 Days of Happiness? I saw Leap in the Sky getting way more screenings. Just get another screening if there's so many people wanting to watch it. Actually, I don't have the power to do it. We need to contact the studio for that. Then do it. We are already in contact with other movies. The employee replied as best as he could, but it just made the high school students feel much worse. It looks like nothing could be done. It was then that a guy walked ahead. We demand more screenings for 30 Days of Happiness. Hearing that, other students also started chanting the same. Yeah, we demand more screenings. More screenings. More screenings. Chapter 175. As Leap in the Sky and 30 Days of Happiness were released on the same, there was no way there won't be any comparisons between the two movies. Especially because the genres of both the movies were the same. Even the early reviews of both movies have come out good. One of them had already proven itself in a big film festival, and the other was applauded as a bright and lovable film by critics in the preview screenings. But when both movies were released, reality came out. On the first day, 30 Days of Happiness was liked by a lot of people, especially among the age group of 16 to 25. Sadly, the same can't be said about Leap in the Sky. Even though the movie got a lot of interest initially, a lot of people didn't enjoy it as much as they had thought. The storyline of it was pretty good, with it being the story of a high school student who had aspirations to be a dancer, but his father always wanted him to become a doctor as he came from a family of renowned doctors. The romantic development of the movie was its core, with the main character falling for the dancer of a rival team that his team was competing against. It wasn't something too philosophical or deep, just a very simple storyline. A lot of times that would have been enough for the audience to have a good time, but the execution of it was very sloppy. The comedy didn't land a lot, and the movie tried to go into the territory of misunderstandings to cause funny situations, but the audience was already tired of such tropes that lacked innovation. One of the reasons behind it was also that normally after this, drama would ensue, and in this movie, it wasn't well executed. The characters sounded funny on paper, but the performances weren't convincing. For example, there was a character of a professor who was a sex addict, and there were few gags to showcase it in a fun way, but they never landed. That's why the audience reviews were pretty harsh on the movie. Harold should really think more about his career. At least work with good directors if you are labeling yourself as the best rom-com actor. I watched the movie because critics said it's good, but my God, it was bad. Those comedy movies released on DVD back in the day were way better. Is it only me who thought that Harold would look weird as a high schooler? He has 2 kids, so I can't imagine him like that. The female lead looked too unreal too because of the choppy editing. I should not have watched it. Don't watch Leap in the Sky, no matter what. It just tries hard to be a great rom-com, but the problem lies in just that. The movie tries, but never becomes that. These types of reviews from the people who have watched the movie were pretty common on social media sites. At the same time, a lot of people were also bashing the critics who gave the movie good ratings. The truth was that Nighthawk Studios had only promoted the paid reviews that they have done, and a lot of bad ones were concealed because of that. At the same time, people also noticed other things like how the screens for 30 Days of Happiness were too few and how Leap in the Sky had gotten most of the screens. This problem came out in the public eye when a video of some high school students protesting for more shows was uploaded on the internet. In the comments section, a lot of people talked about the same problem. 30 Days of Happiness was received very well by the public, so a lot of people were trying to get a ticket, and all of them had problems such as the theaters being full already. So, there was public outrage against it. Girl with glasses, why are there no screens available for 30 Days of Happiness in my area? It's very annoying, especially because I really want to watch the movie. Cornhub fan, I'm facing the same problem. Every ticket sold in the area. I asked the theater to get more screens, but they said they were bound by contract. It's very annoying when this happens. Karma's grandma. I guess I would wait for the movie to come on Netflix. No point in trying to get a ticket if screenings are so few. Weed smoking Pope. I heard the theater chains gave more screens to other movies thinking this one won't do well, but the audience response is pretty good, so they must be regretting now. I know the world is harsh, but at least in cinema, we should promote better stories than big names. Toxic Sparrow user. Hollywood blocks good movies from earning a lot always. They only care about big franchises and universe movies now. Dreams of publishing a book? I didn't know this was going on. Thankfully, I was able to book tickets for my parents and me early on. They liked the songs and wanted to go see the movie, so it became a family outing. Cats are our owners. I'm pretty sure they are going to increase the screens in a few days, depending on the public interest and box office. Theater chains normally do this. It would help if people could tag the theater chains and tell them to get more screenings. Smoking cigarettes to look cool. We want more screenings. Like that. A lot of people were commenting about the issue, and some were even tagging the social media handles of theaters in their locality for more screenings. Eternal Life Studios also released a statement saying that they would renegotiate a contract with the theaters for more screenings because of too many requests. As the movie was doing so well at the box office, every single employee was very happy. If this movie had failed, they would have been unemployed, so it was a very concerning matter for them. But now everything was fine. On the second day, 30 Days of Happiness earned $5.5 million, an increase in the numbers. On the third, the number went to $6.4 million, making it collectively earned $15.9 million in just 3 days, already recovering all the budget of it. This was just the start. I feel like we are on a secret mission. It does feel like that, Aiden said to the smiling Katie. She seemed to be in a good mood due to the movie doing really well. They were currently sitting in Aiden's car, which was parked outside a theater. Okay, now that we are here, let's hope everything goes well. Eternal Life movies have already ticked the paparazzi about us visiting a theater, so expect a few of them lurking around. Let's hope they take good photos, Katie said, getting out of his car. You really have to do a lot of things for your own movie. Aiden took a deep breath, thinking that the movie business was pretty interesting. The marketing team of Eternal Life movies have asked Aiden and Katie to go to a few theaters together, so paparazzi could click their photos together. These photos would then appear in tabloids and other news outlets, getting more publicity for the movie. Apparently, it was a common tactic used in a lot of movies, especially rom-coms. Media anyway thinks that any actors working in a rom-com would eventually end up dating. It was true to an extent, but they had a habit of making the actors a couple even before anything is confirmed. The marketing team wanted to use that to promote the movie a bit more. As Aiden and Katie were both single, they didn't have any problem with it, so currently, both of them were walking into a theater to watch 30 Days of Happiness. You know, this makes me imagine the time when both of us were struggling. We used to go to watch movies like this, Aiden said, then laughed. More like I was watching the movie and you were busy imagining yourself in the lead role and saying how you could do it better. Hey, I could have actually done it better, Katie said, slapping his shoulder a bit. Anyway, this is surreal too. Our movie is running in the theater and we are going to watch it. That's progress from watching other people's movies, Aiden said, and both of them walked to the ticket counter. A lot of other people were also there, and it looked like a screening of 30 Days of Happiness was just about to end. Can you give 2 tickets to 30 Days of Happiness? Yeah, that would be. The female employee who was handling the counter widened her eyes, seeing the 2 people in front of them. For a moment, she felt like her eyes were projecting an illusion. Are you 2 really? Oh my God, I loved your movies, she squeaked in excitement. I didn't expect you 2 to come here like this. Wait, are you on a date? They didn't answer that question, and the female employee nodded like she understood everything. Can you give me an autograph? We would be very glad if we could sign the posters too, she asked, and Aiden nodded. We could do that after watching the movie. We are just here to see the audience reaction, Aiden said, and the female employee quickly got them the tickets. It was then that other people there also started recognizing both Aiden and Katie. Some of them were already taking their photos. Their plan had started to work. Chapter 176, Ready for Battle. JKS Magazine. 30 Days of Happiness earned $7.7 million on its 4th day. The movie is becoming a new rage among the public and is now at the 3rd spot in the North American box office rankings. At the same time, there are rumors of the lead couple in the movie to be dating. Hollywood love. The box. Leap in the Sky, heading towards becoming another flop from Nighthawk Studios. Theater occupancy went from 68% to 46% on the 4th day. The film's struggling with a bad plot and its clash with a better rom-com movie. The Point. Hollywood Weekly. These types of articles were coming in every day since the release of the movie. They increased after Katie and Aiden were spotted together. Even if they didn't say it, the media was already making them as a couple, and the effect was great. It was to the point where Wade was joking around that he and Katie should really become a couple, so that he could enjoy the popularity that would come through the relationship. In the past, a lot of Hollywood actors had become a couple, and that had just increased their popularity. They would go on to do ads together in the media, and people would be crazy about them. From here, the term power couple has been generated. Sadly, Aiden had no interest in it, and Katie wasn't really his type in the first place. He saw her as a good friend and nothing more. On the other hand, as Eternal Life movies was celebrating, Nighthawk Studios had the atmosphere of a funeral. No one in the office was talking as they were too depressed by the public reaction to their movie. Every day, less and less audience were coming to watch their movie, lowering the collections. Even with more than double screens of 30 Days of Happiness, they were struggling a lot. On the first day, it had opened to a decent $7 million, but on the second day, the collections had not increased. It stayed around $6.7 million, but on the third day, it went straight to $5 million. On the fourth day, the status was way worse, with the movie only being able to earn around $3 million. Hollywood analysts were already saying that the movie was going to be taken out from the theaters in a week, making it a big disaster in the eyes of people. Due to the bad reception, theater chains were already talking about lowering the screens for the movie and giving more screens to 30 Days of Happiness. They were just catering to public demand and thinking of profit, but it was a pretty big blow to Rodrigo. Sophia told Aiden that in a few days, the screens for 30 Days of Happiness were going to increase. Even Harold Wood, who had done this movie just for the $15 million payment, was in a bad mood. Because of it, his movies had been constantly failing, and critics were calling him out to reinvent his script choices and acting. Even his fan base seemed to have grown up, not wanting to see him in a high school rom-com. But with a disaster flop, it was going to be pretty hard for him to get his next role, unless he lowers his fees. As all this was happening, Aiden's fan base was pretty much in an uproar. Even they did not expect that the movie was going to be this good. A lot of them were already recommending it to their family and friends. Shota Hater. I finally watched 30 Days of Happiness. Felt like the middle part of the movie was pretty slow, but overall, it was really great. Especially the last scene. Man, Aiden should get his own concert. The guy under your bed, he should get one. I would buy tickets no matter how expensive they are. The songs in the movie completely mesmerized me. I even ordered the soundtrack album straight after the movie. Avocatorable. Is it only me who liked Claire and other characters more in the movie? Arthur seemed like another wimpy protagonist getting his courage after going through events. I understand it's coming of age, but I expected more. Music was the part that saved the movie for me. Sleepy B. Well, one can't expect every movie to be different and unique. A movie needs to entertain, and I was entertained and entranced by it. Would probably watch it again once it comes on streaming platforms. I really wonder if Aiden and Katie are actually dating. As the people in the group were talking, the group leader Skyneves suddenly posted a short clip and the link to a review. Skyneves, guys, check it out. I found something interesting. Go through that clip and then read that review. When the group members clicked the link, they were directed to a short video posted on Skygram. It seemed to be from a press conference for 30 Days of Happiness. In the clip, they saw a reporter asking a very rude question to Katie, and then Aiden defending her and calling the reporter rude straightforwardly. The clip was pretty short, but the visual quality and audio quality was pretty good, so everyone was able to get the context. Whoever watched the clip felt that the reporter was very judgmental and was asking absurd questions, thinking that he could just ask anything. They felt very angry towards him. The way Aiden defended Katie made them feel good and appreciate him. At the same time, some people thought that he was being a protective boyfriend due to the rumors of both of them dating. After watching the clip, they clicked on the second link, which was a review. Apparently, it was from the same reporter/critic. It was a review posted in Vanity magazine, and most of them already knew how big of a magazine it was. But when they read the whole review, they felt that it was too harsh. The review talked about how the movie lacked in cinematography and the soundtrack was pretty average with bad performances, and even advised Aiden to not venture into acting. Reading the review, everyone was able to tell that the review was by the same critic who had been humiliated by Aiden after asking a rude question. Skyneves, as you see, this review is a joke. The critic has surely made it harsh because of the humiliation he got from Aiden. This is simply unfair when he was in the wrong in the first place. We should fight back against it, as this guy is from a big magazine. We can't let them just get away with anything. Chad Putin, I agree. These types of people should be dragged publicly for a trial. Anyway, my fellow fan group members, let us raise our voices against injustice. Moaning Frodo, yeah, let's fight back. Does anyone know where to get a gun and give me the address? I feel like I could do this alone. Reporter Huff, I think we could do that without any blood. Don't forget Gandhi's teachings. Hollywood Insider, I'm going to enjoy this with some chips and beers. #looking for entertainment. At the same time, in Rodrigo's office, he was on a call with Harold Wood's agency. Harold belonged to SGA, one of the biggest agencies in Hollywood. He had a frustrated expression on him, and even veins could be seen on his neck. At the same time, he was sweating a lot. Look, you can't expect me to take the losses myself. I lost too much because this movie isn't working out. We sold it entirely on Harold's stardom, but you know the results. Rodrigo said, and the agent that he was talking to just shook his head. We can't do anything about it. Harold's job was only acting, and it's not on the contract either. He already did whatever was in his contract. He did a shit job at acting. That's why the movie is flopping so hard. Rodrigo raised his voice. Do you know how much losses am I going to get from this? The investors are going to suck my blood dry. I know you are in a tough spot, but the streaming rights and the soundtrack would cover it. It won't cover shit. Rodrigo shouted. Even streaming platforms were choosy about which movie gets on their app. Even if they want a bigger library, most of them want to be known by their quality and not quantity. Moreover, even if he go for a deal with them, it won't pay as much money he needed. Look, I need SGA to help me out with this. Think from a long-term benefit. You all should help me out this time as Harold is responsible for the movie flopping. He's not. Haven't you read the reviews, you crazy fucker? He cursed, unable to stop himself. Hollywood was a pretty stressful place because in just a couple of months, million turns into nothing. For the next half an hour, Rodrigo was on the call with the agent from SGA, but nothing come out of it. The agency didn't want anything to do with Nighthawk Studios or Rodrigo. He can't do anything legally, so Rodrigo was only left cussing. Chapter 177. I have a very uneasy feeling in my heart. Today, Gordon Lee, the critic and reporter who had been humiliated by Aiden, thought as he sipped on his coffee. It was early morning, and it seemed like a good day, but Gordon had a bad feeling since the time he had woken up. Trying to ignore it, he just went on to his usual routine, which was to look at the collections of movies running at the box office and check up on other things related to Hollywood. But when he opened his laptop and logged into Sparrow, he was surprised. There were a lot of people tagging him on a post, and it was almost like one of his tweets had gone viral. He checked his phone and found out that there were a lot of messages on it, both from his family and colleagues. Wondering what was going on, he opened up one of the messages. Dude, you are fucked. People are trolling you hard. When he read that, Gordon made a confused expression. What was going on? Why was he fucked? Who was trolling him? Thinking of all these questions, he focused on his laptop screen and found out that one of his tweets had really gone viral with over 1,000 comments on it. Clicking on it, he saw that it was his review of 30 Days of Happiness. This doesn't look good, Gordon thought, gulping his saliva. Since the Toronto Film Festival, he hasn't been in a good mood. Because of Aaron Hart's agent giving him money, he had decided to write a bad review for the movie even if he knew that the movie was actually good. His decision was also due to the fact that Aiden had humiliated him in front of other reporters and critics. But after the movie had won the People's Choice Award, Gordon was scared. In his heart, he had started regretting his decision to post such a review and take money. He was even guilty for the type of question he had asked Katie. Time was pretty powerful to make people realize their mistakes, and the same had happened with Gordon. Sadly, it was too late. Not only did the movie win a big award at a major film festival, it even became a box office hit. In just a week, it had recovered all the budget and was just starting to grow strong. At this rate, the movie might even go on to earn over $100 million at the box office, which was a huge deal for independent movies like this. In a way, it was the dream of every independent movie to achieve something like this. I'm really fucked, Gordon thought, looking up at the comments. Like he had thought, the tweet had gone viral, possibly due to the great box office numbers of 30 Days of Happiness. The fans of the movie had found his review very odd, and a lot of them were even posting the clip of Aiden defending Katie. In the comments section of the review, people were cursing him and calling him a paid critic who doesn't have a sense of reviewing movies. When Gordon read out a few comments, he felt suffocated. Knock knock man. These types of critics should be banned. They review movies not on the deserving criterias, but on emotions and whether the actor behaves nicely with him. Fucking critic. The man from North Korea. These types of critics would be burned in my country. Sadly, there's no movies. Moaning Frodo. Vanity Magazine should fire him. I'm pretty sure he got paid to do the review. He gave 4.5 stars to Leap in the Sky. That's impossible until he's like a huge simp for Harold Wood and had his face on his pillow covers. Sounds very creepy. Bieber buns. Dude, shouldn't this guy publish an apology or something? There's clearly something very fishy here, and it stinks. He got roasted and thought to take revenge by a review. Zhang 69. Professionalism is really dying in this industry. If only these people get punished for letting ego speak more than what is right, then the world would be a better place. Gossip Ani from next door. I would lose all respect from Vanity magazine if they actually didn't fire him out after this. They should at least launch an investigation into it. Playboy Spidey. Damn, Aiden really roasted him out, and from the looks of it, he and Katie were already dating back then. He really protected her from a rude reporter. Aiden's wife. I have said this before, and I would say it again. These critics' forte isn't reviewing movies. And for fuck's sake, Aiden is not dating anyone. At least not so early. Stop the Katie rumors already when it's not confirmed. Chad Putin. I think it's time to contact the KGB. Going through each of the comments, Gordon kept sighing. Holding his head, he wondered what to do now. So many people were bashing him online, and he had lost all credibility. He was literally being canceled over the internet. All this was hurting his head a lot as he struggled to think of a solution to this mess. Should I just delete the review? No, people would have already taken screenshots. These Sparrow users are too good at trolling. My internet life would be hell because of them. As he muttered that, his phone suddenly rang. He thought that it would be from a colleague who would be calling to ask about his situation due to the drama online, but instead, it was from the editor-in-chief of Vanity magazine. With trembling hands, he picked up the call, and an angry voice came out. What the hell were you thinking posting such a review? Did you really get paid to do that, and that viral clip? What will we do with that? You are ruining the magazine image. His heart sank hearing that, but he quickly replied. They passed the review, so I thought it was fine. It must be an intern. Even if it's not, I would deal with that later. Tell me clearly, did you get paid for writing a negative review? Gordon wasn't able to reply to that. What could he even say? If he really said he took money, then he was surely going to get fired from the company. He can't afford unemployment. Tell me quickly. Just know that we could always check your bank statements. Yeah, I took money. He finally said, having left no option. It was the first time I did it, and it. Don't give excuses. People are already accusing you of being a paid critic and trolling the magazine. We're going to take out your review from the issue and come to the office. I will deal with you myself. After that, the call ended and Gordon's shoulders dropped down. What have I done to myself and my career? He thought as he felt like punching himself a few months ago when he was writing that paid review. Now, nothing could be done. His career was almost over. Vikings Publishing Office, California. In a meeting room, a lot of people were gathered to go through the manuscripts that have reached the final round. Over 500 manuscripts have been submitted to them over the course of a month by established and budding authors. Only 250 of them had been left after the first round and only 100 after the second. After the third round, the number dropped down to just 10. Today, the number was going to drop even further down as only 3 novels would be left with some bonus prizes for those who missed out on the main prizes, but were good novels nonetheless. These years, too many good novels were submitted. The quantity was a lot too. A guy with a black mustache said, "It's mainly because the winner of last year got adapted into a movie. Authors always dream of getting their work adapted into movies, so many were submitted just for that." Another guy who was a senior editor replied, "Yeah, I got a lot of rom-coms during the first round because of that. I got exhausted after a while. Yeah, but only 10 novels are left. We need to select a winner from all this. Let's start the meeting, I guess." The senior editor said, and like that, the meeting started. They began by talking about the novels one by one, what they liked about a particular novel and what they didn't like, if they were worth publishing, and how good the story and writing was. All this was discussed one by one as they went through each novel. In the end, a voting process was going to decide the winner. This novel is pretty good. The writing style is something I have seen before. Pretty sure it's from an established author who's entering the competition through a pen name. You get a lot of those in the last rounds. Somehow, it's pretty unfair to the true rookies. Yeah, but this year, we have monster rookies. Check this novel out. It's called. The writing style is very fresh, and I really liked it. I'm pretty sure it's from a new writer. A guy with blonde hair said, picking up the manuscript of. Other people nodded hearing his words. They have all read it and have liked it a lot. I think that's one of the top 3. Yeah, the story was flawless, especially the scenes of the shooting. It's almost like the writer is a director himself. The main plot is very noble too. The last chance of a struggling actor living in LA. A lot of people would like it due to the themes of the novel. It was pretty realistic. What is the writer's name? I forgot it. A guy asked, and the senior editor replied without blinking. Aiden Silver. Chapter 178. As days went on, the box office collection of 30 Days of Happiness also kept increasing. In just the first week of release, it grossed $35.9 million at the box office. It was a massive figure for an independent rom-com, and people were already guessing that the movie was going to enter the 100 million club in a month and a half before eventually slowing down. After all, the target audience was teenagers and young adults who would have already watched the movie by then, and it would be hard to get more out of them. But it was undeniable that the movie was a massive success. After gobbling up a lot of screens from Leap in the Sky, it managed to top the North American box office rankings. It was the first case of its type this year. After all, it was very rare for independent movies to top the box office. One of the reasons it had happened was because no big movie had released in October, and it would only be in December that a big studio movie would release. Till then, 30 Days of Happiness was going to rule the box office. Not only that, overseas box office and streaming platform deals would eventually make it gross $200 million. There was already demand for it in Europe and Canada for a full release. A rom-com was the easiest to sell no matter what country. Omar as the producer of the movie and Eternal Life Movies as the distributor were going to make a lot of profit from this, and Omar had even told Aiden, "Thanks to you, I could grow my investment firm into a full-fledged production house." Apparently, that was his ultimate goal when he had left his family business to start investing in movies. Sophia, the CEO of Eternal Life, was also unable to contain excitement and was already handing out bonuses to her staff. As for Leo, his life had changed the most. From an assistant director to Lincoln, he went on to become a People's Choice Award winner director whose movie had been a big hit at the box office. His stocks were rising every day in Hollywood, and he even said that a few studios had contacted him for his next movie. He had directly become one of the most promising young directors in Hollywood. As for Aiden, media houses were hyping him like never before. Truthfully, Wade also had a hand in it, as he had contacted reporters he knew to write more about Aiden. As the story of the movie's success was interesting enough, they were also willing to write about him. It was then that the cover of Hollywood Weekly came out with Aiden's picture on the front. The famous magazine has written the headline, "The next big thing in Hollywood for him." In the interview with Catherine, Aiden had talked about the details of what had gone on when he had signed 30 Days of Happiness, and how he knew Leo from his debut movie. Those parts were pretty highlighted in the interview and instantly became famous. The statement that Aiden was the one who told Leo to make it a musical to show more of Arthur's characteristics made a lot of people think that this movie only worked because of Aiden. Everyone knew that he had made the soundtrack, and his marketing tactic was what made people more interested in the movie initially, so Aiden got most of the praises. It was so much that the movie instantly started becoming recognized because of him. Wade and Aiden didn't have a hand on it, and it happened pretty naturally, but no one was complaining. Leo himself had talked about it in multiple interviews. A famous director who watched the movie even commented, "Oscars are blind if they don't nominate Aiden for the best soundtrack category. He's a brilliant guy." Of course, Aiden didn't think a lot about the comment. As for him, Oscars was far away and something he wasn't really concerned about. One thing he had learned in his life was that rather than awards, it was way more important to get in the hearts of people. Awards might give one a lot of recognition and acclaim, but if one is in the hearts of people, he would always be loved by the audience. Not everything was good, obviously. Nighthawk Studios, who were going through a loss now, were apparently pretty furious at Rodrigo for letting go of Leo and 30 Days of Happiness. In anger, one of their producers talked about it. 30 Days of Happiness was going to be our movie. Everything was set. Just the director wanted Aiden to play the lead, and there was a clash because he was a new actor. There were concerns because no one knew if he could get people to come to the theaters. Apparently, he could, and he's very creative about it. It's pretty much our bad luck that we choose not to take a risk. These types of statements easily made tabloid headlines, and with all the attention on Aiden after the movie, one thing was clearly set. Just with 3 movies and 1 role in a sitcom, Aiden had proven in just a year that he was here to stay, and maybe it won't be wrong to say that he was now the most sought-after young actor, especially because of the 3-dimensional skills he possessed. A studio executive from Zero International even said, "We would love to work with him on a project. He made his debut in our movie, so if we need a young actor for a role, there's a lot of chances we would go for him. That was a lot of praise from an industry that makes it hard for an actor to stay relevant for a long time. So, it also added pressure on Aiden to choose his next projects very carefully. Was he going to go for another risky and niche project? A horror movie or a fantasy? Or was he going to go the safe route and star in a lot of comedy and rom-coms to go on a similar route, such as Harold would? There were also chances that Aiden might just start getting supporting roles in big blockbusters. Kind of like Katie when she was at the start of her career. Options were endless, and it was only on Aiden as to what he wanted to choose. In a cafe, Aiden was smiling while signing off autographs for a couple who approached him when he entered the cafe. "We are big fans of your movie. Yeah, we watched it yesterday and loved it." To the compliments, Aiden just politely nodded. He had gotten a lot of them recently, but every time, he felt like he had achieved something big. They left after getting their autographs, and Aiden turned to look at Wade, who was quietly sipping on his coffee. "You sure look to be enjoying your success." Wade said, "Yeah, it kind of hits differently than when my songs get popular. That's just the feeling of a hit movie." "Your hit movie." Wade put down the cup of coffee and decided to start the main topic. "Gordon Lee is probably going to get fired. How do you feel about it?" "Complicated. I know he deserved it, but his career got ruined." Aiden said honestly. It was a very conflicting feeling for him, but he also knew that Gordon had done the wrong thing and had not apologized for it. In a way, it was just karma. This is Hollywood, and it's more common than you think. Just not every day it makes headlines. A lot of actors lose work daily, and a lot of studio employees get fired because of something that wasn't their fault. At least Gordon is just paying the price for his actions, Wade said, and both of them talked about it for a bit more. Apparently, Vanity magazine published a whole statement about it and had taken down the review of Gordon from their site, and they would change to the magazine issue too. Though, they never said that the review was paid, but that was not something a big Hollywood magazine was going to accept. Instead, they put everything on Gordon and acted like they didn't know a thing about it. After talking about Gordon, they started discussing a very important topic. "Anyway, I think I might be able to get a good team for you. I got a real estate agent to show me the places we could rent for the team workplace. We are not going to make them live together, right?" "No, I don't really think that's a good way. Some celebs do that for efficiency. They are more of those narcissistic fools who don't really care about their employees. I don't really want to be that," Aiden said, shaking his head. He was on his own when he had gotten selected in X-Star. After that, he had gotten Shadows of Wars, and then Wade had joined him, making his career trajectory very smoother. After Wade became his agent, Aiden was never out of work, and even if in the starting movie offers were low, his agent had used his connections to get him more. For a whole year, Wade had handled everything on his own, but that can't go on for longer. With Aiden's music career booming and 30 Days of Happiness being such a big hit, it was practically impossible for Wade to handle everything on his own. He was already overworked during the Toronto Film Festival. That's why they had decided to finally get their own personal team. A team that was going to revolve around Aiden to make him a bigger star and was absolutely necessary to increase his stardom. Chapter 179. Behind each celebrity, there's a fully staffed team or an agency. A star is one person and can't possibly do everything it takes to propel their image into the cultural stratosphere. The celebrity maintains the status and fame, but the team or agency surrounding them makes the decisions and actually gets things done. These are the people need to reach out to when trying to work with celebrities. In a way, celebrity teams are the invisible army that stands behind the celebrity. No matter if one is a big or small celebrity, everyone has a team or an agency. It was because they were a necessity if one wanted to succeed in any entertainment industry. Normally, actors would join agencies as it was way easier to navigate through their career with the connections and power of an agency, but a lot of actors also had personal teams. These were mostly set up by already established and big stars, as young and small stars are gobbled up by agents from big agencies early on. It is only after they are more stable in their careers that they try to get out of the agency. One of the reasons behind it was personal meetings were way better than agencies in comfort, and the actor had way more power over them. For Aiden, the case was very different. He had never joined an agency and was always on his own. So, it was way more important for him to get a team. These days, he was anyway thinking of lowering Wade's workload. For a while, He had only seen Wade on phone calls because of too many trying to access him for a gig or an interview for Aiden. That's why Aiden himself had proposed the idea of getting a team. Wade had immediately agreed with it. In fact, he was thinking about it himself. That's where the $2 million that Aiden got from Aaron Hart's agency came in handy. With that money, it was easy to hire good team members and get a rented apartment for the team. They needed a big space for everyone to work well and handle everything related to Aiden, so he could just focus on singing and acting. Some celebrity teams have like 50 to 60 members, and it was almost like a one-man studio, but Aiden didn't need that many people. He only needed a small team that he could be comfortable with. So, for the team, we are really going to need specialists in your case as you are both an actor and singer. Some people would still be common like stylists and makeup artists, although we would only need them for special occasions. You contacted Miranda? Aiden asked, and Wade nodded his head. Miranda was the makeup artist that he had worked with on the sets of Black Saints. He had gotten a good relationship with her back then, and he remembered that she had mentioned that she worked as a stylist too. So, he had asked Wade to contact her for the job. I contacted her, and she agreed to do it, but we need to talk about the details and other things. Stylists and makeup artists are not permanent members, so it would be more like we would pay her separately instead of a fixed salary. Wade explained. The conversation went on with them talking about the other members, such as the social media manager who would handle everything that would be posted on Aiden's social media accounts. They also talked about the business manager who was mostly an accountant who would take care of Aiden's money and how he was spending it. There was also the tour manager, the marketing guy, and a personal legal counsel for all the legal matters. Wade was handling everything till now, but as Aiden was going to go big from now on, he needed to expand his team. That's a lot of people we are gathering, Aiden said, sipping on his coffee, wondering if he was going to get along with everyone. Yeah, teams are like that. Anyway, I know a lawyer from a trust law agency. He could be the guy we are looking for in legal matters. Some celebs need a lot of lawyers. I have seen that. Aiden chuckled. We don't need a manager, right? No, because I'm handling that. Anyway, I'm with you more than I'm with my girlfriend. I'm the perfect manager and agent. Wade frowned, looking at Aiden, who could only scratch the back of his head. His career was pretty tiring, and he knew that well. Because of it, Wade was also not getting a lot of free time. Don't worry. My professional life is way better currently. I prefer working with you rather than someone who doesn't take things seriously and is just after the money and fame. I'm after fame too, Aiden replied. Yeah, but you know how to handle it. You are not a moron. Fame is pretty much that alcohol that intoxicates you. Money does the same, and you need to have a lot of control to be the one to control the money and fame instead of vice versa. As someone who had worked as a shadow of celebrities, Wade knew how powerful fame and money was, especially because after one gets a lot of fans, it was normal to get arrogant. Thankfully, Aiden's legs were still on the ground. Anyway, I think we should go visit the real estate agent office and check the apartment I found. If you like it, let's get it for the team. At those words, Aiden couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Have you even found a team? Don't we only have Miranda on board yet? Yeah, but I know some people. Some I worked with before. They are out of work currently, and I think they would fit straight right in. I contacted them last night about it, and by this point, they would already have made their decision. As Aiden was busy in setting up a team for himself, Viking Publishing released the name of the books that had made up to the top 3. Over 500 books were submitted, but in the end, only 3 of them were left. Those were the best books that Vikings Publishing was going to publish, though the final winner was only going to be announced in the award ceremony. It was to maintain the interest of the people. These books were, and yes, Aiden's book had been chosen for the top 3. Out of all these 3 books, 2 were from rookie authors. The author of was someone who had participated in poem competitions a lot, and it was his first time writing a book and was by Aiden, who had just entered with the pen name Aiden Silver. Obviously, it wasn't a lot creative, but Aiden had still decided to go with it. Only the author of was known to the public as a very established author, had revealed on his social media that he entered the contest with a pen name. A lot of people thought that he was just waiting for the results before revealing himself as the author. It was guaranteed that he wouldn't have revealed himself if he had not come out in the top 3. At least that's what people thought as they barraged the author's social media with comments like that. There were also comments congratulating the author and wishing him best of luck. The author had a few famous works in the past, so he had a good following. It looks like the reception is pretty good. Zach Anderson, British author of 34 years, looked at the comment section of his Sparrow post, in which he had revealed himself as the author of. Some people were writing bad comments as in the past. He had posted some things that had offended a lot of people. But Zach didn't really care about all those people. His social media engagement was just going to go up from the number of hate comments. In his mind, these people would even buy his book just to hate on it. Those other two books, what could they be about? The first one looks like a thriller by the name of it, and the second one is maybe a drama of some sort. Hard to tell by names. Anyway, these are rookie authors. I will easily beat them, he thought in his mind, checking up on the whole announcement on Viking's publishing handle. As he was a young and established author, he was very arrogant and didn't really think that rookies would be able to beat him. In fact, he won't even mind betting on it. Adjacent to where he was sitting, there was a trophy cabinet with a lot of trophies that he had won since childhood. He was called a prodigy from the start because of it. Among those trophies, there was also the trophy of Viking's new book of the year. That was the name of the award that Aiden had participated in. 2 years ago, Zach had entered the same competition to win it under a pen name. There wasn't any rule that the same author can't enter the competition 2 times under different pen names, so he had entered it again this year. Actually, he wasn't really after the award. He had already won it once. The thing he was after was the acclaim that he would get. Zach's sole goal was to get his work adapted into different mediums at this point of his career. He knew that getting your work adapted into a movie was the way for writers to become millionaires. Zach wanted that, and because of Viking publishing connections in Hollywood, he had entered the competition. In hopes of an adaptation, he had even made his novel a comedy drama, something that was very cheap to adapt compared to a fantasy or sci-fi. This year, I'm surely going to win the award, and then my next goal would be Hollywood. Chapter 180. This place looks very big. I think we would need to get a bit of furniture, though, Aiden said, looking around at the whole place in front of him. He was currently standing in the studio building that they had rented. It was a 2-story building that had cost them $5,000 for a month to rent. The building also had a pretty big basement which could easily be renovated into a place where Aiden could work on his music, his own personal music studio. The price for such a building would have been way higher if it had been in a more expensive area. Yeah, we need to make the living room more like a lounge area where everyone could just rest, and then make the bedrooms into office space. I would call in some guys to get it done in a few days, Wade said, closing the door behind him and sitting down on the sofa. He was pretty tired from all the real estate agent stuff and seeing different places before choosing one. For the last week, he had been busy with that. We need to get equipment in the basement too. All that would take a lot of work. Yeah, but it's way better in the longer run. True. Aiden sat down in front of Wade. Anyway, where are the guys you said would meet us here? Wade had called the people he said would be perfect for his team to the studio to have a meeting with Aiden. Not to mention, Aiden already had a bit of an idea about them from all the stuff Wade had told him. They should be here soon. Ding. The doorbell rang at that time, and Wade smirked before going toward the door to open it. Aiden stood up, and after half a minute, footsteps rang before 5 people revealed themselves. Nice to meet you. A guy who was a head smaller than Aiden was the first one to introduce himself. He looked to be even older than Wade, as a few wrinkles could clearly be seen on his shaved face. My name is Jody Sharp, and I work as a business manager. I have heard a lot about you. Aiden Silvereye, it's nice to meet you too. Aiden smiled, and after that, the whole team introduced themselves one by one. It seemed like he was the oldest here, and also the one managing the whole team. I'm Sasha Levi. I work as a social media manager. She was the second most experienced out of all of them. George Potter. I'm from England, but have worked in Hollywood for 2 decades. I have worked as a tour manager for artists like Robin Swift and Andrew Sheen. My name is Leah Garcia. I will be handling all the PR aspects related to you if you decide to hire me. Leah, a black woman, said. Tom Wake. I work as an assistant to celebrities. After everyone had introduced each other, they sat down to talk about the possibility of working with each other. Wade had explained to him that all the 5 people had worked together with him before. They were all people who had been part of different agencies and celebrities, so they had a lot of experience. Except for Tom, who had only started working a few years ago. He was the youngest out of all of them. Miranda, the stylist and makeup artist, wasn't here, and Aiden was going to meet her later. Anyway, she wasn't a fixed part of the team. He was also going to have a meeting with the lawyer that Wade had told him about for all the legal matters involving him. So, first of all, I'm pretty sure Wade had already told you about me, and you all had looked into my career, Aiden said, starting off the conversation. Yeah, the career trajectory is currently going high, Jody said. You probably decided to set up a team because your work is increasing day by day. True. So, I need people who can make it easy and efficient, and Wade told me that you all are one of the best teams in Hollywood. Wade nodded at that remark, and Sasha, the social media manager, opened her mouth. Even if we are good at our job, it would ultimately revolve around you. So, before working together, we need to know what type of a team you are looking for and what type of a career you want. I told you all about it a little, Wade replied, looking at Sasha. Yeah, but it's better to ask him, and I'm curious about what he wants. He has already made a good mark in the entertainment industry, but without ambition and a good plan, he won't be able to reach beyond a point. Yeah, so, Aiden, Jody looked at him. What are you exactly looking for? We can do all the basic things for you if you decide to go ahead and work with us. But it's better if you could tell us your goals, so we could make a systematic plan to reach them. Hearing that, Aiden thought about it for a minute. In the past, Wade had also asked the same question to him. At that time, he had just said that he wanted to act in movies, no matter what role. He wasn't a big actor or singer at that point, merely being talked about as a lucky viral sensation. Things changed a lot after that. Aiden had gotten popular, and after 30 Days of Happiness, people were finally seeing him as a good actor whose studios could rely on to give a good performance. In singing, he was now seen as one of the best new artists to come out. It was to the point that people were waiting for him to do a tour in other countries and release a full-fledged album. But the question was simple. What did he want next? How ambitious was he? Things were going pretty well for him, but whether he was going to stay in this comfort zone or try to do something different. Many people have that point in their careers. A lot of them would choose to stick to the things that were working for them due to a plethora of reasons, but Aiden was different. I have a system. I need to reach the peak of what it could do, explore it a lot more, and become way bigger than what I'm currently. He had always wondered what would happen if he reached the next level in singing or acting talent. Would the silver light change to golden? Would his immersion get even stronger? Was he going to get new artistic abilities such as writing? In the end, there was only one answer to his questions. He needed to look for them himself. He needed to increase his levels and try to delve into different things to get the necessary skills. If he could do all that, then he was destined to be the person who would stand at the top of Hollywood. I have only one goal. He looked up at the people in front of them. I want to reach the top of Hollywood. What? Jody looked at him with shock on his face. It was too unexpected and arrogant of an answer. No one in the room was expecting such an answer from him. Only Wade looked like he had expected it a little. I know it sounds arrogant. Trust me, it seems like that to me too. Aiden said, but I do want that. I just wanted to be an actor when I came to America, but after getting to this point of my career, I feel like I could take those risks that would propel me to the place I want to be. It's not going to be easy, but I know I would regret it if I don't go for it. His eyes were very serious as he said that. Jody and Sasha looked at each other, hearing that. There was a conflict in their eyes. I thought all of you wanted to be called the best team in Hollywood. Why are you acting like this when Aiden is saying he wants to be at the top? Wade asked, laughing at the five of them. It was not easy for them to act like this, so Aiden had surely surprised them. It's just that it's really surprising. Tom, the assistant, said, and Leah, the marketing manager, also added. Yeah, he said it with a lot of conviction, so what? Wade raised an eyebrow. From what I know of him, he's not the type to joke about his career. He's kind of a mad lad with a lot of unexpected things going on for him, so it would be a good ride if you decide to join him. What do you say, Jody? All the attention diverted to Jody when Wade said that. His team looked at him to make the decision. They had followed him so far and trusted him a lot. You seem to have a lot of ambition, Jody said, his eyes fixed on Aiden. Is that a bad thing? No, it's actually good. Jody smiled. It's after a long time I have seen a person with so much confidence. So what do you say? Aiden asked, and without batting an eye, Jody replied. We will work for you. Actually, Jody and the others had already made their decision before coming here. After all, they all needed work, and Aiden was a pretty lucrative option, especially with Wade working with him. But after meeting him, everyone truly felt that it would be a different kind of experience working for him. Welcome on board. Like that, Aiden got his team. Chapter 181. After the team was set up, they wanted to start the work quickly, but there was still renovation and other things to do in the apartment to make it more like an office. All that would easily take over a month. They would finally be able to work properly in their new office after this year was over. Because of that, the operation shifted to a nearby cafe that was close to the apartment. As Aiden had just given a big hit at the box office and had no other projects signed up, it gave them the perfect opportunity to make a good and diverse plan for him to move forward with. All of them were pretty excited as Aiden didn't focus on just one thing. Singing and acting were already nice enough, but when Wade had told the team about Aiden's book winning a contest, their faces were something to be seen. It's already November, so I think it's safe to say that there won't be anything related to you releasing this year, apart from. Even so, I think they will publish the book in January, Wade said, and Sasha, who was sitting next to him, nodded. Leah, George, and Jody were sitting adjacent to Aiden, and Tom was running late to the meeting due to something personal. Yeah, in that case, it's better to focus more on things like modeling and commercials. So, basically making money. Aiden chuckled. Actors would normally go for modeling because it was very easy to earn money by it. Same with the advertisements. Even if they weren't professional, people would have seen their faces and would recognize them. A lot of fashion designers use celebrities to showcase their new clothes. Though, Aiden had no idea how he was going to walk a ramp. Kind of, yeah, Wade said. It's a good step in making you a brand. Those give a lot of publicity to the actor too, especially with commercials. A lot of actors are associated with products because they promoted them. Hearing that, Aiden nodded his head. I got a lot of money by doing endorsements for YXO. I even got my contract renewed for over $500,000. Aiden thought in his mind. Money was not a bad thing because money was the thing he needed the most if he wanted to take risks. It was also a good backup. What type of commercials anyway? Aiden looked at Leah. We need to take care of your image when we go for them. We can't just go for any random product. Leah said. In the industry, it was very important to maintain an image, and companies would also approach a celebrity thinking of what sort of image would suit their brand. For example, an actor who is seen as a sex symbol would get commercials for condoms, and female celebs would get commercials for cosmetics or jewelry easily. That's why it's better to go for stuff that targets the youth. Shoes or sportswear are good enough. Even snacks or energy drinks. Perfumes too. Sasha added, and Aiden took all the information in silently. Well, I don't really mind going for commercials and modeling. Just make sure that the company or product I'm doing the commercial for isn't bad news. Aiden stressed the last part of his sentence, and everyone around him nodded, knowing full well how important it was to check up on the company. In the past, a few celebs had been called scammers because they promoted websites or products that had just cheated the money of common people. All this also adds to the narrative that rich people only care about making more money. Aiden knew that it was true, but he didn't want to do the same. If he didn't even know the product well, how could he tell the public that it's a good product? Don't worry, we can take care of it, Wade said, and the conversation moved ahead to other things. They talked more about the modeling work and how Wade had already received a few commercial offers from some brands. Liao was going to do a background check on them later. After that, Wade mentioned the album that he and Aiden had talked about a few times before. So, it's confirmed that we are going to go for the album, right? Wade looked at Aiden. The whole album depended on Aiden, as he was going to be the composer of the majority of the songs. It was to promote more of his singer-songwriter image. So, he needed to be in the right state of mind to create great songs. Yeah, I think I would be able to make good songs. 8 to 9 tracks aren't going to be hard, Aiden said, looking very confident and excited about it. Having his own album was the next step in his music career, and he also felt like it was the right time for it. It's good if we could contact other record labels to get some collaboration for the songs. Fans will be excited if Aiden is working with other artists on songs, Jody said, then looked at Aiden and Wade. You two have connections in record labels, right? Aiden, you worked with Gray before. How's your relationship? My relationship is pretty fine with him. He texted me congratulations for the success of Lost in the Sky, so I'm pretty sure he would agree to a collaboration. Wade also nodded and added, I have contacts in Psycho Media too. Actually, Aiden worked with Stephen McDonald, the CEO of Psycho Media, on X-Star. Yeah, I don't think featuring other artists on the album would be a problem. Two popular artists working together was a pretty big thing in the music industry, and it would normally happen if the artists liked each other enough to work together. It was a pretty good way to promote the album by getting other artists to collaborate on a few songs. Some albums would even be filled with collaborations to attract other fan bases too. If we could get the production of the album finished in 4 months, then we could release it in March. George, the tour manager, said, I think we should then target music festivals like Coachella. There are award shows happening at the same time. Will you be able to handle that? Aiden looked at George, who smiled with confidence. Don't worry. Leave it to me. As a tour manager, it was George's duty to make sure that any gig that Aiden was doing would be successful. It was pretty hard work, especially when Aiden would get his own concerts. After talking about the album, there was a bit more talk about, and then they moved on to a serious problem, Aiden's next acting project. Everyone was already impressed by his songs and was expecting something similar, but in acting, there was a lot of scrutiny as to what he was going to pick as a project next. Wade hadn't been able to impress Aiden with any of the projects he was bringing. So, they talked about the type of project that would suit Aiden. He didn't want to go for another rom-com, yet, so as to not get seen as another rom-com actor. Wade had even contacted Granite Films to talk about a possibility of a prequel of Black Saints, with Kai August as the main character. There were talks about it previously after the movie, and Kai had become so popular. But Granite Films weren't willing to go with the idea so soon because it hadn't even been a year to Black Saints. They wanted to wait a bit more and get a better story for the prequel. In the end, they decided that they should wait for the right project. A project that could be a new experience for me. After Vikings Publishing released the name of 3 books in contention for the top prize, they announced the day of the awards ceremony and invited many people. Although the awards ceremony was still very small and would not even be broadcasted, a few journalists were going to be there, but nothing fancy. On the day of the ceremony, Aiden invited Uncle Sam and his cousin to the ceremony. His aunt had some sort of yoga class, so she was not attending. You look good. Not as good as you. Well, all of us are handsome in the family. You just got a little less than me. Not a big deal. Uncle Sam chuckled, patting Aiden's shoulder with a smile on his face. It was the first time he would be seeing his nephew win an award. Due to that, he was wearing a gray suit that looked great on him. Before coming here, he had even gone to a salon, so he looked exactly like the classy gangster boss in an 80s mafia flick. Stop it, Dad. You always act narcissistically. Lisa, Aiden's cousin, said, shaking her head. It's not narcissistic if it's true. As they bantered, Aiden took a look around. Currently, they were standing inside the hall where the award ceremony was taking place. A lot of people had already come, and there were even some of the authors here who he knew. They were just talking among themselves. In the corner, Aiden could even see some reporters with cameras. Fortunately, they had not seen him yet. It would have been good if Richard was here. Aiden thought in his mind. He had invited him, but Richard had rejected, saying he was busy with some other things. He hadn't pushed him, knowing his personality. Hey, Sam. It was at that moment someone called Uncle Sam. They all turned their heads to look at the way the voice had come from. Aiden saw an old man with dyed black hair and a cane walking toward them, followed by a brown-haired man with a smirk on his face. Coincidentally, Aiden recognized him. Zach Anderson. Chapter 182. Aiden thought, looking at the brown-haired guy walking towards him with the old guy with a cane beside him. Before coming to the award ceremony, Aiden had researched a bit on the other 2 authors whose novels had come in the top 3. He hadn't found anything about the author of, but as Zach had revealed himself, he knew about him. Aiden had even gone on to read one of Zach's books which he had liked. He could clearly see Zach's talents because of that book, though he still didn't know who the old man beside Zach was. James, what are you doing here? Uncle Sam said, shaking hands with the old man who was apparently called James. Although there was a smile on his face, Uncle Sam didn't look too happy to meet him. I'm here because of my son. He's going to win an award here today. It's a proud moment for me, so I took the flight straight from London, James said in a heavy British accent, glancing towards Zach, standing next to him. Zach Anderson, my book has been nominated today. There was a smirk on his face as he said that, clearly proud of the achievement. That's great, Uncle Sam said and looked at the proud expression on James's face before patting Aiden's shoulder. Actually, my nephew Aiden here is also nominated. Really? I didn't know. Anybody from your family is a writer. Aiden is just trying out writing. He's actually an actor. Oh, an actor? James looked at Aiden with interest. Broadway? Or are you trying out in movies? Just by that one single sentence, it was apparent that James didn't know anything about Aiden. It made sense as he was not from America and lived in London, where Aiden was relatively less known. The surprising thing was that even Zach showed the same expression. I'm trying out movies. Haven't tried Broadway yet. Aiden replied with a smile, not revealing anything. Oh, then, if you can't get work here, I can help you get a role in London. There are a lot of theater groups performing there. For the record, was one of Shakespeare's best works. Thanks. Aiden smiled to himself after saying that. Nowadays, as everyone recognized him no matter where he went, it felt like a refreshing change. It was then that Zach focused on him. So you are the author of? Aiden Silver. Silvereye. I just shortened my surname for the pen name. Oh, okay. Zach said before squinting his eyes at Aiden. I feel like I have seen you somewhere. That made it clear that Zach didn't actually know about Aiden. At most, he had seen a poster of Aiden's movie or came across a video of his performance. It surprised Lisa, who was standing beside Aiden the most. He actually doesn't know you. How surprising. She whispered to Aiden. It's a big world. Not like everyone is going to know me. Aiden whispered back, and then Zach started speaking. Anyway, good luck with the award. I think you might need it. Zach said in a slightly mocking tone, annoyed by Aiden and Lisa whispering in front of him. As you might know, I'm a veteran author, so there are more chances that I'm going to win the award. I am telling you so you can prepare yourself. Hearing that, Aiden could only think of one thing. Is it a red flag for him? This guy really acts like a proud side character from a web novel. Smiling to himself while thinking about it, Aiden looked at Zach. I will say the same to you. I might be new, but I'm pretty sure my novel would do well. Let's see about it. After saying that, Zach left with his grandfather James, who had also finished his talk with Uncle Sam. He's pretty proud, but he's at the same level as me. Level 7. Aiden thought in his mind as Uncle Sam suddenly grabbed him by the shoulder. It was so sudden that he yelped in surprise. What happened? He asked, looking at Uncle Sam. Beat that bastard's son. You mean Zach? Yeah, I want to see him cry as he loses to you. Uncle Sam said with determination evident in his eyes. Lisa was already face-palming while seeing the interaction between her cousin and father. For your information, I'm not going to have a boxing match with him to make him cry. And what even happened? I thought you and James were friends. Aiden asked the question he was the most curious about, and Uncle Sam released him out of his grip before telling his story. It was something that had been going on for years between him and James. The thing is, I met James in London when I was doing my college. At that point, I was trying to get a degree in literature to become a writer. Uncle Sam started narrating. Parts of it were something that Aiden did know, like how his uncle's first dream was to be a writer. Back then, both me and James used to compete against each other. After getting out of college, he and I started sending our manuscripts to publishers, but no publisher agreed to publish your book. Yeah, and his books kept getting published. After repeated failures, I accepted my lack of talent, but James kept mocking me whenever we met. He used to call me to parties just to mock me. Uncle Sam said, remembering the days when he was young. It was not a good time for him, with his life labeling him as a failure. You didn't do anything to retaliate? You are not the type to not do anything. Aiden raised an eyebrow, and Uncle Sam smirked. I had planned something, but the timing was bad. He sighed. Your dad asked me to come to Los Angeles to get into Hollywood, and I just settled in America after that. I rarely met James, so I never got the chance to take revenge. Lisa, who was just listening to the whole conversation till now, finally opened her mouth with a frown. Dad, it's been years. Just let it go. Lisa, revenge is not something to let go of. It's something you need to take, or in this world, they'll call you a pushover. Even now, James was saying sorry to me, acting as if Aiden had already lost the competition. That guy is too proud and needs to be taken down. At that moment, Aiden felt like his uncle would have surely flourished in a cultivation fantasy with all the talk of revenge. Shaking his head with a light smile on his face, he opened his mouth. I think the winner is already decided, so I can't really do anything about it. We can just wait till the winner is revealed. That's fine. I know you would beat the guy. Your novel was pretty good, especially after all the edits you made. I'm just waiting till Zach loses to take my revenge. Slowly, the whole hall filled up with people, and the ceremony started without any delays. Viking Publishing had called on a lot of prestigious people working in the literary community of New York. There were even some executives from Hollywood agencies that had their headquarters in New York. Soon, the host came on the stage and started the ceremony with a chit-chat before getting onto the main thing. Let's get on with the main thing. First of all, let's give applause to the 3 books, which are just incredible. They are also going to get published soon. As the host said that, people started clapping. The name of the books appeared on the screen. Uncle Sam patted Aiden's shoulder with a smile on his face. Now for the prizes. The winner of the 3rd place is someone who presented a very cold story to the editors. It was something that made them feel chills while reading through each page. Give it up for by Carl Johnson. As the host announced that, a black man in a suit stood up with a smile on his face. There was a bit of disappointment on his face as he lost out in the first place, but just standing on the stage was a big thing for him. In his speech, Carl talked about how he had desperately tried to help his family through the years. Coming from a poor family, it wasn't easy for him to get into a career like writing, but today, he did it. His book was going to be published. There were literal tears in his eyes as Carl took the prize. Aiden could see how much it meant for him. After it was done, only Aiden and Zach were left in the competition. One of them was the winner, while the other one was going to go home with the 2nd prize. Now, only 2 novels are left. The host said, looking around the hall. One is a story of the life of a corporate employee and how he sees life on a day-to-day basis, while the 2nd story is of struggling while chasing a dream. A story based in the heart of Hollywood. Only one of these is going to be the winner. The host talked about both of the novels and then opened up the envelope with the winner's name. So, the book that won the award of Viking's New Book of the Year is Chapter 183, Lazy Pen Name. This is not really exciting. Damn my editor. Just because of him, I'm stuck here. One of the reporters who was present in the award ceremony thought, as he stopped himself from yawning. He had no interest in books or the people receiving the award. Actually, he was someone who hated reading. But a job is a job. When your editor wants you to do something, you need to do it even if you are not interested in it. That was the case with most jobs, and it was the same with media companies. The editor wanted a headline on Vikings Publishing and how their contest is a good way for a new batch of authors to get a stage. At the same time, in the past, a lot of these books had become movies or series. Whenever Hollywood runs out of movie ideas, they would look for books to adapt from. A lot of these books would often become very famous due to the movie. Just why is my life like that? When I was transferred to the entertainment department, I thought I would interview celebrities. The reporter sighed, thinking that, and looked over at the host on the podium. You look pretty bored. The cameraman next to the reporter said, and he nodded his head. Yeah, I am standing at a place where I don't even know who is attending. The editor said that it's good if I could interview famous writers who are attending to add to the article, but I don't even know who is a writer and who is not. Didn't you do your research before coming here? The cameraman raised an eyebrow. It was an impromptu job. The guy who was going to do it got admitted to the hospital. Apparently, he broke a bone or something. Tough luck then. The cameraman shook his head. Just try to search up stuff online on famous writers and try to match up their faces with the guest here. Anyway, they are announcing the first place. Both the cameraman and the reporter focused on the stage. Even if they weren't interested in writers, the first place winner did attract their curiosity. So, the book that won the award of Viking's New Book of the Year is by Aiden Silver. As the host announced the first winner, people started clapping. An old man in a gray suit even shouted out loud due to excitement, attracting a lot of varied gazes, but people mostly ignored him thinking he was a fan. Soon, a pretty charming guy who looked young got on the stage to receive the award with a smile on his face. Looking at him, the reporter could only think one thing. Haven't I seen him before? The cameraman was thinking the same stuff, but both of them weren't able to point out where exactly they had seen him. It was then that the host started a conversation with the winner. Congratulations on first place. Is this your book? And is Aiden Silver your real name or just a pen name? Yeah, this is my first book. He said, actually, my real name is Aiden Silvereye. Silvereye. When the reporter heard that name, which seemed like the name of a character from a fantasy series about dragons, something struck him. Other people in the hall had also started whispering among each other, slowly realizing who he was. Isn't Aiden Silvereye the name of that actor whose movie is running in the theaters currently? He's a singer too, right? The cameraman turned to him and asked. I think so. Let me check. The reporter said, and took out his phone to check up on Aiden, and like he had thought, it was the same person. Suddenly, his hunched shoulders rose as excitement ran through him. This could be big news. There are not even a lot of other big media houses here. We could be the one to reveal it. The reporter could already imagine the headline. The talented singer, songwriter, and actor turned towards writing, bagging his first award. Something like this would surely make people click on the article, especially with his movie running in the theaters. This could be his first big article. Thinking of the article, the reporter didn't even focus on Zach when he went to take up his prize for second place with a sulking expression. He already wanted to get his laptop and start writing the article. No, maybe I could get an interview with him. Even a few lines would be pretty good. I should inform the editor about it. The reporter thought, and quickly took out his phone to call the editor. Hey James, I'm sorry your son lost. I'm feeling very bad for him and you. After Aiden won the award, Uncle Sam didn't waste a minute before approaching James, who was frowning by himself. When he saw Uncle Sam with a smirk on his face, he felt a bad premonition. Yeah, it seems like he still has lots to learn. Contests are tricky, James said. Yeah, I mean he has a lot to learn if he's losing to a writer and his first work. Even then, Aiden isn't a writer in the first place. The expression on James's face cracked a bit hearing that, and he quickly tried to get a rebuttal. Well, I think he will do better in this career than acting. Anyway, he's not anywhere in it. Ah, who told you that? Uncle Sam tilted his head. My nephew's movie is still running in the theater. People are saying that it might even earn over $100 million. It hasn't been released in the UK yet, so I think you don't know about it. What? James looked surprised hearing that, but the confidence on Uncle Sam's face told him that it wasn't a lie. When he shifted his attention to the reporters, he saw them clamoring to Aiden. It was not only because he had won the first prize. It was because he was a celebrity. Yeah, I certainly didn't know that. How about it? I could invite you to the theater to watch his movie. I think you would like it. Aiden even made the soundtrack for it, so I could tell you a lot about him. Sure. James trailed off in his words, not knowing how to reply. He had been arrogant to Uncle Sam only because he was confident that his son would get the first prize, but now he was sure that his old friend won't let him go easily. As his expressions cracked, Uncle Sam laughed more inwardly. I'm going to take his revenge today, James. Unlike your son, my nephew had talents even I don't know about. Thinking that in his mind, he mused to himself. This feels great. Aiden thought when he was on the stage to take the award. He knew very well that he might win the award, but thinking and actually achieving it were completely different things. He felt like he hadn't let down Harley or Richard, who had helped him out to make. As soon as he gave a short speech and came off the stage, the journalists and reporters present in the hall surrounded him to ask questions. What made you try out writing? Your movie is already being hailed as a winter hit. How do you feel about it? What was the inspiration behind you writing the book? Could we expect you to write more books? Is writing your passion too? Please give a few details. The story is about an actor from what is revealed. Is it inspired from your own life, or is it an original story? How do you feel winning the award? What made you write the novel? Do you see your book doing well after it's published? Don't you think being a celebrity the book would have an unfair advantage over others? Aiden patiently answered all the questions one by one as the flash of the camera kept haunting his face. It was only after 20 minutes that he managed to get out of the horde of reporters to make way towards Uncle Sam and Lisa. At the same time, standing in a corner, Zach was holding his second-place trophy in his left hand while checking up on Aiden online. The whispers about Aiden being a celebrity also reached him, and when he saw that Aiden had so many followers on his social media, he couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. Compared to his measly 400K followers, Aiden had over 2 million on his social media. When he checked up on his movies and songs, Zach realized where he had seen him. Just a month ago, his girlfriend asked to see a movie and showed him a poster. It was the poster of 30 Days of Happiness. Wait, if he's in Hollywood, then isn't he already at the place where I'm aiming? Zach's ultimate goal was to follow a certain children's fantasy author into becoming a celebrity writer with a lot of fans. He wanted to see social media tags for his books, but it seemed like he had a lot of work to do before reaching there. For a moment, Zach felt that Aiden only won because he was a celebrity and had enough followers to make the book work. But he soon shook off that thought. Vikings Publishing was pretty thorough in those matters, and anyway, Aiden had entered with a pen name. Though, the pen name looked lazy, and the only reason he wasn't found out yet was because no one imagined that Aiden would be writing a book in between his song recordings and movie releases. It was simply unexpected. Chapter 184 Skeptical. As it was already December, 30 Days of Happiness was already running in the theaters for over 1.5 months. It would have gotten collections in the holiday season if not for big franchise releases. Even then, analysts were saying that by the end of December, the movie was going to cross $100 million at the box office. It would run till Jan end before coming to streaming platforms, so the total collections were going to be off the charts. Until now, the movie had earned around $81.9 million at the box office. It was one of the sleeper hits of the year which had really made a mark at the box office. Because of the movie's success, a lot of streaming platforms like Netflix and Dream Plus have shown interest in acquiring the rights to the movie, but Omar was still busy negotiating a good deal. As all this was happening, a strange news suddenly started coming out from a few Meds websites. It was about Aiden winning a prize in the contest held by Vikings Publishing. Those who were present on the scene had quickly posted articles on the topic. One Vikings New Book of the Year award. Are we seeing a real-life genius showcasing talents one by one? Always seemed to be a special book to me and the other editors when we read it. It was something that truly impressed us, and it was only in the award ceremony that I got to know that Aiden is a celebrity. He was all praises for the book and mentioned that they were going to sign the contract with Aiden as soon as possible. As those headlines came out, it came off as very unexpected to people who were following Aiden. He had written a book and even won the prize? It looked like fake news. A lot of people just thought that Aiden had published his autobiography. But then, what would he write when his career was not even 2 years old properly? When they checked, it turned out that he had actually written a novel, and Vikings Publishing was even going to publish it. It was very big news, and although it didn't blow up like other viral things related to Aiden, his fans were still very excited. Particularly, his fan group was buzzing with messages after this news came out. Rugby, not football. Is it true that Aiden is publishing a book? That really came out of nowhere. Is it fake, or he's actually trying to get into the writing field? Harry Potter's wand. Man, my respect for him would go down a lot if it's just another bad book because a celebrity was like, let's make easy money by writing a book. Who cares if I don't know the spelling of literature? Corny talks. Yeah, I'm still regretting buying a biography of a porn star. My wife saw me reading it and beat me up with the same book. The worst part was that I wasn't using incognito back then. Daoist. No. Guys, he won a pretty good contest with it. I follow Vikings Publishing and they don't have below-average novels and have a good record. I'm pretty sure the novel would be good enough. I'm going to buy it as soon as it releases. Tao of not giving AF. Let's hope it's at least average. Going by the name, it could be a story set in Hollywood. Don't get a lot of stories like that these days. My name is Fuck You. Sounds like a cool name, but he entered the contest with the pen name Aiden Silver. I guess he spent most of his time thinking about the novel. Reporter Huff. If it's a success, then I'm pretty sure a lot of media houses will talk about it. A lot of actors pick up writing or directing by the end of their career. Rare to see someone take it so early. Lucifer is balls. I'm kind of curious as to how it would be when the book comes out. Aiden does seem like a storyteller. His songs have nice stories, and he portrays them well. Like that, his fan group talked about this news. Not a lot of them looked excited as they were still skeptical if the book would even be good, but most of them were still going to buy the book when it comes out. It looks like the media is doing the job properly. The news is spreading quietly. Sasha, the social media manager of Aiden, said as she looked at the articles on her screen. Besides him, that was also working on something. Both of them were working on the ground floor as the first floor and basement was currently getting renovated. I already sent some information to some of the media channels I knew of, and they were soon going to release the article. Leah said, and Sasha tilted her head. Should I promote it a bit more? It could get interest from a lot of people easily, and then copy articles are going to come up, spreading it even more. No, I don't think we should do that. A lot of people already complain about celebs doing heavy PR. We need to keep it natural and not make it seem like Aiden is everywhere all the time. Yeah, news about him is still floating around due to 30 Days of Happiness and searching for the one. Overexposure was something that a lot of new age celebrities suffer from. Partly, it was their and their PR team's fault as their Skygram and Sparrow would be filled with too many posts and pictures. The PR team would literally push for the celebrity to be everywhere on the internet, and it would significantly reduce any interest in them in the longer term due to overexposure. It would become harder to create interest in their new projects. That's why both Leah and Sarah wanted to avoid that for Aiden. He already was someone who did a lot of projects every year, making it into entertainment news a lot. In the past year, he has trended a lot of times. It was fine if it's natural, but they can't push him otherwise. There needs to be a bit of mystery to him, as all celebrities that were labeled as superstars have an aura about them like they were from a different world. Just monitor it, then. For the book release, a lot of people are going to doubt and be skeptical until it releases. Sasha said, feeling like this new chapter in her life had started on a very interesting note. Do you think the book would do well? Leah asked as she turned to work on her laptop. I think it would have good sales, but it matters more if it got good critical reviews. We need people to take Aiden seriously as a writer, as he made it clear that he will write more books going forward. He's a weird person, ain't he? Leah suddenly said. Why? He doesn't stay with one thing. It's like he's a kid who's jumping from one thing to another. It could very well be a disaster for us because people have already started seeing him as a genius, and it's hard to top expectations when they are high. Leah was thinking very logically about it. It was certainly not a normal case in Hollywood, and that scared her. But Sasha just smiled. It's fine if people are taking him as a genius, because I think he might actually be one. Hey, Harley, you want to get drinks together? I know a good bar. A guy called out Harley as he was leaving the set of a movie he was working on. Turning back, he saw it was another extra actor. No thanks. Last time you said the same thing, and it turned out that you brought me to be your wingman as you hit on a waitress. I am not interested in that tonight. Saying that, he quickly left, ignoring the shouts of the actor. Making his way out of the set, Harley wondered what to do next. It was already evening, and he didn't have any other job today. Maybe he could just go home and rest, watch a game with beers. No, there's another place I should visit. It's been a while. Thinking like that, he got on a bus that took him to the area where one of the most prominent guilds in Hollywood was located, the Screen Actors Guild. Harley was a member for a long time, and he was here to see if there's any notices about independent projects that he could go for. Normally, indie projects would allow new actors to audition. So, he would come here often to look for a project. As he entered the guild, he saw that it was noisy as usual. He walked towards the notice board, trying not to bump into someone. It was then that he heard some strange words. Did you hear about it? Aiden Silvereyes' book got an award. He's now being published. I don't think it's true. He must have paid to win. He's in the big leagues now, with a blockbuster. Maybe. We don't know for sure. It was the conversation between two actors, and he couldn't help but stop in his tracks hearing that. He still recalled the guy that had asked him about his life story for his book. It seems like he finally wrote the book. Chapter 185 Spirit. After the contest finished, Aiden stayed in the hall for a while, as a lot of people wanted to talk to him. Famous authors who have attended, some Hollywood studio executives who hadn't expected to see Aiden, and even the two other winners. Out of the two of them, Carl was pretty friendly towards him and told him that he would buy his book when it comes out. Zach, while still coming out as a bit too proud, congratulated him for his win. Aiden guessed that he wasn't exactly a bad person. Just he had a habit of thinking of himself highly and downplaying others. He left the hall with Lisa after talking to them for a restaurant to celebrate. Uncle Sam didn't join them as he had left with James somewhere already. Nevertheless, it was a very special day for him as he truly took another step in his writing career. The next day, Wade and he visited Viking's publishing office to go over the negotiations of the contract. In the previous contest, the books that had won had been published pretty soon after the contest. It had taken only a month for most books. Viking's publishing had a lot of connections, and they knew how to market a book well. That's why they were very successful. When Aiden reached their office, he noticed that posters of movies that had been adapted from books that were published by Vikings were everywhere. There were also covers of great novels which had won awards. It seemed like they were displaying what their publishing house had achieved till now. Seeing that, Wade remarked, "Let's hope your book is there someday." "Yeah, I hope it makes it there." After that, both of them have taken the elevator to meet the owner and senior editor of Vikings Publishing, Marshall White. From what Wade told him, Marshall White was an editor in a small publishing house where he began his career, but one day, after the senior editor there rejected a novel he was pushing for, he left the job and opened up Vikings Publishing. That novel he was pushing for became the first novel from Vikings and won several awards, including a movie adaptation. He was a very passionate person about stories and considered it his duty to let a good story reach its audience. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. When Aiden entered the office of Marshall White, he looked at the both of them with a gleaming smile. He was a white man, wearing a suit and donning a thick beard and glasses. Aiden Silvereye, it's nice to meet you. He's my agent, Wade Spector. They introduced themselves and sat down for the discussion on the novel. Do you always meet the winners like this? That was the first question that Aiden asked, something that he was very curious about. After all, a man like Marshall wouldn't be so free. No, not really, he said. I do eventually have a discussion with authors who publish their books with us. In your case, I was just curious about you, so I read your novel last night. It truly stunned me. You have a brilliant mind. Thank you. Were you curious because I'm an actor? Marshall nodded without hiding anything. Yeah, I have met a few actors, and I don't really think that most of them have the patience to sit down to write a book. I think it changes if you are really passionate about something. They talked like that for a while. Marshall was a man with a lot of different thoughts about novels and people, and he enjoyed the little chit-chat with Aiden, but soon, the conversation shifted to the main topic. So, we want to release your book in January, as the contest has just ended. It's good to release as fast as we can. Marketing could take up a large chunk of time, but it's not going to be hard, Marshall said with a smirk. His calm and astute demeanor changed a bit into one of a businessman. Because of my name? Yeah. My team is expecting good sales, and I do understand your followers and fans would play a big part of it, but it's just a part of the business. The bigger the name, the more sales we get. We understand that, Wade said, agreeing with what Marshall was pointing at. A book selling well was important for both the publisher and author. He already had a talk with Aiden, and he was not going to shy away from using his brand as a celebrity. In the end, it didn't matter a lot. He just wanted people to like his work. Anyway, so I think we should go over the contracts. Saying that, Marshall pulled over the contract from a desk, and Wade took over the conversation from Aiden. He had only come here today to negotiate the contract as his agent. The negotiation was always a tough process, as both the publisher and agent would try to get more. But in the end, they needed to settle on something. The market rate for new authors was 8 to 10% of the royalty, but Wade argued that Aiden was bringing up a large number of followers with him, and that was going to help out in the marketing. He also argued on other points and went over several clauses with Marshall. Even Wade had to admit that he was a tough opponent to argue with. Marshall had great business skills which he had used to get Vikings publishing to the top, but in the end, both of them reached the point people called sweet spot. I think we both could agree to 13% in royalty. Yeah, that's fine with me, Aiden said and shook hands with Marshall. He knew that as his writing career would grow, the royalty fee would just increase slowly. I hope we work together for a long time. Marshall gave a sincere smile to Aiden after the meeting between them finished. After signing the contract with Vikings Publishing, behind the scenes, was ready to be released in the first week of January in America and all over the world. Aiden was pretty excited about it, but at the same time, he had other works to look forward to. Gaining a team had really made him feel more like a professional celebrity. Each of the members of the team were working on different things. Wade was overseeing everything as the agent, and at the same time, he was handling how Aiden's next projects would go, the album and his next acting job. For the latter, he was still looking for a good script, but for the former, he was already talking with a few record labels to collaborate together. At the same time, Aiden also got his first commercial that would air straight on television, and it was not from just any brand, but a truly big brand. A soft drink brand called Spirit. It was a brand that has been running long since the 90s and was one of the top soft drinks all over the world. They were paying him $300K for coming in one of their commercials, which was a great amount. So, he had immediately signed the contract after going through it with his new legal counsel, Haynes. Other than that, Wade was also in contact with a few fashion brands and sportswear who wanted to sign Aiden as one of their models. So, what you need to do here is just to run through here and jump here. We have a green screen here, so it would all be handled in post-production, and David, you need to come out of the other way and look a bit surprised. I don't think I need to tell you two how to act. The director of the Spirit commercial, who looked to be in his 40s, said as he looked at Aiden and the man standing beside him called David. Don't worry, I will handle it. David said with a bright smile, and the director nodded, happy that he was listening to him. After he left, David sighed and turned to look at Aiden. I don't really like advertisement directors, but it's way better to just smile when they are telling what to do in the ad. Oh, why? Aiden raised an eyebrow. Because if you don't do what they are saying, or even complain a bit, you are labeled as a big actor who is disrespectful. Sometimes worse. It happened with me once in early 2000s. An ad director blabbered about me to a news agency, and then it became the news. Most people in Hollywood either way don't have a great reputation. They must suck. It does. That's why, just nod whatever they are saying, David said, patting Aiden's shoulder. He was a head taller than Aiden, who himself was 6 feet. For this commercial, Spirit had gotten both Aiden and David. For the record, David Sylvester was an enlisted actor who had made his debut in the 90s and was one of the oldest action actors in Hollywood. While Aiden was getting $300K for the commercial, David was getting over $1 million. That was the difference between both of their star powers. Since he had met David, he was telling Aiden all sorts of things about his career and how to deal with certain situations. His appearance was very burly, and in some days, his stature gave off a deep impression, but he was very friendly. Because of him, Aiden's first commercial was going pretty well. Chapter 186. On the sets of the advertisement of Spirit, Aiden was working since morning. He was only shooting a 45 seconds ad, but it was not easy work. Ads take a whole day to shoot a lot of times, even if they look easy to shoot or are very short. He was fine with it, as it was still a new and enjoyable experience for him. Aiden, could you show a bit more expression? David, try to look at the sky as you are drinking. Understand, the director of the ad said as he looked over to Aiden and David, who both were holding a can of Spirit in their hands. It was the final scene of the commercial in which both of them would drink Spirit together, and then the name of the product would come on the screen. But they were having trouble shooting it. Aiden had already drunk 3 cans of the soft drink. Just nod and don't show any expression, David whispered to him, and he nodded to the director. Frowning, the director sat back in his chair and shouted, "Let's take a 5-minute break." The crew and the extras scattered around hearing that. Some talked among themselves while others went off to smoke or to the bathroom. It was already close to the evening, and they had been shooting since the morning. All of them were pretty tired. Are you okay? You have drunk a lot of soft drinks already. As Aiden walked out of the green screen, Tom, his newly assigned assistant, walked towards him. He was the one who had accompanied him to the ad shoot. He was a young guy with brown hair and a sharp face. I'm fine. Just they taste a bit too sweet for my taste. I actually like another flavor of the drink better. You can't do anything. This one sells a lot more. Tom glanced towards the green-colored Spirit can with a lot of labels stuck to it. At least, after this, I don't have to drink this. Oh, well actually, they sent 50 of those just yesterday in the office. Brands normally do that as a sign of goodwill. What? Aiden was very surprised hearing that, but thinking about it, even EXO had given him free clothes after the shoot for them. He dismissed it as a marketing ploy by the brands. Don't worry, the others will finish all of them off, Tom said, shaking his head and chuckling. Aiden had instructed him to just speak casually. He didn't want his employees to feel uncomfortable, especially because they were going to work for a very long time. That's a relief. As they were talking, Aiden's phone suddenly rang. It must be Uncle Sam or my mom. Thinking that, he took it out, but to his surprise, it was Wade. Picking it up, he opened his mouth. Hello, Aiden. Are you still at the ad shoot? His rough voice came out of the other side. Yeah, it would probably end in an hour. Why? What happened? There's good news. At least I feel like it's good news. Wade's excited voice came out. Aiden realized that it might be something big for Wade to sound like this. What happened? Don't tell me you're getting married. No. I'm not even thinking of proposing yet. Anyway, it's related to work. I actually got my hands on 2 great projects. Both seem like something that you would love. Really? Aiden became excited too hearing that. A good script that could make him want to do the role. He was searching like that for a while now. Yeah, I'm coming to the studio where the ad shoot is going on. Let's talk about a nearby cafe. I would tell you more about it in detail. Saying that, Wade cut the call, and Aiden was left wondering what type of scripts it would be during the whole shoot. Wade arrived at the ad studio pretty quickly, and it took half an hour for Aiden to give a good take that the director liked. David Sylvester asked him to come to a party with him, but Aiden had to reject him, saying he needed to talk to his agent about a new script. The older action star didn't mind it. appreciating the work ethic and exchanged numbers with him. He even said that it would be fun to work with him one day. After that, both he and Wade left for a cafe. He told Tom that the work for today was over as he wanted to talk to Wade alone. Tom was more than happy with it and left. In the cafe, both of them found an empty corner seat and started talking after ordering 2 cups of coffee. So, today, I went to a few production houses to know what type of projects they were working for and try to get some information for you. There was a lot of stuff, scripts just laying around, but I found 2 projects that looked perfect for you. Wade began, and Aiden had a lot of questions hearing that. They aren't offered to me? Not yet, but the production house was more than happy to give me the synopsis when I talked about you, so they are very much interested. It's about if you are interested or not. Saying that, Wade pulled out 2 documents. Both of them were synopsis of the project. If Aiden liked them, he could request for a script to prepare for the auditions. Let's talk about this one first. I feel like you are much more likely to like it. Wade tapped one of the documents and pushed it towards Aiden. He read the name that was written in the middle of it in his mind. Disconnected. It didn't tell Aiden a lot about the movie. It could just be another rom-com about the connection between 2 people, or something different. How do you like the name? Wade asked. It doesn't tell me a lot about the story. What's it about? It's a business drama. Kind of like Wall Street Thug, but different. It has other elements like entrepreneurship and what it takes to build a fortune. A lot of things mixed in it. Aiden recalled Wall Street Thug. It was a story of a guy who cracked the code of being a stockbroker but eventually started doing illegal business, eventually becoming one of the richest men in America. That movie was filled with profanity and a lot of drama, but Aiden had liked it. It looks interesting. Muttering that, he turned up a page and started reading the synopsis. It wasn't a script, but it was enough for him to understand the basic premise of the story. Moreover, it was pretty thin. So, it's about a group of friends working together to build up a company, eventually making one of the leading social media sites, Snapbook. That was the basic premise of Disconnected. The main character started off as a college student in 2007 who heard about social media sites coming up and would try to make something similar, only to get friends involved in it who would innovate to make the site way better. These friends would become the owners of one of the fastest-growing social media sites, getting millions of investments and becoming young millionaires. But after getting money, their friendship would get strained as they would face the cold truth of the corporate world, eventually starting to plot against each other. It was a pretty dramatic plot, and one that could potentially become a great movie. Is it a biopic? It's giving that feeling. Aiden looked up and asked Wade, who shook his head. No, you could say it's inspired, but it's not a biopic. The production house doesn't want to make a movie about a rich billionaire because they could easily get a controversy like that. They want the movie to not be attached to anyone. So, the director just wants to show what money does to people. Wade nodded his head to that question. The only reason he had thought that Disconnected would be good for Aiden was because of its themes about money, greed, power, and eventually falling out. How do you like the story? It looks good, Aiden said after thinking for a bit. I like the main character and how the story talks about his personality changing as he gets more power and money. It's pretty much the standard becoming the rich guy story. Yeah, but this one has capable people behind it, so you could bet that the execution won't be bad. Moreover, people do love a story like this. Wall Street Thug earned over $300 million for a reason. These types of movies generally give people an insight on how the people whose names are attached to the word success reach there. So, their interest was natural. So what do you say? Should we go for it? Wade looked at Aiden, who lowered his head, his eyes scanning the words written on the synopsis. It was a description about a main character. A man slowly changes to become something different than what he was initially. The change is constant through the story, and it's basically a portrayal of him falling into depravity and becoming more and more cruel. It's not something I have done before. Aiden thought in his mind. All of his characters till now haven't gotten this type of character development. Kai was a character who actually never got any development, as he was shown like a crazy villain from the start. In Shadows of War, his role was for the main character's development, and in 30 Days of Happiness, Arthur had gone through positive development after accepting his situation. He hadn't played someone that was slowly falling to become a horrible character. Chapter 187. Okay, let's go for it. I feel like it would be a very interesting project, Aiden said in the end after finally coming to a decision. Wade smiled hearing that. thinking that the troubles of finding a good script were finally over, but he didn't get lost in his emotions and opened his mouth. I think we should audition for the main lead. The studio is Blackline Cinema, and from what an employee there told me, they are looking for actors who could look young as the main character starts off as a college student. Kind of like in the same wavelength as 30 Days of Happiness. Aiden replied, tapping the table. Yeah, but it might be hard to get the lead role. You might fit the bill, but you do know there's too many requirements. Aiden sighed, having fully accustomed to different requirements of different studios. It was hard for an actor to keep getting the lead role in Hollywood, but he didn't mind it too much. A role was a role. If the role has substance, he doesn't mind doing it no matter how big or small it is. We will know after doing the audition. Aiden said, if I can't get the lead role, let's try out for a supporting role. The story has good characters. Yeah, we would need to do that. Wade wanted Aiden to get the lead role as like that. People would slowly get more used to him being the lead in the movie, and if, disconnected, worked on the box office, then Aiden would start being seen as a reliable box office actor. So, I would try to get you to audition as soon as possible. 2 weeks should be enough for you to prepare for it. Wade smiled, thinking that he finally had some progress. If Aiden had rejected this movie, then he wouldn't know what would impress him. Anyway, you still want to go over the second project I got? Yeah, obviously. Aiden quickly replied, glancing over at the second project that was kept in the corner of the table. I am very curious about it. It's actually a very interesting project. More than Disconnected? Yeah. Disconnected relies more on the execution of the plot and characters as the premise is something used a lot, but this one's premise is something that would attract the audience from the start. Aiden grew more curious about the project after hearing about it. A project whose premise was something that would attract the audience? Something like that was rare in this age where most of the things have already been done. Unable to contain his curiosity, Aiden picked up the second document and opened it. Reading out the name of the project, he looked at Wade. Sherlock of the Shadows. Aiden said, then asked, is it a detective movie? A series to be exact. Sherlock is just to represent a detective. The story is completely different and unique. It's a mix of different genres. Aiden nodded, turning up the page of the synopsis and reading the main premise of it. A detective who could see ghosts. He felt like it was the most interesting thing about the synopsis. The main character was a detective, but unlike the traditional detective who would rely on wits and clues, he was someone who relied on his ability to see and talk to ghosts. The premise which the synopsis was based on was indeed pretty interesting. It was mixing genres like investigative drama, mystery, and crime to supernatural horror. Reading the synopsis, Aiden felt like it was a series that would be fun to watch. Which channel would it come on? IBC. Aiden raised his head to look at Wade. No. It's going to be straight on streaming. It's a Netflix original series that they are making. As you read, the main character is a young detective with strange powers. Didn't Netflix shows lagging a lot these days? A lot of those aren't working. They are just relying on old series and renewing them for next season. The streaming scene all over the world was pretty complex. Netflix was a leading platform, but in recent times, the monopoly of it had ended and reliance on quantity over quality had hit them hard. With other platforms like Dream Plus and Neo Prime coming up with different and interesting series and movies, Netflix can't survive with bad teenage rom-coms. Aiden recalled reading a news article about it in which it was written that Netflix's rom-coms won't work because most of the teenagers from that time had grown up and new stuff isn't appealing anymore. Maybe Sherlock of the Shadows was a way of them trying out something new. They are lagging a lot. That's why this new series. The creative executives there are very hopeful for this project, and as it's a series and not a theater movie, they don't mind working with a less-known actor. In the end, people look at the content more on streaming. So, we have a good enough chance. I do really like the main character. Aiden felt like there was something common between him and the main lead of Sherlock of the Shadows. Both of them see something that other people can't. He could see his system, and the main character could see ghosts. Do you really like it? Wade asked. To confirm, the synopsis is very interesting, and if I'm honest, it makes me take a break from the realistic romance and drama genre. If I got Disconnected, it would be my second movie in that genre, and then, with this, I could try something new that is good for my filmography. True, this type of stuff usually either falls hard or becomes very big. Wade said, but then suddenly, he realized a big problem if Aiden was actually going for both the projects. Overwork. Wait, won't you be overworked with 2 acting projects at the same time and the album coming up? We can't postpone the album. When Wade said that, Aiden also realized the problem. It was December currently, and the album was going to come out in March. His book was also releasing next month, and with 2 acting projects on top of it, it was going to be almost impossible. Even if he could shoot 2 projects one by one quickly, he won't be able to handle an entire album out of nowhere. Something would surely take a hit like that. What should we do then? Aiden asked. We could just go for one of the projects. Wade said, squinting his eyes a little at both the synopsis, but Aiden quickly shook his head. No, I like both of them. It would be hard to lose out on any of them. I don't want to regret it later. Aiden certainly didn't know if these projects would be a hit or not, but he did want to experience acting in them. Both of them looked very interesting to him, and he wanted to be a part of their worlds. That would be difficult. Wade made a frowning expression, trying to think of a solution. After some seconds, an idea struck his mind. Let me try to see the shooting dates and other things for both the projects. Both of them are still in pre-production, so we never know. Okay. Wade took out his phone and dialed some numbers. Aiden was sure that he was talking to his contacts in Netflix and Blackline Cinema. It was only after 5 minutes that he put down the phone and stared at Aiden. They said that it's not clear for Shadow of the Sherlock. As it's an ambitious project, they would take at least 2 months to complete pre-production. I found out that the script isn't completed yet, while Disconnected should start shooting at the end of January. They are looking for a release date of around May-June. Aiden smiled hearing that. Then isn't it good for us? I could first finish up Disconnected and the album. By the time it would be released, Disconnected would finish shooting and I could start with Sherlock of the Shadows. No, it's still going to be extremely difficult. It's still going from one project to another. Even doing 2 things at the same time. You are going to get exhausted. Aiden sighed after hearing that. He knew that it would be difficult, but he can't do anything else about the timings. As he didn't want to miss out on a chance on the acting projects, he could just try his best on handling all the projects at the same time. There was no other way in his mind. Wade, I know it's going to be hard, but I really want to do it. Aiden looked at him with determined eyes. He wasn't one to run away from hardships, and anyway, it was only a matter of 3-4 months. He could handle that. Okay, let's go with that. In the end, Wade agreed. Knowing Aiden's stubborn nature, it was better to agree and try to find a way to go through all this. In the first place, both the acting projects weren't confirmed. Let's first get an audition for Disconnected. The Netflix series would come later anyway. It's already close to Christmas too. We are going to be very busy after that, Wade said and took a deep breath. The new year was about to start, and it seemed like Aiden already had a long lineup of projects ready. Just the question was whether these projects would be able to become a hit or not. Chapter 188. Close to Christmas, Aiden had stopped most of his work to celebrate the holiday season with Uncle Sam and his cousins. Wade and the other team members were also on holidays. At the same time, one more thing related to Aiden was happening. The commercial that he shot with David Sylvester was finally going to air on television. Haha, this is so funny. A girl who looked to be 15 laughed as her eyes were focused on the television screen in which a small child was fighting with 2 robbers that had broken up in his house. It was a Christmas movie that would often be broadcasted around the holiday season. It has already become a tradition for the girl to watch the movie while waiting for her mom to return home. She was having a lot of fun while watching the scenes that she already knew about, but there was still an innocence in her eyes that was making her feel the same way she had felt when she had watched the movie for the first time. It was then that the movie suddenly stopped as the commercial came up. Seeing that, the girl frowned. I should have really watched it on Dream Plus instead of TV. I don't like ads, she thought, and picked up her phone to pass time till the commercials ended. But at that moment, she saw a face that she hadn't expected on the TV screen. She nearly dropped her phone due to the shock. Aiden is in a commercial? She said out loud as her eyes glued to the screen. She was someone who was following Aiden after watching Black Saints at the beginning of the year, but she hadn't expected him to appear in a commercial so soon. On the TV screen, Aiden was running to get the last can of spirit in the refrigerator. When he finally reached it and took it out, David Sylvester suddenly appeared out of nowhere and tried to grab the last can of spirit. "Kid, give me that," he said, trying to pull the can towards him. "No, I got it first." You can't compete against me. Who even are you? As David asked, Aiden would put down the can and pull out a poster and the album of 30 Days of Happiness. I got a hit movie on myself. Something you didn't have for years now. The girl laughed hearing that. David was a big action star, but was struggling to land a hit these days as action roles don't suit him now with age. It was a clear dig at him. Oh really? Looks like these days anyone could be a star. Do you even have fans? As soon as he said that, several girls appeared behind Aiden cheering him on, and he smirked in a mocking manner. The very next second, a big burly man appeared behind David. The girl had to admit that at least the commercial was at least creative. After that, David and Aiden had a verbal fight until Aiden mentioned something that picked up David's interest. How about it? You let me take the spirit and I would get you a song with me. Teenage fans are useful to sell the movie these days. Oh, that's a good idea. David throws the spirit can to Aiden, and then the commercial cuts to show both of them on the stage trying to sing a song. The spirit logo appeared on the screen with both David and Aiden drinking it. Like that, the commercial ended. That's actually not a bad commercial. I can't believe Aiden, who no one knew a year ago, is in a commercial with David Sylvester now. Life really changes quickly. Thinking that, she opened up the fan group of Aiden. It seemed like other members had also watched the commercial. You should eat with us more, Aiden. You only come home on the holiday season, and I know you visit the restaurant, but it's just to visit that old fool. An older woman that looked to be in her 50s said as she smiled towards Aiden. Despite her age, she had kept herself up in shape and looked younger than most people in their 50s. She was Uncle Sam's wife, Sally Silvereye. Behind her, the whole house was decorated and a Christmas tree could be seen too. Uncle Sam's house was pretty big as he had bought it when he was still running his studio. I would love to, but I don't get a lot of time. I know how hard you work. As they were talking, Uncle Sam came out of his room and found Aiden there. Smiling, he walked towards him. You are finally here. I thought you were going to miss dinner today because you got busy working on some song. Lisa already left to celebrate it with her husband and in-laws. Hearing that, Aunt Sally glared at him. Don't talk to him like that, old fool. Hey, stop calling me that. You do know I'm the one paying for your yoga classes, right? When your movies were failing, I was one who financed them, remember? I'm pretty sure I could live fine without you. For the record, Aunt Sally was a pretty famous painter whose painting would be shown in exhibitions. Aiden was pretty sure she was richer than him. He just stood there as both his uncle and aunt argued. Eventually, Uncle Sam pulled him to sit by the hearth, and Aunt Sally went to the kitchen to cook dinner. So how's it going with you? Don't miss home now? He asked, looking at him. I do. Home has a piece to it that I don't really find here, so I would always miss it, but my career is here and I want to do something in Hollywood. I think you have already done a lot in Hollywood. I just watched your commercial on TV. You are going places for someone who is not white, is from America or UK, and didn't start off as someone with money. It's hard to survive without those here. As Hollywood was based in LA and New York, people needed a lot of money just to live in those places, and then, open auditions were very rare, so one needed to have a great agent or be influential enough to attend the parties where directors and studio executives appear. Then, there was discrimination based on color. I got lucky. If I had not been an X-star, I don't know what would have happened. I still think you would have gotten a movie and would eventually make your way up. It's in our blood. Even if we start at the bottom, we know how to go up. Uncle Sam laughed as he said that. They talked like that for a while, just discussing things that were going on in their lives and in general. Aiden felt a bit of peace as he talked with Uncle Sam. As he lived a hectic life, it was hard for him to get moments of peace where he's not thinking about work or his next project. After a while, his aunt appeared, calling them to come for dinner. It was easy to say that his Christmas went very well. In a practice room, a girl was sweating as she panted, taking deep breaths. After a while, she calmed down and again started practicing. There was no one else other than her in the whole room. Even if it was Christmas, she was here practicing. The girl had silky blonde hair that was tied up in a ponytail. Determination was evident in her eyes as she practiced her dance steps. The girl was Rachel. For the past 2 months, she had been giving her all to dancing because a lot of people online felt that her steps felt robotic, so she was trying to put effort in it to get better as a performer. You can't dance. Just try to be a proper musician who doesn't dance instead of being a performer. Your singing is way better than dancing. It looks like you are some toy. So robotic. Just give up trying to dance. You should save some face for yourself. Those comments had really hurt her ego, so after that, she had gotten very serious about dancing, even getting praise from her cruel instructor Karen. It was only after a while that Rachel stopped and dropped on her knees, taking deep breaths and drinking water. Wiping the sweat off her forehead, she picked up her phone and found out that there were a few messages in it. Must be from Mom. She felt and checked them up. Indeed, it was text from her mom. Like every time, she had scolded her for missing Christmas and ranted about being a singer had ruined her. Even now, her mom had not understood her. I'm anyway used to it, she thought, and at that moment, she got another text, but this time, it was not from her mom. It was from Emily Young. She was the only one who she had stayed in contact with after X-Star. Emily. Rachel, did you watch Aiden's commercial on TV? I saw it on the internet. He's really hitting it big, coming in a commercial with David Sylvester. Reading that, surprise appeared on her face briefly. She hadn't heard from Aiden for over a year now. He had gotten famous with his songs while she felt like she was far behind. I wonder how he's doing, she thought silently, and stood up again to practice. Chapter 189. Outside the window, snow was slowly falling from the dark sky, filled with clouds. No matter where he looked, everything was covered in white. It was an atmosphere in which one just didn't want to wrap himself with blankets and stay cooped up in a room. After looking for a few minutes, Aiden closed up the window and sat down on his chair. Completely opposite from the outside, his room was completely heated up, so much so that Aiden felt like taking a nap. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time for that. I need to complete a few guide tracks before the new year. The work on his office would complete in the first week of January, and then he could shift his whole album work there. With the underground studio that was getting prepared, he would work more efficiently there. But currently, he needed to make do with the DAW, digital audio workstation. There's so many different types of sound I could make for my album, but I need to be careful, Aiden muttered, opening up the workstation. As it was his first full-fledged album, there was a lot of uncertainty in his mind. He didn't want to go away from his style of music in an effort to try something new and failing. Still, he needed to keep the music creative. I at least have one song that would work well, Aiden thought, glancing at a piece of paper that was on the corner of the table. It was actually a letter that he had gotten from one of his fans. He had received it just last week, and reading it, he had gotten inspiration to write a song. In the letter, a girl was thanking Aiden for making Lost in the Sky, as it helped her during the time when she and her boyfriend were having problems with marrying due to both of them belonging to different races. The song made her feel like that a new chapter of her life would also be good, and it would be a good chapter. Reading the letter, an idea had instantly struck his mind. A song about forbidden love. It was right up his alley, and Aiden was sure that he could make a good song on this topic. Moreover, it gave a pretty solid theme to the composition. Love was something that musicians would universally write about, so much so that it had become a cliché, and many of them forget that a song on love could have a wide amount of subtopics in it, and Aiden was going to just do that. Let's give the song a story. In his mind, a story was slowly forming. Two people with different status and color, trying to be together, but even if they wanted to be together, society wasn't so easy to face. Even though humans had evolved a lot with time, becoming more technology advanced, they still lived in a world where money, status, and even religion and color still mattered in different parts of the world. Trying to immerse himself in that story, Aiden tried out different instruments and sounds. Guitar, keyboard, drums, and even flute. He tried a lot of different things with different frequencies for each instrument. In the end, after a lot of trying, he was finally able to make a 45-second guide track that he felt suited the lyrics in his mind. Obviously, a guide track still needed a lot of work on it, but he had a lot of ideas for the final version. One of those ideas was something he felt that fit the song a lot. A duet. A proper duet song. As the song was about forbidden love, he felt that he needed to include a female voice in it too, with it being almost like lovers talking to each other. Duets weren't that popular in the current music scene, as most singers would just feature in each other's song, not really dividing the whole song in two parts or doing something creative. It was just following a pattern. Aiden wanted to change that with this song. This song would need to have a great voice for the female part, he thought, deciding to talk with Wade about it. He was already in talks with record labels for collaborations. Until now, only New Entertainment had agreed with Gray more than ready to do a song with Aiden. It's going to be a very important start of the year for us this time. I really hope it sells well. Marshall White, the owner of Vikings Publishing, glanced at the calendar on the wall. The date, January 7th, was circled with a red marker. Chapter 190. After Rachel had lost to Aiden in the music charts more than a year ago, a lot changed for her. After her debut single, Psycho Media immediately planned to release an EP, extended play. She had lost to Aiden, but her debut single had still worked well enough for her to get an EP. Because of that, she had gotten busy in planning and recording her album. Psycho Media was one of the top record labels, and due to their influence, they were able to get the best composers, songwriters, and sound engineers to work on the album. The whole process went on for 2 months, and it could clearly be seen that they were very optimistic about Rachel and her skills. There were even rumors that their lead singer, Robin Swift, was going to leave the label, and they wanted to make Rachel stand in her place. But things didn't go according to how they had planned. When the EP was released, the reviews were above average at best. The songs were not bad and were catchy, but the reception was pretty lukewarm. They got a good amount of views, but failed to make a large impact. The EP eventually ended up earning back the investments, but it didn't cross the point Psycho Media wanted. After a few months, people even forgot she had an EP out. Due to the disappointment of it, Rachel was mostly sidelined in the record label, and there was no saying if she was even going to get another single. The only ray of light for her was that she was still getting gigs here and there and trying out modeling. It meant that the record label hadn't given up on her, but they were also not going back to her. It was a pretty weird situation to be in. That's why, when Rachel had seen Linda so excited, she had asked whether the company was finally giving her a new song. All this time she was practicing hard just to make a good comeback and show everyone that she did have talent. It was good. I can't tell much since it's just a guide track, but I liked it. Who made it? When Rachel asked that, Linda quickly replied, Aiden Silvereye. Aiden. Rachel was very surprised when she heard that name. The message that Emily had sent her flashed in her mind, but she didn't show any emotions on her blank face. Yeah, he made that guide track and sent it to Psycho Media, Linda said, and started to explain. Apparently, he is making an album and Psycho Media is interested in helping him out with the distribution of physical albums. They are still negotiating a good deal, but both sides would surely come to an agreement. So, in the album, he wants to collaborate with other artists on some songs, and I got this soundtrack because of that. He wants to collaborate with me? Rachel raised an eyebrow. She and Aiden weren't really on good terms and hadn't talked with each other since over a year. Both of them were in completely different phases of their career now. Not you. The director just got the guide track and was going through singers who could work on it with Aiden. All his songs are doing very well these days, so he's a massive hit as a songwriter. Anyway, I heard about it and talked with him. Aiden wants a female voice for the other part of the song, and I told the director how you two have known each other since long and got the song. When Linda finished explaining, Rachel took a few seconds to take all of it in. She glanced at the phone, which was still displaying the audio track, and thought of her and Aiden's last meeting. I acted arrogant with him. It was something that she wasn't proud of, but because of that, she was sure that Aiden didn't think of her in a high regard. Linda, I don't think Aiden would want to work with me, she said, not hiding anything from her manager. Why? Well, last time, I acted arrogant with him. My debut single was doing very well, so it just happened. I never was even able to say sorry to him. He's big now, so he probably won't work with me. Even if you try to contact him about it, he would surely reject it. Linda sighed hearing that. This was really not a good situation, but it was the only chance they had. The management was pushing other female singers, and Rachel would surely stop getting even small gigs like this. If they can't grab this chance, then things would be very bad for them. He might reject it, but we still need to try. Rachel, don't forget, it's probably your last chance. If the song with Aiden worked, your name would be out in the public again, and the management might give you another chance. That's true. Rachel lowered her head, thinking about it. She didn't want to wake up every day to just practice with her career going nowhere. Okay, let's try it and hope for the best. New Year came soon for Aiden, and with that, it was finally 2017. On the new year, he didn't do anything and just gave himself a day off to spend the whole day playing video games and catching up on a few novels. Surprisingly, he found a good novel about a guy playing as a monster in a VR game. He liked it a lot and spent the whole day reading it. After that, work began earnestly for him. The renovation of his office finally finished, and his whole team was very happy about it. They could finally work without any discomfort and slowly get used to the office. At the same time, Aiden also got the script of Disconnected to prepare for the audition. Reading the whole script, Aiden felt that it was way better than the synopsis. He liked a lot of parts in it, and the main character's falling into greed and power was very well displayed, making Aiden feel like he did a good job by choosing to audition for the script. It was a script that would end up being a hit movie. Psycho Media is trying to play a waiting game to get a better share in the distribution. They surely can't afford for us to go anywhere else as they are already talking about their singers collaborating with you. So just wait, and I would get a great deal. Joseph and Jody are a huge help in it. Otherwise, those people are pretty good, Wade said as they continued their discussion about the album and Psycho Media. For the record, Joseph was the legal counsel that Aiden had appointed. They were sitting in the waiting area of Blackline Cinema office. In front of Aiden, there were a few actors who had also come to audition, but they were just talking among themselves or reading the script. You make it sound like they are desperate to work with us? Aren't they like a top record label? Aiden asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, they are in a way. You are pretty hot, at least in the music scene. A capable singer-songwriter. They probably regret not getting you when you were unknown and are now trying to form a good relationship for various reasons, but the main reason is just to have a capable, talented person like you have a good opinion of them, so both you and Psycho could work together in the coming years too. Record labels normally try to have good relationships with composers and songwriters due to how essential they are to a song. Even if the singer and the record label gets the majority share in the royalty, a song won't exist if not for the composer. That's why famous composers and producers sometimes earn way more than singers. That does make sense, Aiden said, and ended the conversation to go through the script again. He didn't know what scene he would be asked to perform, so it was better to prepare as much as he could. His script already had tons of scribblings and marks because Aiden had written down pointers while practicing for the audition. It even looked a bit worn out by comparison of other scripts. The character has a different type of atmosphere about him in different parts of the script. It really isn't easy to play a character like this. As Aiden was analyzing a scene, the door to the waiting room opened and a guy walked in, spotting a very confident smile. Aiden, look there. Wade tapped his shoulder to look at the door, and when Aiden saw who had entered the room, he couldn't believe his luck for a second. Dustin Redford. He was someone who Aiden had met during the audition for Searching for the One. At that time, Dustin had talked a lot about his acting journey and had acted like he was going to get the role. But in the end, he had lost out on it. Aiden hadn't heard anything from it after that. Is he here to give an audition too? As soon as Aiden thought that, Dustin noticed him, sitting in a corner, and a wide smile appeared on his face. He quickly spoke out loud. Yo, Aiden, my brother. Hearing that, Aiden couldn't help but think. Brother? I don't remember being something like that. Chapter 191. Yo, Aiden, my brother. When Aiden saw Dustin in the audition, he was confused by him calling him brother out of nowhere. They have only met once before, and it wasn't really a special meeting in the first place. Unlike what Aiden thought, Dustin looked very happy to see him here. Hi, Dustin, it's been a while, Aiden said as Dustin walked close to him. Yeah, come to think of it, we weren't able to exchange numbers the last time we met. I was in a hurry that day due to the audition, he said, then added with a smile. I didn't get the chance to say this before, but congratulations on playing that role so well. I have my doubts about you, but you did well in that character. Thanks. I'm sure you would have played it well too, Aiden randomly said, but Dustin's expression wasn't too good. Yeah, I would have. It's just that the writers said they want to cast someone younger. Yeah, that happened. Even though he said that, a frown was visible on his face as he tried hard to not think about the actual reason why he was rejected for the role. It had already given him quite a bit of emotional damage and made him work out more to look better. Anyway, I didn't expect to see you here. You're here to audition too, right? Dustin asked, sitting down next to Aiden and Wade. A few actors who had come to audition were also listening to their conversations. Yeah, what role are you auditioning for? Wade asked, being on guard against Dustin. Blackline Cinema had called several actors to audition for different roles, mainly the three main roles that would take most of the screen time in the movie. Dustin was a quirky individual, but his acting skills were pretty good, and because of them, he keeps getting work. At this point, he was just waiting for that one good lead role to break out. That's why Wade was hoping that he and Aiden would be auditioning for different roles. I'm auditioning for Sebastian Walker, What about you, Aiden? Wade took a sigh of relief hearing that. I'm auditioning for Mark Knight. Oh, going for the main lead straight away. It's really like you. Dustin said, then shook his head. I wanted to go for his role too, but my agent said that Sebastian is better suited for me and the chances of getting the role is higher like that. Although Disconnected had 3 main roles, the most important is undoubtedly the one of Mark Knight. He was the character who would get the idea of the social media site and would go on to become the CEO of the company, and with that, his personality would also change slowly. Compared to that, Sebastian Walker was one of the founders who was extremely loyal to Mark and would be the one to actually get him to the big leagues by showing him the way to get his website to become a billion-dollar thing. Both characters were very different. By the way, did you see Seth Douglas here? Dustin suddenly asked, making Aiden shake his head with a confused expression. Why will Seth Douglas be here? My agent told me. That Seth was seen around Blackline Cinema. A photo of his car was also captured by the paparazzi, and it's almost confirmed that he's interested in Disconnected. Seth Douglas was a pretty famous actor who starred in a very famous series called Dark Blood. He was pretty young when that series took off, and it instantly made him a big name among the public. He decided to focus more on the big screen after that, and starred in a lot of other movies which gave him a lot of credibility as an actor. If he's interested in Disconnected, then he was the biggest competition for all the other actors. But in the industry, he was known because of another reason. That bastard Franco is at it again. He probably went through a lot of scripts and decided on Disconnected for Seth's next project. If he's involved, then the role is as good as Seth. Wade muttered with a displeased expression, like he was reminiscing about a bad past. You talking about Franco Lee, that SGA star agent? Aiden looked at Wade. Who else? He's Seth's agent, and it's well known that he is one of the most well-connected people in Hollywood. There's a reason why he's the agent of most top stars. I'm not too sure about this movie now. A sigh leaked out of Wade's lips. It's really going to be a hassle if all this is true. Aiden also displayed the same expressions. He knew who Franco Lee was. Anyone who knew a bit about agencies in Hollywood would have heard of Franco. He was a top agent. A bona fide star maker who has 4 A-listers working with him. Seth was someone who was not an lister, but everyone in the industry believed that he would be thanks to Franco. That's why people won't dare to go against him. No one in their right mind would try to get on the bad side of a potential A-list actor. I don't really understand what you two are talking about. I'm not really well versed in agencies and things related to them, but this Frano person seemed very popular. Dustin said, putting a hand on his chin. I wonder how Seth got him to be his agent. Wade just smirked at those words. He probably sucked him nicely. Wait, does that mean? I won't clarify anything. Just know that it's Hollywood. Saying that, Wade shrugged his shoulders. I don't have time to worry about other actors. The only thing I could do here is to focus on my acting and leave an impactful performance in front of the director. That was the only thought in Aiden's mind when he stepped into the audition room. A lot of people were already gathered in it, and he could even see a cameraman and some staff members. Out of all of them, the director Jesse Ross was the person that he knew the best. He was a director with over 10 years of experience. He started off with thriller indie movies like Ghost in the Water and Bastards of the Past. Then, he moved to work with more mainstream studios on lighter-themed movies. Just 3 years ago, his movie, Waking Up, was a box office hit. It was a pretty great coming-of-age story about a person suffering with insomnia. Aside from that, he was also an author and was the writer of Disconnected 2, possibly the most influential person in the room. If he managed to impress him, the role was his. Aiden Silvereye, I have heard of you. Jesse opened his mouth, his eyes scanning through Aiden's profile. I hope you heard good things. Aiden replied. Most of them are, but I don't know if they hold weight. I have only seen glimpses of your acting till now. What do you think of the character of Mark? Jesse asked, looking at Aiden. His causation looks and blue eyes were clearly standing out. He looked more like an actor than a director in some day, and he had pressure emanating from him. But Aiden dealt with it calmly. He's a genius who never actually gets his due. At least at the start of the story. His girlfriend dumps him, he drops out of college and doesn't even know what to do with his life. He's confused at the start, but he's still a genius, and when an opportunity arrives, he grabs it tightly and hits a jackpot. In a way, I would even say he's an accidental billionaire, and somehow, money and power becomes his core personality as the story moves, and to increase it, He doesn't mind making an enemy out of people who supported him when he was no one, but to be honest, he's a scared individual who don't know how to face people. He's not a leader, so even if he's a CEO, he won't be able to lead. Aiden summarized the entire character arc of Mark, and Jess nodded, writing something down in a notebook. After that, he whispered something to other people sitting beside him and gestured to Aiden. You can start your audition. You were given the scene right. He nodded. 10 minutes before entering the audition room, one of the assistant directors had told him the scene he needed to perform. It was the scene in which Mark's character would actually change from positive to negative for the viewers. In it, Mark would accept a deal from another company that would mean getting his website to another level, but while doing so, his friends will lose all of his shares. He would know it. There would be hesitation and conflict in his eyes, knowing full well this decision would change everything. But he would still do it. Aiden needed to show the conflict properly, the nervous eyes and the lure of the money and power he would get if he accepted the offer. All of it needed to be conveyed very precisely. If Aiden isn't unable to do it, he would lose the role for sure. I'm ready. He looked towards the staff member who would be playing another character in this scene. As Jesse ordered the scene to show, Aiden closed his eyes. Immersion, he thought as he got changed. Chapter 192. Ain't this movie going to be a big hit? A man puffed up smoke from his mouth and held the cigarette in one hand. Cold wind touched his neck as he looked at the sky that seemed to be cloudy. The cold weather wasn't going to go anywhere for a while. I don't know. Why do you think that? The woman standing in front of him asked. It's a $60 million production with SGA investing in it. The company is already looking to hold on to them with how things are going, and the director's filmography doesn't leave a lot to desire. Most of the supporting cast we selected are great and talented. It's like they have all the right ingredients for a hit movie. There was an old saying in the film industry that no one knows what project would be a hit, but studios try their best to increase the probability of their movie becoming a hit. Resources, great minds behind the movie, and great actors on the screen. These things are present in almost all hit movies. Yeah, but we still have not pinned down the three main leads. I heard that Dustin Redforth got one of the parts. He impressed Jesse a lot. The woman said. She was a production employee who was working on Disconnected. Opposite of her, the man was a HR employee, and both of them were dating for a while. Talking to each other on the terrace had become a daily habit of both of them. Isn't Seth Douglas playing the lead? I even heard that Aiden Silvereye impressed in his audition. The man tilted his head. He did, but both of them auditioned for the same role. Actually, Seth Douglas was already confirmed for the lead, but Jesse Ross wanted to look at other actors too, probably to see if he could find a perfect male lead. And I heard he found Aiden pretty good, but now SGA is pressuring to just get Seth on board for the project. They have a lot of power as they are investing in it, and many of the supporting actors are from SGA. Basically a power struggle. The man clicked his tongue. It wasn't new in Hollywood. Power struggles between agencies and studios, between two different actors, or even between a director and a studio. Those were parts and parcel of Hollywood. Everyone was used to them, but these struggles never end well. So, what do you think would be the end result of this? The man asked, throwing down the cigarette and crushing it with his shoe. The woman thought about it for a while and looked straight at him. I don't know. The executive producer and Jesse are probably arguing over the casting in the office right now, but going by who has the most power on this project, I think SGA has the upper hand here. Her words trailed off at the end of the sentence as she sighed. You know, I hope the movie didn't suffer because of it. These things destroy a good project sometimes. In the office of the executive producer who was working on Disconnected, Jesse Ross had an annoyed expression on his face as he tapped the desk. In front of him, a man with brown skin color and a square face was sitting. His name was Rishi Suman, an Indian American who was also the executive producer working on this project. Jesse, you need to understand SGA is helping us out in this project due to a package deal. One of their requests was to cast Seth as the lead. You are in this business for long enough to know how it all goes, Rishi said in a thick American accent, leaning against the sofa seat. I know, but there's more to this business. It's art too. A movie means a lot, especially this one, and I just want to be sure that I cast the perfect person for the lead role. Seth is perfect. I have other candidates too. Good actors who I think could be great as Mark Knight too. I'm not saying Seth isn't a good actor. I'm just unsure about him as the lead. Jesse was a director who always wanted to have the perfect casting. A bad casting could easily ruin a project. He knew that well, so he wanted to be extremely sure of his decision. Unfortunately, Rishi saw the business aspect of movie business more than just filmmaking. Jesse, my friend, I understand you want it to be a perfect casting, but there won't be any movie without SGA. They were already not happy when you decided to do an audition for Mark Knight 2. Due to them, the project was given the green signal, and you do know how big of a project it could be with SGA's resources. You as the director and Blackline Cinema distributing the project. Try to understand, Rishi said in a very calm demeanor, and Jesse hesitated. He understood that SGA was bringing in a lot of resources to make Disconnected. They were a premium talent agency with connections one could only dream of. But Jesse wanted to hold an additional round of auditions for both Seth and Aiden. Aiden portrayed Mark pretty well, and he looks far more like a college student compared to Seth, but there might not even be a movie without Seth due to SGA. It was a very conflicting matter for him as a director. It was his first cooperation with Blackline Cinemas, so he wasn't getting any support, and his authority as the director was not a lot compared to the power the studio and SGA held. Rishi, can't we just do another round of auditioning for both Seth and Aiden? I just want to be extremely sure. He asked again, but Rishi shook his head, sighing. No, we don't have any time. We need to get to the shooting by the end of January, so the movie is ready in a couple of months. He said, then added, you know, I think you are unsure about Seth because you have only met him once. Both of them have only met once when Seth had come to audition for the role. In Jesse's memories, Seth didn't look like a bad person and had good ideas on the character and story. Just for an awkward character like Mark, Jesse felt that a more charming and expressive actor like Aiden would be better. I don't mind meeting Seth again. Yeah, I'm going to a party tonight. Seth would be there too. Come with me. You have already proven yourself as a director. You should show up in these events more and make good connections. Rishi said, and Jesse nodded before asking, what about Aiden? What about him? I have not yet agreed to casting Seth as Mark yet. I just said I don't mind meeting him again. The executive producer frowned hearing that. Stubborn directors like Jesse were very hard to deal with, especially because rather than box office, they worried more about creating a great movie. That only works if the movie is being made for an Oscar. Even with those, a producer would always go for profit. You are making things difficult, Rishi muttered with a frowning expression as his calm demeanor broke. He didn't know what to say to convince Jesse. At that moment, an idea struck his mind. I have an idea for Aiden. He's not a bad actor and is doing quite well so. The song is pretty good. I think you should send it to Gray. The beat is catchy, and if you just increase the tempo a bit, then it could be a great pop song. Gray excels at those. Yeah, I did send him a few guide tracks, but he didn't like any of those till now. So I might as well take the chance with this one. I have a good feeling about it, Wade said as he tapped his shoe on the ground, listening to the track that Aiden had made. The catchy beat was really holding his attention together. Both of them were sitting in a meeting room in Aiden's office and going through a few guide tracks that Aiden had made. As the audition results would only come out after a while, Aiden had time to focus entirely on his album. Aside from making a lot of guide tracks and even trying new instruments, he was also in contact with Gray, who was giving him more insight into pop songs and how to make them catchy. In pop songs, lyrics were secondary and only the music mattered. I think I will send it to Gray and see his reaction, and if it's good, then I could finish up the lyrics in a few days, Aiden said, and Wade nodded his head, happy with the progress of the album. With this, we will have 4 songs right. Yeah. For his first album, Aiden was recreating 2 songs that he sung in X-Star. I Can't Seem to Forget, and Life is a Story. The third song was the duet one, which was titled Firefly. He had already completed most of it, and it would be the first song that he would record. As they were talking, the door to the room suddenly opened and Tom walked in, holding a parcel in his hand. This just came from Vikings Publishing. Must be the book. Tom put down the parcel, and Wade opened it up. Few copies were in the box. It's finally releasing in 2 days. Aiden thought in his mind, excited about his book release. Chapter 193. The new batch of books arrived. This week, there are quite a few great titles. This one looks interesting, and this one's cover is very petty. Oh, is this a thriller? A very pretty girl kneeled down next to a box and looked at all the books that they have received today. In her brown eyes, All of them looked very interesting. You should get to work instead of looking at those books. As she was turning up the pages of one of the books, an old man appeared and stood behind her. He was the owner of the bookstore that the pretty girl worked at. It was a part-time job for her, but as she was a fanatic about books, it was the best job she could get. "Ah, boss, these just looked interesting. Can I read one of them while working?" she pleaded and looked at the old man, who shook her head. "No, you do realize I don't pay you to read books." "Yeah." She made a sad face and the old man squinted his eyes. "I will let you read one of them during your break. Just you can't take them home without buying them. Read while you are here." "Really? Thank you," she excitedly said and walked towards the counter, hoping that her break would come soon. As it was only morning, the bookstore was mostly empty despite being the only one in the area. But it didn't mean there wasn't any work. The girl needed to clean up the store and arrange the books that were not placed properly, and if a customer came, she needed to help them out. It was much harder than people thought. As she worked, a few people entered the bookstore, going through a few books. Observing them, she wondered when she would be able to read the books. At that moment, one of the customers, a guy who looked like a teenager, approached her. "Excuse me, could you tell me where I could find?" I don't know that one. The author's name is Aiden Silvereye. Don't you have it?" the guy asked, and the girl suddenly remembered that it was one of the books that had come just yesterday. Yes, we have it." That way, she showed the guy the section where the new books were kept, and he immediately bought the book. But it didn't end there. After a while, 2 more customers came to her to ask about, "Do you know where it's kept?" "Excuse me, we are looking for Aiden Silvereye's novel." Soon, they also left after buying the book, but it did make the girl wonder about who this author was. She had never heard of him before, even if the name sounded familiar. At that point, she didn't know that it was just the start. As time went by, more and more people entered the bookstore just to buy. Seeing the influx of people wanting to buy a new book, she wasn't able to understand what was going on for a moment. It was only after she focused on the conversation between 2 customers that she got a bit more context on the whole situation. "Do you really think you should buy it? I mean, it's not by an author, but a celebrity. I don't think the book would be any good." "I don't know. It says here that it won an award. Don't you think it should be good?" "Maybe, but it's safer to just get an ebook. That's less costly. But I want a hard copy." As the girl listened to the whole conversation, she understood why so many people were looking for that book. "So, it's by a celebrity, but it looks like a good novel." She thought in her mind and became curious as to how the novel would be. Going by the name, it looked like a story based around movies, but that didn't make her lose interest in it. It just increased over time, especially because people kept coming to buy the book. Other books were selling too, but was selling way more than the other books. In the end, she frowned. I want to read the novel now. Why is my break not coming?" As released, online reviews from book critics quickly came up. Even readers' reviews could easily be searched up. The novel wasn't too long and was a pretty short read, so those who bought it were able to finish it quite early. Most of these reviews were very positive, especially from the book critics who called it an exciting debut by a talented individual. These reviews helped out a lot in getting those people to check out the book who were hesitating due to Aiden being a celeb. A lot of people also just bought an ebook copy of the book, and if they liked it a lot, they got a hard copy. Was a story that might not be the best out there, but it did resonate with people who have struggled in life and was a great social commentary on the movie industry as a whole. An old filmmaker who read the book by chance tweeted about it on Sparrow. "Harley Wright is a character that is extremely rightly done. In my life, I have talked to a lot of struggling writers, and he gave the exact feeling." One of his lines really stayed with me. "When I was little, I thought Hollywood was full of heroes, but when I found myself in LA, I realized how wrong I was. Heroes can't exist here because they follow morality, and the only place morality is present in Hollywood is in movies." He even asked his followers to read the book and tagged Aiden in the post. All this made for a great opening and it was just starting out. With the word of how good it was spreading, Aiden's followers who were hesitating to get it decided to read it for themselves. Vikings Publishing also made MeTubers do reviews about the book, spreading it even more. At the same time, Aiden started doing interviews with book magazines like The Yorker. All this was slowly making the book become a big hit. "Welcome." A man entered the bookstore and looked around before approaching a female employee who was arranging a few books. "Hello, can you help me find a book?" "Ah, yes. The female employee looked at him, but for a moment, her eyes were very surprised. The man in front of her was dirty, in one word. His clothes had mud on them, and he looked like he needed a bath. Trying to not focus on it a lot, she pointed at a corner. "You will find it here." "Thank you." After saying that, the man walked towards the display rack and soon found the book. A smile instantly appeared on his face. He examined the book for a minute in his hand, its cover and binding, opening it for a brief moment before closing it again, then flipping it to look at the reviews given by critics and other authors. In the end, he took a deep breath. "Somehow, I really want it to be good, even though I have not written it," he thought, and finally took a look at the first face, and it was then he froze for a second reading the words written there. "Thanks to Harley Martin. Without you, this book wouldn't exist." Those words were written in bold letters. For a long time, the man was not able to say anything. He was actually Harley, who had come to buy the book after a day of working as a crew member. The reason his clothes were dirty was because of that. He has gotten dirty due to a scene. "I never thought he would thank me like this," he thought in his mind as emotions overflowed him. In his life, he had only struggled and had never really achieved anything, but seeing his name on the book, he felt that he had done something. At least his life story was worth it to inspire a book. Somehow, that much felt satisfying to Harley, but before he knew it, tears were already flowing down from his eyes. He tried to control them, but it wasn't as easy. "Sir, are you okay?" The female employee walked towards him, noticing him crying. Yeah, I'm fine. I want to buy this book." "Yes, okay." The female employee took the book in her own hands while thinking of Harley as some sort of a weirdo. It was only years later down the line when she would think that it was a very weird fate that she saw an Lister actor in a dirty, crying state. Chapter 194. As was released, a lot of his friends and family congratulated him. Leo even tweeted about the book, and Omar personally sent him a photo of him buying the book. Surprisingly, Dustin, who he had only recently exchanged numbers with, also told him he really liked it. In all of them, Uncle Sam was a completely different case altogether. He had bought a dozen copies of the book and was distributing them among the customers in his restaurant. Even though Aiden hadn't expected it, he was touched by the gesture. From time to time, he kept an eye on the comments on the internet. There were a lot of comments about it on Sparrow, and Vikings Publishing had even told him about a few book forums where people were actively discussing his book. He was glad that most of these comments were positive, but it was not like there weren't any bad comments. He had come across several of them in which people hadn't really liked the book. "Hogwarts Dropout. I don't know why people like this book so much. It looked too boring for me, so I dropped it midway. Only that author's fans like it. Following the religion of SNU. I bought it because my girlfriend loved it, but I didn't enjoy it even a bit. The writing is fine, but the author really needs to work on how to engage the readers. Felt like a bad attempt at a novel. Cat Cultivator. I hated it. I want my money back. The story of Hollywood could be more interesting. I thought it would be about making movies and having some smexy time with multiple actresses. Web novels are better at providing a better Hollywood story than this crap." These were just a few of the bad comments that he had seen, and Aiden was completely fine with them. He was never in the mindset of wanting to satisfy every single person with his novel. In the first place, it was his first novel, and he had already done pretty well. At least that's what Richard had told him. Yes, that old man had personally called Aiden as he had sent him a copy of the book. Although his tone was still sharp, he seemed to at least think that Aiden had some potential, as his final words were, "Don't get too ahead of yourself with one published book if you want to grow as a writer. When you get the right inspiration, write your next book and come see me if you have any problems." He was clearly saying that he could come to him with a manuscript, which was a pretty big thing for Aiden. He even felt like the main character of a shounen anime. After all, he now had a mentor who was one of the highest-level writers in the world according to his system. Other than that, Aiden was also busy with his album work. As he had already completed the composing of Firefly, he decided to record it straight away. The album wasn't going to come out till March, so he was going to record each song one by one. As he was collaborating with other singers, he needed to get the dates right too. It was still fine currently, but if he got the role in Disconnected, then it would be very tight for him. For the recording of Firefly, Aiden was collaborating with someone he hadn't met for a long time. When they contacted Psycho Media with the offer, they showed interest in it, and in the end, it was decided that he was going to work with Rachel on the song, someone who he had a pretty complicated relationship with. I'm very nervous, Rachel muttered as they got out of the car. Linda, who was next to her, shook her head a little, seeing the always cold Rachel like this. I don't think you should be nervous. Aiden agreed to you working on the song. I don't think he holds any grudges against you. He might not, but it was disrespectful as to how I talked with him the last time I met. Moreover, I feel inferior to him like this. Rachel muttered with a frown. Even though she had one X-star, her career was in a struggling phase, and Aiden, who she had beaten, was a young breakout singer. They were completely in opposite positions. It had made her realize that winning a reality show was nothing in the context of the bigger picture. She had thought that she would achieve everything after winning it, but that hadn't happened. Don't worry too much. Just talk to him normally, Linda said, texting someone that they had arrived at the destination, which was the recording studio that Aiden had rented for the recording. Entering it, they were greeted by Tom. Hello, please come this way. Ah, yeah. He led them through the lounge area and corridor to the main recording room. Noises of people discussing various things were coming from the room. When Rachel saw the inside of the recording room, she thought that it looked very messy. Papers with lyrics written on them were scattered here and there. There was a table on which boxes of pizza and beer cans were present. A few people who were specialists that Wade had hired for the recording were talking among themselves while focusing on the person who was outside the booth. It was Aiden, who seemed to have already started recording. He seems to have grown a lot, not in looks, but in the atmosphere. That was the impression of him on her, and at that moment, Wade stood up and greeted them. Hello, I'm Aiden's agent, Wade Spector. It's our first meeting. Nice to meet you. He shook Linda's hand, who nodded her head with a smile. It's a pleasure to meet you too. I'm Rachel's manager, Linda. It seems like you have already started recording, Rachel said, looking around. Yeah, Aiden wanted to try out a few things and do a little practice. Oh, he's coming out of the booth. Wade glanced at the booth, and Rachel flinched, nervous about facing Aiden, but she took deep breaths and calmed herself down. Aiden walked toward them with a smile, and Linda was the first one to start a conversation. Hello, my name is Linda. I'm Rachel's manager. Aiden, it's nice to meet you, Aiden said, shaking hands with her and then turning to look at Rachel, who froze for a second before opening her mouth. It's been a while. Yeah, it's been more than a year. How are you? Good. Aiden didn't say anything after that and just stared at her for a second. Actually, he was checking her status, and what he saw surprised him a lot. Why is she still at intermediate grade 2? Rachel was at the same level even when he had seen her in X-Star, but even after winning the competition and getting a debut single out, she hadn't improved at all. It was very weird and reminded him of how Cameron had not improved due to smoking and no practice. Was this a similar case? Why are you staring at me? Nothing, Aiden said, coming out from his trance and looking at the recording booth. It was no point in thinking about why Rachel hadn't improved. Instead, it was way better to focus on the recording. Can you work right away? He asked, and Rachel nodded hastily. Yeah. Then, let's first discuss the song. We never got the chance to have a proper discussion on it. Okay. Like that, the work began for real. Don't worry, the role is going to be yours no matter what. A sharp-eyed man who looked to be of Asian descent said as he looked at the person sitting in front of him. He was Franco Lee, one of the most famous agents in Hollywood and a person whose every minute was important. Currently, he was sitting in the back seat of the car with a bearded guy who was just nodding to his words. He was Seth Douglas, one of Franco's actors. How did your meeting with Jesse Ross go? Franco asked, and Seth hesitated a bit before replying. In front of his agent, he always felt powerless. It went well. We discussed the movie, and he told me that he has another actor in mind too. So he was asking my opinion on additional auditions. He's a fool. Directors like him aren't uncommon. Blackline Cinema themselves would solve that problem and get you the role. Don't worry about it. In Franco's eyes, Jesse was a very mid-level director who had good works, but wasn't someone who had influence beyond a level. He was nothing in front of Franco, and all this was just for nothing. After this movie's a hit, I would look to get you a lead role in a superhero movie. There's a new batch of them being discussed, and I think you would fit right in the commercial actor zone. You could play that role for years and get famous all over the world. Really? Yeah, I'm already in talks. Seth was very excited when he heard that. He wasn't interested in art movies, nor did he want to contest for Oscars. He just wanted to be a very popular actor, and a superhero movie was the one thing that could easily get your face across the whole world. Several unknown actors had become worldwide stars because of them. Thank you, really. I don't know how to thank you. At that, Franco just smirked. Don't worry, there are no donations in the film business. Everything is for a price. Chapter 195. In Aiden's mind, composing was kind of like a maths equation. You put together different notes, hoping that they would sound good together and eventually reach an answer. But there was a basic difference. A maths equation might have one answer, but composing has several, and a composer needed to know which one was the right one that made the best song. Normally, Aiden would rely on one thing to do it. Instincts. That was something special about him from a young age. He was able to pick up sounds and mix them well together, and noticing that quality in him. His mom had pushed him to learn about music, which would have eventually made him write songs. But for the most part of his life, it was just a skill he possessed that might easily impress people. That was until he reached America. After getting a job in the Rabbit Hole Bar, Abraham told him that he would let Aiden perform on the stage if he would perform an original song after learning that Aiden was adept at composing. Those days Abraham was looking for bar singers who could provide something more innovative for the customers. For a few more cents, Aiden had become a bar singer. Back then, he used to only compose songs that were easy to sing and write about, but after X-Star, he had gotten very serious about composing and had started learning more about it, creating songs like Revolution and Lost in the Sky. Now that he was making an album, he wanted to truly elevate his skills. Firefly was a song that he had made trying to elevate his level. He was currently level 7 in his composing, and his goal was to reach level 8 by the end of the album, and Aiden had a feeling that he was very close to it. He had added a special touch that made the whole song seem more like something someone would perform during a Broadway act. The main idea behind the song was two lovers talking to each other about the struggles of them being together and how it was not possible in the long run. It was a song in which two singers needed to sing different lyrics at the same time while being completely harmonized with each other. It was not something easy, and when Aiden began discussing the song with Rachel, she also found the song really hard to execute. I'm only looking at the music sheets, but this song looks extremely difficult. I don't think we could record it without extensively practicing it. The whole chorus needs to be sung as a falsetto. Rachel had said, and to that Aiden had just replied, I always wanted it to be difficult. The theme of the song has a lot of emotions, and it needs heavy gravitas. And why are you worrying about falsetto? Your speciality is high notes. Yeah, but this might be difficult. I won't be singing alone. Let's go at it slowly. Like that, they have begun to go through the song little by little. As both of them were focused on working, the awkwardness between them slowly lessened. Rachel, who didn't know how to face Aiden, started to be more comfortable. They practiced the song together, tried different ways to sing each verse, and tried to only think of the way they could record the song perfectly. After only a dozen hours of practicing the song, Rachel entered the recording booth to record it. The first verse is different for both the male and female parts. Rachel's part needs a bit more heaviness to it. Aiden thought, looking through the music sheets. In front of him, Rachel was already standing in the recording booth, wearing headphones and warming herself up. Should we start? The sound engineer that Aiden had hired was sitting next to him. He looked up at Rachel, who nodded her head, and music started flowing through the speakers. The soft keys of a keyboard started the song and got added with the strumming of a guitar sing. The sound of them was very low because the song was trying to focus more on the voice. For Firefly, the voice was the biggest instrument. It was then that Rachel started singing. I closed my eyes so I could reach the world that could be mine and yours. Walking the path through the darkness only to reach your door. I'm on the path to do something that no one did before. For the first verse, Aiden had decided to use the music like a whisper. The highlight was Rachel's voice, which was almost like she was speaking instead of singing, but that was also the perfect build-up. There was a very simple thing when composers would select their singers. They would see which songs suited whose voice. No matter how much one tries, there are songs that some singers can't sing properly no matter what. It was because it didn't suit them at all. It was kind of like clothes. Some were too big and some too small. Though, it was true that if they have great ability, they could still sing the song, but they won't be able to reflect the soul. In the case of Firefly, it was a song made for Rachel. It started off slow, and by the end of second verse, it picked up pace, and then after that, a roller coaster ride would begin when a singer needs to shift between low and high notes. Due to her special skill, Aiden had chosen her. It was good, but can you put more power in it? Like I want to see how it would sound if the resonance is a bit higher. Aiden instructed after listening to the first verse, and Rachel nodded from the recording booth. Okay. She started singing again, and this time, there was much more weight to the lyrics that Aiden liked more. But it was just the start. Normally, in recordings, a singer would sing one verse a lot of times. Sometimes, the sound engineer and composer want to add an effect to the voice or need the singer to sing differently. As a professional, Rachel knew that kept doing what Aiden said. Currently, their relationship was of a composer and a singer, so she needed to be as professional as she could. Can you focus more on the word doors? It seems a bit lackluster. Rachel, you missed a word. The diction could be better too. It's coming off a bit weird. I think that's pretty good. Probably the best one we got. Like that, they kept recording. As Aiden was busy recording with Rachel and his book was doing well in terms of sales, a news broke out that excited a lot of people. It was a news article by Pop Zap magazine. On their website, they posted an article on Aiden. In this article, they talked about how an insider from both Psycho Media and New Entertainment told them that they would be collaborating with Aiden on his debut album. The young singer-songwriter was finally going to come up with a full album, and they said how Gray had been confirmed to work on a pop song with Aiden. At the same time, Psycho Media was going to handle the distribution channels for Aiden. After his song topped melody charts, Aiden was very popular among record labels, and a lot of people had already become fans of his songs. It was not wrong to even say that he had more fans due to songs than movies because of how accessible songs are due to apps like MeTube. When Aiden's fan group heard that news, they were also very excited. Your future stepdad. Did anyone read that Aiden is coming up with a new album? It seems like he's going to work with top record labels on this one. Stepsister, are you stuck? I did read the news. It broke out just a few hours ago, but I don't think he's working with record labels on production. They are just going to collaborate on some songs and distribute. Most of the production would be done by Aiden. Playboy Spidey. I am still reading, and he's now coming up with an album. God, he works too much. He's like my neighbor who my mom would taunt me about saying he works so much, and I'm busy making memes. Why is there Pokemon smut? Well, it says in the article that Aiden and Gray would work on a song, and even Rachel, remember her, would be doing a song with Aiden. Are they not on bad terms? Coach, I don't think they are on bad terms. Just because they don't hang out together doesn't mean he's on bad terms. Come to think of it, does Aiden even hang out with someone? He seems to be just working, and we don't know anything about his real life. Depressed author. My aunt lives in the same neighborhood as him. She saw him a few times, and he greeted her cordially and acted pretty nice. She told me that he's rarely home due to work and shooting, and mostly, only his agent visits him. He seems lonely or an introvert. Skyneves, guys. Aiden just confirmed the album news on his social media. Apparently, it will be released in March. Hollywood Insider. That's a smart move as articles were already popping up about it. He doesn't have anything to hide, so it's a good way to get his fans excited and anticipate the album. The songs still need to be very good to work very well. Hashtag AidenFan. Chapter 196. Aiden's attention wasn't garnered for too long by the news of his album breaking out. His team never had the intention to hide it for long, as such news would always break out due to insiders. They were media contacts inside companies who would never come out in the open, but always provided secret information to media companies. So, they decided to just confirm it to create anticipation among Aiden's fans. Even a lot of casual listeners to his songs were looking forward to the album now. Aiden kept working on the song alongside Rachel. The recording was pretty slow, but as they were making progress, no one was dissatisfied. Both of them felt like they were creating a great song and enjoyed the process a lot. Are you ready? The sound engineer asked as he looked at Aiden, who was inside the recording booth. Yeah, let's start. Okay. Currently, he was going to record the third verse, the one that was better called pre-chorus. It was a special part of the song just before the highlights, the chorus. He was being watched by both Linda and Rachel, who were standing in the back. Rachel had just finished a 1-hour recording session and was now given a break. He's pretty hardworking. There's a reason why he's doing so good in the industry currently. Linda muttered, smiling, looking at Aiden. She had gotten a very good impression of him after watching him work on the song. As a manager, she had heard all sorts of rumors, and not one of them was bad about Aiden. Yeah. Rachel just said that in reply, and Linda glanced at her. You don't like him? It's not that. He's a good singer and very talented. Probably better than me. Just look at him. Rachel pointed at Aiden, who was singing in the recording booth. His soft voice was very clear, and emotions could clearly be felt just by listening to him. Moreover, the control he had over his voice was something that was missing from him in X-Star. She, who had watched him closely during the reality show, was the best person to know how much he had improved in such a short time. He's probably better than me, Rachel just said, and before Linda could reply, Aiden came out of the booth. Let's head for lunch now. We have been recording for a long time. He looked at both of them. Yeah, should I order something? That would be good. The chorus would be the first difficult part to record. Aiden thought, taking a deep breath. Rachel was standing in the booth as they were recording her part first. She didn't look nervous and had a blank face. Compared to that, Aiden was more nervous, knowing fully well that it was not going to be easy from here on. Let's start now, Rachel. Okay. Muttering that, the sound engineer started the music, and feeling the melodious tone, Rachel waited for a while until the part came when she needed to sing. She opened her mouth with a breath and tried to put in as many emotions as she could. This was the part where a singer needed to be very expressive. High notes and emotions, two things that were the basics of Firefly. So, why can't we be like fireflies? Alive and bright, flying across the night. No one to hold us, no one to bind us in our skin. Just brightening the darkness within. As Rachel was singing, Aiden suddenly stopped the recording. Wait, I think it could be better. Can you do it again? Rachel looked at him with a confused expression but didn't say anything else. One thing she had gotten to know after working with Aiden was that he had very good ears. Whenever the singing would start to get worse, he would point it out, and sometimes he would even tell what to do to improve it. The silver light was becoming very weak and almost became white. He thought in his mind. Rather than good ears, he had the ability to see music and the singers singing in the form of light, which made it easier for him to notice where the singing went wrong. It didn't start off good. Hope she improves. He thought in his mind, but didn't mind it a lot. Rachel had sung well till now. In the recording booth, Rachel began again. This time, she tried to focus more on the tone and keep it even higher. But it didn't work out again. She wasn't able to control the high notes, and the song just crumbled here and there because of that. Rachel, try to take a deep breath and slowly go on with the chorus. Aiden said from outside the recording booth, and she nodded. The sound engineer started the music again, and she began singing. So, why can't we be like fireflies? Alive and bright, flying across the night. No one to hold us, no one to bind us in our skin. Just brightening the darkness within. This time, it was better, but the light still remained. Very weak. Even without it, Aiden was not really satisfied with it. The high notes were good, but she was not able to control them as well as he had hoped. The emotions were lost halfway through the song too. Rachel, let's go again. Try to focus, he said, and the recording began again, and even this time, it didn't come out good. It looked like Rachel was struggling with it, but even she herself didn't know why she wasn't able to control everything in verse at the same time. It was like there was a mental block stopping her. With no other choice, they could just keep going. Sadly, no matter how many times they recorded it, it just wasn't working, frustrating both Aiden and Rachel. Even the sound engineer was wondering why Rachel had suddenly become so bad. In the end, Aiden could just frown. Let's take a break. You should rest and try to go at it again. No point continuing it currently. Rachel's expression was also not good as she came out of the booth. Aiden wondered if he should have a talk with her, but before he could say anything, Rachel opened her mouth. Can you give me a moment? I want to be alone for a while. Ah, yeah. She left the recording studio, and seeing her like that, Linda, who was sitting in the back, muttered, her mental state is really affecting her. What do you mean? Aiden picked up those words and turned his head to look at Linda. She hesitated a bit, wondering if she should talk about it or not before replying. It's just that Rachel's having a lot of problems these days. Even during practice, sometimes she would sing very awfully. It's not like her. Like she had forgotten how to sing. I thought she was fine till now, but again, it's resurfacing. Hearing those words, the sound engineer also gave his thoughts. I think it's also because of how difficult this chorus part is. Maintaining a high note while portraying strong emotions is very hard. Singers learn to express more only after experiencing a lot of different things in life. It's something you get with age, and Rachel is very young. Aiden agreed with his words and folded his arms to think about it. It's true that this part is very hard to execute. I had so many problems singing it, and I would still need a lot of practice to perform it in front of a live audience. But Rachel does have her skills. What is actually going on with her? When he thought about it, something stood out. Her skill level. He couldn't think of any reason why it hadn't improved in more than a year. Rachel had a hit debut single, and even her EP wasn't bad. He had listened to those songs to learn more about her singing style and had found out that it wasn't bad at all. But it was indeed missing something. It was like she was just singing it and wasn't able to give her all even if she tried to. It's really like she's having a mental block. Aiden had read something about it before. Artists would usually go across a phase where they themselves would think they were not good enough due to various reasons. In those times, no matter how much they tried, their work would look lackluster, just because they didn't believe in their talent. Maybe Rachel is going through something similar, probably an inferiority complex. Thinking of it, he walked towards Linda. She was the person who was closest to her. Linda, can you tell me one thing? What? Have you noticed moments where Rachel would say things like, "I'm not good enough," or anything similar to it? Linda was surprised when Aiden mentioned it and nodded. Yeah, there are times like that. She's been under a lot of pressure, and Psychomedia isn't really supporting her in this phase as they are looking for other singers. It was hard even to get the chance to collaborate with you. I thought they liked her. They did, but the EP didn't perform so well, and there were questions about her as a performer. She's trying to work hard to improve herself, but as nothing is moving in her career, she's been under a lot of pressure. When Linda explained all that, Aiden felt bad for Rachel. She was a very talented singer, but due to so many reasons, she was losing trust in herself. It was very evident in how she wasn't able to sing the chorus properly. It even looked like it was sung by a complete newbie. Chapter 197. I'm sorry. I will try to do better now, Rachel said after she entered the recording room again. Her hair was a little wet, hinting that she had probably splashed water on her face in order to calm herself down. Rachel, can I talk to you for a second? Aiden asked after collecting his thoughts. He felt like he would be able to help Rachel out a bit. Yeah. I was going through the recordings and I noticed something. I feel like I would be able to help you sing the chorus. Rachel widened her eyes hearing that. Her mood wasn't good because she was feeling like she would mess up the song again. So, Aiden's words gave her a bit of hope. What did you notice? Well, take this and listen to it. Aiden handed her the headphones and played the recording of the first and second verses. These were the easiest parts of the song, and Rachel had sung them pretty well. Her voice was bright and powerful, creating a strong silver light. If you listen closely, your voice in it is powerful and confident. Now, let me play the recording of the pre-chorus. This was the part where Rachel had a lot of trouble. It was only after an hour that they were able to get it right. In this, you sang well, but the confidence and belief that you showed before were very low. It's like you think that you can't do the part. What do you mean? Rachel's face froze. Are you saying I'm not a good singer? No, you are an excellent singer. Aiden clarified before the atmosphere could take a wrong turn. The sound engineer who was listening to the whole conversation took a sigh of relief seeing Rachel's shoulders sunk. It's not about your skills. It's more of a mental issue. Aiden pointed at Rachel's forehead. You do not believe in yourself enough. What? Rachel had an expression like she was wondering, what is this guy saying? Without wasting any time, Aiden tried to explain as clearly as he could. Think about it a little. When the part is easy, your mentality is like, it's not going to be easy, but I can do it. But when it's a hard part, you start to fear thinking that you are going to mess it up. You don't believe in yourself enough. It's completely different from when you were in X-Star. During X-Star, Rachel was one of the most confident contestants. Not only did she not fear any other contestants, but she also sang every type of song perfectly, even the songs that others had found very difficult. She had dominated throughout the competition, and only Cameron was able to challenge her. In the end, she did win over him, even managing to throw him into depression. This is not X-Star, Rachel said, frowning. Yes, but you are still you. You just lost your confidence. Look, you are not going to get your confidence back just because I said some words, but try to believe in yourself. You are the person who eliminated me. You have enough talent to sing this song easily. That was the extent of what Aiden could do. He wasn't a motivational coach or anything. He wasn't even friends with Rachel and was only speaking as another singer. He didn't know how much effect his words would have, but he just hoped Rachel could improve. Thanks. Rachel just said that and took a deep breath. Let me try it again. She looked at the sound engineer. Okay. Standing inside the booth, Rachel's mind was chaotic. A lot of thoughts were moving in her head, but one thing she knew was that she didn't want to disappoint again. She wanted to sing and sing well. You are the person who eliminated me. You don't believe in yourself enough. You have enough talent to sing the song. Aiden's words rang in her mind, and she closed her eyes to focus. Belief. Maybe that was really the thing that she was missing. Rachel tried to make herself believe that she was a great singer and that this part won't be hard for her. She had sung much more difficult songs before. She could do it. Outside the booth, Linda and Aiden were having a conversation about Rachel. She had also heard what he had told her. Do you think she can do it now? It's on her. I can't really say. Aiden replied. Just I know she could do it if she just believed in herself. She's good enough to sing this song. Linda didn't say anything after that and just focused on Rachel inside the booth. At that moment, the sound engineer started the music and Rachel finally started singing. So, why can't we be like fireflies? Alive and bright, flying across the night. No one to hold us, no one to bind us in our skin. Just brightening the darkness within. This time, her voice had a bit stronger voice about it, and she also didn't straight go to a high note. Instead, she slowly elevated the level of it, from low to medium and then to a high note. Like that, she was able to maintain the emotions in her song. Her high notes also didn't break and stayed intact throughout the verses. At the same time, the silver light coming out was very bright. It was the brightest till now. She improved drastically. Aiden muttered, and Linda was also smiling. When the music ended, the sound engineer looked at her. It was very good. Way better than last time. Really? Rachel looked a bit surprised. Yeah. Can we go at it again? I feel like you could do even better. Okay, sure. As they were talking, Aiden secretly checked out something he was very curious about and found out that he was right. I was actually right. Rachel Rose, 24 years. Singing level, intermediate grade 3. Special skills, high notes. From intermediate grade 2, Rachel improved a level suddenly. He had felt like the silver light looked a bit thicker this time. So I guess it was really a mental block. Aiden's theory was that Rachel was already good enough as a singer, but she herself thought that she wasn't. Due to that, there was a mental block that was stopping her from leveling up, and he had proof now. At least the recording would be smooth now. He thought, taking a sigh of relief and focusing more on Rachel, who was emanating a silver light that filled the whole booth. As Aiden was busy recording, was selling a lot, so much so that just after a week, the New York Times listed it at number 7 on their bestsellers list. It was a huge thing for a debut writer like Aiden. He certainly hadn't expected such a thing when he had first decided to write the novel, but it was a welcome change, and due to that, Aiden also got experience in his writing skill, though he was sure that it would take a while for it to gain another level. But coming into the New York Times did help him gain more popularity as a few media outlets reported about it. Aside from these articles, one more thing was that 30 Days of Happiness was finally coming out of the theaters in a week. The only reason it was still in the theaters was that Omar wanted to cross $100 million at the box office. Currently, the movie has grossed about $99.7 million at the box office, which was a huge number. In early December, the movie was still going very strong, but due to the holiday season, too many blockbuster movies had been released. These included movies from renowned superhero studios and franchises. Just in the second week of December, a movie titled The Elder Wizard was released. It was a $120 million movie with the studio behind it, hoping that it could become a blockbuster franchise. It also turned out real, as in just 2 weeks, the movie earned $154 million at the box office, taking most of the audience from 30 Days of Happiness. Then on Christmas, a superhero movie called The Thunder God premiered, becoming the box office giant due to the spectacle that it provided the audience. As audiences were more likely to go for a VFX-heavy movie that could give them a fun 2 to 3 hours with friends, a small musical rom-com was easily overshadowed. But it was also true that it actually managed to reach a good amount of audience. On a budget of $6 million, it managed to earn nearly $100 million, and it was probably going to cross it soon. It was a sleeper hit that no one expected. Moreover, the total earnings from the movie would be way more as overseas rights and streaming platforms are a thing. Earning around 150 million worldwide wasn't going to be hard. It also meant that Aiden was going to become a multi-millionaire because of having a percentage in the box office. Chapter 198, Disappointment. After Rachel tried to believe in herself more, slowly, the mental block stopping her from progressing diminished. Because of that, she was able to do much better in the recording. Though, the recording was hard not just for her. It was very hard for Aiden too, as he was also just an intermediate grade 3. There were parts which he had trouble with, especially the ones with high notes. The only reason he was able to keep up with it was because the song proficiency was increasing pretty fast, because he was the composer of the song. He knew the song way better than anyone. Despite the troubles, both Rachel and Aiden were able to eventually complete the song, and with that, the first song of his album was finally done. It was a great start for Aiden as he had recorded the most difficult song of the album already. Due to working together, Aiden and Rachel also got a bit closer. Being in an environment where they weren't enemies certainly helped, and it seemed like Rachel herself wanted to mend their relations. I didn't get the chance to say it before, but I'm extremely sorry as to how I behaved when our songs clashed. I got arrogant after getting a bit of fame, Rachel said, lowering her head a little and sighing. This was something she was hoping to say for a long time, but she had only gotten a chance now when she was about to leave for LA. A little distance away, Linda was already standing by their car. Their flight was in an hour. When did you become so soft? To her apology, Aiden was only able to reply with a bewildered expression on her face. This was a very changed Rachel from the one he knew. What do you mean? You used to be someone who didn't think twice before insulting anyone. Now, you are apologizing for something you did a year back. Are you sure you are Rachel? Aiden joked, and in his mind, he thought of a certain movie in which clones were taking the place of a real person. Rachel's current behavior was akin to a clone. Shut up, she frowned. You are joking when I'm apologizing. It's just a bit unlike you, and it's okay. I accept your apology. I understand what fame could do to a person. It's good that you experienced it early on. Yeah. The only reason Rachel had changed, or in Aiden's words, gone soft, was because she had experienced the cold reality of the showbiz world. Surviving in it, she had slowly realized that being cold and distant to everyone won't work out even if that was her personality. She needed to learn how to maintain relationships and not just say anything because she felt like it. Though, she was still the same to people she didn't know. She had come to warm up to a few people. Anyway, it seems like we are only going to meet after 2 months. Rachel muttered, trying to change the topic before it became too awkward. Yeah, I would finish up other songs of my album by then, and we could start practicing together for Firefly. I want it to be the first song to be released on the album. Sounds good to me. For a song like Firefly, live singing was going to be extremely hard, and she needed to practice for over a month to master it. She wasn't going to be free after returning to LA. By the way, I watched 30 Days of Happiness coming here. I never knew you were such a nice actor. Rachel suddenly said. Thanks. Aiden smiled. It was always nice to hear praises about his acting. Are you going to do more movies? I feel like it suits you a lot. Rachel said casually, but Aiden's answer shocked her. I actually have a meeting with my agent in an hour for a movie I auditioned for. I would be back to the film sets in late January if it all went fine. What? When would you prepare your album then? I'm going to do both the things at the same time. Rachel didn't mutter anything to that, and just muttered monster. She had heard of celebrities who have great acting and movie careers, but she had never heard of anything doing both the things at the same time. She didn't know that it wasn't too difficult for Aiden as he was already composing Lost in the Sky during the filming of 30 Days of Happiness. The scale was just much more than one song this time. I'm sorry I'm a little late. The traffic was pretty bad, Wade said, entering the lounge area of the office. Aiden was already sitting there with Jody and Sasha and next to him, who were drinking coffee. How did the recording go? I'm sorry I wasn't able to focus on it. I was dealing a lot in the context of disconnected, Wade said, sitting down. The recording went well. I would send you the audio version of it. There still needs to be a bit of work I need to do on it, but it looks good, Aiden said and asked the question that was roaming his mind. What happened with Disconnected? I didn't get the role. No, it's more complicated than that, he muttered, getting the attention from Sasha and Jody. Wondering how to talk about it, he hesitated before replying. I managed to have a talk with Jesse Ross, the director, and he liked you as the main character. Apparently, he even mentioned his intentions to the producers straightforwardly. So, Aiden got the role? Sasha asked. No, I got to know that SGA has invested heavily in the project. They pretty much greenlit the project, and a lot of actors are there in the movie, but they have a condition, and that is, Seth Douglas needs to be the main character. Aiden completed his sentence, realizing what was going on. He thought of Tyler Reed, who had tried to take the role of Kai away from him just due to connections. But the situation was much more complicated in this scenario. So what happened next? Jody asked, frowning. He had seen a lot of things like these in Hollywood. This was a simple case of a package deal when an agency would invest in a project and want all their actors to be in it. Like this, they have a lot of control over it. Jesse argued with the executive producer, but nothing really came out of it. SGA straight up acted like a bully and told him that if don't get Seth on it, then he would be out of the project. Anyway, they have the script rights alongside Blackline Cinema. Wade took a deep breath and continued. So, Jesse was very angry about it. He even talked about going to court and stuff, but in the end, an agreement came up as he himself knows he's not really the person in power here, at least in the matters of casting. In a movie, powers are mostly never with one person, and it's very divided unless it's an indie movie. For example, in 30 Days of Happiness, most of the power was with Leo and Omar as the director and producer. Aiden also had power as the main lead and film composer. He even had a share in the box office. The good thing was that they were able to cooperate with each other pretty well. That's the thing that was the mission for a movie like Disconnected. Blackline Cinema wanted to please SGA due to the investment and to be in their good books, and SGA wanted to promote Seth Douglas as a lead to set him up to be an A-lister. They were not thinking of making a good movie. So, I lost the role of Mark. Aiden muttered and sighed, his shoulders sinking. Wade nodded in confirmation, and even Sasha and Jody had disappointed expressions. He had liked the role a lot, but in this case, Aiden knew he can't do anything. It was not as simple as the case with Tyler Reed. But suddenly, Wade opened his mouth. Yeah, but there's something good that came out of it. As Jesse liked you a lot, Blackline is offering you the role of Andrew Kingston. It's basically the second lead and has a pretty meaty role. You just need to say yes as they are confident about your acting and need to do a basic audition. Hearing that, Aiden was a bit surprised. Andrew Kingston was a pretty great character, but had a different character development than Mark. He was the person who actually believed in Mark when no one did, and was an old friend of his from high school. He was even the sole investor at first, but as the story went, Mark would throw him out of the company, and it would complete his arc of turning into a very scummy character due to the ambitions of attaining more money and fame. Andrew is a very sweet and timid character. From what he remembered, the character of Andrew was very soft-spoken, and even when he realized that Mark had backstabbed him, there would only be tears in his eyes as he would leave. There won't be any anger or frustration. It was designed in a way that at the end of the movie, the audience would start to sympathize with Andrew, but the problem was that the character didn't have a lot of shades and was just too simple. There was not a lot of challenge with this kind of a character. Chapter 199. Wade asked, looking at Aiden. In the end, the opinion was going to be his. In the agent's mind, there was also a probability that Aiden was just going to reject it. After all, from what they have seen till now, the script and director might be good, but there are indeed problems in the studio. It was not a bad decision to reject it and just focus solely on the album. It's a tough decision, really. I want to be in the movie, but the role of Andrew was not something I was thinking of. Yeah, I understand that. Wade muttered, frowning. He never liked his actors losing roles due to studios wanting a certain actor. In popularity, both Seth and Aiden weren't too different. Just Seth has a bigger filmography. Just think about it calmly. Yeah. Aiden leaned against the couch and pondered upon it. Although the character of Andrew wasn't something challenging, it was a character that would surely be liked by the audience. So, Aiden was still not sure. There were conflicting feelings in his mind. There was anger, regret, disappointment mixed up with confusion. The rejection was still running in his mind, but this was almost like a second chance, but the question was whether it was worth it or not. It was more so because he wasn't rejected due to not suiting the character, but because SGA wanted to promote their actor. That made it more bitter, as it was a scenario in which acting wasn't even considered. I really want to get back on them. Aiden thought. He felt that if he didn't do anything, other studios would keep doing something similar until he became popular enough to easily be considered for the part. But that would take a long time. That's why, after thinking for a bit, he opened his mouth. Wade, I want to retaliate against SGA. When the people in the room heard that, they were very confused. Retaliating against one of the top agencies in Hollywood? Was this a joke or overconfidence? Aiden, what are you saying? We are too small to do anything against SGA, Jody said, looking at him. Yeah, at most, we could spread rumors about the deal between SGA and Blackline Cinema, but it won't help us in the long run. SGA might just decide to start conflicts with you due to that, and that's the worst situation. Sasha also added, but Aiden shook his head. They have misunderstood his intentions. I'm not going to directly attack SGA. That's a fool's move, and I know that well. I'm going to just do what I'm hired to do, acting. Aiden muttered, and taking a breath, he explained what he was trying to say. Seth might have got the role, but after reaching the set, SGA's influence would be way lesser, and only his acting would count. So I'm going to beat him in that by giving a performance that overshadows his. Does that mean? Wade raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I will do the role of Andrew Kingston. Anyway, it's not a bad role, and it would be a challenge in itself to make a very simple character interesting. I feel like I would be able to really get into the role if I try. It looked like Aiden had just agreed to the role due to being rejected, and it was partly true too, but one of the reasons behind it was also that he didn't want to lose out on a movie like Disconnected. It was a great addition to his filmography. He didn't want any regrets, and he also knew that it was going to be a big challenge to give a better performance than Seth Douglas. He knew that the guy was a good actor, but this time, he was desperate. After Aiden decided to go for the role of Andrew Kingston, Wade didn't wait a lot and informed Blackline Cinema about it, and Jesse conducted an audition for Aiden himself, and it went very smoothly after that. The very next day, Aiden was casted in the role of Andrew Kingston. As soon as all the cast was selected, Blackline Cinema announced it, and a few articles came up about it. As Seth was a person with a good following and Aiden had just given a sleeper hit, the media didn't hesitate to use their names in the articles. These media outlets really love you. More like they don't have anything else to publish. There's no scandal happening these days. Moreover, only 30% of them even mention me. Most of them are just about Seth Douglas. They're making it like he's leading it just on his shoulders. SGA has a habit of aggressive marketing. Don't worry. Omar clicked his tongue while saying that. Aiden was currently sitting in his office as he had come to meet him after he had gotten his share from the box office of the movie. His office was pretty clean, and the one thing sticking out was the big poster of 30 Days of Happiness, which was in a glass covering and was almost covering half a wall. As the movie had crossed 100 million, it was immediately taken off from the theater as Eternal Life wasn't really earning so much every day now to keep it running. Everyone has already watched it after all. Because of that, Aiden, who had a 9% share in the movie, had also gotten his share, which was $9 million. Yes, he was a pretty wealthy guy now, though he still needed to give taxes on the money. You should go on a vacation or buy $1 million luxury house or something with that much money. If you want, I even know high level. Escorts only millionaires use. Omar asked, but Aiden was quick to shake his head. No, I don't want to sleep with escorts. That's unfortunate. You don't know the amount of things they could do. Omar stopped his words, noticing that Aiden wasn't the least bit interested in things like this. He could understand that too. As an actor, reputation was a big thing. Anyway, what about the house? That sounds like a good option. This time, Aiden nodded. Real estate was always a good thing to invest in. Yeah, but not now. I'm going to be very busy with the shooting of Disconnected and recording songs for the album. Then, the album release, and I also have another series I'm very interested in. I don't even think I'm going to be using my rented apartment a lot in the next few months. Aiden explained. The shooting for Disconnected was going to happen in LA, and for the album, he was going to visit a lot of places to promote it. So, Aiden wanted to get all this over with before getting a house. That's fine. I know a few real estate agents if you want, and even I would be very busy with other stuff. I'm starting work on my next production soon. Omar said, surprising Aiden a bit. I didn't think you would get into another project so soon. You are the main producer. Yeah. Thanks to you, I became a full-fledged producer. I met a good filmmaker a month ago, and he pitched me the idea. It's a pretty good thriller, and the director used to work as an assistant to an action director before, so stunts are pretty tight in this. Actually, it would release straight on Extra Prime. For the record, Extra Prime was the same platform that had gotten the streaming rights to 30 Days of Happiness. Hearing that, Aiden suddenly thought of something and asked, Did you already get to the casting? Not yet. I was actually wanting to cast you as the lead, but your dates are booked, Omar said, frowning. He wanted to work with Aiden again as they were mostly on the same page regarding movies. If that's the case, then I have an actor I want to recommend. Who? His name is Harley Martin. You will get his profile in the Actors Guild. Trust me, he's really good. Omar nodded, hearing that with a smile. He wasn't going to reject a recommendation from Aiden. Don't worry, I will contact him myself and get him a good role in the movie. Thanks. After that, they talked about more stuff on Omar's new production and how he had chosen to go with Extra Prime because it was a much safer bet. In the end, the topic again shifted to Disconnected, and Omar remembered something that he felt that Aiden should know. By the way, about Seth Douglas. I heard this in a party once, but he's someone who's desperate to be in the limelight. That's why he doesn't mind doing anything to get famous. You know, people who crave attention. So if he saw you taking attention away from you, he would surely try to do something. Chapter 200. Standing inside the recording booth, Aiden was feeling the music that was coming out from the speakers. The sound of guitar and piano was harmonized together, and it was giving off a great feeling. Taking a deep breath, Aiden focused and started singing. I often wonder what we are. Are we the story or just stage pelts? Birds in the sky or the ice that slowly melts? Oh, life is a story. Sometimes short, sometimes lengthy. It can be one of sadness or of glory. We never know what it's going to be. But that's just our destiny. He is currently recording Life is a Story for his album. When he had first made it, the song only had guitar as the instrument, and Aiden's voice was everything. It was because he didn't have the necessary equipment back then, nor the experience. For his album, he had created it again, and this time, he had added other instruments in it, and even added a bright part to make the song even better. He knew that the song wasn't something that was going to top the charts, as ballads like this rarely works. Lost in the Sky was just an exception, and they don't happen every day. One thing he was sure of was that whoever would hear it would surely find it nice. It was a great addition to his album. I don't know if life is written in the stars or the palm of our hands. Maybe the answer isn't in these lands. But I know one thing for sure. Oh, life is a story. For this part, Aiden focused on trying to create a bit of an echo effect in his voice. With the instruments supporting his voice thoroughly, the song was coming off great. You have gained experience. You have successfully recorded the second song of your album. You are progressing well to achieve a great achievement. Those were the notifications he received after coming out of the recording booth. The sound engineer was smiling as he looked at him. I think this would be good enough. Tom, who was sitting beside him, also nodded his head. He was present in the whole recording. Yeah, it's way better than the first few sessions you did. It's been a while since I sang it, so it took time getting used to it. Anyway, I'm glad we could get it over with. I think I could sleep well tonight. Hearing that, the sound engineer tilted his head and asked, You are leaving for LA tomorrow, right? Yeah, I will be there for a month and a half. It's going to be a hectic schedule as Jesse is known to finish his movies pretty quickly. Aiden said, as he was leaving tomorrow, he had tried hard to finish the recording of Life is a Story. Thankfully, it had ended on time. Good luck with that. Thanks. I think I will need it. Aiden said and smiled. He really wondered how it was going to go with the shooting. He had practiced the character of Andrew a lot, but he needed to know if it was enough to overshadow Seth. Outside the Los Angeles International Airport, Aiden was coming out of it with Wade and Tom following him. Both of them were accompanying him on the shooting. I think they said that they were going to send a car, but I don't really see anyone here. Tom said, looking around, and Wade took out his phone. Let me call them. It was at that moment that Aiden heard a familiar voice. He turned his head to look at the person who was giving off a bright aura. Aiden here. It was Dustin Redford, who was standing beside a van. His agent that Aiden had met before was also there. Dustin, what are you doing here? Your flight just landed too. No, I came here yesterday. The crew was going to send a car for you, so I said I will go pick you up. After all, we are going to work together on the movie now. Aiden just nodded at that and quickly placed their bags on the back of the van before sitting into it. Dustin's agent was the driver. As Aiden was thinking that Dustin was too friendly, the car took off. On the way, Dustin talked about what he had done when he had reached here yesterday. His meeting with Jesse Ross about the character, and even having a talk with the main lead, Seth Douglas. When he talked about him, Aiden was very curious. What's he like as a person? You could say that he's polite and nice. He mostly talked about the movie, and we didn't deviate much from that. Saying that, he looked at Aiden. I heard that Seth got the role due to SGA, and Jesse wanted you. Yeah, but we can't do anything about it. Anyway, I'm finding the role of Andrew more interesting by the day and have no intention of acting bitter due to not getting the lead role. Aiden said, shrugging his shoulders. While it was true that he was angry and frustrated at most, those emotions have turned into resolve as time had passed by. He still had the intention to give away better performance than Seth, but he wasn't fixating on him too much. If he cared more about his acting than his, then he won't be able to do justice to the role. Moreover, one more thing had happened that had made Aiden way more confident. Just as 30 Days of Happiness has crossed $100 million at the box office, he has gotten a few notifications. Your movie, 30 Days of Happiness, has crossed $100 million at the North American box office. You have achieved a huge feat. Congratulations on your first successful movie as the male lead. You have gained a lot of experience. You have advanced to intermediate grade 4 from intermediate grade 3 in acting skill. Your charm has increased. The probability of you reaching a breakout scene on your own has increased. These notifications have made him very happy and given him the confidence that he could put forward a great performance as Andrew Kingston. A performance that would be better than any role he had done till now. After they checked in their hotel rooms, Aiden had a whole free day ahead of him before the shooting would truly begin. Dustin wanted to roam around LA and do some sightseeing, so Aiden just joined him. Both of them were actors from New York, so LA was something that they would visit just for work and shootings. Even Aiden had never truly taken a day off to sightsee LA before. So it was a nice change of pace, and he also got to know a bit more about Dustin. Apparently, his father was a Broadway director, and he had started his career there before eventually coming into movies and series as he liked it more. Though, his father still wanted him to focus on theater more. The next day, the shooting for Disconnected truly began. Put that camera down there. Don't drop it while running now. Check for students who might be lurking around. Last time, I was working here. Some of them interrupted a shot. Hey, where's the assistant director? Like every filming crew, this one was noisy and busy too. Staff members were running around, and the crew members in higher positions were ordering them around. Jesse was planning how to shoot the scene with the cinematographer, while Aiden stood in some distance listening to their conversation while glancing at his script from time to time. I think we should go for a side-angle shot first with Mark just walking by and entering the bar. Then him, rustling around from a top shot. That's a good idea, but then in the next scene, the main point is just going to be the conversation. This movie is really just about the characters and the situations they found themselves in. The tone needs to be very subtle in its heavy approach. Remember, the movie isn't about a billionaire, but on the themes of loyalty, jealousy, and human nature. I know Jesse. We have had discussions on it for months now. Aiden kept an eye on both of them talking and just looked around the campus. They were shooting in a small college in LA that was going to be portrayed as Harvard University. Interestingly, Blackline Cinema and SGA both had tried to get permission to shoot in Harvard, but they were rejected because Harvard didn't allow any filmmaker to shoot in the campus since 1970. Aside from this, they were also going to be shooting in a few different campuses, mostly meeting rooms and restaurants. My first scene is only going to be shot around lunch, Aiden thought, and at that moment, he heard some noises and turned his head, only to come across Seth Douglas walking in with a man who looked to be his agent. It was Aiden's first time seeing him in person as he was staying in another hotel. The first thing that he did was to check his status. Seth Douglas, 29 years. Acting level, intermediate grade 4. Special skill, none. He's the same level as me. Aiden thought, not being too surprised. After all, Seth had worked for a few years in the industry now and had a lot of experience. In the first place, he had thought that his skill level would be higher than his. But as it was the same, Aiden took a sigh of relief. As we are on the same level, I have a lot of chances to beat him. He thought in his mind. Chapter 201. We have not gotten a chance to meet yet. You are Aiden Silvereye, right? Yeah, nice to meet you. I liked your work in 30 Days of Happiness. You are a great musician and actor. Thanks. Come to me if you want to discuss our scenes together. If I'm not busy, we could go through them together. That was a short conversation he had with Seth when he came to the set. From his tone, it was clear that he thought of himself as Aiden's senior. It was true, too, as he had more work experience than him. But he didn't act like someone who had snatched away Aiden's role for himself, nor had any conversation about it. It was like it didn't exist. That made Aiden feel like Seth didn't even think that he had done something wrong by snatching his role. It was already something natural for him. He seems like he's hiding something. What? When Aiden was in his thoughts, Dustin found him and sat next to him. He was wearing a sweater and jeans and looked like he was enjoying himself on the set. His character was someone who was not in the initial parts of the movie, but as he had a lot of scenes on the campus, they were going to shoot them first and just edit them later. Seth, he's nice and polite, but he always acts like he's hiding something. Even now, he's not talking to anyone on the set other than Jesse. Maybe he's introverted. Aiden glanced at where Seth was. He was sitting with his manager, and Jesse was explaining something to him. Dustin shook his head hearing that. No, I was at a party once where Seth was laughing and chatting loudly with a bunch of Zero International studio executives and some top actors. He looked like he was trying to please them. Hearing that, Aiden couldn't help but wonder one thing. Why were you focusing on him so much? Dustin looked at him like he was asked something too obvious and replied with a sigh. He was sitting with top actors and studio executives. A lot of people were focusing on them to get something out of it. A female actress even left with a few executives. Dustin explained, and Aiden nodded, knowing that this was very common at parties. Anyway, so what you are saying is that Seth isn't talking to anyone on the set because he thinks we are below him. In better words, there's no point having connections with us, so he's not really bothering with us. Maybe. Aiden only muttered that to Dustin's words. Even if it was like that, he didn't mind that kind of attitude from Seth. He had experienced that before, and it wasn't a big deal for him, until he started causing trouble for him. It's your first scene, so just relax. Just try to get in your character, and we could do a few takes if you can't get it right. Jesse said, looking at Aiden, who nodded his head. His first scene was an introductory scene in which Mark Knight and Andrew Kingston would meet in a bar where a game would be broadcasted on the television screen. Being a fan of football, Mark would keep his eye on the game, and it was then that Andrew would start a conversation with him. It was a very important scene in which Mark's arrogant nature would take a hit. Jesse, can I change Andrew's character a bit? Aiden suddenly asked, making Jesse put on a confused face. Like how? I was just going through his scenes and analyzing him, and I feel like he should be a bit more expressive. Yeah, but his character is of a good-hearted, timid person, and a genius. Aiden added. In the script, Mark was written as a usual genius with a lot of shortcomings and quirks. One of them was his misogynistic nature about women in the tech department. It was actually taken from the fact that women actually face a lot of misogyny in the IT sector. But Andrew was completely the opposite. He was a kind-hearted person who looked a bit creepy due to how he had no confidence. At least according to the script, but Aiden wanted to change it. What will you change about him? We can't make him a confident genius because that will greatly change the script. Jesse finally asked, and Aiden quickly replied without wasting any time. Yeah, I know that well. Just that I feel like he should at least be confident about things that he's good at. He's not an idiot for not knowing what he's good at, but even in those things, he seems to have no confidence. Moreover, I feel like he should be more vocal about the wrong things that Meg does on the way to $1 billion. Like the only morally good voice in the room. Kind of, but in a more subtle way. Jesse and Aiden discussed it more, so much so that the cameraman needed to ask if they were taking a late shot. But in the end, the director was too keen on keeping his characters the same way. He was the type who wanted his actors to follow the script to a T. As Aiden wasn't able to persuade him, he had no choice but to just ask for one chance. Just give me one chance. If I couldn't do it right in a take, then I would follow the script. Okay. Jesse sighed, giving him a chance to get on with the shooting finally. Just remember that if I didn't like it, you need to go back to your portrayal that you showed in the audition. Aiden was standing in a bar that the production team had booked for the shooting, and around him, a lot of extras were present. There were cameras present everywhere to get a three-dimensional view, and Jesse was keeping a close eye on him. Seth was also going to be in the scene, and he was sitting at one of the tables and taking deep breaths to prepare himself. At a distance away, standing beside the assistant director, Dustin was giving a thumbs up to Aiden. I need to do my best, he thought in his mind, and at that moment, Jesse's voice came out, followed by the clapping of the slate. Ready, set, camera, action, clap. Hearing that, Aiden closed his eyes, and the immersion started. Disconnected January 28th, 2017. Act 1 Scene 3, Take 1. In the noisy bar, Andrew was moving around, hearing groups of friends talking among themselves about various topics that started with studies and ended with girls. Naturally, there were mostly college students here, as this bar was the place where they would frequent a lot. Andrew was unable to find a seat because of how crowded the bar was. It was mostly because everyone was gathered to watch the football game going on the TV. From time to time, a goal or a good pass would be made, and all the people in the bar would cheer. At that moment, a voice called him out. "There's a seat here if you want." Turning around, he saw a guy with spectacles sitting there. Andrew quickly walked towards him. "Thanks." He sat down and introduced himself. "Andrew Kingston. Mark Knight. Are you from Harvard?" "No, I didn't make the cut last year." That sentence was enough to make Mark's interest die down in Andrew. In his mind, he quickly put him as someone who was in a league lower than his. Someone who would never be able to meet with people he was going to hang out with in the future. Andrew also noticed the change in his atmosphere, but didn't say anything. Mark focused his eye on the game, and Andrew followed suit. On the screen, Barcelona was 1 goal behind Real Madrid, who had mostly dominated the game. Only 5 minutes were left, and fans could just hope for a miracle. "Fuck, we are going to lose," Mark muttered, angry at the fact. He was feeling awful as he was really hoping Barcelona would win this. At that moment, Andrew commented, "No, they're going to get a goal." His words managed to attract the attention of Mark, who looked at him confused. "They are clearly winning it. Don't you see their defense? No one is going to get past it." "Yeah, it's tough, but Barcelona just made a substitute. They went for a tiki-taka formation with their main striker on the right wing. They will make a goal. Trust me," Andrew said with confidence visible on his face. He looked like someone who couldn't be wrong. Mark didn't think too much about his words and just focused on the screen. At that moment, something extraordinary happened. Barcelona breached the defense of Real Madrid with their tiki-taka formation and made a goal. The commentators on the TV were going crazy with their Spanish commentary, and everyone was cheering in the bar. It was like it got 4 to 5 times noisier in just a second. How do you know?" Mark turned to look at Andrew. Shocked, he smiled. "Instincts, and I once saw that tactic live. But how can you tell it was the same?" "I observe well," Andrew simply said with a smirk, and stood up from the bar and walked outside. Mark kept looking at his face, wondering what had just happened. In the end, he decided to follow him. Cut. At that moment, the sound of Jesse came out as the scene ended. Chapter 202. After seeing the first scene of Andrew, Jesse agreed to let Aiden perform his version of the character rather than just sticking to the script. In his mind, it was just making Andrew a much better character on the camera. Aiden's version had a certain charm that was hard to reject for Jesse. Only Aiden knew that it was because his charm had increased a lot after his last project, which was the sitcom. It was really helping him in making a timid character stick out. One's eyes can't help but fall on him. As the days went by, the shooting progressed too. Disconnected was a movie with a lot of things going on at the same time. There were intricate plots of Mark wanting to join a major club at Harvard to get to know rich and equally talented people. Because of that, he would even break up with his girlfriend and then try to make a website to find a new girlfriend online called Snapgirl. On the website, he would upload pics of girls from blogs and community websites, and users could join in to find a girlfriend for themselves. Andrew would then get to know about it, and then would tell him that it's a good idea, but rather than a dating site, they should go for something bigger, something that could make communication easier for people. It was then that they would get the idea of Snapbook. All of it was shot one by one, and the actors present on the set gave their best in each of the scenes. Jesse was a director that knew how to get the best out of his actors. Moreover, it seemed like he had already visualized the whole story on his own and was able to explain every scene in detail. But currently, Jesse was pretty angry, looking at his screen. "Seth, I told you that your emotions aren't coming in. It needs to be a gripping scene, and you need to portray a wide variety of emotions well. You are not able to do it no matter how many times we do it." On his computer screen, a scene was playing. Both Dustin and Seth were talking in a restaurant. It was the scene in which Dustin's character Sebastian Walker would go on a monologue about how his investment ventures had gone and would impress Mark before telling him to partner with him to get a $1 billion valuation for his company. Hearing that, Mark would have all sorts of conflicts and excitement. But Seth wasn't able to perform it well. He was already on the 13th take. I'm sorry. I will try to do it again. Seth said, frowning. I don't think you were even trying. You have a poker face going on for you, and it's not helping out a scene like this. Dustin is giving way better performance than you. Jesse looked at Dustin, who chose just to stay silent. Let's take a break and come back to it. If we can't do it, let's shoot the scene sometime later, he said, and everyone dispersed. Seth was constantly frowning and walked to sit back alone. There was anger and frustration on his face, and his agent and assistants were trying to calm him down and motivate him. It's a pretty hard scene. No wonder he's having a lot of trouble. Tom, Aiden's assistant, muttered from beside him, and Aiden shook his head. No, Seth's having trouble only because he's thinking of the character of Mark in a wrong way. His analysis of the character is a bit flawed. What do you mean? Tom raised an eyebrow. The scene is hard, but the monologue of Sebastian is a harder part, especially because it truly sets his character up as someone who's playing around in Silicon Valley and is arrogant to the core. Mark has a few lines, and it's more reaction, but in a way, that's more important. Aiden chuckled. The first thing that he learned in acting was that acting is more about reacting. You need to wear the character as clothes and react the same as they would. But Seth was going wrong in that. Seth is reacting like he would and not totally like Mark. Mark, as a character, is someone who does have doubts and second thoughts. There would be hesitation and conflict in his eyes because of that. But Seth shows more excitement and greed. Those emotions overshadow all the others. When Aiden explained that, Tom's eyes widened, and after thinking about his words, he nodded his head. His words sounded professional, like he had a lot of understanding of the character. Do you think he would be able to give a good shot? That's on him. He needs to truly become Mark and not just keep being Seth in certain scenes. He's a good actor, but he lacks character analysis. He would come through slowly. Like Aiden had said, Seth did give a right take, but it was only after 19 takes. Jesse was already tired by that time alongside the other crew members, so they called the day off. The next day, all of them were shooting around the college dormitories for the initial parts of the movies. Starting from the scenes in which Mark Knight would build up his dating website to the scene of just him talking with his roommate. These were very important parts of the movie, and thankfully, they got over them pretty fast. Are you nervous? Dustin asked, retracting his eyes from the script and looking at Aiden. Why? He asked, raising one eyebrow. This is literally the most important scene of the movie. The scene in which the idea of Snapbook would come out. Dustin made a gesture with his hands, like saying, "This is the scene. I know that, but I don't want to get too pressurized by thinking I need to really nail it down." Aiden replied, and Dustin laughed. "Just don't be like Seth, and it will be fine. Heard he got in trouble with hotel staff yesterday after the shooting because he was too frustrated." Dustin glanced at Seth, who was chatting with a pretty female assistant director. Well, Seth's in the scene, so who knows? How did you even do 19 takes with so many lines? I messed up a few times, but Jesse's attention was too much on Seth. He wasn't even focusing on me. Both of them laughed and joked for a while, talking about Seth. They didn't notice a certain gaze on them from time to time. Disconnected February 11th, 2017 Act 3 Scene 2 Take 1. The sound of footsteps came out as the door to the room opened, and Andrew walked in, draped in a black leather jacket, and looked at Mark, who was typing a code on his laptop. "Mark, how much did we get? I am hearing a lot of things about it. 22K people are already on it from various campuses. They are rating each other on the app and writing about it on their blogs. I feel like I'm being a love guru of sorts," Mark said, turning around. His website has truly taken off, and everyone on campus is now using his website to find their next dating partner. "That's pretty nice," Andrew commented. "Yeah, I am thinking about adding options like one-night stands, so people know what they are looking for and ratings for looks." Mark continued to talk about his ideas, and Andrew knew he had no habit of stopping once he stopped. At that moment, his attention got focused on the computer screen, and an idea started forming in his mind. "I really want to connect all the people on the campus with this." "What? What did you say?" Andrew suddenly widened his eyes. "Which part?" "The connect part," Andrew said and lowered his head, thinking of something. "You know what? I think I have an idea to really elevate it to the next level." "What idea?" Mark tilted his head, and Andrew looked for a piece of paper to explain his idea better. "What are you doing?" "Let me explain." Excitement could clearly be seen in his voice, and his shoulders were moving up and down like shock waves were going through his body. He was sure of one thing. This idea was going to be something that could be revolutionary. Holding a pencil, he made a dot and looked at him. Think of it as a person. Now, Andrew made several more dots with the pencil and connected them to each other. Then he looked at Mark. We need to connect everyone. That's what I'm doing by this. No, the branding is wrong. And this could be much more than a dating app where people rate their looks and decide to meet. It's good because guys are having fun, and it's convenient, but we need a way better app, not for dating. Just to connect everyone. Mark just kept staring at him as Andrew talked about his grand plan in excitement. There was an expression of confusion on his face as he slowly understood what Andrew was going for. Think of an app that has everyone in the world on it. They are meeting each other without meeting in reality. How convenient that would be. Will something like that even work? Yes, Mark, it could work. Remember, you are a genius, Andrew said, holding down Mark's shoulders, and as the scene was going on, suddenly a loud voice came out. Cut. Immersion broke in a second as Aiden stood confused. Did I do something wrong? I thought the flow was good. Aiden thought and looked at Jesse, but he wasn't looking at him, but at Seth Douglas. Chapter 203. Everyone on the set was able to see that Jesse wasn't happy with the scene just now. It was going very well, but he had suddenly called cut and was now looking at Seth Douglas. Not a lot of people had realized why Jesse hadn't liked the movie. Their eyes were too focused on Aiden, and they were thinking that it was going great. Jesse's eyes were very disappointed as he glanced between the screen and Seth. Seth, you need to put on a better performance. You are getting overshadowed by Aiden. You are an important part of this scene, he said, looking at Seth, who hadn't realized what had gone wrong. In his mind, he was giving a fine performance, but when Jesse said that, he subconsciously looked at Aiden. I will try to do better. Okay, this is just the first take. Let's go at it again, Jesse said, and everyone went back to their position. Although the director was disappointed as they were getting a really good scene, he didn't mind it too much due to it being only the first take. They started the scene again, and the sound of a clapping board came out. This time too, Aiden put on a good performance. On the screen, only Andrew Kingston could be seen, and the way he portrayed an idea to connect the world was pretty amazing. It was almost like a comic book scene. After the post-production, Jesse was sure that it would become one of the highlighted scenes of the movie. On the other hand, Seth did display the confusion his character would feel when Andrew would be talking about his idea, but he was completely missing out on the part where Mark would realize how much of a valuable idea it is. There was no line about it on the script, but one could guess that easily after reading the script and knowing about Mark. But that was a big missing piece. On the side, two staff members who were watching the scene were talking among themselves in hushed whispers, taking care not to let their voices be caught up by the recording equipment. Hey, isn't Aiden a great actor? I always thought he's not that good, but he seems to have a sort of a charm. My eyes are constantly moving to him. Yeah, he does have that quality. Charisma is pretty rare. Though, I don't think it's helping Seth a lot. He's basically being a prop in the scene who could talk. Yeah, the first take was bad because of that. They talked as the scene moved forward. Aiden took out the paper and pencil and drew the chart, and explained that this idea could connect the whole world together, something unprecedented before. At that exact moment, Jesse again opened his mouth. Cut. It's not good. His eyes were still looking over at Seth. He had no complaints from Aiden, and the only reason this scene of being bad was because of the lead. Pursuing his lips, Jesse walked up to Seth and tried to explain the scene again. He even gave him ideas as to how the scene could be better. I understand. Don't worry, I will do great. Okay. Seth convinced Jesse that it would be a good take, and the scene started again, but it was another bad take. This started a series of bad takes that was the same as yesterday. Another bad take. Seth, try to put more emotions and body moments in the scene. You look too stuck. Cut. Let's try another. I think we are getting close to a good take. Again, bad take. Seth, do you want a break or something? You are becoming worse and worse with each take. It was already afternoon, and Jesse was frowning more and more every second. On the screen, the 16th take was going on, and there was a feeling that this might be a good take. Aiden was currently on the last part of the scene. Yes, Mark, it could work. Remember, you are a genius, he said, and Mark, who was listening to his explanation, nodded. I know that. but connecting the whole world. Do you really think I could do it? We could. Aiden smiled. Every inventor and innovative person has second thoughts. It's normal, but I know we could do it. We already have a bit of an idea. Both of us could code it. Yeah, we. Seth suddenly stopped his sentence in the middle and frowned, coming out of the character. He stomped his feet in anger as everyone who was focusing on the scene wondered what had happened. Cut! Jesse shouted. Why did you stop in the middle? I forgot my lines, Seth said and looked at Jesse. Can't we just take it from here? This scene is too big anyway. We could fix it in editing. Hearing that, Jesse's expression broke, and he couldn't help but glare at Seth. He wanted to do the whole scene in one shot instead of several small ones, but it looked like that was impossible. Yeah, I think we need to do that. After all, you can't act for more than 2 minutes on the screen. Jesse insulted, and Seth, who hadn't expected it, wondered if he had misheard. What did you say? If you are not deaf, you would have heard it. The atmosphere froze. Frustration and anger were clearly visible on the face of the director, who was already going through a lot of pressure. On top of that, Seth wasn't cooperating at all as the lead actor. His attitude was also not serious, as Jesse had himself seen him spending more time talking with female actors rather than thinking of his role. All of his frustration that was piling up was blowing out now. Hey, Jesse, let it go. The cinematographer tried to calm him down, but Jesse shook his head. You can't talk to me like that even if you are a director. Don't forget how you got the chance to direct this movie. Seth fired back, unable to take in the insult. His managers quickly walked close to him, trying to pacify him a bit, but he was having none of it. I can talk to you like that, and let's not talk about how someone got the movie. You won't have a lot to show for yourself in that case. Jesse shouted. This is bad. I need to stop it. Aiden, who was just a spectator in all this till now, couldn't help but intervene at this moment. Seth, calm down. Jesse is just frustrated due to the bad shots. Every actor has a bad day. What are you trying to say? Are those bad shots solely because of me? You are acting with me too, but he's not talking back to you at all. It's clear as day that he's trying to target me. Seth shouted towards Aiden, but he didn't lose his calm. I can't lose my cool here. There are too many people watching the whole drama. It will be the headline of some tabloid tomorrow morning like this. He didn't want the audience to get negative news about the movie right from the start. Conflicts between directors and actors were never a good thing for a movie. Seth, no one is targeting you. Just calm down and don't let a fight start like a fool. Aiden insisted, but Seth didn't look to be in a mood to calm down. You are the fucking fool. I'm not someone who would run away from a fight. You will if you care a bit about your image. Look around yourself. Everyone is probably thinking of you as a spoiled actor who gets riled up due to a few words. You are ruining your whole career. When Aiden said that in a whisper, Seth's manager also came close to him. He's right. It's too much of a public place. We can deal with this later in private. The manager said, but Seth didn't want just to walk away. He looked conflicted, but in the end, he just frowned and stepped towards the parking lot. Fair to say, the shooting wasn't going to go on for the day at least. Everyone get to work. We might have an early end of the day today, Jesse said, and everyone dispersed. He wasn't in a good mood as the shooting of his movie had stalled in the middle, but he was not able to help it. He was just too bottled up with different types of feelings. Hey, Aiden, are you okay? Dustin quickly walked towards him, with Tom following behind him. Yeah, I'm fine, but I can't say the same about the movie. He frowned, thinking that all this would just ruin the schedule. Do you think Seth would walk away from the project? Dustin asked, but Aiden shook his head. A lot of the movie is already completed. Blackline isn't a top studio that they could afford to shoot with a different actor. In the first place, SGA is the main investor. He said, there was even a lesser chance that Jesse was going to be replaced as he was the director and scriptwriter. Every director had their own style and idea for a movie. Even if the studio somehow got another director, he would insist on shooting the scenes again. One can't underestimate the nature of a director. It's much more likely that they are going to just come to terms with each other just to complete the movie. That was Aiden's conclusion. Yeah, but Seth is still going to be very angry. I'm pretty sure he's going to let out his anger one way or another. Dustin let out a deep sigh. Chapter 204. All this is bullshit, Seth said, going through the articles that were on the table in front of him. He had been going through them, and they had left him very angry. Apparently, someone had opened his mouth and talked in detail about the incident. Probably for a small amount of money. In the story written by tabloids, they blamed him. Jesse was the one to insult me. How am I the perpetrator of this? He thought in his mind, and at that moment, one of his managers entered the room. What did Franco say? Seth quickly asked. He will come to LA tomorrow to deal with the whole mess himself. He's in Korea currently on a business trip. Something about SGA trying to invest in the global K-pop wave. Did he look to be in a good mood? What does he think of all this? Seth asked with hesitation evident in his voice. He was hoping that Franco would side with him in this situation and he would not lose out his support. After all, the other actors he was handling were already eyeing better resources from him. He wasn't happy. It blew out of proportion, and a lot of PR would go into burying it. As for Jesse, there's going to be a meeting with Blackline Cinema producers Franco and him. You need to be present there too. I don't think he would agree to sack Jesse off the project. Why? Doesn't he have that much influence and power? Seth squinted his eyes, frowning. He does, but try to understand. It's not a good method. The manager picked up a newspaper and pointed at the headline about him. These headlines are insider information, but there are no reliable facts. Not like the whole production team has spoken about it. If everything is solved between you two, then these rumors will die down. Try to understand. Okay. He wasn't able to say anything back to that. The manager was just speaking logic, and he would be a fool if he went against this. But a part of Seth didn't want to let go of the whole matter. If I can't do anything to Ross, then at least I need to make sure my authority as the lead of the movie is intact. He thought as the face of one of his co-stars came to his mind. Don't start a fight like a fool. Those were the words said by Aiden to him, and it really angered Seth. Even before that, he was very annoyed by him because he never got the criticism from Jesse that he got. Seth wasn't someone who couldn't properly see things. He had seen the scenes later on, and in every second that Aiden and he had appeared together, he was overwhelmed by his presence. His own eyes kept darting to him, and the whole production team was thinking the same thing. It was almost impossible for him to beat Aiden's charisma currently. As the lead, Seth had certainly not liked it. Would Franco say anything if I try to do something to a co-actor? Seth looked up at his manager, who didn't show any expression, and just asked, Who? Aiden's silver eye. The manager thought for a bit before nodding. He's not from a big agency, so pretty easy target, but I don't think Franco would appreciate you doing anything before the shooting finishes. We are short on time here, and it's not time for personal conflicts. I know that, but don't worry, I am not going to do anything during the shooting. I'm just going to get a worse reputation like that. Then, the manager raised an eyebrow, and Seth smirked. I have a plan. As the fight between Seth and Jesse stalled the shooting for a few days, Aiden had nothing to do. The actors had been asked to stay in LA as the shooting would start any moment. At least that's what was told to them. So he had a lot of time. Dustin apparently wanted just to enjoy these few days and rest, but Aiden didn't have that luxury. He needed to work on his album. Gray, the sample is pretty good. I feel like this song could be great. Try to complete it by the end of your shooting, and we can get to recording. Aiden, when are you going to come back from Spain? Gray, around in 3 weeks. We could start the recording straight away in my studio. I'm excited to work with you again. People love Lonely here a lot. Currently, Aiden was texting with Gray, who apparently was in Spain, doing concerts there. He had a big following in Spain due to a few collaborations with Spanish singers. So, it was mandatory for him to do a few concerts there every now and then to maintain his stardom in the country. Aiden, okay, I will send you the full track soon. After listening to it, can you write the lyrics of your part? I feel like you would be able to do it better. A reply soon came. Gray, sure, leave it to me. Bye. Like that, the conversation ended, and Aiden let out a deep breath. Currently, he was working on 2 songs at the same time. One was with Gray, and another was a solo. While the song with Gray was pretty much just a pop song with many electronic beats and something you could dance to at a party, the solo one was a pop and soul song, mostly about Aiden's fears as a celeb. It was an interesting topic for him to make a song about, so he decided to go with it. I should finish up the Gray song first. Aiden thought, looking at his computer screen and clicking on the audio file titled Shiver. That was the name of the song that he was making with Gray. The tune of it was kinda retro, and Aiden had randomly got it on his keyboard and had decided to follow it up. Thankfully, Gray had liked it. I should add some bass and electric guitar to it. Kinda like a wave. Aiden formed the idea of the song in his mind and tried out different things in the audio sample. A pop song didn't have to be too complicated as people remembered them more for their catchy music. They were also widely popular on short video sites because of that. It was because these tunes make up for a 30-second dance video quite nicely. What could be the theme of it? Probably better to go with just a relationship. Like that, Aiden worked on the song nonstop during his short break. A few days after the fight between Jesse and Seth, a meeting was held with both of them alongside the executive producer Rishi Suman and Franco Lee, who were trying hard to mend up things. In the meeting, Jesse cleared it that he understood he didn't have a lot of power during the casting process, but on the set, the director's authority was something that couldn't be questioned. If the movie was a ship, then Jesse was the captain, and he was going to be angry if he felt like his actors weren't giving their 100%. Surprisingly, during the whole meeting, Seth was only apologizing for his behavior and swearing that he won't try something like this again and how he had reflected on his actions. He was obviously not saying all this with his heart. Franco Lee had already handled him before the meeting and told him to apologize for no matter what, so that the shooting resumed. Seth also understood that if this fell through, then SJ won't be trusting him again. They had spent a lot on this project to give him a solo hit before he moved on to claim a leadership role in a superhero movie. It was all pre-planned, and he knew how important it was to follow it. When he's big enough, he would have more control over this, but as someone on the lower spectrum of power, he could just do as instructed. After the meeting, Jesse was satisfied and agreed to return as a director. Just after it, SGA's PR team was already active as a lot of articles popped up one after another. Chapter 205. After the shooting resumed, Jesse didn't want to waste any time and told the cast and crew to give their everything to finish up the movie on time. Blackline Cinema was pretty concerned that they would need to push the release date of the movie, and Jesse had given them confidence that he would be able to finish the movie on time. So, the actors were doing their absolute best not to do a bad take. Even Seth was focusing way more on his acting and was giving good takes now. In all this, Aiden's scenes were slowly coming to an end. The movie time length was going to be around 1 hour 20 minutes, and Aiden had at least 40 minutes of screen time, which was pretty good for a supporting character. As Aiden had talked about his album and other stuff before signing the contract, Jesse and Blackline Cinema had agreed to shoot his scenes first. That's why a lot of his scenes had already been shot. Most of these scenes included Seth and Dustin, but there were also solo scenes like the scene in which Andrew would be talking to his girlfriend about the idea of Snapbook, but she won't agree to it, talking about their future and breaking up. It was a scene to show that Andrew was willing to give up a lot of things for the idea. Currently, he was in the last shot of that scene. Disconnected February 23, 2017, Act 7, Scene 2, Take 3. I'm sorry, but I don't think you should go for this idea. I know you think it's achievable, but real life doesn't work like that. Why can't you believe in me for a change of pace? I believe in you. I just want you to get a college degree and get a good job. You are brilliant. You know it. This idea and company could just end the golden years of your life. Or they could become the golden years of my life. Andrew looked at the girl in front of him and tried hard to convince her. They were high school sweethearts, and if he wanted one person to support him, that was her. But she didn't believe in the idea. She wanted Andrew to be more stable in life instead of running towards $1 million like a fool. Andrew, I'm sorry. I don't want you to do this. I know you met some Silicon Valley millionaire, and he taught you how to dream of $1 million. $1 billion, Andrew said. But the girl shook her head and stood up. There was an expression of conflict and pain on her face, but she had made up her mind. Come see me after getting your $1 billion. Saying that she left, and Andrew just sat at the table, sighing and wondering if it was actually worth it. It was then that a voice came out. Cut. Good work. Finally, the take was a good one, and they could move on to the next scene. Aiden, go rest a bit. There are no scenes of yours till after lunch. Try to practice them so we can get over them quickly, Jesse said, and Aiden nodded, having a small talk with the actress that had played his girlfriend and going to sit down next to Tom. But as he was moving towards them, he saw Wade standing there. You finally got the time? Aiden said, looking up at Wade, who nodded his head while shrugging his shoulders. I told you I'm going to be busy. There are just too many things to look through with the album coming up. The others are also working hard on it. Anyway, Tom was with you. Yeah, he was a lot of help. Tom just smiled shyly hearing that. There were tons of things to do for a full-fledged album, and getting good songs was just the basics. The planning, Marketing, distribution, and promotions were the major parts of a successful album, and Wade was at the helm of it. There were even talks of a concert going on after the album's release, so Wade was too busy with it. That's why Tom was handling everything on site with Aiden and reporting back to Wade. Aiden had finally understood why celebrities have assistants. It just makes the work easier. Anyway, I came because I thought there would be problems with Seth, but I guess he's behaving now. Wade glanced at Seth, who was in discussion with Jesse. Yeah, he's solely focusing on work, so his acting is coming through. I don't think there will be any more drama. It's good if there isn't. Both of them talked a bit more about the movie and what Wade had heard about the drama in New York and how reporters had taken it. Although SGA had worked hard to label it a fake rumor, those who were smart knew that it was a reality. Most people in Hollywood were already smart enough to realize which one was a fake rumor and which one was not. How's everything going for you on the filming side? I didn't hear a lot as SGA is pushing Seth a lot, so it's looking like he's the only guy in the movie, Wade said, clicking his tongue. They didn't have a big PR team to promote Aiden and only had Sasha and Leah handling it. It completely lacked in comparison to a big agency. The filming is pretty nice. I'm getting more and more into the character, Aiden said, thinking of the 79% affinity that he had with Andrew Kingston. That was more than enough to give a good performance. Try to keep it up. You need to give a performance where people talk about themselves. Otherwise, they won't even remember you are in this movie because of the heavy PR. I know that, Aiden muttered and suddenly thought of one scene that was coming up. I do have my worries about one particular scene, though. I don't know if I will be able to do it well. Which one? Wade raised an eyebrow. The last scene of Andrew. Movies are filled with scenes that connect various arcs, and many times, a movie may or may not be a hit at the box office, but some scenes are made in such a way that they stick with the audience no matter what. Aiden could remember a lot of great scenes in the movie that really made him stare at them in awe. They could be emotional scenes, action scenes, or scenes in which a character has finally conquered his fears and achieved his goals. He still remembered a movie scene where a man would walk out of a building after finally getting a job. Walking through the crowd, there would be a huge smile on his face as he would have finally achieved the thing he wanted. Those types of scenes stay stuck in the audience's mind. The last scene in which Andrew was going to appear was such a scene. In this scene, Andrew would come storming into the Snapbook office, demanding answers as, after a new deal with another investor that he was unknown of, his shares had been diluted completely while others still maintained theirs. This was a big betrayal scene. Andrew's character would still be calm about it, and just would ask his answers before leaving after saying that his lawyers would deal with them. No doubt, this was the most important scene for Aiden, but there was something he wanted to change in it. That's why, after the day's shooting, he walked up to Jesse, who was talking to one of his assistants. Jesse, can I talk to you for a minute? Yeah, what's up? Jesse said, dismissing the assistant director. The betrayal scene. I want to change it a bit. More like a lot. Jesse looked at him like he wasn't sure of what he was saying, but let out a sigh, knowing that Aiden always had his own ideas about scenes. He had already discussed a lot of them with Aiden before. How do you want to change it? Let's not continue Andrew's actions being so subtle and timid in this scene. It just seems like a big waste of opportunity. Aiden said, a lot of characters often don't act like themselves or just go through a planned character development after getting betrayed. That was just human nature. Trust was a very expensive thing, and not a lot of people could maintain it in their relationships. What do you want to do then? Jesse asked, walking and Aiden keeping up with him. Let him not suppress his emotions. I want to give the audience a shock as this would completely go against his normal behavior and make it a way more impactful scene. The tone of the movie would change then. It won't. Just trust me on this, Aiden said, determined to make Jesse convinced. Since he had gotten the script, Aiden had read it a lot of times. He had gone through the scenes of each character and how they connected. Thanks to his writing skill, he was able to understand way better and even make some changes in a few scenes. This was one of those. When he had first read it, Aiden knew that it could be a scene that could actually make the movie for the audience. Jesse's version wasn't bad, but he thought that Andrew was much more likely to flare up. After all, he had given up everything for it, and betrayal was something he hadn't expected. In the end, Jesse just looked at him and said, I have booked up a seat in a restaurant. Let's go eat dinner together and talk about it there. Chapter 206. Hey, I need more lightning here. Put that camera over there. Don't mess it up. Hey, do we have more extras? The office needs to look like a real company. There need to be more people. The next day, the set was bustling with a lot of noise as usual. People were moving around here and there. Assistant. Directors argued with others who weren't doing their work fast enough, and a lot of people were stressed, wondering if it was good enough. In a word, it was a pretty stressful environment. But he had gotten used to it after a month. I love just being here. I am glad I got this job, Tom thought, looking around, drinking his coffee, and letting out a breath. There was a constant smile on his face as he glanced at Aiden, who was currently in the middle of his makeup. He recalled the last couple of months of his life and how things had changed for him. When 3 months ago, Jody had told him about this job, Tom had been skeptical. He still remembered each word of that conversation. Hey, Tom, I got a job offer. They are looking for a whole team, including an assistant, so I think we should go for it. The whole team? Who's it from? Some agent? No, it's from Aiden Silvereye. You have heard of him, right? I know his agent well, and it seems to be a good offer. Don't you always want to work with an actor anyway? That was something that everyone who knew Tom would know. He loved movies, actors, their life, and all the drama around them. It was his dream to work in an environment like that. That's why he became an assistant to celebrities. Before Aiden, Tom had worked with a social media influencer and a few singers, but it was nothing extraordinary. So, when he got this offer, he immediately took it. Like that, Tom, who was 24 years old, became the assistant of Aiden, a rising star in the world of Hollywood. Before getting the job, Tom had researched a lot about Aiden, and his instincts were telling him one thing. He's going to become a big star. I need to get the first seed in his life, which is bound to be filled with different sorts of dramas. As a fan of Hollywood reality TV shows like Star Wives and Famous for Being Famous, Tom was sure that it was going to be an exciting journey. In his first meeting with Aiden, he witnessed it himself. I want to reach the top of Hollywood. Just that statement from Aiden was enough to reassure Tom that he had not made a bad decision. From that day, he followed Aiden's career very closely and noticed a few things. Unlike the celebrities he had seen on reality TV shows, Aiden was very calm, composed, and hardworking. Wade had informed him that he had a habit of jumping from one project after another like he was going to die before 30. He was too serious about his career. Tom saw it himself when Aiden decided to do a movie and work on his album at the same time. The surprising thing was that he had just released a book a while back. It was then that Tom understood one thing. He's a bit crazy in the head in a good way. I guess all geniuses are. For the first month, Tom felt that everything was pretty peaceful. There was a lot of work as Aiden had interviews, singing gigs, ad shoots and auditions, but there was no drama, something that Tom craved for. He got it when Aiden was rejected for the role of Mark Knight in Disconnected, just because SGA, the main investors, wanted their actor in it. Tom felt that it was unfair, but he was also looking forward to what Aiden would do. Would he get angry and just leave the movie? Would he try to give out an interview against Seth? Or would he do nothing? In all this, Aiden had decided not to go for any underhanded methods and beat Seth into one thing that mattered: acting. It was a very interesting development for Tom, who had already proclaimed himself the only viewer of the reality TV show Aiden's Rise in Hollywood. When Tom had asked Aiden about it, an interesting conversation had taken place. Are you sure of beating Seth Douglas in acting? I have seen his work. He's pretty good. I have seen them too, and I know he's really good. Then, how will you beat him? I don't know actually, as I have not met him or seen his acting personally. I could only guess his level for now. Well, you could say that I'm confident because of one thing. If Seth were really that good, Jesse would have never considered me in the first place. A solid answer. Tom had prayed that Aiden would actually defeat Seth in acting after that, and the same had happened when the shooting had begun. One thing Tom had to accept was that Seth wasn't bad at acting. He was good and experienced. But Aiden was way more naturally gifted in the eyes of those watching them. In every scene he would appear in, a certain charm would reflect, and he would own the scene. Everyone on the set thought the same, and Tom knew that because he had asked every staff member he talked to. Can I ask you a question? Yeah. Do you also think that Aiden is way better at acting than Seth? Ah, yes. His screen presence and acting really shine through. I'm pretty sure critics would praise him a lot when the movie is released. Even the director seems to appreciate him a lot. He had gotten similar answers from a lot of people, and Tom couldn't wait till the movie was released. As the shooting went on, the fight between Jesse and Seth happened. Personally, Tom enjoyed it, but he wasn't too invested in it. Aiden was just a side character in it, and it was just something that made the production team dislike Seth more and more. Of course, one could argue that Jesse was also responsible, but directors were often like that. Even after the fight had settled, the production team's attitude towards Seth didn't change, and they treated him coldly. Though, Seth didn't seem to care about it, and just focused on finishing up the movie. It was understandable, as Tom had heard rumors that SGA had warned him not to do something like that again. Oh yes, one more thing that had happened over the months, and something that Tom was very interested in, was Aiden's love life. Tom wasn't someone who liked to stare at other people's relationships, but as an assistant, he was bound to know about his employer's relationship, especially in a line like showbiz where things were hard to hide. Even before taking the job, Tom had wondered if Aiden was a genius playboy, the kind that the media loved, but it turned out to be completely false. Contrary to that, Aiden stayed away from having anything more than a professional relationship with a girl because he was scared that he would get cursed. Once, Tom had decided to bring it up when Aiden was trying to know more about him. So, do you have a girlfriend? Is Katie Brooks really in a relationship with you? No, not really. That was just marketing for the movie. I'm not seeing anyone currently. Must be hard. When you are a celebrity, you get all sorts of attention, particularly the female one. To that, Aiden nodded. Yeah, that's true, but the thing is, even if I like someone currently and get into a relationship, it's going to be extremely hard to keep it up. It would mostly be a long-distance one, as I would move around a lot due to work. I don't want something that I might regret later on. That was a good enough answer that satisfied Tom. He once again reminded himself that Aiden was pretty mature and sensible as a person. Though, his thoughts did shake when Rachel was working on a song with Aiden. Tom was sure that there was something between them. Some sort of past conflict, or maybe they were even in a relationship before. There were indeed hints of that. But on another look, his thoughts changed. Rachel is too cold towards Aiden, even if I see her being conflicted from time to time. Rather than Aiden, she had a way better chemistry with her manager, Linda. Wait, is she a lesbian? Could be. Those were his thoughts after observing Rachel for a while. In the end, Tom had just turned to one conclusion after realizing something. Ah yes, Aiden is Indian. Half, but it still counts. Must be going for an arranged marriage. The stereotypes are not always wrong, huh? Thinking of all this, Tom finished his coffee and smiled as if he was in a good mood. There was a reason behind it. Just yesterday, he had heard Aiden's discussion with the director Jesse. Although he wasn't able to hear the whole thing, one thing that his ears picked up was something special. Jesse, just let me do it my way. I'm going to give a performance that would stun everyone in the scene. Tom glanced at Aiden, who had just finished up his makeup. With anticipation evident on his face, he wished, I really hope I see something special today. Chapter 207. Are you sure the modifications in the script would make it better? The cinematographer said, standing next to Jesse, who was checking up the scene on the script again. They were currently shooting in an office that the production team had booked. It was actually the office of a company that went bankrupt last month, so the team had gotten it easily for a day. I hope it does, Jesse said, looking up at him. Aiden was confident. Other actors were fine with it, so I don't think it matters a lot. It's all about how good he could act in the scene. You do know what I say about a good actor. The cinematographer nodded. A good actor can even make the audience believe that he's a tree. The cinematographer chuckled. I still don't think that's possible. Anything is possible, Jesse said, and looked around. There were 3 cameras that were going to be used from different angles. He did a simulation of the scene in his mind and how he was going to edit it. Shots of Mark and Andrew, then a long shot of Andrew walking away. It was all in his mind. Let's get down to it now, he said, and the cinematographer nodded. The actors took their positions, and the lighting and sound equipment were rechecked to ensure everything was well. After that, Jesse's voice came out. Lights, camera, action. The sound of a clapping board followed as Aiden closed his eyes. Immersion. Disconnected February 24th, 2017, Act 7, Scene 6, Take 1. The scene was of a new office where everyone was busy with their own work. Snapbook had gotten more than 7 million users, and it was just going to increase from now on as they had managed to capture the American and UK market. Their valuation was now way more than $1 million, and it had come out of nowhere. Thanks to that, they even managed to move to a new office in California. Step, step. Footsteps rang out as a person in a suit walked towards Mark, who was on his computer. Sebastian, one of the shareholders, played by Dustin, looked at him and frowned. Andrew. He called him out, but he didn't listen. Not knowing what to do, he shouted, seeing that Andrew's attention was solely on Mark. Mark is busy. Just leave. Oh, is he? Andrew just said that and reached beside Mark. In the next second, he picked up his laptop and banged it on the ground, with Mark looking at him in shock. The whole office froze. No one had expected something like this, especially from someone like Andrew, who was soft-spoken. Currently, there was anger visible on his face, and his eyes were a bit red, just realizing that he had been betrayed. Betrayed by the one person who he visualized the billion-dollar idea with. Call security, Sebastian said to an employee next to him as Andrew glared at Mark. What is this? You issued so many new stocks. The investors. Why wasn't I informed of it? You were informed that if new investors come in, the shares are going to be diluted. I was never informed that I was the only one whose shares were going to be diluted. Andrew shouted, looking at Mark, who didn't say anything. He knew what he had done, and there was no going back. You made a bad deal with Snapbook, Sebastian said, and Aiden turned around. It's my company, you douchebag. I have not signed any papers. We are going to get it. Andrew laughed at that, finding it extremely funny. He was going to lose majority control of the company that was built on his own idea. A company that he owned 30% shares of which had been diluted to 0.2% without telling him. He wasn't going to just let it happen. Why? Why did you do it, Mark? I thought of you as a friend. Andrew asked Mark, who lowered his head and shuddered to speak. It was the best deal for the company. You forgot I created it. The company is mine, Andrew shouted. I gave that idea when you were playing around your dating game. It would have never become this huge without me. And you know what? I bet the one thing you hated is to see me as a co-founder. Andrew kicked his desk, scaring Mark, who almost stumbled out of his seat. Seeing that, he chuckled. You are always going to be a pretentious, narcissistic bastard who talks about having big goals, not for your personal gain but for humanity. But the truth is that you are just another addition to the long list of selfish millionaires. Security is here, Sebastian said, and Andrew turned back, giving him a middle finger. I'm walking in. As he walked with security, Sebastian suddenly thought of something and stopped him. You forgot something. Andrew turned back, and Sebastian Walker took out a check from his pocket. Trying to pass it to Andrew, he smiled. Here, some $1,000. It would be enough to live for a while. Ask me if you need more. The company has a positive attitude towards donations. As soon as those words left Sebastian's words, Andrew tried to punch him, but he stopped in the middle, seeing Sebastian walk back a few steps out of fear. He gave off a light smirk. You know, I understand why Mark betrayed me and not you. He probably thinks you make him look tougher. Saying that, he glanced at Mark. Lawyer up, douchebag. Hire the best lawyers you can because I'm going to get you everything. Remember every single thing. He walked away after that, sighing inwardly but having a cold exterior. Andrew had played the friend part well, but it seemed like he needed to play the enemy part equally well. At that moment, Jesse's voice came out. Cut. There was excitement in the voice. That was a great take. Brilliant. You have gotten a lot of experience. You are close to breaking into intermediate grade 5 from intermediate grade 4. A unique thing has happened. You have performed a scene that has surpassed all expectations. As a result, you have gained a lot of experience. You have achieved a breakout scene on your own. Congratulations on achieving such a huge feat. The affinity with the character Andrew Kingston has reached its limit for your current level. You are slowly taking one step towards achieving absolute mastery in acting. After the scene, these notifications bombarded Aiden's vision, and he went through them one by one. Reading each message, his smile was just getting wider. He didn't know that one could actually give a breakout scene without using the skill. It was a nice surprise for him. Every breakout scene of his has always been praised, as in these scenes, he would actually completely become the character, and any trace of Aiden would be gone. Just in this scene, he was not supposed to kick the desk of Mark, nor was there the last line in the script. It was completely made up by Aiden on the spot. At that moment, both Jesse and Dustin walked toward him. Aiden, that scene was great. It was completely out of my expectations. Jesse said, every director wished for actors to do something that could stun them. This was that, and it was a very pleasant surprise for Jesse. Yeah, I was scared when you broke that laptop. I barely stopped myself from getting out of character. Dustin said and squinted his eyes. How did you even do that? Is it a secret technique? There's no secret technique. I just wanted to make the scene a memorable one and just lost control of myself. Aiden explained, and Jesse nodded his head. Yeah, that does happen. And this scene is surely going to be a memorable one. Just look at the reactions. When Jesse said that, Aiden looked around and saw that the majority of people on the set were looking at him. The staff were in awe, and Tom was giving a wide smile. Some extra actors were whispering among themselves, wondering if they would be able to give such a performance one day. The other supporting cast also looked a bit stunned. I'm kind of sad that this is going to be your last scene, Jesse said. I feel like adding more scenes of Andrew on the screen now. I would appreciate that, but Jesse, you don't have a lot of time. I also can't give more time to the shooting. Aiden said, and Jesse sighed, understanding what he was saying. He was going to start recording the rest of the songs from tomorrow and would only be available next when the promotions for Disconnected would be going on. It was a pretty tight schedule that no one could do anything about. It's fine. I'm quite satisfied by the scene just now, Jesse said, and they talked about it like that for a while. In the distance, a gaze kept looking at them. It was the gaze of Seth Douglas. Looking at all the attention on Aiden, especially from the director, Seth was barely able to stop himself from frowning. He didn't like that a supporting actor was getting way more attention than him. But he consoled himself, knowing who had the true power in the end. You might give a good performance, but in the end, SGA and Blackline Cinema have the power. Seth thought, jealousy building up inside of him. Chapter 208. The shooting of Disconnected was going to go on for another half-month, but Aiden's scenes had been completed, so he left the set after a small farewell party. But he didn't leave LA to go to New York. He stayed there for another week to finish the recording with Gray, who had just returned from his Spain tour. From the last time Aiden had seen, both of their careers had gone through quite a bit of ruckus. Gray had successfully made a great comeback and had gone on to do house-full tours in Canada, France, Mexico, and Spain. He had also released an EP which consisted of 5 songs which had done quite well on the charts, and the streaming numbers were also good enough. New Entertainment, his record label, was promoting him hard as their premium artist and had no intention of moving on from him until Gray himself decided to start his own record label like so many other established singers. That's why, when Aiden had contacted them for a song, New Entertainment was looking forward to it as it was another chance to cement Gray's position as a leading pop star all over the world. Their only request was that the song needed to be a commercial pop song that would have all the necessary ingredients for it to get viral on short video platforms like TikTok. Record labels in recent times have found out how easy it was for a song to get viral on platforms like that. The song just needed to have beats and lyrics that would make an excellent 30-second video. A lot of indie artists and songs had come up due to this, and it was touted as another phase in the music scene. As for Aiden, he felt like it was going to mislead musicians into making more catchy and trendy music instead of a song that had a meaning behind it. But he did understand how big of an opportunity it was for indie singers without any reliable connections. So he didn't mind taking up New Entertainment's request and made a catchy pop song. In the past, New Entertainment had taken the help of short video platforms to popularize their songs, and it had worked as a marketing strategy quite well. This time, too, they were going for the same. I really think this would rule the charts for a long time, Gray muttered, listening to the chorus part of the song and vibing alongside it. They had been recording since the morning. Until now, only Gray's parts had been recorded. Let's hope it does. We are working hard on it, Aiden said, and a man next to him opened his mouth. Can you sing your part next, Aiden? Just for a bit of practice. I think your vocal range has increased a lot in the past months. I kind of want to know what you could do at your current level. The man was Toby Ellis, the sound engineer that had been actively working with Gray over the years. Aiden had earlier worked on Lonely with Toby, and he was also the one to mention that Aiden was someone who was constantly improving. Currently, he is assisting on the song Shiver. Yeah, sure, Aiden said and entered the recording booth. Wearing the headphones, he picked up the paper on which the lyrics were written. As he was making more and more songs, it was getting harder for him to remember the lyrics of each of them. He kind of wished that there would be a skill for that too. Should I go with the first verse? Yeah, I will start the music. Okay, like that. The recording started, and Aiden took a deep breath feeling the music flowing. The retro piano beats came, and Aiden started singing. His voice was followed by a silver light that he had mastered by now. When was the last time we were alone? Sitting beside the river, throwing stones. Just watching you. So, let's turn off the world tonight. Dancing under the moonlight with each other. The song started off as a simple love song that has already become Aiden's natural style, but the music was completely different. Despite that, it suited the singing style, and it didn't feel off at all. For this song, Aiden was going with a theme of a couple getting some time with each other after a long time. Though it started off like a love song, the song would slowly turn into a pop song with Gray joining Aiden at the pre-chorus. The music would also become more cheerful. The notes for the first verse were also in the low to medium zone as, unlike Firefly, this song needed to be easier to sing. He's certainly way better, Toby thought with an interesting smile on his face. When he got the news that Aiden would be joining them to make another song, he tried to catch up on the songs he had released after Lonely. He realized that Aiden had improved a lot. His vocals really stood out when he sang a rock song like Revolution, and in Lost in the Sky, there were all sorts of emotions attached to each note. In a word, Aiden was soaking up experience like a sponge, and using it to increase his singing skills. It was very fascinating to Toby, who had been in this business for years. Not a natural genius, but a person who constantly improves. It was something very rare and needed a lot of hard work. Do you also feel that Aiden's voice has changed? Gray suddenly said. Like the voice itself, but he has gotten a lot of control, so he's able to change the voice a bit. He had also noticed it. After all, he was an intermediate grade 7 singer with a special skill. He was one of the masters. Yeah, that kid is fascinating. I don't think he's going to stay a kid for long. Lonely was released 1.5 years ago, and he's already a lot better than I had imagined. Gray muttered and secretly thought that Shiver was surely going to be way bigger than Lonely. 1, 2, 3. In a dance practice room, Rachel was practicing her steps. Sweat was trickling down her forehead, but she still kept dancing. Since the recording of Firefly, Rachel had made a resolve to get better by the time Aiden's album would be released. She still remembered a conversation she had with Aiden. I think Firefly is going to be the main song of the album. We might have to perform it a lot because a lot of the marketing budget would go towards it. Really? I thought you would go for a solo song for the main one. Nah, Firefly is the most complicated song, and it suits me the best. It was a short conversation, but something that had motivated her a lot. She was not going to perform just any song, but the main song of an album. It was not her album, but in the last month, she had gotten attached to Firefly a lot. She had practiced it every day to get better at it. Now she was confident that she would be able to perform it on stage. As she was thinking all that, the music stopped, and Rachel stopped with it. Panting, she took deep breaths and sat down on the ground. It was then that Linda walked in. Rachel, you are working hard today, too, as usual. She smiled, and Rachel took a minute to respond. While tilting her head, she asked, You look to be in a good mood? Did something good happen? Yeah. Linda nodded. Yeah, I heard some good news. Aiden's album is confirmed to be released on March 18th, and promotions are going to start just next week. Really? Rachel's expression brightened up hearing that. This was big news. It looks like you are going to need to shoot for the music video of Firefly with Aiden. Apparently, they would be having music videos of 3 to 4 tracks and release the others by audio. Music videos were a pretty good way to promote a song on MeTube, and some of these music videos would even get 1 billion views. There was almost an exclusive club of musicians whose songs have reached 1 billion views on MeTube because of how few songs do that. Artists would usually hire actors for their music videos, but sometimes they would act on it themselves. It mostly depended on what an artist wanted and how the record label wanted to promote him. Did you get to know about any shows? Which stages is he aiming for? I don't really know a lot about it, but I'm pretty sure he's going to perform in a few music festivals. Even some award shows, but going by the response, he might look for a bigger stage. Linda said after thinking for a bit. There were so many stages all around America, just, not to mention in other countries. But a lot of it just depended upon the success of the album. What big stage? Probably something like Radio City Music Hall, a stage that only top musicians could stand on. New York City has a lot of stages that singers only dream of standing on. These were stages that were tourist attractions, and only top singers got a chance to perform. Knowing Aiden, Linda was sure that he must be aiming for something like that. Chapter 209. It didn't take a long time for Aiden to complete the recording with Gray. Although Gray seemed like just another celebrity with his fair share of controversies and unique habits, he had a habit of never taking his work for granted. Being an experienced and very professional musician, Gray gave all his time to the recording, and they managed to finish up the song just before March. With that, only one more song was left to record in his album. It was called Day, and it was a song about Aiden's fears as a celebrity and how he wondered he was going to change along the journey with all the fame and money coming his way. It was a very soulful track with magical music, high notes, and great lyrics, and one that Aiden had finished during the shooting of Disconnected. After recording Shiver with Gray, Aiden had straight returned to New York to complete the recording of the track and finally finish up his first album. After that, he was going to get busy shooting music videos, promotions, and then live shows would go on for a long time. Aside from that, there were also the auditions for Sherlock of the Shadows that were apparently going to happen in late April. Thankfully, the project had been delayed a bit due to a lot of changes in the initial script of the series. Otherwise, Aiden would not be able to do it with him being so busy with his album. The next 3 months were going to be extremely packed for him. Aiden, can you go a bit higher at the end? I want to make the chorus a bit higher in volume 2. The sound engineer said, looking up at Aiden inside the recording booth. Behind the guy, Aiden's whole team was present. It was because Aiden was currently on the final parts of Day, and the album was going to finally finish. They wanted to witness it for themselves. Okay, Aiden said, and the music started. He had used violin for the chorus of the song, an instrument that he rarely used before, but it had suited a lot to the feeling that he wanted to embed in the song. Taking a breath, Aiden started singing. Would a day like that really come? When I'm not speaking the truth, when I'm just one in a group. Would a day like that really come? When I would wonder what it's like to stand at the top with no one in sight. Oh, I wonder. Like what the sound engineer said, Aiden tried to get the notes to go even higher at the end, especially at the last line. Silver light burst out of him as he did that. To the ones listening to it, Aiden's voice was really complementing the music at the moment, even sounding magical at times with all the high notes and lyrics. He had worked very hard on this song, and it was clearly showing. Finally, after a while, Aiden stopped and got out of the recording booth. The white light slowly died down as he looked at the sound engineer who was listening to the last part again. It's good, he said. I think we are done. Really? Yeah, congratulations. You have completed your first album. Hearing that, Aiden released a deep sigh and looked at Wade, who smiled back at him and laughed. The other team members also cheered, and Jody quickly took out the champagne bottle that he had brought to celebrate. Haha, it's finally completed. You really worked hard on it. Yeah, all those 9 tracks were hard, Aiden said, thinking of each of the 9 tracks. Firefly was the main track made with Rachel. Shiver was a pop song with Gray. Life is a Story, I Can't Seem to Forget, and Hold On to Me were singles he had released before, and he made them even better. This time, Day was an original that was very close to him because it was a song about his fears of the future. The last 3 tracks were Are You Okay?, a ballad song, Ghosts, which was a fusion song, and Roles, a song about how society just pushes some roles on people even if they don't want it. All 3 of them were the songs Aiden had made during shooting. It was a tough job, but he had managed to complete it finally. I never thought making an album would be so hard, Aiden said, sitting down to take a rest from all the singing. It's never easy. The good thing is that you completed it. Next will be just the music videos, and then we would just need to wait for the album to release. Trust me, it's going to. Ring. Ring. As Wade was speaking, his phone suddenly started vibrating. He took it out and saw that it was a call from a reporter he knew. What happened now? Must be an interview call. He thought and picked it up, but the first words he heard shook him to the core. Hello, can you please give me an interview? I really want to know what Aiden thinks of his first Oscar nomination. What? Wade made an odd expression. What are you talking about? Didn't you hear? Are you still clueless about it? Oscar nominations just came up, and Aiden's name is in it. What? Wait. Let me call you later. He cut the call like that, and Aiden looked at him, wondering what was happening. Sasha and Tom were also staring at him. Jody and Leah were the only ones who were already drinking. George was also sitting next to them. Ignoring everyone, Wade just opened the browser and searched for it. Oscar nominations were really out, and it was displayed on the official site of the Academy Awards. Scrolling down, Wade finally saw Aiden's name under one of the categories. For a second, He wondered if it was even true as his face froze. He was not able to believe it. "Wade, what happened?" Aiden asked, and Wade's eyes glanced at him, and his mouth opened before he knew it. "Oscar nominations just came out. You are nominated for Best Original Song. Lost in the Sky is nominated." Oscar nominations were something very special every year, as it was the award that everyone in the movie industry craved. Even though the craze for it had gotten less in recent years, it was still a prestigious award. When the news came out that 30 Days of Happiness had won the People's Choice Award at the Toronto Film Festival, a lot of people wondered whether it was going to get a nomination at the Oscars. It seemed unlikely as the movie had a young cast and a debutante director. The Academy was known not to give out awards to young people in the industry, and one needed to have a lot of work behind them. So, a nomination for Best Picture or Best Screenplay was something that was just a distant dream. But a nomination in the Best Original Song category was different, as it was not that famous in that category, and the competition was far less brutal too. Moreover, 30 Days of Happiness was known more for his music than anything else. So when Aiden got the nomination in the Best Original Song category, not many were surprised. Despite his age, the song that Aiden had made was something that was surely at a level of nomination. The only reason why he might have even lost out on the Best Original Score nomination would have been his age and less experience. Still, this news was something that was way too big for everyone involved with Aiden. An Oscar nomination was a big thing that would get his name all over the world. Soon, articles popped up about it. Like that, articles kept pouring out one after another, and it soon started trending on Sparrow. This year's Oscars was a bit late with the nominations due to various reasons, but when it finally came out, it made the news as most major Hollywood publications wrote articles on it. Aiden was also talked about a lot, as it was not just every day that a person who was not even American fully would get a nomination while being so young. It was a huge deal. As Aiden was too busy shooting and working on his album, he had not even realized that Oscar nominations were going to come. The other award shows had not been nominated 30 Days of Happiness, so he did not really care about the Oscars this year. So, it was like a bolt of thunder that hit him out of nowhere. Chapter 210. If Aiden was being truthful, he had almost forgotten about the Oscar ceremony this year. It had nothing to do with the relevancy of the award show, and was more so because of how busy Aiden's schedule was. It was so hectic that he was living in a circle, from the set to making songs from his album. Those were the only two things relevant in his life, and he was not even in contact with his friends and relatives. Still, the Oscar nominations were one of the surprises that he had liked a lot. For a while, Aiden had not been able to believe that he actually had been nominated. It was kind of funny because, in his early days in America, he would often dream about winning an Oscar for Best Actor. Although he was nowhere near that category for now, Best Original Song was still a very big deal. After all, he was one of the youngest to be nominated. A nomination was a nomination no matter in which category. Interview calls flooded him, and Sasha and Leah kept gawking, seeing the social media response. Of course, a lot of other nominees in more famous categories got way more hype, but on Aiden's social media handles and some celebrity forums, it became a huge deal. Even in Aiden's home country, India, the news spread in the film fraternity, and a lot of media houses covered it, even deciding to go to America to get an interview with Aiden. After all, it had been over a decade since someone from India had been nominated in any category at the Oscars, so it was bound to be a big deal. At least on social media, a lot of people were hoping for Aiden to bag the award. Still, the chances of it were pretty low. One of the journalists from Pop Zap magazine who covered the Oscar nominations wrote in his article, for the Best Original Song category, nominations were pretty good, and it's entirely on merit. The surprising part was still Aiden Silvereye, who composed and sang the song Lost in the Sky, that's now on the brink of winning an Oscar, but the chances of it are pretty low. Aiden, while talented, is pretty new to the industry, and other nominees have more experience with equally great songs. He might just lose out because of those reasons, but the young man should be very proud of what he has achieved. A lot of other people agreed with the point the journalist made, but the results were only going to be out in April. Till then, all this was just speculation. Aiden was already happy with the sudden nomination, and his mood brightened up quite a lot due to that. For a whole day, he was just busy handling the calls that were congratulating him. "Yeah, Uncle Sam. I did see the list. Thanks. Yes, Yes, I have a suit. What? It's pretty expensive too. I don't need another one. Hello, Mom, you heard it too? Yeah, I will be attending the ceremony. I do think it's going to be broadcasted in India too. Leo, thanks. Did you get the invitation to the Oscars? Nice. Then, let's meet there. I'm going to be busy this month with my album release. Otherwise, I would have come to LA to meet you. Like that, eh? Lot more phone calls came. Omar, Cameron, Linshaw, Xavier Lamb, Jesse, Dustin, Ray Hardy, Katie, and even Rachel. Everyone congratulated him on the nomination. Even his cousins from India called to congratulate him on the nomination. It was that big of a deal. Though the Oscars ceremony still had a month, the excitement was already building up. Aiden's fan group was also very excited when they got to know that he had gotten an Oscar nomination. It was something that the majority weren't expecting. Though, it was not the case with all, as some people were hoping for a nomination due to the People's Choice Award won at TIFF. Older members such as Sky Neves, Moaning Frodo, Chad Putin, Hollywood Insider, Young Fruit Smiley were the ones that were the happiest. They had followed Aiden's journey since the beginning when he was just a fledgling on X-Star. Just in 2 years, his destiny has completely changed. The saying that life could turn any day was indeed true, as it was almost unfathomable that someone would go from driving taxis to getting an Oscar nomination in 2 years. It was really a rags to riches story. Pikachu is my GF. What is happening? Why are there so many notifications? It happened as soon as I got my hands on the leaked video of. Anyway, what is going on here? Papa Gorilla. Aiden apparently got nominated for Oscars. At first, I thought it was a joke, but it's actually true. It's on their official site, and by the way, link. Please. Pikachu is my GF. Damn, that's big news and no links, you horny bastard. Sky Neves. Yeah, it's very big news. I can't believe something like this happened. I really hope he wins. Nacho, I doubt he would. The other nominees in the same category are pretty great. It's actually his bad luck that last year, there were few good musicals, so a lot of good songs were used in movies. Husky Elon. Just a nomination is good enough, really. Knowing the Academy, you need to be over 30 to be considered for the awards. Those jury members have some fetish in which they think inexperienced people can't win Oscars. I know young people have won it, but those are very rare, and at the time of winning, they already have an illustrious career. Uncle Ben's Soul, a happy day for me. Been following him since Hold On to Me, and really glad his talent has been acknowledged. It gave me a reason to watch the Oscars this year. Chad Putin. I don't care if he doesn't win. I will get him an award myself if he ever comes to my country. On this auspicious day, I might as well have a drink with my buddy the man from North Korea. Brother Sukyu. Is it only me, or are there too many political leaders here? The next is probably that white guy from Canada. Reporter Huff. From what I'm hearing, Aiden could actually win the award. In the category he's nominated, it's mostly on merit, and Lost in the Sky was also a huge commercial hit, topping charts. Hollywood Insider. Win or not, this is a big moment in his career. Until now, he was a guy who's everywhere, but people are waiting for him to fade as most eventually do. His Oscar nomination again made people realize his talent, and the performance of his upcoming album would decide if he's here to stay or not. In this industry, one bad project, and you start struggling. #HappyFan. Although the Oscar nomination was a pretty great thing for Aiden, he didn't really get a lot of time to celebrate it. And from his point of view, there was no point celebrating it until he had actually won. So, from the next day, he focused on his album. After the songs were completed, they still needed to get a good theme for the album cover and a name for it. Many singers would just go with their artist name as the album name these days, but Aiden didn't want that. He wanted to show the theme of the album more in the name. In the end, after a meeting, they decided to name the album Stories. It was named such because of the stories that Aiden had based the songs on. Some of the stories were inspired by his life and some by others, but the main theme was just that, and it suited the whole narrative quite well. For the photo on the cover, they just decided to go with a dusky color palette with Aiden standing on a cliff. It was an artistic decision, and Aiden didn't mind it too much. It took a whole day at a studio that they had booked to get the album cover done, and after that, he got busy shooting the music videos. Music videos were very necessary to any album, as if they got famous, a lot of people would go check out the album or at least stream them on Melody and other apps like that. They decided to shoot music videos for Firefly, Shiver, and Day. These were the main songs in the album, with two of them featuring other artists. As Gray had other works, they just decided to hire two actors to shoot the music video for Shiver and for Firefly and Day. Aiden himself was going to feature in it with Rachel accompanying him for the former. Wade hired a professional crew that was very experienced in shooting music videos. Truth be told, if Aiden hadn't gotten the money from 30 Days of Happiness, it would have been a bit difficult to shoot high-quality music videos. It would have been fine still, as he was earning quite well with his movies and endorsements. Just for Disconnected, he had gotten $300,000, which was his highest paycheck from a movie till now other than 30 Days of Happiness. But having the backup of millions in his account, he was able to go for the best production team to shoot his music videos. Chapter 2:11. You need to move like that. Aiden, your choreography is simple, so just try to look graceful. A choreographer said as she looked at Aiden, and he awkwardly nodded his head. He was currently in a dance practice room that was booked for dance lessons for the music video that they were going to shoot. Rachel was also practicing with him as she had flown over from LA yesterday. Look at Rachel. She has gotten most of the hard parts in the music video, but she's doing it so well. She looked at Rachel, who was standing next to Aiden. A smile appeared on her face hearing that. She had been practicing hard in her dance, so she was glad to get some approval. I just never danced before. Aiden sighed. His body was slim, but not flexible enough. He was also hesitant in his steps. It was to a degree where he didn't even have a dancing skill. He was truly a beginner. It's just for the music video. You don't have to dance in a live performance. Rachel turned towards him and said, for the music video, the director was going for the background of a circus with Rachel using ropes to dance and spin in the air. They were using a body double for the difficult and dangerous parts, but there were still a lot of hard ones that Rachel needed to do. As for Aiden, his parts were pretty easy, and he just needed to give expressions with very minimum dancing. I know, I should have focused a bit on dancing before. Now that I think of it, it's an important aspect of a live performance. Aiden said, and Rachel nodded her head. Yeah, that's why I learned it, but you are not a performer. You are a complete musician, and there's no need for you to dance to entrance the audience. That was Rachel's thinking. Although a lot of singers have ensemble dance crews and would give a complete performance. Whenever they appeared on stage like Gray, there were also singers who looked like the traditional image of a musician. Artists who would hold a guitar in their hand and just sing. Just their voice was enough to captivate the audience in a trance-like state. Aiden was obviously the latter. I know, but it's a good skill to have. I won't need it for my current album, but maybe in the future, I will get into it. It would also help in making my body a bit more flexible. Yeah, maybe I can teach you some easy moves later on. Rachel asked after thinking for a bit. Oh, that would be great. Aiden said, wondering if he would get a dancing skill by that. Even a skill at level 1 was good enough for him. As soon as he got the skill, he would be able to level it up slowly like a video game character. Let's get back to practice now. The choreographer shouted, glaring at Aiden and Rachel, who were talking in the middle of a practice session. She was a professional who had worked with a lot of music videos, so she wasn't caring about Aiden's or Rachel's status as celebs. Like that, the practice went on. Days went by fast as Aiden shot the music video for Firefly and Day. The former was a pretty hard music video to shoot for him, but the latter was pretty easy as it didn't have any dance movies. A week before the album's release, they released the music video for Firefly. Aiden was very nervous about it, as it was the first song out from his debut album. They worked really hard on the music video, and the song was good too, but he didn't know how it was going to be taken by the audience. It was actually important for the music video to do well, as on March 17th, there was going to be a showcase for the release of Stories. Psycho Media wanted to hold it, as it was a good way to promote the album. In the showcase, both Rachel and Aiden were going to perform Firefly, and even Gray was going to join him for Shiver. So there was a need for the music video to be taken well by the audience. Not only Aiden, but his whole team was also very nervous. They were a very small team, and it was their first big project. They needed it to do well no matter what. Do you think this office is a joke? You need to work hard. That's why we have employed you. Not to just waste your time in front of a computer. I told you to get the reports done by today morning. Why are they not done yet? Sir, I told you a family emergency came yesterday. My relative had an accident. I don't fucking care even if your relative dies. Do you understand? The man nodded and lowered his head, trying not to meet the gaze of his boss and his colleagues, who were sending him sympathizing glances. This was a morning routine for his boss, picking anyone and just let out his anger on them for every small reason. He simply didn't care that it was harassment, and he was creating a toxic work environment. Due to inflation, the man couldn't even leave his job. Fuck my boss and the government. Thinking that he endured the scolding, and after it was over, he dejectedly sat down on his seat and started doing his work, but his mind was a mess. He didn't like being belittled like this, but there was no choice. Fuck you. I'm glad your wife left you, and now you need to spend money on your divorce too. I hope you go bankrupt too. The man muttered as he worked, but the scolding wasn't leaving his mind. Every word of his boss stung him in his heart, and he deliberated whether he should just punch his boss and leave. It was at that moment that his phone got a notification, getting him out of his thoughts. Frowning, he picked it up and saw that it was a notification from MeTube. One of the channels he followed had just posted a new video. When he looked closely at it, he saw that it was from Aiden Silvereye, one of the artists he followed because he liked Lost in the Sky. Firefly, is it a new song? The man muttered and looked around. His boss was nowhere to be seen, and at this point, he didn't actually care a lot. Getting his headphones out off a desk, he plugged them into his phone and clicked on the video. On his phone screen, the lights were dimmed, but the man was able to make out that it was a stage. At that moment, Aiden walked in, and music started. Then Aiden opened his mouth. I closed my eyes so I could reach the world that could be mine and yours. Walking the path through the darkness, only to reach your door. I'm on the path to do something that no one did before. The lyrics were only in a whisper, but the man was already hooked after the first verse. It sounded like a very beautiful song, and he just got lost in it slowly. His mind cleared up as the thoughts of his boss and the embarrassment he felt finally stopped bothering him, and then the man just focused on the song. At the end of the music video, the man had already decided to order Aiden's album. A song had managed to make his day better. Not only just the man, but other people all around the world were also noticing the song, and it was quickly spreading with the help of social media. Aiden, Rachel, and Psycho Media each promoted it on their social media handles, and then their fans quickly watched the video. The 3-minute video was very beautiful, with Aiden's and Rachel's vocals standing out alongside the great music and lyrics. Many people forwarded it on their social media and friend groups, and just on the first day, the video got over 6 million views, which was a great start. Comments all over social media were also mostly positive. Tired author, guys, go and check Aiden's new song. It's very pretty. Damn. The music video looked awesome, and the song is great too. I'm pre-booking Aiden's album if all the songs are going to be that good. Tate Jr. I never expected such a great song from Aiden. The high vocal and tonal shifts make it great. Man's a naturally talented composer. Respect. Jerry's daughter. I really resonated with the lyrics a lot. The song about forbidden love really touched my heart. I didn't used to like Aiden before because he didn't look handsome, but I'm a fan from now on. Lillicon Hunter. I'm seeing Rachel after a long time. She's so pretty in those dance moves. I really wonder why she didn't have a single release for months. She was the main highlight for me in the song. I subscribed to her MeTube too. Dr. Man. I forwarded the song to all my family, and they all loved it. My daughter even told me that my music taste had improved. The Rat King. I finally found such a good music video after so long. The theme of the song really comes through, and both the singers are really amazing. No wonder Aiden got an Oscar nomination. Chapter 212. Firefly popularity quickly spread due to a lot of reasons. The music video was visually great, and everyone could see that a lot of money had gone into it. The song itself was a great one, and everyone was mesmerized by it. Aiden's fans had not thought that one day he was going to collaborate with Rachel, the person who had eliminated him on X-Star. But it was a pleasant surprise. A lot of people were astonished by Rachel's high vocals, which hadn't been used properly in her previous songs, and were in awe of it. Her dance moves were praised a lot too. As for Aiden, his style of composing suited Firefly a lot, and everyone could see that he had exceeded himself. This time, the high vocals, great lyrics, and the way of singing, everything was top-notch. He was praised a lot for his composing too. One of the music critics tweeted, Aiden Silvereye, Firefly seems like the song that clearly shows a great musician's potential. He seems to have a knack for getting better and better with each song. The Oscars might really be his this time. I'm going to get my hands on his first album and put it on my wall as I feel like this is the beginning of a legend. Many thought that the tweet was exaggerated, but many appreciated it too. Though, the views on the music video were just saying one picture. On the first day, it got 6 million views. On the second, the number was up to 14 million, and on the third day, it finished at 21 million. By the end of the first week, the music video had already gotten 43 million views and was a huge hit. It was slowly going towards the 100 million mark, and by this time, everyone was sure that no one would be able to stop it. We are getting a lot of great comments. Over 40% of them mention you. Some are even asking you to release more solo songs, and the subscriber count of your channel has also increased. Linda said, looking up at Rachel, who, for a change, had a smile on her face. They were talking in a cafe. I read all the comments. It feels nice. Rachel said. It was after a while that she saw so many comments about herself. The best thing was that most of these were very positive, and it felt like her resurgence in her career was finally happening. How's the company's response? Rachel asked, and Linda gathered her words before speaking. It's pretty good. They are very happy that the song is doing so well. Linda said. Currently, they are just monitoring all of it, especially comments about you. Are they going to finally give me another chance? Rachel asked, her eyes gazing at Linda's face. Firefly was a huge opportunity for her not only because it was her first song in a while, but also because it was her opportunity to prove herself to Psychomedia that she was someone worth investing in. Psychomedia was also obviously keeping a close eye on how the audience would react to her. Honestly, I can't say for now. The music video is surely making an impact, but we will only know after all of your live shows with Aiden are finished. I'm hoping for positive news, though, Linda said, and Rachel nodded her head, trying not to think about it. In the end, she changed topics. The showcase is tomorrow. Yeah, a lot of media reporters are called, and many fans that won the contest are also going to be there. So, the sales largely depend on the reception. Though Firefly already managed to impress a lot of people. Linda said. They held an online social media competition to get tickets to the showcase for stories. It got a lot of Aiden's fans interested, and a good amount of people were going to be there. Are you confident about giving a good live performance? Yeah, I feel like I would be able to. Okay, Linda muttered, and before she could say anything else, a group of friends sitting adjacent to them stood up and walked towards them. Hello, are you Rachel Rose? One of the girls asked, and as soon as Rachel nodded, she became excited. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm meeting you here. I'm listening to Firefly on loop. I loved it. Can you give me an autograph? Ah, yes, sure. Rachel was a bit surprised to hear that, but she didn't waste any time giving out autographs. Seeing all this, Linda just smiled to herself. She couldn't remember the last time a fan had asked Rachel for an autograph. Like many people who would get momentarily famous through reality TV shows, Rachel had also started to fade away in the last few months, but the last week had changed that. The sight in front of her was proof of it. I'm so happy that she's finally getting a resurgence. The sky was as dark as it could be, and the rain gods were not holding it back today. It looked like the whole city was going to drown today, and people wondered why it was raining when it was the month of March. Inside the hall that was booked for the showcase of stories, a lot of reporters, celebrity guests, and fans were present. A lot of security guards were walking around, making sure that no one tried to do anything funny today, especially with Aiden already being stabbed once in the past. This showcase looks pretty good. I didn't know Aiden Silvereye was going to become so big this quickly. Yeah, apparently, Psychomedia is partnering up on the album with him and handling a lot of things. He lucked it out, getting good connections with one of the leading record labels. Yeah, but I think it's pretty much a mutual partnership. Business is one thing, but talent is unique. Going by how Firefly is doing on the charts and MeTube, he's someone worth investing in. Two reporters talked among themselves, standing in the showcase. They were from a Hollywood magazine and were talking about Aiden and his supposed rise in the music industry. He was now treated as someone extraordinary in the music scene for being an Oscar nominee and a successful artist. That's why a lot of discussions were happening about him among different groups of people present in the showcase. Reporters were wondering about what questions to ask him and, at the same time, discussing the performance of the album. There's going to be an interview, too, right? One of the reporters asked his senior. Yeah, they're going to conduct one after the showcase. Apparently, Gray and Rachel are both going to perform with him on different songs. I really wonder if they're going to sound great live. Ain't Gray a great artist? Yeah, I'm not worried about him. Rachel is a better one to look into, as she was rumored to be disregarded by Psycho Media. No one knows how she sounds live. So we could write articles if Firefly doesn't sound good live. At another corner, a few reporters were having a similar discussion. Firefly is really making waves. I think it might hit the top 5 on the melody charts like this. It's already top of the new song charts. They didn't even promote it a lot. They banked on Aiden's current reputation, and the Oscar nomination helped. As the song was good enough, it spread easily. Though, there were still doubts about the quality of other songs. What do you mean? I heard that the other songs in the album are just subpar. The one with Gray might be average, but there are a lot of chances that others might be total duds. He apparently made the songs in a few months, and he was shooting a movie at the same time. There's no way he would get all of them right. So, you are saying that Firefly was the best one, and they are trying to salvage the album on just that. Yeah, everything will be revealed in the showcase. As Firefly was doing so good, Aiden was bound to be a hot topic. Because of that, a lot of discussions happened before the live performance between the reporters. Some of them were sure that the album wouldn't do well, while others believed that rather than good songs, the album might do well because no other artist was releasing anything currently. There was no current competition in the mainstream. A lot of them had also come here just to get a chance to interview Aiden about his Oscar nomination, the drama on the sets of Disconnected, and other things related to him. For the album, they had pretty low expectations, mostly because Aiden didn't have the resources that a lot of top record labels had, and he had composed all the songs himself. After all, he couldn't keep making good songs all the time. But when the showcase finally began and Aiden and Rachel came on stage to sing, the reporters, who were ready to write articles on how the song couldn't be sung properly live, were dumbfounded. The same sort of reactions came out with Shiver, and even when Aiden performed Day. How can this be? Why are all the songs in the album so good? Damn, it sounds even better live. They surely have worked a lot on it. Hit. This is going to be a big hit. Chapter 2:13. When Aiden first appeared on the stage, a loud cheer went up, with fans cheering him on. There were even a few from his fan group that were in the crowd, cheering him on. The reporters were the only ones skeptical as Rachel and Aiden began their performance on Firefly. They were sitting at a separate stand where all the media personnel were. As soon as it started, their faces went from mild shock to astonishment to thoroughly enjoying the performance. Anyone with a little music knowledge would know that Firefly was a hard song to perform live, but all doubts diminished due to the performance. Both of their voices were great. The diction was as good as it could be, and the notes were touching the sky. The chorus was especially one that made people shocked with wide eyes. It was clear that both of them had worked a lot on the song to sing it so well, especially Rachel, who seemed to be giving her all in the performance. The reporters were not able to stop themselves from whispering, "Hey, isn't that too good? They are performing it seamlessly. Who was the idiot who said that the song can't be performed live? You said that, idiot." Anyway, I think Rachel is going to hit it big soon. She has actress looks, a great body, and her voice is like an angel. Psycho Media is stupid not to invest more in her. Yeah, I'm going to write an exclusive article on her as soon as the showcase ends. There's enough material with her obscurity after X-Star. The event went on like that, and soon, Firefly ended, and after a short break, Gray entered the stage to sing with Aiden. Before the song, the reporters were ready to compare it to their previous collaboration, Lonely, but when they started, they realized that it was far better. Shiver was a staple pop song with groovy music and lyrics that suited it, especially with the uniqueness of Gray's vocals and his energy with Aiden's pure voice that seemed to suit each type of song. Gray is going to rule the industry for 5 more years at least. He's the best in the pop scene. His last hit was also due to Aiden, and I think he could only do that with his help. Just look at him. This song is surely going to get millions of views. I would be surprised if it didn't. Next was Day, which was going to be a solo of Aiden, and compared to the previous 2 songs, it started off pretty slow, being from a completely different genre and having a slow tempo initially. But when it picked up, everyone felt a magical feeling. There was a kind of mysticism in the song that easily touched the soul, with lyrics being one of the main features of the song. Aiden's fears as a celebrity were easily conveyed, and at this point, the reporters were convinced of one thing. This album is going to be a banger. A huge hit. He's truly the next big deal in music. The rumors weren't exaggerated at all. With the Oscar nomination too, there's no doubt. Aiden Silvereye is going to rule the music industry for years to come. You have gained a lot of experience. You have advanced to intermediate grade 4 from intermediate grade 3 in your singing skill. Your knowledge of singing has grown. You have exceeded all your expectations. The skill empathy is becoming stronger. A small gift has been given to you for your efforts. You have gotten the skill lyric screen. Now, you can check the lyrics of your song while singing. Your level in instrumental skills has increased. You have gained a lot of experience. More rewards would be given after the album release. Notifications blinded him as soon as all the performances in the showcase ended. It was to a point where Aiden nearly fell down due to them, but after getting a breathing space, he slowly read them all out. When he saw that his skill level had improved, Aiden was obviously happy, but the thing that interested him was the lyric screen. As all the skills from the system were something that helped him a lot, he was glad that he had gotten one more, and this seemed to be something small, but significant as Aiden didn't want to forget his lyrics while on the stage. The last notification screen also interested him as he wondered what he would get after his album would release at 12 a.m., right after the end of the showcase. Let's check up on the skill. Aiden thought of the song Firefly, and a screen opened in front of him, similar to the ones on Melody. With that, he didn't have to worry about forgetting the lyrics of his song. Aiden, let's go. The press conference is beginning. As he was checking up on the skills, Wade walked up to him backstage. The showcase also had a press conference where fans and reporters would be able to ask him questions. Rachel and Gray would also join him. Coming, Aiden said, deciding to think of his system later. Now, as the reporters were sure that the album was a justified great one, they could no longer ask questions like, "The song is lackluster. Do you think you rushed the album?" They could only ask questions related to the making of the album, Aiden's Oscar nomination, and his acting career. At the same time, the reporters wanted to also focus on the controversies. Just the first question they asked was about Disconnected. I'm from Hollywood Weekly, and I want to ask about the recent controversy between Seth Douglas and Jesse Ross on the sets of Disconnected. As you worked on the project, what do you have to say about it? Did time on the set soured because of their fight? I actually have nothing to say about that. I think that was already cleared a while back, and the time on the set was pretty good. That was a basic answer, and Aiden refused to say anything else. In the first place, he wasn't going to restart the controversy as it could negatively affect Disconnected. Moreover, this was not a press conference related to the movie. Thankfully, the next few questions were better. What do you think about your Oscars credentials? A female reporter asked in a British accent, and Aiden took a while to answer it. I am trying not to think about it, actually. It's an honor to be nominated with another great artist, and I would be happy if I won. If I don't, I might try again next year. After that, a burly reporter had a question with both Gray and Aiden. How did you two end up making Shiver? How was the song idea produced? Gray was the one to reply first. Actually, Aiden called me about it, and I agreed quickly. A chance to work with him again wasn't something I was going to let go of. As for the production, it's better for Aiden to answer that. Gray looked at Aiden, who smiled. Actually, I kept sending Gray a lot of samples, but he kept rejecting them. I got the main tune of Shiver, randomly, and thankfully, Gray liked it. It was a pretty hard process till then, but after I knew what sort of song we wanted to go with, it was very quick. The reporter was satisfied with the answer, and they moved on to other questions. A lot of reporters from different publications asked tons of questions, and surprisingly, Rachel turned out to be bombarded with them alongside Aiden. It was because reporters were interested to know how Rachel and Aiden ended up working together and how their relationship had changed since the reality show. To that, Rachel had a simple reply. I actually never thought we would work together, and it just happened when he was looking for a female voice for Firefly. I'm glad he isn't the type to hold grudges against people. Otherwise, we wouldn't have worked together. She smiled as she hinted at Aiden's loss at X-Star to her. After the press conference was over with the reporters, some of the fans were given a chance to ask questions from Aiden and others. Compared to the reporters, the fans didn't hold back against asking any questions and just satisfied their curiosity. One of those questions was from a female friend who looked too happy to ask a question from Aiden. Hello, can you tell me if you and Katie Brooks are actually dating or not? The media said that, but you have never given a statement on it. Aiden also didn't hold back hearing that question. I never commented on it because we never dated. It's something that the media thought of themselves. Actually, I'm pretty sure they are going to link me up with other people, too, in the future. Maybe even Rachel. Aiden looked at her before continuing. At this rate, I'm pretty sure I would be the last one to know who I'm in a relationship with. His answer made everyone laugh, and a reporter who had already decided to write a link-up rumor about him and Rachel coughed to hide his embarrassment. The media was infamous for making couples out of nowhere, and they couldn't even say anything against it. The press conference went like that, and it ended up being a great showcase event. As soon as it ended, the album was released, and coincidentally, the rain also ended then with the clouds opening up to reveal a bright morning. Chapter 214. The album's stories already had 20K pre-sales before the release, but when all the songs were released and the first reaction of the press about it was made public, it truly blew up. The music video of Shiver was also released at the same time, and Day was going to be released a week later. With all the good media coverage, the album was bound to get eyeballs. A lot of people streamed new songs like Rolls and Day on Melody and liked them a lot. Knowing that the songs were great, they didn't hesitate to buy the album. The age of physical vinyl was already gone, so digital albums were the ones that were selling the most. In the first place, songs were accessible to the public, and they could just watch the music video on MeTube or stream all the songs on Melody. The artist would earn mostly from the ad revenue in that case. As for the charts, Firefly was already dominating the new singles chart and was at number 7 on the top singles chart in America. Shiver opened up at number 16 and Day at 21, and his other songs also opened up quite close, but most of them made it to the top 50 on the charts, and this wasn't just the case in America. Earlier, Aiden's songs had spread to other countries quite later, and the major popularity was still based in America, but this year, his album's songs dominated other countries' charts too. Firefly was even at 10 in the UK and 17 in Canada. They had just been released a while back, and with just more and more people getting to know them, their popularity was just going to increase. At this point, it was not wrong to say that Stories was going to be a massive hit, and the executives in Psycho Media were already dancing in joy, knowing that they had made a great decision by partnering up with Aiden. The comments on Sparrow and other online forums were abundant, as a lot of people were talking about it. Penguin leg fetish. Why is Firefly trending on Sparrow at 24? What is that even? Lego girlfriend at Penguin leg fetish. You can make a tweet about it, but can't just click on it to know what it's about. How weird are people these days? Anyway, that trend is about a song, and the singer's fans are trending it. I don't mind, as the song is pretty much chef's kiss. Goats are cool. I ordered a digital album just today, and I loved every song out of it. Aiden is truly a genius songwriter. I hope he achieves more success and gives way better songs as he truly has the talent. Rachel's Simp Club president. After listening to Firefly, I hereby announce that the dead fan group of Rachel Rose is truly revived. She still has the voice and most certainly the face, arm, feet, and cough. My friends, let's spam Psycho Media's social media handle, demanding a single by Rachel. Jesus' grandma. My grandson doesn't like today's music, but even he liked Firefly and Day. I ordered a physical copy of the album to give him on his birthday. Aiden's wife. Does anyone have tickets to Aiden's shows? Preferably in New York? I am willing to buy it at twice the price or thrice. I just need to be a part of his show. Chinese novels hater. I only like Day and Shiver out of the whole album. The other songs are pretty meh, but they are still average. I was expecting more, but I understand how hard it is to make a good song. At least Aiden took his time and didn't make his songs trashy like certain novels. Phobia of having phobia. I was there on the showcase, and damn, it was some event. The live performances were great, and in the fan questions round, Aiden really acted sweet with the audience while taking jabs at the media. By the way, Rachel is gorgeous. 80,000 freaking sales in just a week. Man's a fucking freak. A man said, sighing and looking at the ceiling wall. It looked white and blank with dust in the corner. Pretty much how his life had become. I know, right? One of his colleagues said, putting down a water bottle and sitting next to him. Both of them were employees from Psycho Media working in the HR department. Stories being such a big hit was the talk of the whole company, and everyone was talking about it. How much do you think Aiden would earn by it? The man looked at him. Probably $1 million, but a lot less after taxes for sure. his colleague said after thinking about it for a bit. Singers earned a lot from sales and streams, but stuff like sponsorships and concerts pay way more. So, the number was surely going to be in tens of millions. Even I don't like taxes. The man frowned. If I had $1 million, I would just leave for Las Vegas, get some strippers, and just enjoy being there for a month. Knowing you, you're going to lose all that in a week in gambling. The man laughed and turned the subject back to Aiden and the magnificent sales of his album. You know, our company hit the jackpot by getting a deal with him. The last big album of ours failed, but this one really hit it out of the bag. Yeah, I remember other record labels laughing at us when we made a deal with Aiden, saying that now we are at the level of working with indie artists, and now they are crying. After all, he's a mainstream indie artist now. Big record labels rarely work with artists other than theirs, and Aiden's case was very peculiar as Steven, the owner, had a good impression of him, and he had an identity as a composer too. The logistics and planning team had deemed it a very good deal with a high chance of getting back the investment. In the end, it worked out. Man, I heard they are even giving bonuses to the marketing team that worked on the song. I wish I was in it. His colleague said. Rachel, who was thrown out a few months ago, is also benefiting a lot from it. Really? The man raised an eyebrow at that. Yeah, the PR team has been getting too many calls for a week now about Rachel. Reporters are very excited to know her next move, and the department is very happy about it. They did think that Rachel is a complete package, and now, she's finally living up to expectations. True, she was very lucky, but I guess she deserved it. Yeah, she's one of the better ones. Though you don't know when they would become arrogant out of nowhere. Celebs do get everything easily if they are famous. They talked a bit more about Rachel before the man talked about a very interesting rumor that was currently circulating in the whole company. Apparently, they are trying to contact Radio City Music Hall for a performance there. It's one of the biggest places. In America, they don't normally give out the hall to anyone, but this time, they are trying their best. Apparently, Aiden would get into acting again in May, so they tried to end the live shows with a big bang. Though, I'm pretty sure he's going to go for a world tour after his acting gigs. In an office room, two men in suits were talking to each other. From their posture, it was a business discussion, and they looked pretty serious about it as they talked. If Aiden was here, he would have recognized one of the men as Stephen McDonald, the owner of Psycho Media, and the man in front of him was a director. Currently, they were talking about Aiden. Stephen, I really think you should talk to Aiden once. That guy has great talent and everything that our company needs. We should try to get him as he's not in a contract with anyone. The director said, but Stephen shook his head. I told you I have tried before. Aiden doesn't want to be under anyone, no matter how good of a deal it may seem. That guy is resolute and very special. He's the only person I know who didn't even reach the grand finale of X-Star, but so quickly rose through the ranks. You are not thinking for our benefits. If you want, you can try it. It's a good thing if he agrees. I don't think you're going to stop it until he rejects you. Stephen said, frowning. He was tired of the director's constant cribbing about giving Aiden a contract. Okay, I will do it myself. Anyway, I don't plan to talk to Aiden in the first place. I heard he and his agent are pretty close. It's easier to persuade agents. The director smirked as he said that. Chapter 215. As the album was doing so well, a lot of people were talking about Aiden. He had a lot of events to promote his album, so whenever he went, he met a lot of people. All of them had only positive things to say about him. I love your album. The concept, music videos, and your voice. All of them sound so perfect. I'm really glad it's working so well. Aiden, can I get an autograph, please? My playlist is filled with your songs, and I listen to them before sleeping every day. They really give off such peaceful vibes. I've been following you since I saw you on X-Star. You have really come a long way since. Do you mind clicking a selfie with me? I will cherish it all my life. These types of compliments were given to him almost every hour as he went from one show to another. At the same time, more and more event companies were trying to book him for a show. Unfortunately, Aiden was only going to do the live shows for a month, and in between that, there were Oscars and the audition for Sherlock of the Shadows too. Wade and he had decided that if they passed the audition, they were going to focus on it and hold off a singing tour that was now already pending. If they didn't pass the audition, they were going to start the tour straight. In between this, one of the major music magazines, Record, posted an article on Aiden. The article managed to get famous as a lot of people read it and agreed with it. The article got very famous for writing down Aiden's career till now and providing answers to his current popularity. One of these was how Aiden was a fresh change for a celebrity. He was someone who didn't show off the stuff he had on social media. In fact, his social media was mostly dead until one of his projects came up. This made people see him as someone mysterious. There were almost no real-life photos of him on social media, as he was a very private person. The audience had also gotten tired of seeing the same type of celebrities and hearing bad things about them. So they gave Aiden a chance, and his content spoke for itself. His songs were great, roles were well-liked, and he got the parts that had the potential to become classics, and he thoroughly owned it. In the end, the article ended with a question asking if Aiden was able to maintain his popularity. After all, it was way harder to maintain popularity than to get it. Relevancy was the key to a celebrity's career. Aiden, that was great. I love you. Please make me your girlfriend. You are so handsome. Spotlights of different colors fell on Aiden as he looked at the crowd, cheering and waving their hands in front of him. It was a spectacular feeling to be standing here, performing in front of them. Something that was hard to explain. As he grew in stature, the stages on which he performed just became bigger and bigger every time. Thank you for coming here today. I'm now going to perform Firefly. Hope you all would like it. Another cheer went up hearing that. He took a deep breath and started singing again with the music accompanying his vocals. This was his fourth show of the day, but he was feeling energized like it was still his first. With that, it's over. I will go to sleep right away. No, I feel like I might just sleep in the car. Aiden said, leaning against his seat and glancing at Wade, who was driving the car. They were just returning from another show, and it had been another exhausting day. Shaking his head, Wade muttered, I would drop you at your home fast. I want to rest too. Tomorrow is a big day, after all. Yeah, the Oscars are tomorrow. Aiden said, looking outside. The sky was pitch black and was covered with clouds. The Oscar ceremony was going to be held tomorrow, and Aiden was very excited about it. So much so that he was dreaming about winning an Oscar even in his dreams. Though, for some reason, every time, the award was given by a black, eye-patch-wearing guy. You booked Miranda for tomorrow, right? Aiden asked, looking up at Wade, who nodded his head. Obviously, I'm not going to make any mistakes. It's your first Oscar appearance and nomination. You need to look the best out of everyone. A good impression is a great way to start, and you will probably meet most of the big wigs tomorrow. A lot of them would want to talk to you at the after party, and I won't be there with you. You need to handle everything yourself. Leo and Omar are going to be there too. Katie had gotten an invite too. Aiden replied, but Wade shook his head. They would be there in the ceremony, but after that, there's a lot of chance that you are going to go to separate after parties. From what I know, Leo has a project with Interactive Movies next, so he's probably going to go to the party hosted by them. Interactive Movies was one of the big 6 studios in the current Hollywood landscape. Zero International and Titan Studios were the 2 others that Aiden had previously worked with. After 30 Days of Happiness, Leo had hit it big and was now directly working with a giant. Oscar after parties were very diverse, with different studios and some big magazines. In this, the Vanity Magazine party was the big one, but there were other parties too. I don't even know if anyone is going to invite me to an exclusive after party. I would just take a look around the Vanity Magazine one. Someone would surely invite you. You are shining brightly currently, so people want to shine with you. Wade said, but Aiden just gave him an odd look. That's a weird analogy. It is what it is. Anyway, if you win, you will get invites to most parties. Even if you don't, some would surely invite you, and try to just be careful of people and not give any promises. Promises? Aiden raised an eyebrow. Yeah, there's a story about an actor who was too drunk at an after party and just promised to do a movie with a producer. The producer actually got his signature at that party, and even if the actor didn't like it, he needed to do the product. There was even a court case about it. That's kind of messed up. Wade just shrugged, saying that it's Hollywood, and those things happen a lot here. Just the industry was like that. Aiden didn't think a lot about it. In the first place, the after party was not in his mind. He just wanted to focus on the Oscar ceremony first. The big question was whether he was going to win the award or not. If he was being honest, the award wasn't in a category he wanted to win an award in. His goal was to win in the Best Actor category, but he knew that it would take a long while to achieve that. The only reason he was even able to get a nomination in Best Original Song was that his composing skill was pretty high. Actually, It had increased in levels after his album had been released. Your composing skill has advanced to level 8 from level 7. Congratulations on achieving a huge feat. Your skill lyric writing has advanced to level 7. Your instrumental skills have increased. Chapter 216. The Oscars was a big annual event in Hollywood, and like previous years, it was star-studded this year, too, with popular actors and actresses being invited to the ceremony. Aside from them, directors, producers, editors, and people who worked on the technical side of a movie were also present. But the limelight was obviously on the people who were nominated this year. People were curious about which movie would win the prestigious award this year, and who would be the best actor. What impact today's ceremony would have on the whole world. Because of how big the Oscars were, just when the red carpet event was going on, it started trending on Sparrow at number 3, getting more and more tweets with the coverage of the red carpet. On the red carpet, a lot of reporters were standing here and there. Some were interviewing famous celebrities while others were busy clicking their pictures and discussing among themselves. Every time a big celebrity would appear, whispers would go on. Hey, that's Ray Hardy. He's nominated for Black Symbiote. Oh, he looks so handsome in real life. I wonder if he would give me an interview. There's Toby Glutton with his new girlfriend. Hey, doesn't she look too young for him? No, she's 23. His previous one was 21. She's too old for him. That man's 50, but his girlfriends are just getting younger. Let's hope we don't see him on the cover page of a newspaper as a child molester in the coming years. Oh my God, that's Kiera Kendall. She looks completely different. Apparently, she got Botox and stuff. Funny because she talks about being happy with your looks and personality and loving yourself. At least she's only presenting an award tonight. Here he comes. John Reeves, the nicest guy in Hollywood. Is he really that nice? Yeah, he's very humble. Though there are exaggerated stories about him saving an airplane and other things, but he's mostly a great guy. Like that, the reporters talked about the top stars in Hollywood walking down the red carpet. It was at that moment that some of the reporters looked at a young guy walking out of a car. He was in a clean black suit, with short hair and a clean-shaved face. He looked very handsome, especially with a charming smile on his face. Whisper again started seeing him. Hey, that's Aiden Silvereye. He looks pretty great in real life. Talent and looks. God probably loved him too much while giving him those talents. Do you think he will give us an interview? Hard to say. I have not heard about him being rude to reporters, but we need to be careful as celebrities are choosy about who they are giving interviews to. As they talk like that, one reporter almost sprinted towards Aiden like he was waiting for him to appear all night. Reaching near Aiden, he quickly opened his mouth. Hello, I'm Julian. A big fan of yours. Can I take your interview? Julian was someone who had risen in the ranks among the reporters due to taking Aiden's photos at the event of Shadows of War, when no one else knew him. After that, he did the same in the Indie Music Awards. He even followed Aiden to different events, taking his photos and selling them to different magazines until he landed a job in a popular magazine, Hollywood Muse, and became an actual reporter from a paparazzi. His superiors sent a whole team of reporters to cover the Oscars, and as soon as he saw Aiden, Julian couldn't help himself from walking close to him and asking for an interview. Fortunately, Aiden replied positively. Yeah, sure. Ask any questions you have. Hearing that, Julian wasn't able to control himself and quickly spoke the first question that came to his mind. What do you think about your chances of winning the Oscars? I can't really say that, Aiden said, thinking about it for a bit. I would love to win it, but in the end, it's really not in my hands. If I win, it's good, and if I don't, that's fine too. Won't you feel disappointed? Julian raised an eyebrow, and Aiden smiled. I would, and that's why I'm trying not to expect anything. In the end, it's an award. Actually, there's something my uncle told me long ago. Aiden said, and then tried to imitate Uncle Sam's deep voice. Awards are just trophies in the end. It's good to have them, but it's not like your life will get any worse if you don't have a piece of trophy sitting around in your house for a lifetime. That was something that Aiden had understood much better after seeing Aaron Hart. He was so obsessed with an Oscar that his personal life was ruined. Even he himself was ruined with so many mental health issues. Aiden would be much better by not treating an award as everything. Oscar was good, but it was not the peak of one's career. That's good advice, Julian said, and just as he was about to ask another question, a voice called out to Aiden. Hey, Aiden, over here. Turning back, he saw Leo and Omar standing there. Both of them were wearing suits, with Leo wearing the normal black one and Omar donning a cream-colored suit that actually looked good on him. "I'm sorry, but can we continue this later?" Aiden said to Julian, who was a bit disappointed but nodded. "Yeah, thanks for your time." Aiden nodded, and just as he was about to walk away, he looked like he remembered something and paused to look at Julian. "By the way, it was nice to meet you," he said and pushed his hand forward, which Julian quickly grabbed. He hadn't expected Aiden to say anything like that, but that small gesture came off as very sweet. "Likewise, I really hope you win the award today." Aiden talked with Leo and Omar for a while about the nominations, and they said that they were rooting for him to grab the award. He also met Katie and posed with her for some pictures. After that, everyone was directed towards their seats. He was seated in the middle, and it was a pretty good place to sit in his eyes as he was able to see the stage clearly. At the same time, Aiden felt a little weird seeing all the famous top actors and directors sitting in the same place. He had thought that he had grown used to seeing famous people in his small career, but it seemed like it wasn't the case at all. As he waited for the award ceremony to start, Aiden just looked around and tried to remember the movie of the director that was sitting adjacent to him or the biggest hit of the actress in the front row. It was a small game that helped him pass the time, and finally, the show started and the host appeared. "Hello, everyone. My name is Russell Jarvis, and I'm your host for tonight." "Yeah, isn't it great? America's best comedian hosting the laziest award show in history." A square-faced man with a beard came on stage and said he was one of the most famous comedians all over the world. He was also hosting the award show for the first time tonight. Don't say it's not lazy just because the press calls it the biggest award show on the planet. The awards are as lazy as your movies because movies aren't movies anymore. They are not even about acting. It's just people in tight suits wearing caps, looking jacked. Unfortunately, we don't have the best jacked-up body award yet. Maybe next year, Russell said, looking at an actor who was famous only due to his superhero movies. The actor didn't know how to react to that, and just tried to give off a smile, knowing that the camera was panning towards him. The show went on like that as Russell made more remarks like that, completely roasting all the people present inside the hall. Now a warning. Take jokes as a joke. I don't want an angry guy coming up to me and punching me because I'm the type to punch back. People are watching in their homes, and I'm trying to do comedy at your expense, which isn't really hard. Russell smiled. After all, the only thing I need to do is to speak the truth. For the next 30 minutes, Russell made jokes on every famous person that his eyes landed on, and he touched the topics that no one else had dared to before. From talking about an actress's child molesting case to an actor paying off a famous college to get his daughter in. Everything was covered from top to bottom. In a few jokes, Aiden was happy that he was still not someone who had crossed the line of morality in Hollywood. With fame, power, and so many people validating you, it was very easy for someone to just find himself becoming a worse person day by day. Fame was a power that everyone wanted, but only a few could control. In a way, Russell also talked about it in one of his jokes. "You know, I don't understand why we are idolizing you all. You all make movies. More like you all make one good movie and try to milk it by making countless sequels and spin-offs. On top of that, a lot of you have cases running, multiple reports of bad behavior, and Aaron here. Oh wait, he's still in the mental hospital. Lucky guy, he didn't have to face me tonight." Chapter 2:17. The roast continued for a while as Russell Gervais made no attempts to give any respect to the celebrities present here. He wanted to give the people watching the Oscars in their homes a good time, and that certainly happened. The celebrities could also not do anything, even if they were offended by his jokes. The show was live, and they had to smile. Omar, who was sitting next to Aiden, would snicker and laugh from time to time, saying that he was glad he was invited to the Oscars this year. Watching a roast like this live was one of the best things of his life. As for Aiden, he was also enjoying the show a lot. The jokes were obviously funny, especially for someone who knew the industry and the rumors going around it pretty well. Russell Gervais' comic timing was also impeccable. On the internet, people were also having fun watching the show and continuously talking about the roast. It was so good that it got people's interest in the award show back. Stark's illegitimate dead kid. I just tuned into Oscars, and damn, Russell Gervais is cold as ice. He's roasting everyone with a straight face and not caring about anything. I wish they call him back next year. And these celebs are at least smart enough to know how to take a joke. Let's go to the mall. I love their faces, wondering to themselves whether they should laugh or cry about it. They could just smile while wondering why they decided to attend the Oscars today. I miss my ex's cats. I really wonder where the world is going when comedians don't have to be funny to make people laugh. They just need to tell the cold, hard truth. These delusional people in the crowd don't know what to do. Billie Eilish, waiting for Russell to make a joke about someone's wife and get punched. Knowing him, he will punch back, and we will have the Oscars edition of wrestling. Like that, people enjoyed the show a lot, and after the roast ended, the presentation for every award began, starting off with the awards in the technical categories. As soon as the awards started being given out, Aiden's shoulders tensed a little, wondering what was going to happen. Taking deep breaths, he tried to calm himself down. As the winners of each category were slowly announced, there were varied reactions. Some just started crying on stage, while some others were too happy that the smiles weren't going out of their faces. One of the actresses who won the award for Best Supporting Actress even slipped while climbing the stairs. What was worse was that she slipped twice, and Aiden was sure that the moment was going to be recorded in one of the funniest accidents in Oscars history. Like that, the event continued, and finally, the award for Best Original Song came up. To present the award, one of the famous directors of Hollywood came forward with an envelope in his hand. Standing in front of the mic, he started speaking. "Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This award is special as it's for the musical pieces that truly became the soul of their movies and made the audience feel that music has a way of storytelling that no other form could master. The nominees for Best Original Song are..." As he said that, the screen behind him began to show the 6 musical pieces that were nominated this year. As soon as Aiden's name came up, he smiled. Omar patted his back, and Leo gave him a smile. The moment was here. At the next moment, it was going to be revealed who won the award. "It's going to be fine," Aiden said to himself, and the names of the 3 other nominees came up with the camera zooming on them. A camera also landed on Aiden, but he was too tense to notice it. "Okay, now that the nominees are clear, let's see who among these talented musicians is going to receive this award," the director said, opening up the envelope, a light smile reflecting off his face as he said the name out loud. "No Time to Live" by Haynes Mirza. At that moment, Aiden lost what could have been his first Oscar. Splash, splash, splash. Cold water hit Aiden's face as he tried to cool himself off from all sorts of emotions that were going on in his mind. Looking at his face in the mirror, he saw a disappointed expression that he was barely able to conceal. He had lost. That was the truth, and no one could change it. It was not something he could change, and the only thing he could do from here on was to accept his loss and move on. Aiden knew that very well, but it was still not going to be an easy period for him. Everything had been going great for a while now. His singing career had officially taken off, and he was doing different roles in his acting. Aside from that, he had even successfully published a book. But if things were going too good, a bad period was inevitable. It was kind of like a circle, and Aiden needed to deal with his loss one way or another. "It's just an Oscar. I need to remember what Uncle Sam said," he muttered and walked out of the bathroom to join Omar and Leo in the hall. The event was not over yet, and the 3 main awards were going to come next. "Are you okay?" Leo asked as he sat down. "Yeah, don't worry about me. I will be fine." Leo didn't say anything else, and Omar just gave him a sympathetic look. After that, the Best Actor in a Leading Role, Best Actress in a Leading Role, and Best Picture awards were given out. The Best Picture award went to a movie called Land of the Brave, which was a movie based on a group of tribals who wanted to protect the lands that their ancestors had given to them. Aiden had watched it and felt that it was a good movie. Though, it was certainly a very toned-down movie that kind of ventured into a documentary midway. After that, the event was finally over, and Aiden wondered what he was going to do next. As he had not won an award, he could easily slip past the media and leave for home. The media was mostly going to focus on the winners. It was then that Omar whispered to him, "Come with me to the party hosted by Titan Studios." "Huh? I don't know if that's a good idea," Aiden said, not in the mood to go to the after party. Although Wade and he had talked about it, he felt like missing out this time. "Just come. You will meet some people, and just leave if you don't want to be there after some time. A lot of people just go to show their faces and leave anyway." Omar shrugged, and Aiden wasn't able to reject him that time. Nodding, he left with Omar in his car. As he had thought, the media did not bother him a lot, and he and Omar were easily able to make their way to the parking lot. The part by Titan Studios was hosted in a place called the Blue Ruby Hotel. It was one of the places in Los Angeles where only the super rich could enter. As Omar had worked with Titan Studios in the past, he was able to get a pass to their party. Outside the hotel, a line of paparazzi was already present, taking photos of celebrities who were appearing at the big event. Their eyes were particularly focused on the new actors appearing at the event. These were the people who might appear in the next big blockbuster by Titan Studios. As Aiden entered the party, he noticed that a lot of celebrities were present at the party. There were also a lot of people he didn't recognize and hence needed to be careful against. Omar introduced him to a few people, but the conversation was pretty simple as he just greeted people and they moved on to someone else. A few people seemed interested in talking to him, but it was just some praise about his work and them wishing to work with him one day. It was very common talk, so Aiden didn't think a lot of it. Half an hour into the party, Aiden was already bored. Contrary to him, Omar was socializing with everyone at the party. Although there was a smile on his face, it felt more like a smirk to Aiden, knowing that his friend was a shrewd businessman. Not having anything to do, he just took a glass of wine and decided to drink it on the balcony while looking at the sky. But as soon as he took one sip from the glass, he heard some steps approaching him. Who is it? Thinking that, he turned around and instantly froze. A woman was standing in front of him. She had blonde hair and blue eyes, and with a small face and intricate features, she looked like an actress or a supermodel. At the same time, there was something graceful about her, clearly hinting that the woman was older than Aiden, probably in her late 20s. Now the question was, who was she, and what was she doing here? Chapter 2:18. Once, Aiden watched a Korean drama as he had heard a lot of talks about how they had a very fairy tale kind of romance in their shows. It had interested Aiden a lot, and he still remembered a scene from that drama. It was a scene that was shot from the perspective of the second male lead, whose eyes had landed on the female lead for the first time. The scene was shot in such a way that Aiden was clearly able to resonate with the feelings of the second male lead. Though, in the end, that guy died from leukemia at the end of the drama, and the female lead married a rich guy. For some reason, Aiden thought of that scene, looking at the woman in front of him. There's no way I wouldn't remember her if she was an actress, Aiden thought, blinking his eyes. It felt as though sexiness and innocence coexisted perfectly when he looked at her. She was pretty yet had unique features. She was a kind of beauty who people would praise naturally. Out of all the people Aiden had seen in real life, including top actresses, she was the prettiest. It was to the point that there was an enormous gap between the first and second. As he looked at her, the woman was also a bit surprised to see him there. It was only after a few seconds went by that Aiden managed to open his mouth to break the ice. Unfortunately, it still was very awkward. Hello. Ah, yeah? I'm sorry, I didn't expect to see someone here. The party was getting pretty boring, so I came here to take a breather, the woman said as she walked toward Aiden. It looked like her surprise had gone away, and she was now able to speak casually. I came here for the same reason, Aiden said, trying to shake off all the thoughts in his mind. I'm Aiden Silvereye. I know you. As he was introducing himself, the woman suddenly said. He wasn't too surprised about it, and just waited for her to complete her words. I was actually at the Oscars too, and even before that, I have heard of you. A lot of things are there about you. Hopefully good ones. The woman didn't say anything to that, and just introduced herself. My name is Ava Adler. Are you an actress? Aiden asked, wanting to satiate his curiosity, but Ava shook her head with a light smile. No, I'm a director at Titan Studios. I am not carrying a business card with me currently, or I would have given it to you, Ava said, and for a second, Aiden wondered if she was lying. She didn't look that old, and in his mind, the director was a big executive position, especially in a big six studio. Only old people acquire that position after working for years. The woman in front of him had acquired it at such a young age. You look a bit surprised. Do you think that I'm lying? Ava tilted her head and smiled, and Aiden quickly replied. No, it's not that. Actually, I'm also working on a Sherlock of the Shadows as a producer. I heard that you are very interested in auditioning for it. That was the second surprise of the tonight, and Aiden barely controlled the emotions that were showing on his face. Wade had told him that Titan Studios was producing Sherlock of the Shadows with Netflix, but he didn't know that he was going to meet one of the producers here. But it did make sense when he carefully thought of it. Netflix was only considering a few actors for the lead role in it, and Wade was continuously in talk with their production team, so it was obvious for a producer to know about him being interested in the project. I didn't expect to meet a producer here like this, Aiden said. And yeah, I'm very interested in the series. It feels like something very unique to me. Ava seemed satisfied hearing that and leaned against the rails of the balcony while casually glancing at him. We try to bring in the best group of people to make a good show and talk about a lot of ideas. In the end, that one stuck with us, and we decided to go with it. By the way, she was talking, it felt like she was very involved in the project. She talked about Sherlock of the Shadows for a while longer, and Aiden just listened to her. In the end, Ava glanced at the wine glass in his hand and suddenly asked, "By the way, were you here to drink alone because you lost out on the Oscar tonight?" Hearing that question, Aiden wondered what to say, but decided to just be honest. There was no need to hide it when everyone knew that he had lost tonight. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was prepared to take it lightly whether I would win or not, but I still felt disappointed. Failure isn't an easy thing to master, even when I am used to it. It isn't. It's never going to be. It's a strong emotion, after all, Ava said, and then added, "Actually, I think you should celebrate failures more." "Why is that?" Aiden raised an eyebrow. Ava smiled like she was thinking of something before replying. "Because failures sometimes give you time to reflect, especially in showbiz. They might even open new doors that you never knew existed, and you can think about why you failed and if there was a way for you to pass. I myself have gone through failures, and I think I might go through more of them in the future, but it's just a part of life. Anyway, it's a little boring if one just keeps winning." Aiden wasn't able to say anything to that for a while before just nodding his head. Her words made a lot of sense to him. Thinking about it, the song that won the award was a mixture of a lot of genres and was done beautifully. The composer of it, Haynes Mirza, was one of the best in the business, and he had secretly checked his composing skill during the Oscars. Level 9. He was at the level where Aiden didn't think he would reach soon. Just reaching level 8 had taken a lot, and if level 10 was the top, then it would take at least a few years. "You are right. I think I was just thinking too much into it," Aiden said, looking up at Ava, who just gave a smile. "Anyway, I think I need to go now. Some people would already be looking for me." "It was nice meeting you," she said and stepped towards the door that led to the hall, but then she stopped and turned back. "By the way, I really like your songs." "Thanks." She left after that, and Aiden was left alone, looking at the moon in the sky. Tonight's sky was very clear, and there were even stars that could be seen. That was a weird meeting. After the Oscars event ended, there was a lot of buzz around it online. Land of the Brave, that had won the Oscar, immediately got millions of views as people watched it to check why it had won the Oscar. All the prize winners got more prestige in the industry, and the interest in their next project also increased massively. The person who won the award for Best Director immediately got a $150 million fantasy movie by Zero International, and it even trended on Sparrow. At the same time, Aiden's fans were also disappointed that he had lost out on the Oscars, but the disappointment was very short-lived as Aiden's album Stories was still selling like hot dogs in New York City. Just 3 weeks after the release of the music video, Firefly got more than 100 million views, and although it had slowed down, it was still going to reach 200 to 300 million easily. Shiver also crossed 40 million views, and it was particularly a hit on streaming platforms. The digital and physical albums continued to sell worldwide, with them crossing 200K sales, 30K being physical copies. It was a massive thing for Aiden, and his social media team repeatedly sent out thank you posts on his social media handle for the fans. He also got a lot of calls from some reality TV shows related to singing. One of them was Celeb Dancing, which actually invited both Rachel and Aiden as a pair for a season, but they rejected it, not wanting to spend months on a reality TV show. Aiden instead focused on live shows in both small and big places where fans could come to meet him. He didn't let Oscar's disappointment bother him for long and just focused on his work. They held autograph signing events and fan meets, and even got Aiden to sing for kids in a hospital as part of the album activities. It naturally got him more and more goodwill from the public, and his album sales continued to rise. It was not only in America, but from all over the world. There were companies who wanted Aiden to hold a show in their country, but they put off a world tour at this point. Disconnected, was going to release next month on May 3rd, and they had finally gotten a full script and date for the audition for Sherlock of the Shadows. From singing, he was now again moving to acting. Chapter 219. See this review from our latest boxing drama series, Knockout. This one is pretty hilarious. Knockout is not a sports romantic drama, but a fantasy series in which every other teenager is ripped, and winning a high school tournament is akin to being a world champion. Add it with every character coming from a dysfunctional household, and you can see how the makers have tried to make the cast diverse. By giving them mental illnesses, it's really true that bad series and movies produce some hilarious reviews. An old man laughed as he went through the reviews of Netflix's new teen sports drama, Knockout. The employees in front of him didn't know if they should laugh or cry hearing that. After all, that comment was coming straight from the executive of content creation in Netflix. The old man was one of the directors, and he was laughing at his own product. Director, don't. You think it's very alarming. Is it? The old director made an amused smile. Yeah, our subscriber count is falling. Bad reviews are just increasing, and other platforms are easily going to take over our monopoly like this in a year. It's extremely bad for our company. Hearing that, the old director nodded. I know that well. I have seen reports, and the shareholders aren't happy. That CEO is constantly putting pressure on the content department to make better series. But the thing is, this is something I have warned everyone against. Targeting teens is one thing, and giving them the same dumb content in different wrappers is another thing. Netflix's strategy for original content from the last few years had always been teen content and movies. It was because one of these series had worked wonderfully once, and then it just created a streak of it. Moreover, it was pretty easy to make. You just need to buy the rights to adapt a popular fiction novel that's the rage on online websites among female teens and make a script out of it. The production value wasn't much, and they were getting the numbers. It wasn't like they didn't make anything else. From sitcoms to spy shows and documentaries, they tried to delve into a lot of other genres, too, but they never came out as good as they had hoped. It was then that other platforms came up. Dream Plus with his superhero shows and Extra Prime with unique stories that seemed very fresh to the people. Netflix slowly lost its dominance like this and was now desperate. The old director had already told the bigwigs in the company that they should try to evolve with time and create better shows. He even had grand plans like delving into making whole franchises and universes. But the board didn't like it. Director, we all know what happened, but we need to do something. All the blame is just going to come on the content department, as we are the easy target. A female employee said. She was the assistant head of the department and looked extremely worried due to Knockout failing badly. I know. That's why Sherlock of the Shadows is a big series for us. This is not a show for only teens and all age demographic. Moreover, we have a great production team due to our partnership with Titan Studios. For the record, Titan Studios had a 23% stake in Netflix, and that's why they were trying to work with them. Do you think one project would be enough? It would be a start. The board is worried, too, and they are letting me do whatever I want without any restrictions for the first time. So if we pass, the board is going to give us full freedom to make whatever we want. The old director said, smiling to himself. He didn't care about shows like Knockout. He was never happy approving them. But Sherlock of the Shadows was a unique attempt at the detective genre, and he wanted the show to create a trend. For this show, we have already got a great production team and director. The only thing we need now is great actors. Actors who can actually make people in their acting. If they see a ghost, they need to make it believable like they are actually seeing one. Now that I took a look at the script, I'm a bit scared. Aiden thought, looking through a particular scene in the script. Wind from the open window was messing up his hair as the car drove, but he didn't care a lot. He was thinking about a particular problem that's going to arise with him acting as the male lead in Sherlock of the Shadows. You look a bit weird. Are you not good today? Wade asked, glancing at him, and Tom, who was sitting in the back, also looked at him. If you are not good today, we can schedule the audition sometime later. No, it's not that. Aiden shook his head. Then, what do you think about the horror elements in the series? Wade made an expression like he understood what Aiden was saying. Horror movies were very tough to shoot due to many of them just featuring ghosts. If they are in human form, then an actor could play that part. Otherwise, one actor had to just give off expressions alone in front of a green screen. It was very tough to imagine it, and many times a lot of takes are necessary for one scene. Sherlock of the Shadows mostly focuses on a detective in a fictional town, slowly solving cases with the help of ghosts. The supernatural aspect was very vivid in the script, and it plays a big part, and some of these scenes were very horrific. One could even say that Sherlock of the Shadows was a horror detective series, though it also had comedic moments in its narrative. Horror elements would be hard to portray. Not like the ghost in the script even had human forms. Most of them are just deformed creatures that would be made by the VFX team. Just try to imagine them as best as you can. You never did horror movies before, so I'm pretty sure the director would let you take your time even if you can't do it properly. The problem is that I might just do it too perfectly. Aiden gulped down his saliva. His immersion made it easy for him to get into the scene as the world practically changed to the movie's world. Once when he did his death scene in Shadow of War, he literally felt that he had died. It was that strong, and the level had increased since. He was sure that he might just see a real ghost this time due to immersion. Aiden didn't know what to feel about that. It was a challenge as an actor and his path to becoming even better, but at the same time, he didn't know how it would affect him mentally. Kai was the character that had affected him the most till now, but he now had most of the control over it. Even then, Kai was just a crazy gangster. He, at least, wasn't some supernatural being. I could just hope that my system won't let me go crazy with this. Aiden thought, frowning, wondering what was going to happen to him. At the Netflix office in Los Angeles, Aiden and Wade were currently meeting with the main people behind Sherlock of the Shadows. It's very nice to meet you. Aiden shook hands with a scrawny man who looked to be in his early 40s. He gave off a pretty serious expression, something one would expect from a director of his kind. His name was Phineas Flinch, an Emmy Award-winning director who had directed almost everything in his 15-year-old career. He was a very respected figure who was known for moving from one project to another, citing reasons that he doesn't like to continue a story for more than a season or the first movie. He was against sequels as he felt that they ruined the original product. Moreover, he was also one of the writers of Sherlock of the Shadows. You look better than your photos. I liked whatever I have seen of your work till now, young man. An old man next to Phineas said. He was one of the executives in Netflix, handling the content department. I think we should go straight to the audition. A female voice said as Aiden looked at her with an awkward expression. Aren't you in a hurry? You could say so. I'm curious to know if Aiden here would be ideal for the role or not. The voice was of Ava Adler, the woman who Aiden had met at the Oscars after party of Titan Studios. One could say that they were acquaintances, if not friends, but currently, Ava had a blank expression on her face that even came out as cold. Aiden wasn't surprised to see her here, as she was one of the producers handling the project from Titan Studios, but her attitude was certainly more work-oriented than casual. I should not think a lot about it, and just focus on the audition. They walked towards the audition room after that, with Phineas exchanging pointers about the script with Aiden. As the director, he wanted to know how much Aiden had understood the character. When they reached the audition room, where some staff members were already present, and cameras were set up, Phineas opened his mouth. I think we should begin with the scene in which the main character sees a ghost for the first time. Hearing that, Aiden froze. Chapter 220. How was his immersion going to affect? That was the question in Aiden's mind as he stood in one of the audition rooms in the Netflix office. It was easy to say that he was curious and scared at the same time. For the first time, Aiden was going to face something that would be a big challenge for him. But he knew that he didn't want to run away from it. He at least needed to know how his immersion was going to affect him this time. Otherwise, he would just keep being skeptical about it without any proof. It seems like you have studied up on the character quite well, Phineas Flinch said, scanning Aiden's clothes. He was wearing jeans, a black shirt, and a baseball jacket on top of it. In the script, it was written that Finn Wheeler, the main character of Sherlock of the Shadows, was an avid baseball fan. Aiden had picked it up and gotten a jacket that he thought Finn would wear in the show. Okay, so it's just going to be pretty much a one-man show this time. So, don't worry, even if we have to do a few takes. It's all fine until you can project the fear and distress of Finn when he first gets to see an example of his powers. Phineas explained, and Aiden nodded his head. I will do my best. After that, he took his position, and the staff members got the cameras ready, and a guy picked up the clapping slate that was going to be used to start the scene. Aiden took a deep breath and wondered what was going to happen. The curiosity and unease of his immersion were still there, but instead of focusing on that, he tried to get his mind into the character of Finn Wheeler. After all, it was an audition, and he needed to do his best to bag the role. Just think of Finn. His personality, relationship with other people, his doubting nature, and always feeling like he's different and special from everyone else. In this scene, he would get a live proof of it. In the script, Finn Wheeler was a high schooler with a very sharp brain, but a doubting nature that stopped him from getting too close to people, mainly coming due to reading a lot of detective novels since he was a kid. He strived to become a detective and followed a simple mantra. Nothing in this world is without any reason. Everything has it. If you can't see it, then you just need to dig deeper. Aiden tried to chant the mantra in his mind to prepare himself. He could see the old executive, Phineas and Ava, looking at him like they were examining him. His eyes stopped at Ava for a second, and he could see her smiling faintly, though it was hard to say if it was a mocking smile or not. At that moment, the staff member clapped the slate, and with that, cameras started rolling, and the scene began. Taking a breath, Aiden closed his eyes. Immersion. Aiden took a deep breath as a sense of unease flowed through his body. He was trying to focus on his surroundings, cause if his immersion wasn't powerful enough, the whole scene was just going to fall through. Thankfully, it had worked well as Aiden found himself in the middle of what looked like a basement. The scene he was doing was after Finn would get his powers. While trying to investigate a kidnapping case that had happened in his neighborhood, he would break into his neighbor's house as he would hear some sort of weird noises from there. Strangely, it was only him who could hear these voices. Unable to get it out of his head, he had come here to know exactly where the voice was coming from. I need to be careful, he thought to himself, slowly losing his sense of identity and becoming Finn Wheeler. He moved his legs, looking around, searching for the voice. In his mind, the whole basement looked messy, like no one had entered it for several decades. A weird stench was in the air, too, like there was a dead rat lying around. Aiden tried to make as little noise as possible. Even his breathing was not noisy, and he was in a position where he could escape anyone attacking him out of nowhere. It was then that he heard the strange voice again. A wave of unease swept him as he moved his head to look around. The voice was like a hiss, almost in a whisper. The words were intangible, like it was speaking in a language that was out of this world. Aiden was feeling a bit scared because of it, but he didn't stop and kept moving. He needed to look for the voice. In his mind, he was wondering what was going on in the basement. What was this voice? And why did it sound so weird, like it was not even humane? Slowly, he reached the end of the basement room and saw that there was nothing. In a corner, a dead rat was lying, and the stench was coming from it. He guessed that a wild cat might have entered the basement and killed it before leaving. Aiden took a sigh of relief, thinking that everything was fine. It was at that moment that he felt something brush past him. Aiden immediately turned around and even nearly fell down. A chill went up his body as he struggled to understand what had happened. Whatever had passed through him felt cold, like he was literally touching ice on his bare skin. Gulping down his saliva, he called out, "Is anyone there?" Normally, he wouldn't have said that, but whoever was in the basement room other than him already knew about his existence. It was better to be direct in this case. Currently, he was already making a few possibilities in his mind. It could just be a wild animal, I don't know, or maybe a human who's trying to prank me. I feel like whatever it is, it might be connected to the kidnapping. Thinking that, he walked around the basement, trying to find out who was there other than him. At that moment, he again heard the voice, and this time, he quickly looked to his left, and his eyes widened in disbelief. A shock went through his body as he looked at whatever was in front of him. The first thing that came to Aiden's mind was darkness. The being in front of him was made entirely out of the darkness. It had 2 eyes and a mouth, but Aiden wasn't able to see more of his features. Everything was covered in darkness, and it was almost floating in thin air. Aiden froze, seeing the being, which he could only identify as a ghost. He tried to move his legs, but they were shaking. As if the ghost enjoyed it, he came close to Aiden, and out of nowhere, a limb came out. One of the fingers of that limb touched Aiden's face, almost caressing it as the ghost opened his mouth to reveal its sharp and disgruntled teeth. Fear, anxiousness, and every type of uncomfortable feeling in the world ran through Aiden's body as he screamed, and without wasting any time, he ran, not caring about anything. But at that moment, One of the limbs gripped his leg and made him fall. A sharp pain went through his leg, but he quickly turned to get out of the grip of his hand. Just as he was about to touch it, sharp needle-like fangs grew out of his hand, one even hurting him as blood started coming out. Aiden took a look at the ghost that was looking right back at him. Slowly, it walked towards him, and in a fit, Aiden just tried to crawl out of the basement somehow. "Help! Someone please! Please save me! There's a ghost here!" "Oh!" Screams repeatedly came out of his mouth as he struggled hard just to get out of this situation alive, because he was sure that the ghost wasn't going to let him stay alive. A weird sense of thought was roaming in his head. Aiden wanted to continue the act as Finn Wheeler, but at the same time, he just wanted to get out of the immersion. Break away from it just so he didn't have to look at the atrocity that was crawling towards him, donning a wicked smile. "Please, just let me go," he pleaded to the ghost, but the ghost simply hissed in response. Aiden didn't know if he could understand him, but he clearly had no intention of letting him go. The ghost finally came close to Aiden and stopped. Another hand came out of nowhere and directly held Aiden by the collar and lifted him up to focus on the ghost. For a second, both the ghost and Aiden just kept looking into each other's eyes, different feelings reflected off their faces. The ghost opened his mouth again at that time, and this time, Aiden was able to understand the language. It was much more than a hiss. "Human, I'm going to." Immersion broke at that time as Aiden felt himself coming out of the basement. The scene turned into the audition room in the Zetflix office, and several notifications came in front of him. "You have been forcefully taken out of your immersion because it was reaching dangerous levels where it could have easily affected you for a lifetime. Your skill level isn't deemed high enough for you to control the scene and maintain your sanity. The safety protocol of the system has been activated to protect the user during scenes like this. Warning, there are still going to be after effects of portraying a role like this, but they won't be as severe." Chapter 221. What the heck did I just watch just now? Phineas flinched thought, looking up at Aiden on the ground. The scene had ended just now as he had stopped acting, but the audition he had watched kept repeating in his mind like it was on loop. He kept asking himself what he had just watched till now. The hairs on his arms were standing, and although he knew that there was no ghost in the room, Phineas felt that there was really something. Aiden's performance had made him and the other people in the room believe that. If he was being honest, he wasn't expecting too much from Aiden. He was a director that only wanted perfection and nothing else. Aiden was a good actor in his eyes, but Phineas believed that he was different from what he imagined Finn to be in his mind. That was something that was not easy to go away as, like every other human. Phineas also had his own biases. There were better actors that he had worked with before that suited the role more. At least that's what he thought before the audition that was merely a formality for him. Aiden's performance truly managed to change his views. When the audition had first started, Phineas had focused on Aiden's body language, expression, and how real he looked in the scene, and he wasn't doing badly. His looks were good enough for an 18-year-old character, and he seemed like someone who could imagine things well, but everything really changed in the second part of the scene. The scene in which Finn would see the ghost at the same time. The exact feeling when one sees a horrid ghost was something that was hard to portray. In Sherlock of the Shadows, ghosts were of different types, depending on what they had done when they were human. The first ghost that Aiden would encounter was a very dark spirit that was deadly and horrendous. Just the powers it held were the creepy kind. One can't just imagine meeting such a monster and getting it right on the first try, but Aiden did it. The expressions on his face were one of fear, struggle, and helplessness. Phineas had been keeping an eye on Aiden's body. His legs were shaking a bit, and his eyes were fixated on something in front of him. From the director's viewpoint, there was only air, but Aiden looked like he was actually facing a ghost. Then his attempt to run away while falling, and even the acting of something holding his leg was too realistic. His shouts were filled with a lot of pain and fear. Moreover, it didn't come across as over the top and felt very real and genuine. Especially in the last scene, Aiden looked like he was about to cry due to the pain and distress he was feeling. The acting was so good that Phineas actually thought that he really saw a ghost. Otherwise, it was hard to explain it. This guy's a bloody genius, Phineas thought, and took a look around. Ava, the director from Titan Studios, and the old executive, both of them were stupefied and shocked. The old executive even looked like he was a bit scared after seeing Aiden's performance. The staff members were in the same condition, and it was only Wade who came out of his stupor and quickly ran towards Aiden as he was still on the ground. Aiden, are you okay? Yeah. Aiden, who was still looking at the system notifications in front of him, nodded, hearing Wade's voice. I feel weird, he thought, thinking of the scene that he had just performed. Due to how much the immersion had gotten stronger, his heart rate had increased dramatically, and his back was soaked with sweat. He took deep breaths to calm himself down and felt himself becoming better. He didn't know that the effect of a horror scene would be this much on his body and mind. That ghost looked too real. Thinking that, he got up from the ground, and Wade opened his mouth, his face filled with concern. Aiden, you looked a bit possessed there. Possessed? Yeah, like there really was a ghost there. I actually believe that you were hurt for a second due to your painful scream. Hearing that, Aiden looked down at his leg. In the immersion, the ghost fangs made him bleed, but there was nothing at that moment. His jeans weren't even ripped. It's good that I don't have an actual injury. As he thought that, Phineas and Ava walked close to him with the old executive just behind them. Aiden, that was too good. I almost fell off my chair due to your performance. It looked too real, Phineas said, laughing. It looked like he was really happy with Aiden's performance, as a wide smile was constantly on his face. Yeah, I was surprised, Ava said, having returned to a blank face, but Aiden could see that her eyes looked a bit different while looking at him. He had really made a good impression. He almost gave me a heart attack. I might not watch the show if there are scenes like this in every episode. Need to take care of myself, the old executive said, and Aiden tilted his head. Does that mean? Yeah, I think we should all agree that you are the best person for this role. Just look at all the staff members. They are all affected by your acting. Aiden took a look around, and indeed, the staff members looked like they were deeply affected. A lot of them were glancing at him from time to time. The old executive then looked at Phineas. Don't you think the same? Phineas. Yeah, Phineas said with a determined expression. I do want Aiden to perform a few different scenes, but I don't think anyone else would be able to perform even a fraction of what Aiden did. The actors who auditioned before him certainly weren't able to pull it off on the first try, Phineas said, thinking of the auditions he had before with other prominent actors from the industry. All of them were young, but hugely talented. Still, Aiden's performance was too close to being real. I think the same. I'm pretty happy with the audition, and I don't even think I need to see more. So you can rest assured that the role of Finn Wheeler would be yours, Ava said in the end with a smile. Aiden took a sigh of relief hearing that. He had gotten the role quite easily, and on the spot too. It was the first time that it was happening to him, so he felt that it was worth it to get scared by a ghost. Before, he needed to fight for the roles, but this time, that hadn't happened, thanks to his strong performance. Though, he did know that most of it was because of immersion. For a series like Sherlock of the Shadows, the world of the story mattered a lot, and what made it unique. Having the ability to literally transport into this world was the biggest power Aiden had. I just need to be very careful that it doesn't start to affect me mentally, he thought, leaking out a sigh. If not for the system security protocol that Aiden didn't even know existed, he would be unable to break out of the immersion when it was just getting dangerous. Thanks to it, he at least wasn't going to lose his mind because of his skills. Anyway, it was going to be extremely difficult for him to pull off this role. He was sure that the ghost parts would be something easy, but Finn was a character that had a lot of shades and quirks. At the same time, his powers would be slowly explored more as the story goes on, and his personality would also go through a lot of change. I need to work very hard on this, he thought in his mind. So, you are the one that Aiden recommended? You look good in that hoodie, Omar said, looking up at the person standing in front of him. He was a tall, lanky guy wearing a hoodie. There was a light smile on his face as they talked. Obviously, he was Harley Martin. Yeah, thanks for giving me this opportunity again. Don't bother with all that. Omar waved his hand around. The director praised you a lot, saying you are a terrific actor and gave you the role because of merit. Aiden's recommendation just gave you the audition. Omar looked around the set. It was the first day of shooting, and they were in a building. The movie's name was Dark Eyes, and it was an action thriller with a simple premise of a chase between a former FBI agent and an assassin that was sent to hunt him down. Harley was playing the role of the cold assassin. Still, I'm very grateful. It's my first big role. Then just act like it. Give a great performance that elevates the level of the script. It's a simple story, so performance matters a lot, Omar said. The movie was something that relied more on the well-choreographed action scenes, good cast and fast-paced storyline, making it a very cool movie that ticked a lot of boxes despite being very cliché in the premise. Hearing that, Harley just smiled. Don't worry, I heard a lot of times that I was a little crazy. I just need to project it in front of the camera. Chapter 222. Step, step, step. Aiden was running as fast as he could. In front of him, a dark mist was formed, and it was hard to see where he was. A weird kind of darkness surrounded the whole place. He turned his head back to look at the figure that was chasing him. It was the same ghost from the audition. But, this time, he had brought friends, and all of them were salivating while looking at him like he was going to be their dinner. One of them had its gaze fixated on Aiden's legs like he was going to eat it first. Having no choice, Aiden kept running while wondering where he was and what he was doing. He had suddenly found himself in the middle of nowhere, and these ghosts had attacked him. As he ran, he suddenly noticed that the surface was changing. Rocks had started to come in his way. Big, large rocks, and he needed to dodge them to escape the ghost. Fuck, what is going on? Did all my luck end after such a long time? Am I going to die here? He thought and fell down suddenly, tripping over a small rock. Looking back, the ghost saw me like that and snickered. Human, we are going to eat you. One of the ghosts hissed, and the other two nodded like they were his lackeys. Fuck off, Aiden said, and suddenly, the ghost rushed towards him to attack with their claws. He closed his eyes, thinking that it was over, but at that moment, a gunshot was heard. 2 more gunshots followed, and when Aiden opened his eyes, he saw that the ghosts were nowhere to be seen, and in their places, there were bullet marks on the ground. He looked around, wondering who had fired them, and his eyes landed on a guy who was standing just a few spots away from him. He was a black guy with an eye patch and a gun in his hand. Looking at Aiden, the black guy muttered, "Those creatures were something else, mother." Before he could finish his sentence, Aiden threw a rock at him, and the world suddenly turned to dust. The next moment, he woke up. That was a very, very weird dream, he thought, panting and looking around his bedroom, making sure that there was no one other than him there. Touching his forehead, he realized that he was sweating a little. He turned on the lights with a sigh and got out of his bed. It was still early, with the clock showing that it was 4 a.m. in the morning, but he wasn't in any mood to sleep. It's been 3 days since Aiden had given the audition for Sherlock of the Shadows, and although he was mostly fine, he had started getting incredibly weird nightmares involving the ghost that he had seen in his immersion. He could only think that it was an effect of being in such a realistic immersion involving ghosts. Should I opt for a therapist? He thought, drinking water. A lot of actors would take psychological help to get out of the effects of being in character for too long. Some actors' personalities would even change due to it, and they would start having difficulty adapting to normal life. Most of these cases happen with method actors. There were actors who got a habit of drugs due to portraying characters who actually took drugs, and it was safe to say that it didn't end well for them. Aiden's case was a bit different because rather than getting issues due to a character, it was mostly because of immersion, which was difficult to explain. He just hoped that it would become better as the shooting went on. Finn Wheeler was someone who would get better control of ghosts and his other powers as the show went on. He could only hope that it applied to him too. Otherwise, he would have to opt for psychological help, which was fine too, as a lot of projects were hyped by the producers marketing the fact that the actors were so involved that they got mental health issues. Shaking his head, Aiden wondered what he could do at 4 in the morning. His work wasn't going to start till 9, and his first show for today was going to start at 10. Aiden was still promoting his album as it was still the middle of April. By the end of it, they were going to stop the live shows, so Aiden could focus on the release of Disconnected and then the shooting for Sherlock of the Shadows. Should I just exercise? Or play a video game? Am I not really hungry yet? There's a lot I could do so early in the morning, he thought, and at that moment, an idea struck his mind. He moved towards his laptop and DAW, digital audio workstation, that was set up in a room in his apartment. He had done it in case inspiration struck him when he was at home. Sitting in front of it, he thought of the time when he had seen that ghost. The darkness of his body, the eyes that seemed to be looking everywhere, and the hiss of it. All of it wasn't going out of his mind, and he felt that he could use it to make music. Something unique that he hadn't done before. The hiss of that ghost. I wonder if I could replicate it, he thought, trying to imitate the hiss, trying to let out his voice in a high pitch, but it was a hard thing to do as he wasn't really trying to be melodious. It needed to be screechy, scary, and a bit creepy. At the same time, it needed to sound good. It was an extremely difficult task. Aiden recorded his hissing voice and tried to add several effects to it, trying out everything he could to make it similar to the hiss that the ghost was letting out. He felt that if he could replicate it, then it could become a very different kind of music than what he would normally make. Other ideas also started coming to his mind as he thought of the other sound effects that a horror movie would normally have. The sound of a clock ticking, footsteps, the voice of an owl. If he could include all this in a track, then it might just become a unique piece of music. Wade shook his head, reading the news related to Aiden. Most of it was about disconnected, as the media articles were including his name as one of the cast. Blackline Cinema had only asked them to do a few interviews, which Aiden had already completed. Most of the promotion strategy revolved around Seth Douglas and director Jesse Ross. The agent didn't mind it as anyway. Aiden was pretty busy in his shows and in his eyes. The movie was good enough that it would get a good box office record due to word of mouth and SGA-heavy promotion. I'm sorry I was running a little late. Wade raised his head to look at the square-faced man who seemed a bit stoic. He recognized him as he was one of the shareholders and a director in Psycho Media. But his meeting wasn't going to be with him. I thought Mr. McDonald was going to meet me today. We were going to talk about the show in Radio City Music Hall. Stephen was busy in a meeting. It was a kind of emergency, so I came. Anyway, it's not a big meeting or anything. The director shrugged his shoulders, and Wade nodded, keeping his calm intact. Both of them sat down, and the director opened his mouth with a wide smile. Let's start with the good news first, he said. Radio City Music Hall accepted our offer to let us use it for Aiden's last show this month. Wade was visibly excited hearing that. Radio City Music Hall was famous for only letting top singers hold their shows in it. It was one of the biggest halls in America and was often given out to large theater groups. That's great news. Yeah, we are going to bring in dance groups, the best musicians to support Aiden throughout the concert, and the promotions of it will start as soon as possible. It's going to be a big event, and we need to sell every ticket. Yeah, that's going to be a hard part. If Aiden managed to fill all the seats in the hall, then no one would doubt his credibility as a top singer in the country. Both the director and Wade talked a bit more about it, discussing how they were going to go along with it. It went on peacefully like that for a while until the director suddenly changed the topic. Anyway, there's something I want to talk to you about. What? Wade tilted his head. I have an offer. How about you and Aiden move to Psycho Media? We are the best record label in the country and have access to everywhere. We would also let you handle Aiden's acting works and would even promote it. I think he's a great talent, and he's going to be wasted without any big company promoting him. You would also start getting a higher paycheck. How about it? You convince Aiden, and I give you whatever amount you want. If you want something other than money, that could also be arranged. The director said it without stopping. A smirk was plastered on his face. Money, girls, or something else, he was willing to give anything. The offer is good, but... Wade opened his mouth with a blank face. No one knew what happened in the meeting after that, but from that day on, the director stopped trying to poach anyone from anywhere. He even stopped taking Aiden's name. Chapter 223. A wind rustled past him. What? The old executive muttered, looking around here and there, wondering if there was anything around. A scared expression was on his face. It was only after a while that he calmed down. Seeing him like that, his secretary couldn't help but ask, "What happened? Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. It's just that after seeing that audition, I actually believe that there are ghosts around. Even the wind is able to scare me now. Kind of like how one would not be able to sleep without lights after watching a horror movie." The old executive explained, and his secretary quickly understood which audition he was talking about. Those who watched the audition weren't able to stop themselves from talking about it in the company. "You were talking about the audition of Sherlock of the Shadows, right?" "Yeah. That kid really scared me," the old executive said, then smiled. "I'm actually glad that he managed to pull that off. I mean, I at least know now that the acting won't be bad in the series. It's giving me more hope that it would be a great product from Netflix." "You look very confident." His secretary couldn't help but comment. The old executive was a pretty casual guy who never hesitated to speak what he wanted to say, even if it was something bad about his seniors, so he was genuinely looking forward to the series. "If I'm not confident, then others obviously won't be, and even if I think about it rationally, we got an award-winning director, a great production team that had worked on a lot of movies, and the main character looks like a perfect fit. I'm even going to ask them to increase the budget of each episode. The current budget allocated to the first season was $2 million per episode. It may look like a lot of money, but the show had usage of special effects, and there were going to be 9 episodes in the first season, so overall, it would only go up to $18 million. For a streaming giant like Netflix, $18 million was not a lot of money. In a bid to get a better library of shows and movies, Netflix had even hired a big director duo last month for an action movie worth $150 million. Compared to that, Sherlock of the Shadows was very much an experimental project. I think that they need at least $3 million per episode. We can't be stingy when we have a great idea. The old executive muttered, giving out his opinion. Will the higher-ups agree? They would most likely. They don't have a long-term vision, but they are not idiots. They know that having capable people work on a project pretty much guarantees that it won't be too bad. Anyway, if they don't allow it, I will show them the audition footage. If Aiden could scare me for days, then he would do the same with them. In an interview room, 2 people were talking to each other with smiles evident on their faces. One of them was Seth Douglas, who was currently giving an interview to a magazine to promote Disconnected. None of the other cast members joined him for the interview, as SGA wanted the magazine to just focus on Seth and promote him as the next big thing in Hollywood. They were doing a lot of PR for him this time, confident that Disconnected would do great business at the box office. What's really your way of choosing projects? Do you choose them because you like a particular character, or just the overall story? Do you consider the box office estimates, and do they affect your judgment in choosing a project? The female interviewer asked, and Seth thought about it for a bit before replying. The focus is a lot on how good a story is and what type of character you are offered. If they connect with me, then I would go with a particular movie. The box office just comes after that, and you can't think too much about it. So, you would be fine even if Disconnected flopped? The female interviewer smirked, and Seth quickly retorted the question. I don't think it would. It's a great movie, and we have given it our all. I'm very confident that it's going to be a huge hit. Probably the best of my career. What if it didn't perform as you expected? I will think about it when that time comes. Seth kept answering questions with calmness. His team had made him practice all the questions that might be asked of him in the interview, and he had prepared hard. A good job here meant more people being interested in the movie. After so many interviews, he had become used to giving answers as the questions won't deviate a lot. Thank you for your time. The interview is over now, the female interviewer said after it finished, and Seth stood up, shook hands with her, and then walked out of the studio. Along the way, he remembered something and took out his phone. Seth, will you be able to handle what I requested before? A message quickly came as soon as he asked that. Frankly, I did tell you not to worry about anything. Blackline Cinema and SGA are the ones responsible for the editing of the movie. Jesse had submitted his own cut, but we are going to edit it furthermore. Seth, there won't be any problems, right? Frankly, obviously not. Are you in the industry for a week? You do know that the studio controls what makes up for the big screen and not the director. That's how the business works. Jesse Ross can't say anything, and we are going to go for the version that's the best and one in which you could truly shine. Seth, thanks. Frankly, just do your job and leave. Everything else to SGA. Seth smiled, reading those messages. After the shooting of Disconnected had completed, Seth talked about his concerns with Franco about how he felt like other characters could take up a lot of screen time from Mark Knight. It would have been bad news for SGA as they needed this movie to be all about Seth, so they could increase his rank in the Hollywood hierarchy and get him a few commercial blockbusters. So, Franco Lee made sure that SGA was going to be involved in the editing of the movie. The trailer that had been released just last week was according to what Jesse wanted, but after that, SGA and Blackline Cinema had taken the reins. As the producers, they had full control of the post-production, and directors were often disregarded when it came to post-production. In one sentence, Jesse was powerless. I'm pretty sure my career is going to change after this movie. Seth thought, smirking. The shooting wasn't a great experience for him, but he was ready to reap the rewards. This is a very big stage. Aiden muttered, his eyes looking down on the seats. A lot of staff was working here and there, checking up on different things. Psycho Media had worked hard to get him a chance to sing in Radio City Music Hall. Apart from arranging the backstage team that would be pivotal in handling things during the concert, there would be a whole dancing crew and a band that would accompany Aiden. A few small singers from Psycho Media were going to do the opening act of the concert, and then Aiden was going to sing all the songs from his album alongside Rachel, who would be a guest artist. It kind of looks surreal. A few days from now, there are going to be a lot of people there, cheering you on as you sing, Wade said, walking towards him. Aiden was currently on a break from practice for the concert. I thought you were helping out on the backstage arrangements with George. I left it to him. He's the expert. He has planned a lot of concerts for a lot of big singers, Wade said and shrugged. They both stared around the hall for a while before Aiden asked something that he was thinking these days. When we first started working together, did you believe that we were going to go this far so quickly? Not really, Wade answered honestly. Hollywood doesn't work like that. Some become stars, and some get nowhere. It's not about talent until you are a genius that only appears once 100 years. Even then, it's a lot of luck and connections. I took a chance with you, and it paid off pretty well. Hearing that, Aiden chuckled and didn't say anything. Then, Wade asked, did you believe that you were going to become such a big star so soon? Not at first. Definitely not after leaving X-Star, but as time went on, I got more and more belief. I knew I would become something. What he was saying was partly true. Most of the belief had come when Aiden had started feeling himself becoming better and better as time went by. The new skills had also increased his confidence. If he hadn't done anything with that, then he was the one at fault. Let's hope that the concert gets sold out and Disconnected becomes a bit and you are appreciated. You have gotten ahead in your singing career, but a lot has to be done in your acting career. Yeah, I know that. Chapter 224. It was quickly announced that Aiden was going to hold a concert on April 29th. Moreover, the venue was going to be Radio City Music Hall, one of the biggest theater halls in New York. The news quickly spread as tickets started getting sold out left and right. Singers would earn a lot from album sales, but concerts and shows were still one of the best ways to earn millions of dollars in a single night. Singers that were popular worldwide would even sell out more than 100K tickets for a big concert in a stadium, and the prices of some seats would be extortionately high. That was one of the reasons why Psycho Media was so aggressive with the idea of having a concert in Radio City Music Hall. With the capacity of 7K people, it was going to be a great experience. After the announcement, a lot of established singers took note of it, and some even became worried. Aiden's success was just too quick. Radio City Music Hall was a place only for top singers, and if Aiden had the capability of doing a show there, then it was a sure sign of his popularity as he was just starting out. It was still a long time before he was going to reach his saturation point. Some records wondered what to do with it, as they all wanted a piece of Aiden's popularity. In the industry, if one was popular, then people's behavior toward him would surely change. That was something everyone knew. A lot of record labels wanted to get their hands on Aiden because of that, but in the market, everyone knew that Aiden liked to be independent. Although he was in a partnership with Psycho Media, he had refused to be under them. It also made sense as he had the label of the only independent mainstream artist currently, and it was slowly becoming a title. If he could keep it up for a few years, then Aiden was going to be a huge inspiration for independent artists. For now, the record labels could only just watch. As for the fans, a lot of them were buying up tickets for the concert, especially the young teenage demographic. They all wanted to see Aiden live, and Radio City Music Hall was the best venue. His fan group was also discussing the possibility of going to the concert. iPhone founder. Is anyone going to Radio City Music Hall on April 29th? I wanted to go, but I'm going on a business trip in a few days. Cigar lover. I'm going, and I'm very excited about it. My girlfriend, who's a huge Aiden fan, just broke up with me yesterday when I was about to give her tickets to the concert. Now I'm going to go alone with a homie and send her a lot of photos. I want her to cry, regret, and feel everything I felt when I got dumped. I'm making other plans to get revenge too. Walls can hear it. Cigar lover mans became a supervillain after getting dumped. Funny thing is that it's still a better origin story than half of superhero movie villains. The Martian. I want to go, but I also am in the mood of crashing the stock market and bantering on Sparrow that day. Then, I would be meeting with the president to talk about the plans to bomb Mars with nuclear weapons to make it livable. Young Fruit Smiley. I'm going. I got tickets. Wish me luck. Though I would be on the back and would barely be able to see him, but something. Dead woke jokes. I'm going. I convinced my father to buy tickets to the concert, and it turns out he's a fan too. He even got a Kai t-shirt, so we both would be there. Aiden's wife? I can't go, sadly. I wanted to, but the tickets are too expensive. Until I can get free tickets, I won't be able to go. Poverty really sucks. What about you, Insider? At Hollywood Insider. Hollywood Insider. I won't be able to make it. Anyway, I'm busy tracking down new news about Aiden. It seems like he got cast in a Netflix series, from what I heard. Won't share details, but it's not another rom-com from them and something that would at least be decent. Hashtag know-it-all. Check the lightning again. Is the fog machine working? We need it during Aiden's entry. The background dancers need to stay hydrated. The concert would go on for a long time. We need to make sure they can perform. For a long time. Are we going to have fan interactions between songs? The security needs to be extremely tight. Ruckus was everywhere backstage as Aiden made his way towards Rachel's room. It was half an hour before the concert, and Firefly was the song they were going to open with. Rachel was going to stay for a few more songs. As he moved, a lot of busy staff members greeted him, and some even asked for autographs, not knowing if they would be able to get them again. A lot of people were working backstage, so it was not possible for him to give everyone an autograph. You are here. When he finally reached Rachel's room, it was open, so he directly entered it and saw that she was in the middle of her makeup. Linda was standing in the back with a stylist and some makeup artists. Are you ready? The opening act will start soon, and then we need to enter. If the first track isn't up to the mark, then they won't be excited. We would need to give our all. I know that. Are you nervous? Aiden tilted his head, looking at her. She had a blank expression on her face that he had seen a lot during X-Star. She shook her head and replied, No, I mean a little, but not that much. It's kind of similar to the grand finale of X-Star, so I think I would be fine. He recalled watching the broadcast of it. The X-Star finale was touted to be a grand spectacle as the stage prepared would be very big. He himself performed Lost in the Sky on it in the last season. It wasn't Radio City Music Hall, but it was certainly something that could prepare you for a concert. Are you nervous? The tickets are sold in your name after all. No, I'm not. Aiden replied quickly, showing no hesitation in his answer. He had thought that he would be nervous about a big concert, but he had a lot of experience doing live shows now. The attendance of them wasn't in the thousands, but it was something. Contrary to what many people would think, he felt like this was the moment that was lacking from his singing career. He was excited to give his best. The opening act of the concert was by a young male singer from Psycho Media who had made his debut just last year and was slowly making a following for himself. He actually sang one of Aiden's previous songs, Revolution, and even Aiden had to say that the young guy's voice suited a vocalist of a rock band. He gave his all to the performance, and the audience was pretty pumped up after it. It was then that the lights in the hall dimmed so much that people weren't able to see a lot. Suddenly, one of the lights highlighted someone standing on the stage. It was Aiden. Seeing him, the audience went wild as a loud cheer went up. He smiled, seeing such a reaction, and took a look around. It looked jam-packed with people cheering everywhere. His eyes wavered. All of them had come to see him, and taking a deep breath, he made a resolve that he wasn't going to let them go home disappointed. He glanced at the band that was standing just behind him, and they nodded. In the next second, the music of Firefly started to come out. Silver light came out with it as the audience cheered and waved the glow sticks in their hands. Some of them were recording it on their phone, and a few guys were even live streaming it. Though the quality was undoubtedly going to be bad with the lights dimmed and so much crowd. Slowly, he started singing. I closed my eyes so I could reach the world that could be mine and yours. Walking the path through the darkness only to reach your door. I'm on the path to do something that no one did before. As he sang, people went quieter and quieter by the second as his voice was just like a soft whisper, making them want to focus on it. Aiden put a lot of emphasis on each word as he poured out all the emotions he had felt while making the song. It was also working as the silver light was strong and looked to slowly reach every spot in the hall. After the first verse ended, another spotlight fell on the spot, and Rachel emerged. A cheer again went up. This time, a little less than before, but as she started singing, everyone in the hall was mesmerized. Like that, the concert began, and people couldn't help but think, oh my God, they sound so good. The studio version was great, But why do they sound so real live? I'm glad I got the tickets for the show. I feel like I'm getting affected by the lyrics. Aiden's a genius. Chapter 225. In the crowd of people that looked uncountable, a man was smiling while looking at Aiden performing on the stage. At that moment, he was glad that he had decided to attend the concert. The man was a high school teacher that barely got time outside the working hours. So, when he saw tickets for Aiden's concert, he immediately bought them. Actually, it was an interesting story as to how he had discovered Aiden. It was because of a friend of his. One day, his friend asked him if he could stay at his house for a few days. Apparently, he had been kicked out of his apartment by the landlord as he wasn't able to pay rent and had nowhere to go. The man had let him stay at his place, and during that time, he used to play Revolution, the song that Aiden had composed for the anime, Attack on Freedom. His friend had told him that the song gave him the strength to believe that he was just going through bad times, and that one day, he would actually get somewhere. It was a source of motivation for him. Because of hearing the song too much, the man had gotten curious about Aiden and had searched up on him. Hearing his other songs, he had become entranced, thinking that he was actually a good musician, and after that, every song of Aiden had gotten a lot of commercial success. Even an Oscar nomination was earned by him. That's why he had even spent a chunk of his savings to get a ticket for the concert, and the man had to say that it was really worth it. He hadn't enjoyed himself more in recent years than he was currently. He almost felt like music was flowing through him. On stage, Aiden was walking on the stage, waving at the audience and singing. He was in the middle of Rolls, one of the songs from his newly released album. The concert had truly started greatly with the performance of Firefly by him and Rachel. After it had ended, she stayed for 2 more songs from his album, and the man had to say that the female touch to the song wasn't bad. It gave them another dimension, and it sounded awesome live. Before coming to this concert, the man had surely wondered whether Aiden was going to sound good on stage. A lot of singers have a tendency to sound good in the recording due to the effects, but their real singing would be very subpar. Turns out Aiden sounded the same as the recordings live. There was a clear difference, obviously, as a lot of effects and tuning were done to a recorded song, but his singing skills were undoubtedly there. Because of that, the man enjoyed himself a lot, singing along to the songs and just being a part of the electrifying atmosphere. Not only him, but others were also feeling the same as they enjoyed themselves at the concert. Aiden's Silver Eyes concert in Radio City Music Hall emerged as a huge hit. A few videos of it went viral on the internet last night as the audience uploaded them on social media sites. Aiden Silvereye won't be doing any more live shows for now as, according to rumors, he's going to start preparing for his new role in a Netflix series that hasn't been announced yet. Fans said that the concert was one of the best that they have attended. With the rising sales of his debut album Stories and a concert, Aiden is taking giant strides toward becoming one of America's leading young stars. Let's find out what it means for Indian representation in Hollywood. These articles were soon published after the concert ended. A lot of people tweeted about being at the concert and posted photos that his fans spread. With this, he didn't need to bother a lot about singing for a few months. With Sherlock of the Shadows being an important project and Wade also realizing the importance and potential, they decided not to do any more shows or interviews. Money wasn't an issue now. They were going to earn more than just a few $1,000,000 with the album sales. Moreover, the royalty was going to keep coming. Even had earned Aiden a good amount of money. He was now far above the time when he needed to save up every penny, so he could focus on the project for the time being. But there was the release of Disconnected before that, which was pending. Promotions were going on everywhere, and SGA and Blackline Cinema were working hard for the movie to get a big opening. It seemed like they were confident that it was going to pick up slowly due to the quality. Thanks for doing everything, Rachel said, looking up at Aiden. They were currently standing outside the airport, and it had been a day since the concert had ended. After having a successful concert, Aiden wasn't able to take a break due to Disconnected, but he still made time to say goodbye to Rachel, who was flying back to Los Angeles with Linda. It's all fine. I just needed your voice for the song, and it went pretty well, fortunately. No. Still, I'm extremely grateful to you, Rachel said, not hiding her intentions behind her cold face this time. There was a smile on her face. Due to you, I have again become relevant, and my label is also going to promote me now. Really? Aiden tilted his head, and Rachel nodded. Yeah, We are going for a single and seeing the response. I would release a few more and then an album if everything went right. Linda had told Rachel just last night that the company had a few meetings about her, and they were going to give her a long rope to prove herself this time. A lot of executives were very happy with the response she got due to featuring in Aiden's album. Aiden also understood why exactly she was in such a great mood. All she ever wanted was another chance, and she was finally getting it. As he had been important in her getting that chance, it seemed like Rachel had finally opened a bit of the wall surrounding her to Aiden. It's good news. You worked hard on Firefly, and I feel like you will be able to do better in your own songs. Just try not to give up when you are good at trying something new. Focus more on songs that require high notes, and that's when you shine. Thanks. She smiled. I will try to watch your movie after it releases. Only a few days are left in it. Less than even that, actually. Yeah, I will be busy with the release after this. Aiden said, and they talked a bit more about other things for a while before Linda called out Rachel to leave. Before leaving, she looked up at Aiden. I hope the next time we meet, I will be a bigger singer. Rachel walked away after that, and Aiden thought that he wouldn't be seeing her for a while. She was going to get way busier from now on, as this was probably her last chance to get a good start in her career. If she failed, then gods have truly abandoned her. Next thing would be the premiere for Disconnected. I hope it impresses the critics. Aiden thought as he walked towards his car. A very exciting period was awaiting him, and he was praying that it would go fine. Jesse felt that nothing was going right with the post-production of his movie. After he had finished up the movie, Jesse was excited to hop on to start the post-production as a lot of major work happened during that. And as the director, he wanted it to blend together well. He needed to make sure that he had used the right camera angles, color palette, and sequence of scenes in a way that made sense. A lot of movies would be ruined due to bad editing, so Jesse was very careful. Blackline Cinema had also let him work on it peacefully, and the trailer of Disconnected was also something that he had personally overseen. But after that, he had heard rumors that SGA was pressuring Blackline Cinema to let them handle the editing work, and the latter had even agreed, angering Jesse, who wanted to make sure that everything was going his way. When he had asked for an explanation, no one had replied with a concrete answer, and by their attitude, Jesse had remembered that after the movie finished, he didn't have a lot of power, especially with him not being one of the producers of the movie. It was a classic case that he had seen and heard a lot before. The thing was that it was happening for the first time with him. He didn't know what was going to come out in the editing that SGA would do. He just hoped that it would be similar to his edit. That's why, standing in the premiere of Disconnected, Jesse felt a bit uneasy about the fate of the movie. He didn't know which one cut would go on to become the chosen one. He just wished that the movie would be good. Otherwise, although it was a bad decision by the planning team, a lot of blame would be on him. Chapter 226. Aiden, you are finally here. I was hoping to meet you today. I loved your work in Black Saints, and was hoping you would have time to hear out a script I'm working on. It's a musical, something I'm very sure you would be great in. I loved your songs. Are you free after the premiere? I think we might be able to have some talk in private. Hey, it's the first time we are meeting, but I just want to say that I'm a huge fan of yours. You are very talented. Everywhere he went, people kept flocking to Aiden. The sight of him was enough to make them walk towards him to greet him. Maybe that was the effect of being a hot topic. Although there were a lot of other people who were the talk of the night, like Seth Douglas, Aiden was the only one who recently had a very successful album launch, and now his movie was going to release in a few days. It was not wrong to say that he was established as a young star in Hollywood. Isn't it tough to remember the names of all the people in the premiere? How are you even going to carry that many business cards? Dustin asked him, looking at the business cards on the table. There were at least 15 of them. They were currently sitting in an area that was right of the theater. I don't know. I can't even throw them away. That would be disrespectful, Aiden said and sighed. It was going to be a headache. Just carry them somehow. Dustin smiled. Think of it as the price of getting famous. A lot of people in the premiere are seeing you for the first time, and making connections is always important. I got my first role due to talking with a director at a party accidentally. I know. Anyway, let's go to the theater. I think it is about to start. Yeah, I'm excited to see myself on the big screen. Going by trailer, both of us are going to have a lot of scenes, Dustin said with a smirk, and they walked off to the theater. When Aiden looked around, he saw a lot of familiar reporters and critics around, along with some celebrities and other cast members. Wade was in a corner talking with a bald guy who Aiden remembered as the director of a fantasy action movie about dragons. Seth Douglas and Franco Lee were also present at the premiere, and they were talking with some people he didn't recognize. For a second, when their eyes met, Seth gave him a smile that looked very annoying. "What's up with him?" he thought, shaking his head. Seth's attitude towards him had just gotten worse and worse as the shooting had gone. It was to the point that Aiden had stopped caring about it. "You two are here." "Jesse." Both Dustin and Aiden looked at Jesse, who was wearing a cream-colored suit, as he approached them. "Let's go sit there. The premiere is about to start." "Okay." Around them, other people were also taking their seats, and some critics looked interested to know how the movie was going to turn out. The previous works of Jesse were pretty good, so everyone had high expectations. As they sat down, Jesse turned towards Aiden as he whispered, "I was busy with promotions, so I wasn't able to congratulate you on your album's success. I should have made you compose a song for the movie if I knew you were so good. Thanks, and I would have rejected you even if you had asked. I was too busy at that time making the album," Aiden said with a smile. "It seems like you were pretty overworked." "Yeah, but it worked out fine in the end. I wouldn't have gone for it if I thought that my body wouldn't be able to take it." They talked like that for a while about Aiden's album, and then Jesse took a glance at Franco Lee, who was sitting in a row behind them. Seth Douglas and a few other SGA executives were also sitting with them. Jesse's face became a bit troubled as a thought entered his mind once again. A premonition that he wanted to be false. "What happened?" "Nothing. It's just that SGA interfered a lot in post-production, so I'm a bit worried." Hearing that, Aiden tilted his head. "You didn't see the final product?" A movie was vastly different when it came on screen. Normally, the footage would easily be around 120 to 150 minutes long, and some movies just become too different if edited in a certain way. So, the final product needed to be perfect. "I didn't," Jesse confessed, frowning. "I made a director's cut. Studios usually cut down on it a bit and just use it as the final version, but SGA has interfered a lot from what I know. It might just be too different." As he said that, the theater screen in front of them turned on. Looking at it, Aiden opened his mouth. "I guess we are about to find out." John Longbottom was a movie critic that was a big fan of Aiden. On the internet, and particularly Sparrow, he went by the name at Criticize, and he had become a fan of Aiden. After watching Blank Saints, the character of Kai was presented in a very simple way, yet having complicated interiors. Aiden played him so well that John became a fan. He subsequently liked 30 Days of Happiness, and even his role in Searching for the One. That's why he was very excited about Disconnected. He felt like it was a chance for Aiden to get the tag of an actor with box office hits early in his career. He wasn't the male lead, but going by the rumors and trailers, John was sure that his role would be of significant importance. Being a critic, he wasn't allowed to be biased, but as a person, he wanted Aiden to do well in Disconnected. That's why, sitting in the theater during the premiere, he was giddy when the movie started and the first scene involving Seth appeared on the big screen. He had a good feeling about the movie, and he wasn't disappointed for the first 15 minutes. The initial parts were brilliant. The main character, Mark Knight's personality and ambitions were established pretty early on, and John felt like the set design, the slightly grayish color palette of the movie, and especially the dialogues looked amazing. The movie obviously had taken a lot of inspiration from real-life tech billionaires during the tech boom of the 90s, but it managed to hold its ground with a great screenplay and good acting. Unfortunately for John and the others in the theater hall, the movie went downhill from that point. It was like the director changed in the middle of the filming as the tone shifted a lot. Rather than following a straight narrative, the story started shifting from here and there. It was like there were two parallels going on at the same time that was going to connect in the future. But the connection never actually came. Characters started appearing out of nowhere without any prior warning or introduction. One of the examples was the character played by Aiden, Andrew Kingston. The first scene he appeared in was in Mark's dorm room, where both of them talked about technology and what was the purpose of it. John was happy with the look and character of Aiden in the movie when he first appeared, but it looked weird, too, at the same time. It was because, at the beginning of the movie, it was established that Mark didn't really have friends as he was too arrogant and would often misbehave without realizing. A superiority complex was clearly hinted at. But when Andrew appeared, he suddenly had a friend who he saw as an equal. There was no prior hint to the character or any introductory scene, which John found a tad bit odd. Unfortunately for him, it was just the start. The choppy editing continued after that too, as there were a lot of evident cutscenes, characters that didn't actually get enough time that they deserved, and the movie started to gloss over a lot of important things, only to reveal them later. Hence, the focus was more on Mark and how he slowly became worse and worse as the company and his idea took off. John didn't hate that and felt that there were good moments with that kind of character arc, but he strongly felt that it was coming on the expanse of the overall story. The trailer promised something completely different. He thought in his mind and looked around. Even the others didn't seem to be enjoying the movie a lot. One of the critics was even texting someone on the phone. The trailer for Disconnected had focused more on building up a billion-dollar company and the price to pay for so much wealth and fame. That was very intriguing, but the movie focused a lot more on a single character and less on how the company and characters were going forward. It created a very weird narrative. John still felt that one of the worst parts was the ending in which Mark betrayed Andrew and literally kicked him out of the company. The scene of it wasn't anywhere, and it was only shown by the conversations of other people. He felt like a confrontation scene between Mark and Andrew would have made total sense. In the end, it was only told that Andrew was suing Mark to get back his shares. After the movie ended, John undoubtedly felt sad, and he was constantly frowning. In his mind, he was only thinking one thing. It's a bad movie. Too bad. Chapter 2:27. Reviews quickly came out after the premiere, and it was safe to say that SGA wasn't happy with them. Not a lot of critics liked the movie and how it turned out. Reportedly, a lot of them left straight after the movie, not wanting to say anything bad about it in front of the cast and producers. Jesse, the director, was even seen blank-faced after seeing how the movie turned out. The other cast members were also not really happy as they had not expected the post-production to make the movie like this. But they were quite powerless. Everyone had obviously watched and studied a lot of movies and were aware of the taste of the audience, so having doubts was perfectly normal, but they had no choice but to trust the movie. After all, no one knew which movie was going to work at the box office. In the past, movies that the critics hadn't liked had worked well. For the critics, it had a lot to do with the technicality and message of the movie and how it was being portrayed, but for the audience, it was mostly about having a great experience. Maybe Disconnected would actually work? That was the thought in their mind as they hoped for it to do well. Anyway, they couldn't jump off the ship when it was still in the middle of the ocean. Results were going to be cleared in a few days. They could just wait till then. However, Jesse Ross didn't think like that. He was unable to trust the movie like the cast. The quality that he had envisioned just wasn't there, and he was never the type of director who worried about the box office first. He was someone who wanted to present a good story. Box office was important, but secondary, and in his eyes, Disconnected was just not the movie that he had thought of in this form. The movie he saw was completely different. A lot of important scenes had been omitted, making the story seem like it was lacking a lot of things, and the main highlight of the movie, the scene in which Andrew would confront Mark after finding out he's betrayed, was nowhere. SGA and Blackline Cinema had edited it out completely. It had made the ending unsatisfactory. Jesse wasn't an idiot. He knew that SGA had cut off so many scenes that didn't involve Seth to make it look like it was a one-man show of his, and maybe their line of thinking was that the audience would see it as the story of the transformation of a genius due to greed. But they forgot that Mark's company was there because of the people around him. If he wasn't even being confronted about his actions, then there's no drama. It looked too lackluster, like the movie didn't have a lot of substance to keep it going. The studio had completely destroyed a good movie. After the premiere had ended, Jesse had also talked to Aiden about it. He directly said, "They have destroyed something I worked on extensively without even consulting with me. I might be powerless due to them having most of the control, but I'm not going to stay shut. If I let these studios get away with anything, then I would have to compromise my ideas to get movies. I'm not going to do that no matter what, for fuck's sake. I will make them accountable." Hearing that, Aiden calmly said, "I think the movie won't work well. Do you have a director's cut of it?" "Yeah, I do, and I know it won't work well. The audience ain't stupid to watch a movie with such choppy editing in this age, and they were going to just get a headache. They fucking ruined my movie." After saying that, Jesse directly strode off to the executive producer of the movie, Rishi Suman, and asked him about it. Rather than asking, Jesse had gone all guns blazing, asking for an explanation of such bad editing and accusing Blackline Cinema of a lot of things better left unsaid. Rishi obviously hadn't taken well to the critics, and they had a big fight in the office. It had only ended after other employees had calmed Jesse down, and he had simply left Blackline Cinema's building and refused to do any more promotions for the movie. In his mind, he already knew that the movie was trash and it was going to flop hard because the studio had interfered wrongly. Due to his anger, he had even left a tweet on his Sparrow account. Best advice for people aspiring to be a filmmaker one day: always have a lot of control over your movie, even if it means being the producer yourself. That's the best way to ensure that your movie isn't being tampered with by some stupid idiots who think they know everything about making a movie. The tweet obviously spread very quickly, especially with it not even being a cryptic one. Anyone with a little brain was able to connect it with the initial bad reviews of Disconnected. In his short career, Jesse had gotten a pretty good group of core fans, and they were engaged in reading the tweet. All of Jesse's previous movies had been good, so they were already wondering what had happened this time. The tweet confirmed that it was the studio that was to blame. It also meant that Jesse was not going to get any work with Blackline Cinema for a while. The fight with Rishi had ensured it, and the tweet was the final nail in the coffin. SGA also wasn't happy with this tweet because it gave people the perception that the movie wasn't good. They quickly called Jesse to delete the tweet, but he just told them to fuck off. In this enraged state, he wasn't going to listen to anyone, especially not SGA. SGA was very offended, and Franco Lee immediately banned actors of SGA from working with Jesse. He was a person who cared a lot about respect and was sensitive to these things. The only good thing was that SGA wasn't able to focus on Jesse a lot, as Disconnected was still yet to release. They were surely hurt by the bad reviews they had gotten from the critics. The premiere had backfired, so they immediately started the PR to make it seem like the movie was good. They contacted critics that had worked with them before and even told media companies to write good articles about the movie. They also took advantage of the fact that they were a talent agency and had tons of famous actors. They made a few top stars comment good things about Disconnected in an attempt to overshadow the bad reviews. All these helped the movie, but people were still pretty skeptical as rumors of a rift between Jesse and SGA were the new headlines of tabloid magazines. A juicy topic to profit from. The surprising thing was that it actually helped the movie instead of making people not go to watch it. As Jesse never directly attacked SGA or Blackline Cinema by taking their names, a lot wondered if the rift was just a lie. So, they themselves went to watch the movie, wondering if it was going to be good or bad. If it was bad, then it was almost guaranteed that the tweet was about SGA. Sadly, they were indeed left disappointed. Chapter 2:28 Reactions. Should I go for the movie or not? That was the question in the woman's head as she looked up at the trailer of Disconnected on her laptop screen. It had 23 million views and over 400K likes, and 7.7K comments. Going by the trailer, the movie looked interesting, but she wasn't really sure. It had just been released today, and tickets were still available on the websites, so she was interested, especially with it being a weekend. The only reason she was hesitant was that the last time she went to watch a movie, it hadn't turned out good. Sighing, she looked up to reviews, and they were mixed, with some saying that it was good and some just roasting it. In the end, the woman had only one alternative. If there's nothing good to watch on Netflix, I will book the ticket. She opened up Netflix and looked through the list of recommended shows and series that were trending, but nothing really interested her. It was either a zombie, a generic rom-com, or some other stuff like that. Her Netflix account apparently turned out to be useless, and she booked up a ticket at the nearest cinema hall. On the weekend, she just wanted some good entertainment. Her friends were now mostly married, so she didn't have a lot of people to hang out with, so she chose to watch the movie alone. When she reached the theater hall, she saw that a lot of people were already present there, and the crowd outside the screening of Disconnected was quite good. Due to SGA and Blackline Cinema promoting the show a lot, many people had still come up. They were expecting a first-day estimate of around $12 million and were hoping to go higher as the days went by. Anywhere close to over $150 to $200 million was a big profit for the studio, and they were expecting that the movie would achieve much more than that. $60 million was just the budget of the movie, and they additionally used $40 million for marketing. They needed it to hit $100 million just to break even. It looks like the movie is getting a good amount of interest. The woman thought as she entered the cinema hall and sat down on her seat. The seats around her started filling in slowly, and she could see that almost 80% of the seats were occupied. It was a good sign that the movie would be good. A lot of people had just come because they liked Jesse Ross's previous movies, and some were also curious due to Seth Douglas, as a lot of magazines had started labeling him as the next big thing. At the same time, there were also fans of Aiden. There were a few scenes of his in the trailer, so his fans were quite excited to watch him on the big screen again. A lot of people now think that Aiden was a capable actor after his last movie emerged as a sleeper hit. He hadn't promoted the movie a lot, but they knew that he was in it, and it was enough of a reason to watch it. It's finally starting, she thought as the screen turned on and the opening credits started. After the movie ended, the woman came out of the theater hall with others. Her expression didn't look good as she was constantly frowning, wondering what she had just seen. That movie was bad. She felt like it was another case of a bad movie with a good trailer. Other people around her had the same expressions, and some were even looking angry. All of them felt like they had wasted their time and money. Next to a woman, a couple was talking about it. Why did you bring me to watch such a movie? I don't even know what was going on in the second half. What kind of a movie was that even? The guy in the relationship asked. I thought it would be good. You saw the trailer yourself. Yeah, but the movie was bad. It felt like the makers stopped being serious about it in the second half. The woman also felt the same about it, actually. The first half was still average, but the plot was clearly lost in the second half. It was to the point that she felt like they were two completely different movies. Somehow she felt cheated as the reviews promised that it would be a great experience. My money and time are already gone. The least I could do is to leave a review in retaliation, she thought, and took out her phone. Opening up the website, Do you like the movie? She left a review that was obviously not a good one. She left a long review, and like her, a lot of other people also were leaving bad reviews. Unlike the critics, the audience had no hidden agenda, so they just left reviews without any bias. Most of them were bad, and at the end of the day, the ratings for Disconnected were barely 5.1 out of 10. On a movie entertainment website called Xenia, people were talking about the movies running in the theaters around this time of the year. Aside from Disconnected, there was an action-adventure series called Unguarded that was running in the theaters. Due to the high budget and good action scenes, it was at the top of the box office. Aside from that, there were only a few small-budget movies running in a small number of theaters. The forum members talked about these movies, and one of them suddenly asked a question. Big Black Chicken, anyone here watched Disconnected? It was released just today. I wanted to go check it out, but don't know what to expect. To his question, there were a lot of replies. President Potato Head, go at your own risk. The movie could be contagious, and you might not come out alive, but life is all about risks, so you might as well take this one too. Women over 25 are too old for me. I watched it, and it was something at the level of those paintings you admire in art galleries just to come out as mature and complex when the paintings don't make any sense. Winning Women of the Year in my first year as a woman felt like they were trying too hard to show just anything. I mean, I'm pretty sure they have a vision with those cool-looking sets and great dialogues, but they don't help when the audience feels like they don't know the story anymore. Won't recommend it, to be honest. Too many bad female superheroes. I heard that the occupancy rate in the theaters dropped to 60% in night shows from 80% in the afternoon shows. People these days are fast and check up a lot of reviews. Cancel culture is intolerable. I watched it today. Went with a lot of expectations as I'm a fan of the director from his old movies, but it was not engaging enough. The story felt lacking, and they should have really edited it better. I would rather watch my cats fight for 2 hours than watch this movie. Cat Wars. Apparently, the director, Jesse Ross, had a fight with the studio, and he left a tweet too. It's still not deleted, so it feels like there's something clearly off, especially because the movie is turning out to be good drama for others though. Edgy male lead. I don't think the movie is even going to recover its budget. I would be surprised if it didn't drop dead tomorrow. Response from the audience is very negative. It was clear only a very few had good thoughts about the movie. They were in the minority, and the movie clearly failed to create a connection with the audience. On the first day of its release, it earned merely $8 million, which were lower than the estimates. SGA expected it to pick up the next day, but the numbers fell even down to $6.4 million only. On the third day, It somehow managed to reach only $5 million. The first 3 days of any movie are always very crucial as it decides the fate of the movie, and it looked like the fate of Disconnected was clearly sealed. SGA did try to increase the marketing and try to get more people to the theater, but they were not interested when there was a better alternative present. Unguarded was something that was getting much more audience than Disconnected despite running in the theaters for a month already. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that this movie had turned out to be a disaster. Analysts had already predicted that the movie wouldn't even reach $50 million and would emerge as a massive letdown of the year. At the same time, it was also Aiden's first flop. He had been very good with scripts till now, but this time, nothing had worked, and the movie turned out to be a dud. Chapter 229. Disconnected fails to connect with the audience. That was the headline of a lot of newspapers when it was evident that Disconnected wasn't going to be a successful venture. In the first week of its release, the movie was only able to earn $27 million, which was not a good number. The movie was going to be off the theater in 2 weeks more like this, and won't even go for more than $40 million, which meant that the losses were too much to handle. Blackline Cinema was just a medium-sized studio, and these mini losses were pretty horrendous for them. In the first place, the only reason they went for a $60 million production was because of the backing of SGA. Now they were in trouble, and the studio had to take their next steps very carefully to recover their losses. Out of all this, the most enraged person was obviously Franco Lee. Our losses are massive. Blackline Cinema CEO is asking for a meeting with you, and Jesse Ross is really angered, and from what we know, he might give out a few interviews talking about us badly. The marketing team is already informed, and we are going to control the mess. What about the people in the company? They're talking about it. Seth wanted to meet with you. He's very depressed, according to his manager, and has been drinking since last night. Franco Lee frowned hearing that, rubbing his temples. He leaned against his chair and thought about the whole ordeal. The response to Seth's role isn't good. His perception among the public would just fall after this massive disaster, and it would take another 2 years for me to get him to a steady career path again. The losses would be dealt with, but the loss of reputation would be the main dent. For an agent of his caliber, a loss like Disconnected was not that much of a big deal, but he would take some loss in reputation. SGA management would also ask questions from him as he was the one who handled the package deal with Blackline Cinema. He even pushed the project, thinking that it was going to change his career of Seth. I won't have any meetings with anyone. At least not yet. Blackline Cinema is just going to ask us to handle the losses alongside them. Franco said, looking up at his assistant. What about Seth? He's not useful anymore. We invested a lot in him, and he's just being a burden. We tried our best to make Disconnected a big break for him, but it didn't work out. His previous projects just got lukewarm responses too. According to Franco, Seth Douglas was in the zone of an actor who's fine in movies but didn't have any charisma to carry a project on his back. He didn't have the X factor in him that was required for him to become more than a mediocre actor. Franco had way better candidates than him, and he was tired of promoting it. This flop was the final nail in the coffin. It seemed like giving sexual favors wasn't enough in the end. Hollywood was all about profit, as actors could be replaced at any moment. Should I tell that to him? His assistant asked, thinking inwardly that another actor was going to be replaced. He had been working with Franco for 5 years, and he had seen countless actors go in and out. No, I will talk to him myself. As for Jesse Ross, he can complain all he wants. The movie is a flop no matter what, and fights between producers and directors aren't uncommon. Tell the marketing team to do press releases in which they blame Blackline Cinema for it. We can't leave any scar on SGA's reputation. After giving all the instructions, Franco Lee stood up and took out a bottle of champagne. It was an antique one that he would only drink with esteemed guests. Pouring a glass of it for himself, he thought that a lot would take to handle the losses incurred. They would need to minimize them as much as they could. Drinking the wine, he looked up at his assistant. We have a deal going with Netflix, right? Yeah. His assistant nodded. See if they are interested in the streaming rights for Disconnected. Originally, the plan was to wait for 2 months before selling the streaming rights. Their value would have increased a lot if the movie had been a hit. But now, they needed to sell it for a lower amount, and as soon as possible. After all, a lot of flop movies won't even find a streaming platform and would just fade away. I checked the theater near my town, and half the seats were empty. I asked a few people about the movie, and they didn't like it. My neighbor went to watch it, and he said he hated it. He didn't want to see another Seth Douglas movie in his life. Said something about now his face is too punchable. I got my parents to watch it. They found it very average too. To be honest, I also didn't like the movie. Everyone chartered around in the lounge area of Aiden's office with sad depositions. All of them were obviously talking about Disconnected. It was their first movie after becoming Aiden's team, and the start was completely opposite of the album release. It was easy to say that everyone was left disappointed, especially Tom, who was waiting for the critics and the audience to hype Aiden as the best part of the movie. He wanted to read articles on how he overshadowed Seth Douglas with his performance. But nothing like that had happened. The best scene that Aiden shot didn't even make it in the movie, and Tom felt like it was the worst thing that the editing team behind Disconnected could do. As they were talking, they suddenly heard footsteps, and Wade and Aiden emerged. Their faces became uneasy seeing Aiden, who looked calm, but in their eyes, he looked too calm. Celebrities have different ways of handling their failures. Some would act upset and angry with everyone, while others would go into depression. A lot of them would even take breaks to analyze where they went wrong or get a vacation. All of them knew that because they had worked with celebrities before. Compared to them, Aiden was odd. He looked the same as before, but he also seemed to be in some sort of deep thought. Seeing them looking at him like this, Aiden couldn't help but ask, "Why are you looking at me like this? You are acting like you just got my medical report, and I have cancer." Wade chuckled at that. "It's kind of like that. You could equate it to a flop." "Nah, I'm not dying due to a flop. It's more like a fever." Seeing Aiden and Wade engaged in silly conversations, the team relaxed a bit, and Jody opened his mouth. "We thought you would be very upset by the movie flopping. Why are you two laughing like that?" "I am upset," Aiden said, then smiled. "No actor likes seeing their movie flop. It's weird if I'm laughing due to my movie flopping. Then, it's just that I kind of expected it after seeing the premiere. Moreover, it's not like I'm the reason the movie flopped." Wade nodded at that and sat down. Normally, actors and directors would be at the forefront for the reason of the movie flopping, but in Disconnected, Aiden only had around 20 minutes of screen time, which wasn't a lot by any standard, especially because his character was a major. A lot of critics aren't even mentioning Aiden's name in their articles and reviews. They are treating his role as an extended cameo. Wade said, and Aiden further explained, "Yeah, SGA's strategy backfired heavily on them. They made it look like Seth Douglas is the one carrying the movie. It wasn't sold as a Jesse Ross's movie or even Black Line Cinema's production. It was sold as a Seth Douglas movie. Yeah, so other actors never got any attention, and a lot of the audience doesn't even know who is in the movie until they watch it. Even now, after it failed, critics and media reporters are targeting Seth Douglas." The flop would also not affect Aiden too much in terms of finding further work, as he was playing a supporting actor and the acting was good. Just the edited scenes made him look forgettable. A lot of actors would have small roles in flop movies early on in their career, and as he has a good agent, his career would not halt here. Though Aiden still didn't like that the movie flopped, it was not something he could avoid in a creative field like Hollywood. It was all about hits and misses here. "I'm pretty sure Seth won't get more movies. At least as the lead." Sasha commented, and Wade nodded. "Yeah, that bastard would either go indie or would be satisfied with smaller roles. He needs a big break to make it as the lead again." They talked like that as the atmosphere became more relaxed. His team was happy to see that Aiden was still fine after a flop. It said a lot about his mental fortitude, which was absolutely necessary if he wanted to be a superstar. As they talked, Aiden remembered something and said, "By the way, I have something to show you all." Chapter 230. Disconnected was a very special movie for Aiden. It was his next project after a very successful movie, and the momentum was with him, especially with his growing popularity. He wanted to leave a mark this time and hopefully continue his streak of hit movies. He was a little disappointed about losing out on the lead role, but in the end, he couldn't do much. Having good backing in this industry was normal, and if he looked closely to it, it wasn't even Seth's fault. It was his agency who was pushing for him to get the lead role, and any actor would want to play the lead of a movie. That's why, instead of bearing a grudge against him, Aiden just wanted to give a great performance. Something that made people think that he was the most memorable character in the movie, and as the shooting had gone by, he was confident that his performance was getting better and better. It was his way of saying that no matter what role, he could still leave an impact. The scene in which Andrew found out that he was betrayed was his favorite, and it had also been labeled as a breakout scene by his system. Due to this, Aiden was very confident that the movie would do well, but his expectations had been completely broken when he had seen the final edited version. There were obviously hints that this was going to happen. One of them was SGA promoting Seth Douglas so much like he was the only person in the movie. Seth's role was the biggest, but there were other characters too that were equally important. Just the movie was from his perspective. The other hint was Jesse telling him that SGA had interfered with the editing a lot right before the premiere. A bad feeling had engulfed his heart at that moment, and the movie had turned out to be a choppy mess in the end. While watching it, he had a feeling that it wouldn't work. Many times a movie turns out to be way different than the script, as there were a lot of factors involved like the budget, the feel, and editing. This was the same case. The script of Disconnected was very well written, but during the editing process, they had taken out every scene in which Seth wasn't looking good. Aiden was obviously enraged to know what SGA had done by interfering. He had even asked Jesse and Wade if they could edit it better before the release, but it was not possible. They didn't have that much authority. While Jesse had become too angry and started speaking against Blackline Cinema and SGA on the internet, Aiden had been thinking a lot about how he could turn the situation around. Obviously, the cinematic release was something that no one could save, but it was also true that the movie was much better than the version that had been shown on the big screens. It was then that an idea had struck his head. "What do you have to show?" Tom asked, raising an eyebrow. "You will know it," Aiden said, taking out a pen drive from his pocket. "Connect it to the TV and play the movie that's in it." "Okay." Tom was confused as he held the pen drive in his hand. He walked up to the TV that was in front of the sofa and looked around to find the spot to connect it. After connecting it, he picked up the remote and played the movie. Opening credits came soon, and after 2 minutes, the title of the movie came. Everyone blinked their eyes in surprise seeing that. "Why are we watching Disconnected?" George asked, his eyes glancing between the TV screen and Aiden, who was just smiling. "It's not the version that we all saw in the theaters." "Then, it's a director's cut. Jesse edited it himself before SGA came and destroyed it. He saved a copy for himself, and I asked if I could borrow it to watch it." Everyone finally understood what was going on. Every movie would always have a director's cut, as directors didn't like to edit out a lot of scenes from their movie. If they could, they would want to keep every scene. Studios would mostly cut down the director's cut to an appropriate length before releasing the movie, but the director's cut had become a special edition of a movie as cinema moved forward. In the early 2000s, director's cut of famous movies would be released in the form of DVDs, and fans who loved the movie would buy it, even if it meant paying a higher price. Even in the current age, superhero movies would release versions of their movies with additional scenes that didn't make it to the actual release. There was even a very interesting incident in which fans of a franchise protested online for months for the studio to release the director's cut of the movie. In the end, the studio relented and the director's cut became a big hit. Is it any different from the theatrical release? I heard that Jesse had a big fight with SGA, and now they are in a conflict against each other. Jody asked, and Aiden nodded his head. The tabloids were having a field day due to that fight. Yeah, Jesse becomes a monster if someone ruins his work. He doesn't even care about anything else. As for your question, yeah, the cut is way better than the release. It has a lot of important scenes, and the editing is smooth. Aiden had seen it last night and was very surprised by it. It should be fun then. Sasha commented, and all of them watched the movie. The first 20 minutes of it were almost the same as the versions they had watched, but it changed after that as new characters were introduced properly. Unlike the theatrical release, Andrew had a proper introduction scene in the bar where he would impress Mark. Other characters were also explained a lot. Their past, the motives in their actions were very clear, as both Andrew and Mark struggled to build a company worth $1 million. It was then that the scene in which Andrew would get the idea of Snapbook would appear, and he would urge Mark to think big. Not $1 million, but billions. After that, the story would become very fast, as lots of things would come up. New partnerships, accusations, and the changing personalities of the characters. It was very clear. It's like I'm watching a whole new movie, Tom thought, and wasn't able to stop himself from wondering of a scenario in which this version was released in the theaters. It would have surely appealed to the people way more and would have emerged as a hit. The opening of the movie was good anyway. It was only due to so many bad audience reviews that the movie had flopped hard. This version was better in so many ways than that, as it actually presented the arcs one by one. Every scene was connected to each other, and the sequence was in an orderly manner. Moreover, the movie was giving time to get the characters to connect with the audience. Like the scene in which Andrew broke up with his girlfriend. It was missing from the theatrical release, but due to the director's cut having it, it gave a whole new dimension to the character and portrayed how much he was willing to sacrifice. Dustin's character Sebastian was also done justice this time. He was introduced alongside an 80s track that just made him look cooler. Playing the role of a cunning douchebag who gave people the hope of a rich life, Dustin nailed it. He had a screen presence that was hard to miss, and his way of talking and actions was surely something that had the ability to make people hate him. As the movie was going on, Wade whispered to Aiden, "You are not thinking of making Black Line Cinema release this version in the theaters, right? They are never going to agree with it because of the loss they had. I'm pretty sure they hate Disconnected more than the audience at the moment." "No, why will I do that?" Aiden asked, looking at him strangely. "You suddenly pulled out the director's cut out of nowhere to show us. It's odd." He glanced at the others who were engrossed in the movie. "These people don't know you, but I do. You have a knack of turning situations in your favor." Wade thought about the time when Aiden had lost out on the role of Kai in Black Saints to Tyler Reed. He had given up hope, but Aiden had solved the situation quickly and in a way that was too discreet. The same had happened in the case of 30 Days of Happiness. In the end, one had become an iconic role for Aiden and the second had gotten him his first solo hit. Wade couldn't take Aiden lightly. "I pulled it out to see their reactions and confirm my thoughts about the director's cut." Aiden finally muttered, "What thoughts?" "That it's a masterpiece compared to that choppy version." Wade nodded at that. This version was miles better and gave a much better story. Rather than focusing on one character entirely, it focused more on the creation of a billion-dollar company and the price for power and greed. Even if it won't reach the audience. Wade frowned, shaking his head, but Aiden didn't think like that. "No, it would." He smiled. "You earlier mentioned that Netflix was probably going to get the streaming rights." "Yeah, they're getting it for pretty cheap, but what are you thinking?" "It's a bit hard to explain, but just know that I have a good plan in mind," he said with a firm expression. Chapter 231. Just 2 weeks after the release of Disconnected, the screens allocated to it were dropped to 300 from 1,500. Theater chains didn't want to show a flop movie that won't attract an audience. Other movies were also released at the same time. There were no big franchise movies, but there were still movies like The Lost Bird, which was an adventure movie that was inspired by 90s classics. It was an original movie with a good cast, so it attracted a good number of people. There was also Evangeline, which was a movie on the life of a robot in a fictional world and her story of bonding with a young man who had no one else in his life. It was a very niche melodrama, but it was still way better than Disconnected. It was predicted that in just another week, Disconnected was going to be out of most theaters in America and even other parts of the world. It was a very sad state for the producers. That's why they were trying their best to recover the losses elsewhere. One of those was selling the streaming rights, and as both Black Line Cinema and SGA had good connections with Netflix, they obviously went for it. Rishi Suman, the executive producer, working on Disconnected, and the person who had let SGA run rampant to curry favor with them, was the person tasked to get the best deal from Netflix. The studio needed to get as much money as possible. "Our platform has decided that if we are going to reach a mutual agreement, then it should be established that Netflix is going to buy out the movie for an amount. It would be less complicated for both of us like that," a bald man said, looking at Rishi. He was currently in a meeting with one of the senior managers from the content creation department. Alongside him, there were some other people, including a lawyer. Licensing the movie to a streaming platform had a lot of complications, and the platform and a studio would negotiate and renegotiate a lot of times. One also needs to be careful of clauses like the expiry date of the license agreement. Some movies just moved platforms after a few years because of clauses like this, and there were a few more that decided the total price of a movie. But for a movie like Disconnected, Netflix was sure that it was going to be an easy deal. "We are fine with it," Rishi said, smiling. That was what he wanted in the first place. He was clearly desperate. The bald guy smiled seeing that. Rather than a pay-per-play agreement which was more complicated, straight-out buying made everything very easy. Let me be honest then. We are willing to pay $2 million for the movie. That's a bit low. Rishi's face scrunched up hearing that, but the bald man continued. You yourself know that the movie was a flop at the box office. There's not really a whole lot of excitement among people to watch it on a streaming platform either. No hype, so it wasn't going to get a lot of watch hours. He was basically implying that they were buying the movie, not for the quality, nor did they have any confidence that the movie was going to do well on their platform. Only reason they were buying it was because of their relationship with Blackline Cinema and to get a few more movies in their library. For a streaming platform, having a good quantity of movies was necessary. You will get hype if you try to create it. Rishi countered back, but the bald man shook his head. People already know the movie is not good. The ratings are around 4 to 5 stars out of 10, and most critics didn't like it. How will we hype it? It's not like it's a straight-out fun, silly, and entertaining movie either that you could watch when you are bored. Both of them argued like that for a while, giving different arguments and trying to negotiate a deal that both parties could agree with. But Rishi was having it hard, trying to increase the price of the movie. It's way easier to sell a successful movie as I could talk a lot about the points. But it's already a good thing that Netflix is interested in buying out a flop movie. Just $2 million is too low of a price. That was the thought in his mind. No matter what he said, his arguments were something that he himself didn't believe in. There were not a lot of good points to highlight about Disconnected. At the end, when Rishi was on the verge of just agreeing with the bald man, a woman from the Netflix side whispered something in the ears of the bald man. He nodded his head with a smile and looked at Rishi. Actually, we have an offer. We heard something very interesting, and we are very curious to know if it's true. There's a director's cut for Disconnected, right? Ah, yeah, Rishi said, tilting his head. He was curious to know why they were asking about that. So, we are actually willing to give $5 million if the deal includes the director's cut. We do want a screening of the cut before, but if everything goes well, we could pay up to $5 million for it. Hearing that, Rishi wondered if it was true. $5 million. That was an amount that he instantly agreed for. As Disconnected flopped at the box office, the people who were the most disappointed were Aiden's fans. A lot of them had gotten very high expectations after 30 Days of Happiness, and they were massively disappointed. A lot of them had gone to watch the movie but realized that Aiden didn't even have much of a role. A lot of them even bashed Blackline Cinema for the movie. It was then that Aiden's next project, Sherlock of the Shadows, was announced on the official handle of Netflix. There was no poster and not a lot of information was revealed. But the post clearly mentioned Aiden. That was the title of the post, and they had also attached a photo of Aiden alongside the director Phineas Flinch. Soon after the announcement, other notable websites and magazines also released articles on it with further information on the project. One of these websites revealed in their article, apparently, Sherlock of the Shadows would follow the journey of a character who could see ghosts and juggle between the supernatural as well as being a detective. That was enough information for people to be interested in the show. Aiden's fan group was also excited as this was some good news when they were feeling down with disappointment. Skyneves, Sherlock of the Shadows, is such a cool title. I'm also glad that people are thinking of using superpowers in different ways. I'm tired of always being a superhero when one has superpowers. There could be a lot more that could be done with them. A mystery, conspiracy theory show, or even a show along the lines of trying to be normal while having superpowers. The Frog Queen. I feel like anime is much better in that regard. Anyway, I feel like this would hit the home run if the trailers look good. They are apparently shooting it with a lot of VFX. Doing Your Mom. Finally, Aiden in a high-concept series. I'm pretty sure it would be better than the garbage that Disconnected was. At least we know that the focus would be on Aiden since he's the lead of the show. Rich countries create problems because they are bored. Man, I don't know about it. My expectations are zero after Disconnected. I would only watch it if the reviews are good. Twerking Green Monster. Time to get a Netflix subscription. Although I really wish they stopped making stupid shows and testing the IQ of the audience. Even erotica like The Pleasure of Pain is better than those. As they talked, suddenly, Hollywood Insider sent a message filled with very interesting info. Hollywood Insider. I just heard that Netflix brought up the streaming rights for Disconnected for more than $5 million. Something interesting is going to happen for sure. Hashtag smirk. Why are feminist characters masculine? $5 million for that. They overpaid a lot. Their business management surely doesn't understand the value of things. Hollywood Insider. No, they are very smart. From what I heard, they are soon going to start a marketing strategy for Disconnected. I'm telling you, something very special is going to happen in the next few days. Hashtag know-it-all. No one in the fan group understood what Hollywood Insider was talking about. Newer members ignored him as a guy speaking nonsense, but the older ones knew that his username was absolutely true. He was someone who knew everything about Hollywood and had never given any false information. It was like he had information about every news in Hollywood, even if it wasn't released. So, they took his words very seriously. At the same time, people were curious. Why was Netflix going to do a marketing strategy for a flop movie? Did they have too much time and money? How were they going to make people interested in a flop? 2 days later, all these questions were answered as Aiden's plan started to be revealed. Chapter 232. Netflix soon revealed that Disconnected was coming on their platform by a social media post, but it didn't get any reactions. The movie was still running in the theaters, and yesterday, it had only earned $56,000. It was going to be taken out as soon as possible, and the North American box office had already announced it as a flop. No one cared about it, and even Blackline Cinema wanted to forget it. They were just glad that they were able to get a good deal out of Netflix. Now, whatever they would do with the movie, it wasn't their problem. It was then that one of the most famous critics in America and all over the world, Vito Morello, made a tweet. This particular tweet of his got a big response. Vito was an old man in his 70s and was someone who had closely monitored the changing industry of Hollywood since the 60s. He had co-authored a lot of books from famous celebrities, and his voice was one of importance in the film fraternity. The reason why his tweet got a heated response was because Vito wasn't known for reviewing or talking about every movie in this age. His health had become a major issue for him, so he had already semi-retired as a critic. On top of that, his tweet was not about just any movie. The post was about Disconnected, the movie that had just flopped. It was a long tweet, but had some very interesting information. When people read that tweet, they were surprised and confused. Many of them even thought that it was a paid tweet. Critics being biased was not a surprising thing, but it still baffled Vito's followers. The old man was someone who had repeatedly talked about how he had never made friends in the industry to be unbiased. He believed in judging the art rather than the artist, and he was well respected for that. Someone like that doing a paid tweet was almost impossible. Moreover, the tweet was not for a movie that was going to be released next week. It was about a movie that had already been released and flopped. Did that mean Vito actually liked the movie? Was the audience too dumb to appreciate a good movie? As people wondered about it, more and more critics started releasing their reviews on Disconnected, and all of them were positive. These also included critics who had bashed the movie before. One of them was John Longbottom, aka at Criticise, who was very disappointed after watching Disconnected. He had only given it 3 stars out of 10 due to the massive disappointment he had felt. But now, his latest review gave the movie an 8.5 out of 10. Seeing that review, a lot of people wondered if there was actually some sort of prank that the critics were doing. At Criticise had just roasted the same movie 3 weeks ago, and now he was praising it like he can't get enough of it. A lot of people in the comments asked whether he had accidentally written Disconnected in the title and was reviewing some other movie. By the review, it actually felt like he was talking about another movie in itself. One by one, famous magazines like Vanity, Hollywood Weekly, The Weekend Tribunal, and The Box started releasing good reviews about Disconnected. Even the harshest of critics gave a good rating to it. All of this made people very confused. They didn't know what was going on. It was then that Netflix made another post about Disconnected and revealed that on May 29th, the director's cut of the movie was going to be on the streaming platform. They also revealed that earlier, a test screening was held for different critics for the director's cut and posted a few positive reviews alongside the poster. Only after that people realized what was going on. All the reviews were of the director's cut and not for the version that had been released in the theater. At the same time, people became curious. The reviews of the theatrical version and the director's cut were too different. It was really like they were very different movies. For a while, People thought that Netflix was just trying to create a perception that the director's cut was a far superior version by getting the critics to give out positive reviews. But a famous Sparrow user by the name of Dunphy Dad posted a tweet about it, giving out his opinion on the matter. He tweeted, "I don't think Netflix is trying to create a wrong perception. Hear me out. They are a billion-dollar platform and spend more than $500 million on new shows every year, as well they produce new shows and movies every month. Why will they pay off so many reputed critics for a movie that flopped hard? It just doesn't make sense. Anyway, I feel like the director's cut is surely going to be different than the version released in the theaters." Agreeing with Dunphy Dad tweet, a MeTuber by the name of Cinema Guy that makes content on the production side of the filmmaking also tweeted about the same topic. He wrote, "If people don't know, post-production is one of the most important aspects of filmmaking. It could literally change a comedy movie to a horror one by the use of color palette and background music. A director's cut is the version of the movie that the director imagined in his head. Studios normally edit it further to suit themselves, but a lot of times, a director's cut could be way better. I think that's the case with Disconnected." Jesse Ross made a tweet about it too. Things probably weren't well between Blackline Cinema and him. A lot of people agreed with his tweet. Jesse Ross did speak out about it, and although it didn't straight up take names, everyone could guess who he was talking about. Going by the way the movie had performed at the box office, he wasn't wrong either. But the question was whether the director's cut was actually that good. The reviews were positive, but the audience was bound to be skeptical. The good thing was that they weren't releasing it in the theaters again. A streaming platform was very accessible, and one could just watch the movie in their home at any time. Moreover, if it was really the same as the theatrical version with a few tweaks, they could just stop it at any moment. Due to that, a lot of people suddenly got interested in a flop movie. Days went by, and Disconnected was totally out of theaters around the world. Anyway, the focus had shifted to the director's cut that was going to be released on Netflix. To promote it, Netflix asked the cast members and the director to do interviews for their MeTube channel and talk about their experiences while filming the movie. The cast was fine with it, as one by one, all of them watched the director's cut. It has restored their faith in the movie, and they wanted it to at least gain an audience on Netflix. Out of all of them, only Seth Douglas refused to take part in the interview and promotional content, citing reasons that he didn't want anything to do with the movie. Jesse was actually very happy about it, as he blamed Seth a lot too for the failure at the box office. If not for him wanting to get the most attention in the movie, SGA wouldn't have been so tyrannical. At the same time, Aiden was also thinking of a few things. The months of April and May had become a big change in his life as he lost out on the Oscars and his movie flopped. Reasons could be a lot, but blaming them was just the easiest route. He felt like if he just dismissed them as things out of his control, then the same things would happen again and again. Due to that, he became a bit more serious and calculative about his career. If he had more power and was a bigger star, then SGA wouldn't have cut down so many of his scenes, and he would actually have the power to give his opinion on the movie rather than just being a paid actor that could be replaced at any moment. At the same time, he decided that he needed to be more careful while selecting projects. In the industry, there was no saying which project was going to be successful, but Aiden was different. He had skills that were almost like superpowers. He knew which was a good script and which wasn't. There were a lot more components to a successful movie, but a good script was basic. That's why he needed to rely on it more and try to only work with people that won't sabotage a project for their own interest. These types of thoughts flowed regularly in Aiden's mind. The flop had clearly affected him. Chapter 233. On May 29th, Netflix released the director's cut for Disconnected on their platform. Their content team had already verified the quality of the movie, and they were very confident that the movie was going to do well. Moreover, the marketing strategy for it had been quite good till now, having the critics that disliked the movie before watching it again and reviewing it was something that had worked well. The contrasting opinions of theirs had made the audience curious. Was this actually a good movie? Can the director's cut really have such a big impact? Can they rectify the inconsistent pace of the story? These were the questions that had made their way into people's minds. Most of them still thought that this was not a good movie and it was just a marketing campaign without anything to back itself up. But they weren't sure about their thoughts. A what if was always in their mind. In that case, the only way to know about it was to watch the movie. Anyway, it was on Netflix. Those who already have the subscription didn't have to pay for anything and could just watch it in the comfort of their homes. There was still a mixed response to the director's cut, with some of them completely not interested in it, and others wanting to watch it to know if it would actually be any good. The latter applied to the woman who had actually gone to watch the movie in the theater but had been left disappointed and in an angry fit. She had written a bad review for the movie. Should I watch it again? Currently, she was in a dilemma, wondering if she should watch the movie again or not. She still remembered how bad a day it was when she had gone to watch Disconnected in the movie theater. She had felt like kicking the director for giving her a bad time. When she heard the news that a director's cut was coming to Netflix and the early reviews said that it was a way better movie, she felt interested. Her anger towards the movie had died down as time went on, and the only reason she was even thinking about it was because she had nothing else to watch on her Netflix account. She also wanted to see if the movie is actually good in the director's cut. If it was, then at least she would feel much better. Whatever. I could watch the first 30 minutes, and if it's the same, then I would just close it. Thinking that, she played the movie and the opening sequence came up. The color palette is a bit lighter, and the first scene is also a bit longer. She thought, quickly noticing some details. She still remembered a lot of details of Disconnected that she watched in the theater. She had a habit of observing things and remembering them for a long time since childhood, so she was easily able to compare both the versions. Just 20 minutes into the movie, and her verdict was clear. It's really like a different movie. The plot still follows the same storyline, but the details and scenes are a lot more. All the unnecessary things are edited out that made the theatrical version boring, she thought as the movie went on. The woman particularly loved the scene in which Mark first met Andrew, as it clearly showed the differences between the two of them and Mark's personality of only being friends with someone if he sees something special in them. She really wondered why such a scene didn't make up to the theatrical version. In the end, after watching the whole movie, she logged into the website Do You Like the Movie? With a smile and left a positive review. After writing the review, she felt a bit satisfied. Just like her, other people were also watching the movie, and those who completed it quickly gave a positive review. Most of these were people who have cursed the movie before online. Now all of them were saying the opposite things. Just 3 days after the Netflix release for Disconnected, an unexpected data came out that shocked everyone. When the management team saw it, their eyes were all wide, and the thing that they had never expected have came true. Disconnected was trending at number 6 in top 10 movies to watch list. Not only that, it was trending on over 34 countries in the top 10 list. These numbers were truly shocking. For context, just last month, Netflix had brought up a blockbuster gangster drama for $130 million, and it had only managed to reach top 3 in America and has trended in 52 countries in top 10 in the world. Compared to that, Disconnected was bought for just $5 million and was already in 6th position in just 3 days. Like that, it was almost confirmed that the movie would be higher at the end of the week. At the same time, the reviews from the audience were extremely positive. All of them were comparing it to the theatrical version and saying that the movie was totally different and worth a watch. One of the reasons behind such a reception was also because most of these people have very low expectations after watching the theatrical version. But that reason only applied to people who watched it in theaters. A lot of people just found it on Netflix and wondered why it wasn't successful at the box office. When the old executive director of the content department got to know about it, he quickly ordered, "Get Disconnected a banner on the front page and try to promote it more on social media accounts. Also, try to make up more hype for it. We need to make sure that it reaches more people. This time, we have surely hit the jackpot." The marketing team quickly got to work after that and promoted the movie further. Jesse Ross, who was finally feeling at peace after seeing such a great reaction to his movie himself, helped in the marketing by giving out as many interviews as he could. In those interviews, he didn't hold back against SGA and Blackline Cinema and spoke about how they pushed up their own version despite him not agreeing with it. As results were very clear to everyone, the audience sided with Jesse. A lot of insiders from Hollywood wondered if Jesse had decided to retire, as no one in their sane mind would go against SGA like that until they want to endanger their careers. But they didn't know what kind of a person Jesse was. He had already decided to open his own personal film studio to produce his movies. If SGA actually came after him, then he had plans to just focus on independent, low-budget festival movies. It's not like they were going to personally stop him from making movies. All this just gave fire to a controversy that helped Disconnected. More and more people got to know about it as the days went on. Just on the 5th day of its release, Disconnected was already in the 5th position and was getting a crazy amount of watch hours, which meant a lot of profit for Netflix. At the end of the first week, it was in the 3rd position, and people have started to wonder whether it would top the list. On a Hollywood gossip sub, few people were talking about the movie and how it was faring at Netflix. With a totally unprecedented amount of watch hours, it was the first time that a flop movie was doing so well on Netflix or any other streaming platform. A lot of people were even calling it the second coming of Disconnected. At the same time, a lot of people online were hating on Blackline Cinema and SGA. All of it was giving a lot of topics for the gossip sub to discuss about. Boycott Living. SGA and Blackline Cinema are in serious trouble. They are denying the allegations, but everyone could see that the version they put out was shit compared to the director's cut. They messed up and won't accept it. Cats have OCD. Yeah, and Jesse Ross got support from some directors. A lot of them just don't like their movies being tampered by the studios. Even famous directors face this issue, but SGA clearly ruined a great movie. I would have regretted missing out on it. What movie you want next? I think it's good that happened. Disconnected got a large audience on Netflix, and I don't think it would have earned more than $200 million at the box office. It's a good movie, but not a high-concept one. Dirt in Your Eye. I think it's Netflix who got lucky here. They got the movie cheap, and now it's a big hit. I heard that they are giving out bonuses for hitting a jackpot. Their subscribers are happy, and Blackline Cinema are probably crying themselves to sleep. Jack died because Rose was over 25. Hey guys, check this. One of the clips from Disconnected just got viral. Chapter 234. Normally, people would crop out scenes from movies and just post them on MeTube for some views. Sometimes, some people would even try to post entire movies on it, but in the end, they would get copyrighted. Studios or large companies would send a strike, and it would be taken off soon. Like that, a random user carefully cropped the scene that he loved the most in Disconnected. It was the scene in which Aiden learned about Mark's betrayal and confronted him. Just the sheer satisfaction one would get after watching the scene was a lot, and as soon as it was uploaded on MeTube, it got viral. It was a time when a lot of people were still wondering whether they should watch the movie or not, and this clip gave them the reason to check out the movie for themselves. A lot of users on Skygram and Sparrow also uploaded the clip, helping it to reach more and more people. Various videos of it emerged, and due to that, even sending a copyright strike was hard. In the end, Netflix itself released the whole scene on their MeTube channel, trying to cash in to get the movie more popular. It got over 1 million views in just a few days, and a lot of people connected to it. Intelligent Zombie, wow, that clip is sick. I love the whole scene. I wasn't going to watch this movie, but I feel like I should now. It looks very interesting. Morgan Lockman, I watched it last night. Aiden killed it with his performance. I really liked his character. He was the only guy who was likable, and I would be surprised if he didn't get a few awards for it. Tom Cruiser. Always loved Aiden as an actor more. His music is too bright for my tastes, so I hope he focuses more on his acting. His eyes are too expressive. Want him to act in more gray or villain roles, to be honest. Maybe even try a few action movies. Doing your stunts is the greatest kick you will ever get. I'm talking from experience. Mia Lover. The scene gave me chills even if I don't know what is going on here. The last part was great, and that little smirk at the end. Definitely watching the movie. My Little Sister. I honestly don't know what type of weed SGA and Blackline Cinema were on when they decided not to include the greatest scene in the movie in the theatrical release. They surely don't know what will sell, or they were very high and were thinking that they were making a masterpiece. Like that, more and more commented under the video, and the watch hours on Netflix just kept increasing. A week after the release of Disconnected on Netflix, a big thing happened. It reached the top spot in top 10 movies in America while trending in over 50 countries on Netflix. As soon as it happened, articles soon came up. So how's it? Aiden asked, looking up at Ava, who was sitting in front of him. His eyes stayed at the earphones that she was wearing for a second longer. He was sipping on a coffee that he didn't really like, but Ava had brought it for him, so it was rude to complain. Currently, Ava had her eyes closed, and her expression was serene, devoid of any emotions or excitement. After a second, She opened her eyes and tucked a piece of hair behind her ear and replied, "It's pretty good. Way better than I expected it to be. It's almost like a ghost is screaming in my ear, but it's not unnecessarily loud and feels like something that would just give people chills," she said with a smile, and Aiden's expression finally brightened. "I tried to give that impression. It seems like it worked well." "It worked great. How did you even come up with it?" "Well, I just did when I was going through the script of Sherlock of the Shadows." Aiden blatantly lied. He had no way to explain that he had made a track because of getting inspiration from seeing actual ghosts. In a way, it was his way of trying to face the ghosts that he was having nightmares about by letting that experience be developed as a track. He was just glad that Ava had liked it. Both of them were currently sitting in a cafe outside Netflix's office. Aiden was here because today was the day of the script reading session of Sherlock of the Shadows. The whole cast was going to be here, and he was going to meet them for the first time. When Aiden was hanging outside Netflix's office, he had seen Ava, and she had asked him for coffee. During their talk, he had mentioned the track he had made recently due to Sherlock of the Shadows, and she had asked to hear it. For the record, the track was simply named Ghosts Volume 1. "Even if you say that this work is very impressive," Ava said, looking up at Aiden with interest evident in her eyes. "I feel like you have a lot of things that you don't show to people. Just some weeks ago, you changed the fate of a flop movie." Hearing that, Aiden just smiled. "I just used the chips in my hand." "So, I'm just one of the chips in your hand. I only know you who had connections in Netflix. I didn't have anyone else's number." Aiden shrugged, thinking of the whole ordeal. After he had watched the director's cut of Disconnected and heard about Netflix buying up the rights, a plan had formed in his head. He had immediately dialed Ava, whose number he had gotten at the Oscars after party, and told her about the director's cut and what had gone wrong with the movie and how he had a good plan to make the movie a hit on Netflix. She was the only person who could influence Netflix that he knew of. Being a director of Titan Studios meant that she had a lot of powers, especially with her working on a project with them. Ava had listened to Aiden and had told him to send her the director's cut. After watching it, she realized the potential the movie contained. She had immediately told the executive in Netflix who was handling the deal about it, and told them to get the director's cut at all costs. It was smooth sailing after that as Ava applied the marketing tactics that Aiden had suggested to her. The idea of using critics who had bashed the movie before to create curiosity was given by him. It was very quick after that as a lot of people checked it, and as the content was good, it spread like fire. A lot of people were shocked that a movie could have such a difference based on editing alone. Due to that, it was now the #1 movie on the platform, and praises were still coming in. "Anyway, I wanted to say thanks for that. You did a huge favor on me," Aiden said with a smile. Ava could have simply rejected him based on the fact that Disconnected was a big flop. It was not like they knew each other a lot either. Still, she had helped him out. "Don't worry about that. I don't think it's a favor at all," she said. Netflix was struggling with subscribers and no popular stuff for a while, and Disconnected helped a lot. "We also got it for such a low price. I'm pretty sure Blackline Cinema is cursing their luck at the moment. They deserve it." Aiden laughed, and Ava nodded. "They do. Anyway, the point is it's me who should be thankful to you. I've been in this industry for a while now, but I have not seen something like this." Ava looked very impressed with Aiden, and after thinking for a bit, she said, "Call me if you are in trouble next time. You don't have an agency or a big backing, so you will come across tough situations no matter what. Are you going to back me in the industry?" Aiden raised an eyebrow, though his tone was like he was asking it in a joking manner. "I will until we are working together," Ava said seriously. Then, a smile appeared on her face as she added, "Don't worry, I'm not like Franco Lee." He ignored the hidden meaning of that sentence and nodded. Having some connections in the industry was always a good thing. Suddenly, Ava looked at Aiden's phone, which was on the table. The audio recording of the track he had shown her was displayed on it. "By the way, I think you should show that soundtrack to Phineas. We still have not decided on a good soundtrack, so if Phineas liked it, I would make sure it's selected as the background track for the show." Chapter 235. Aiden and Ava talked a bit more before he realized that it was going to be the time for the script reading session. As he was a pretty new actor in the industry, it was just respectful for him to arrive early. Before leaving, Ava said something to him that made him anxious. "Try to be careful around the set. Sherlock of the Shadows has a pretty diverse cast, and not everyone would like you. You are very young in the industry, and even though you have impactful roles, they are going to be skeptical of you as the lead. To that, he replied, I feel like I need to prove myself every single time. Yeah, that's how it is in the industry. You prove yourself more and more with every single project. People doubt you and think you could only do a certain type of role. So, you prove that you have a better range. You do it until you have nothing left to prove, and everyone knows how good you are. Thinking of that conversation in his mind, Aiden made his steps towards the room where a lot of people had already gathered. Tom was also accompanying him to the reading session as part of his staff. When he entered the room, a few people's eyes landed on him. Just 5 minutes before Aiden arrived, a group of actors was talking about the series and what were their aspirations and thoughts about it. At the same time, gossip about the current trending topics was also being discussed from time to time. It was then that one of the actors said, Disconnected is getting pretty rave reviews. I really wonder how the cast is feeling currently. They must have been depressed when the movie flopped, and now everyone loves it. A lot of people are calling it a strange phenomenon. He was an actor in his late 30s and was going to play the role of a teacher. You could ask the main guy in it about the movie when he comes. Another actor replied, and a girl next to him made a confused expression. Who are you talking about? Seth Douglas isn't a cast member, right? Not him, but Aiden. Seth is the main character, and no one liked the movie when he was the focus. Now everyone loves it when the focus is less on him and more on the other characters. Aiden benefited the most despite the movie being a flop. The girl nodded when she heard that. She was a social media influencer who had blown up for her short-form dance videos on Skygram and had moved to LA to try out for her modeling and acting career. Yeah, Aiden is doing pretty well. There's a reason why he got the lead role. Yeah, I feel a bit jealous because I auditioned for it too, but he's the hot topic currently. Actually, his audition was so good that Phineas decided on him on the spot. I don't think it's just because he's a hot topic. Yeah, being bitter won't do anything now. You will get better chances in the future. As the actors discussed things about Aiden, the actor who had started this discussion about Disconnected opened his mouth. Even if he's good, Jeremy Hill is still going to nitpick something and give him a hard time. I'm feeling bad for him because of that. Everyone nodded at that like they had seen it themselves in the past. Only the girl who was a social media influencer seemed confused. Why will he give Aiden a hard time? Both of them don't like each other. As she was very new in Hollywood and didn't know a lot about the personalities of actors, she was unaware of it. They have never met each other before, I think. One of the actors said, and the girl got more confused. Then, it's just that Jeremy Hill has a habit of nitpicking young actors and giving them a hard time on the set. He won't completely start bullying them, but he would sometimes act rudely and is a very tough person to get along with. Another actor also added, yeah, he has issues, and he doesn't like the new age actors because he thinks they don't particularly care about the art involved in the profession and just want to earn money. Think of him as an old, strict traditionalist that doesn't like the young generation. Jeremy Hill was an old actor who had played a diverse range of roles since the 80s. He was a staple villain back then, but as he got older, he played a lot of different roles. Because of his experience and seniority, he expected people to respect him, and at the same time, he had considerable influence in the industry too. He came. Suddenly, all the talk halted as someone walked in. He was wearing a brown coat over his shoulders, and his face was filled with wrinkles. There was a cold air about him, but when he approached the group of actors, his face changed into a smile. He was Jeremy Hill. It seems like I'm a little late. My car was stuck in the traffic, but it seems like we have not started reading yet. Yeah, there's still 10 minutes left. We are going to start once the other actors come. Director Phineas is still out talking to a few crew members. Apparently, they want to shoot the reading session for the behind-the-scenes montage. Hearing that, Jeremy tilted his head. Who else among the actors isn't here? Aiden Silvereye. He's still not here. Jeremy made a meaningful expression hearing that and didn't say anything, but other actors knew that he didn't appreciate the lead being late for the reading session. It was then that the door to the room opened and Aiden walked in. Everyone's eyes gathered on him as the actors wondered what was going to happen now. Watching the scene in front of him, Tom remembered one of the episodes from his favorite reality TV show, Famous for Being Famous. In one of the scenes, the main female character would get cast in a TV series, and on the first day of the shoot, she would be stared down by a more experienced actress, and a verbal spat would go on. In the end, There would be an entire arc over the power struggle between both of them. It was silly but very fun to watch for Tom. Now, he was experiencing it in front of him as Jeremy Hill stared down at Aiden. The atmosphere was exactly like a reality TV show, and if there were popcorn, Tom would already be munching on them. "Hello, I'm a big fan of yours. I have watched Mafioso a lot of times," Aiden said, pushing his hand towards Jeremy and talking about his most acclaimed performance in a gangster movie, Mafioso. Jeremy had played the role of a villain in it. "It's nice to meet you too," Jeremy said, shaking his hands, and for a second, everyone felt that the atmosphere had cooled down and the old actor won't try anything and let Aiden off the hook. But in the next second, he again opened his lips with a condescending tone. "You are the lead of the series and a relatively young actor. Don't you think you should have arrived a bit earlier? You are the last of the actors to arrive." The atmosphere froze for a bit as people wondered what type of response Aiden would give. Rather than making a counter, it was best to just accept the mistake. If he did that, then Jeremy won't be able to drag it more, or else he would be seen in a bad light. But Aiden handled it calmly. "I was trying to come early. Then, I just met someone and got engaged in a talk. That's why I was a little late." Jeremy clicked his tongue at that and frowned. "Who did you meet that you were late for the script reading? As a young actor, don't you think you should give extreme priority to the show?" "It was director Ava Adler I was talking with. She's one of the producers on the show from Titan Studios." Aiden suddenly cut off Jeremy and said, "For a moment." The old man's expression scrunched, but he soon calmed himself down. "Is that so? Yeah, we were talking about the show." Jeremy wasn't able to say anything else and simply left Aiden alone while other actors looked at him with wonder. "It looks like I should pretend that I'm pretty close to Ava to not get any trouble on me. Anyway, she told me that she was going to back me until we are working together." He thought in his mind secretly. No one was going to be rude to him if they knew that one of the producers was backing him. In a way, it was protection. Aiden wondered if that's how people from big agencies felt. As they had a lot of backing, they could do anything and would get away from it. Obviously, Aiden wasn't going to act like Seth Douglas or Tyler Reed. He was just glad that he could get away from power struggles that didn't suit adults. Though, he knew that Jeremy was still going to be a problem. "Wade warned me about it, but I do know how to shut him up," he thought, glancing at Jeremy Hill. Chapter 236. A man in a hoodie was walking in a hallway with a tensed expression on his face. He was constantly frowning like there was something that was irking him. Suddenly, his steps stopped as he heard the conversation between two people. "Did you see the rating of Disconnected? It reached 7.7 after the release on Netflix. It was not even 5 when it was in theaters. They are two different versions. The executives are actually fuming because they lost out on so much money. The movie could have earned hundreds of millions, and they only earned $5 million from the Netflix deal and are still in a loss when the movie is a raging hit online. I think it's just karma." Huh. Apparently, Seth Douglas was the one who wanted more scenes for himself to stand out. He wanted the story to revolve around him when his character should revolve around the story. It's a classic case of ruining things because of wanting attention. The two people seemed unaware of the man's presence. The man listened to the conversation for a minute and clicked his tongue. If it was before, he would have gone there and insulted the two people, but it was not the right time. There were more important things to attend to. "It's currently my bad phase. Just endure it." The man was Seth, who had come to the SGA office to talk with Franco Lee. These days, he wasn't leaving his house and was just cooped up there. Franco had asked him to meet him, and Seth was sure that it would be a discussion about the superhero movie that he had earlier talked about. If he was being honest, he would have been stressed if it was before, as Disconnected had failed massively, but due to the movie becoming a big hit on Netflix, he was relieved. Seth made his way up to the elevator and talked to Franco's assistant about the appointment. For some reason, the assistant was looking at Seth with sympathetic eyes, but he ignored it. Franco, entering his office, "Seth," said, and Franco looked at him with his fox-like eyes and gestured to Seth to sit down. Disconnected is a huge hit on Netflix with great reviews, both by critics and fans. It's even getting international recognition. Franco started the conversation with that, and Seth smiled. "Yeah, I was scared that the movie would fail, but it did find an audience on the streaming platform. I'm very glad it worked this well." "I'm not glad." "What?" Seth made a confused expression, and Franco Lee's eyes became cold. A heavy atmosphere set in suddenly, as a bad feeling engulfed Seth's heart. "Yes, The movie is an international hit due to Netflix's reach, but we didn't get any profits. The rights were sold to them for only $5 million. We are still dealing with the heavy losses of marketing right now, and at the same time, SGA's credibility has been questioned due to a director who can't keep his mouth shut. Tell me, do you think I should be glad that the movie succeeded? No. I mean, I didn't know that we didn't benefit from the deal with Netflix. Seth tried hard to make up words in his mind, knowing full well that Franco was really angry. His face was cold, and he was gazing at him like he was an ant that Franco was ready to crush. You don't know anything, Seth. Franco frowned. The movie becoming a hit on Netflix was just salt on his wounds, and he had no one but Seth to blame for it. Giving Seth a glare, Franco continued. All this happened only because of you, me, your ego. We wouldn't have gone with such atrocious editing if you had not begged me to not let others steal the spotlight. If not for that, the movie would have worked at the box office. Seth immediately fired back at that. You were the one who approved of it. Yeah, I know that, and that was my fault. But it was only because I thought you have the talent to be an lister in Hollywood, but you can't even handle the burden of a movie on your shoulders. That's why I have decided something. What? Seth asked, and flashing a grin, Franco took out a few papers that looked like resumes. Seth looked at them, completely baffled. After looking at them for a few seconds, he realized that they were resumes of actors. These are the actors that I have chosen. One of these is going to replace you as one of my actors. You see, I have no use for you anymore, and I don't want to test my patience more, thinking that you are going to achieve something worthwhile. Yo, you can't do anything like that to me. Seth stuttered, looking up at Franco, hoping that he was just joking. I'm doing it. The contract is over at this moment. You will be given a fee, as I can't wait for the contract to get over with time. Franco leaned over at the table, enjoying the expression of Seth at the moment. It was like he had lost his world. I did everything for you. Every single fucking thing you asked me, whether I liked it or not. You forced me, Seth said, his expression changing to anger. He had given far more than he had wanted to get under Franco, but in the end, he was thrown away in a moment. I didn't force you. You can't prove that. I could. I have the text messages that you do it, and the next day, your career will be over. Not only that, SGA would reveal every single thing about you. You may not be a creep, but you have done some dark things, and we know how to escalate it in a way that your entire existence is over. With those words, the conversation was over. The next day, Seth Douglas was out of SGA, and it became the talking point for a day, but a lot of people have already guessed that it was coming. His career was going to be a rocky ride after today, and one could only say that in the game of life, Seth played his cards wrong. As for Franco Lee, he was unaware that the whole plan to make the movie a hit on Netflix was of Aiden. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have been able to do anything about it other than just being bitter about it. But in the future, it was inevitable that Franco and Aiden would clash again. Despite Jeremy Hill trying to belittle Aiden from time to time, the script reading session was fairly successful. In a script reading session, one only had to read out their lines, and it was more of a bonding activity to get used to the cast. Aiden introduced himself to the other cast members and tried to be accommodating to them. As a celebrity, one thing that he had learned was that he needed to make others feel special rather than thinking that he's special. If he could do it, then they would have a good impression of him regardless of what happens. It was a quality he had learned from a celebrity in his home country. It also worked as he made a good relationship with the other cast members, though he didn't know if it was just because he was the lead of the series. At the same time, he also showed the track to Phineas like Ava had said, and he had liked it a lot more than he had imagined. Actually, when Aiden had made the track, he wasn't aiming for anything as it was a way for him to let out the inspiration, but Phineas loved it so much that he immediately decided to use it for the show. He even asked Aiden to do the whole background of the series, as in his words. The track has a special quirkiness and creepiness to it. Perfect for the theme of the show. I feel like it could be iconic. Like that, Aiden had been finalized to give music to the series. It was easy as Ava and Phineas were the two most authoritative people on the show, and both of them liked the track. He also got a fat paycheck for the show as he was getting $200,000 per episode, which meant that he would get $1.2 million for 6 episodes and an additional $300K for the music. It was a good enough amount for Aiden, who had already started practicing for his character in the series. Before this, he only needed to get into the mentality of the character, but in Sherlock of the Shadows, there was a lot of action too. Finn Wheeler was a character that had a lot of hidden abilities because his father had trained him since childhood, as he himself was a boxer who succumbed to his injuries after a fight. Because of that, Finn was physically fit alongside having a sharp brain and magical powers. Obviously, it was not like he was a Mary Sue character. He has his own struggles, and his powers would just worsen it for some time before he would get control over them. Because of that, Aiden was already exercising and learning boxing since getting the role. Actually, he wanted to train for a few months to actually look like a boxer, but the schedule for Sherlock of the Shadows was tight. So, he was only able to learn some basics in a month. Thankfully, Phineas felt like it would be enough. Chapter 237. Can't you hit with more strength? Are you a sissy? If you are not, prove it by hitting me. A tough-looking guy said as he provoked Aiden. His body was on guard as he was prepared to dodge everything coming his way. From time to time, he was provoking Aiden by calling him sissy, weakling, and slowpoke, but Aiden's face was still calmed, devoid of any emotion as he looked to find a weak spot in the tough guy's stance. Don't get provoked by whatever Ezra is saying. Remember that you just need to hit one punch and the training session will be over. Aiden thought in his mind as he looked at the guy named Ezra. He was a boxing trainer in his late 30s who had worked with celebrities before too in giving them some boxing training for the role. He has been training with him for a month now, and although they were just keeping it as light and basic training, Aiden felt like he had improved a lot. What? You are not going to attack now, Ezra said, grinning as he stared at Aiden like he was looking down on him, but Aiden still didn't move and just stayed still in his stance. His trainer had told him that he wasn't going to attack him no matter what, so he didn't have to worry about anything and could just take his time. Although he was a newbie, Aiden had a ton of patience to spend. Why is this guy not doing anything? Is he playing a trick? Ezra thought in his mind, becoming a bit irritated, but Aiden didn't move. It looked like he was waiting for Ezra to make a mistake, but how could he do that when he had no intention to attack him? Finally, he lost his patience and again opened his mouth. Hey, why are you? It was at that moment Aiden moved. Putting his foot forward, he aimed for Ezra's shoulder, but he quickly tried to defend the attack. But he forgot that the area around his ribs was unguarded. Aiden attacked it with his left hand, and he managed to land a strike. Though, the punch was very weak, so Ezra didn't feel a lot of pain, but Aiden still won the practice session. I guess it's over now, Aiden said, taking a sigh of relief. It was only the second time in 2 months that he had managed to land a punch on Ezra. The first time was more of a lucky day for him. Yeah, it is, Ezra said, then muttered to himself. Fuck, I lost to a rookie again. It's not even a real match. Aiden said, but Ezra shook his head. It doesn't matter. He took off his gloves. You are a new student, and I've been doing this for 25 years. I should have defended that, but you have too much patience for someone in this sport. I'm just following your rule. Patience is the first key to boxing. He took off his gloves too and revealed boxing wraps on his hand. Ezra glanced at them for a second and replied, yeah, but not like everyone, especially rookies follow it. Other celebs just want to prove that they are great in front of me and embarrass themselves. Saying that, he changed the topic and asked, are you really planning on wearing boxing wraps on your hands till the end of the shooting? This was something that Aiden had told him. Ah, yeah? The character I'm playing has the habit of always wrapping his hands with boxing wraps as an indication of his father. It developed into a habit, and I'm doing it to feel a bit closer to them. Yeah, you actors do go to insane levels for the job. I know someone who actually became a druggist to portray a drug dealer. I really hope no one starts molesting people because he's playing the role of a sex offender. Aiden just smiled hearing that joke and opened up the system notifications in front of him. Your affinity with the character Finn Wheeler has grown. You have gotten experience. You are close to breaking into intermediate grade 5 in acting. His eyes hung over the last message for a while. He was hoping that during the shooting of Sherlock of the Shadows, he would be able to get past the grade and improve his acting ability. It was getting extremely difficult to level up as he was reaching a high level. Most good to great actors in this world are at intermediate grade 7 to 10, and only the legendary actors are in the advanced grade, which Aiden didn't even know if he would be able to reach in the coming future. I should not think of it so soon. Anyway, the shooting for Sherlock of the Shadows will start tomorrow, he thought, anticipating the day his first big role in a series would begin. The shooting for Sherlock of the Shadows was happening in the town of Georgia, Atlanta. Phineas had decided to shoot a lot of the scenes here while the scenes involving heavy VFX were going to be shot in a studio. The reason they have decided on this town as the filming location was because Phineas had decided that it suited the essence of the town he had in mind. Actually, the original story was going to take place in a fictional town called Riftine. Although the series was following Finn Wheeler entirely, there were other things in the town also and some secrets that would slowly come out during the course of the series. But the narrative would just focus on Finn, his powers, and solving mysteries. Originally, Phineas had made a cast of a few friends who are famous for solving mysteries and catching ghosts, but he had felt like the premise was too dull and overused. So he had instead decided to focus more on getting superpowers suddenly and having to deal with them. At the same time, the inner struggle of the main character was one of the most vocal points of the series. Finn was a character with a complicated past, and it was something that had affected him a lot growing up. It would take a very convincing performance to pull it off, and Aiden was enjoying the challenge of it. "I like the scent of the city. Feels like my hometown," Wade said, attracting Aiden's attention away from the script. Both of them were currently sitting at the spot, and the shooting was going on in front of them. The set looked very busy, but both of them looked too used to the atmosphere of a set. "Just take a vacation and go there," Aiden said, but Wade shook his head. "I am being nostalgic about my town, doesn't mean I want to go there. You don't know it, but it's horrible when you go back to the place where you spent your childhood and meet your ex-girlfriend and friends. It's only fine if you are super successful. Here I'm just an overworked, divorced agent. We both are overworked." Aiden laughed, and Wade wasn't able to refute that. Suddenly, he felt a gaze on himself and looked to his left. Some distance away, Jeremy Hill was sitting with a few actors and was talking about something with a grin. A few actors were laughing with him. Jeremy was clearly looking at them like he was joking about Aiden, but they weren't able to hear what he was talking about. "I don't like that guy. Others seem to like him." Aiden glanced at the actors laughing with him. "He's a pain in the ass, but he's a veteran, and a lot of them would side with him, so he doesn't go after them. I'm telling you right now, he's surely going to do something and term it as educating the younger generations or something. He won't. You don't know that. He's surely plotting something." Wade frowned and rubbed his forehead. He felt like they were finding trouble everywhere these days. "I know he's plotting something, but I will make sure he can't do anything," Aiden explained, and Wade made a perplexed expression. "How? He's an actor. Not a star, but an actor. He has a bad personality, but he's not Seth Douglas who just wants a bigger role for attention to himself. Think of him as that old neighbor who always complains about things. So it's simple. The best way to make an actor like you is to show him that you are a great actor yourself. There might be jealousy, but Jeremy Hill isn't a kid. He's a veteran, so I expect him to not be jealous." Actually, during the script reading session, Aiden had checked up the stats of his co-actors, and out of all of them, Jeremy Hill was intermediate grade 10. Someone who was on the verge of breaking into another entire grade. At the same time, his special skill was called perfectionist. With that, Aiden had guessed that the only reason he gives hard time to actors is because he was someone who wants everything to be perfect in the show and thinks that some actors won't be able to do that. Earlier, Jeremy had scolded another actor too when he had messed up a lot of times, and even after that, the scene hadn't been captured well. So, it wasn't just Aiden he was targeting. "I need my acting to speak for myself here," he thought in his mind as he glanced at Jeremy. Chapter 238. Buckle up, everyone. We are going to start the shoot in the next 5 minutes. Get the actors ready and check the cameras. Hey, slap that guy up. He's yawning in the middle of the shooting. I need you all to be energetic." Phineas shouted, and the steps of the crew member got faster as they worked hard to place up the cameras. They were currently shooting a scene in a church that was one of the symbols of the town they were in. It was a very important scene that would happen straight at the start of the first episode. In Phineas's mind, the scene was one in which Finn's personality would be set up for the whole series as a person who was questioning a lot of things. He was a detective, but it was not like he was just playing pretend. It was a calling for him, and he has always felt conflicted about it. So, Phineas would go to the church to make a confession to a father who had helped him once in the past, using him as a way of letting his thoughts out. "Aiden, do you have more questions?" Phineas asked, giving Aiden a gaze. "They have gone over the scene quite a lot. I just wanted to know where the cameras would be placed and how the scene would move forward." "Well, we are going for 2 cameras on your side. One on the side, giving a full view of your body, and one taking a shot of your face from the bottom that would mostly be still. As we need shots of Father Johnson too, one of our teams would be shooting in the confession booth where he would sit. Phineas's style of directing was very quick. He didn't like to waste even a minute during the shooting and was someone who had divided his assistant directors into a few teams who would be handling capturing the scene from the narratives of different characters. Sometimes, 2 scenes would even be shot at the same time like that. After that, Phineas would go over them, so the crew had no time to rest. I understand. Just give me a few minutes, and let's start with the scene. Okay. Phineas left after that, and Aiden took a deep breath. In his script, this scene was marked with special notes, meaning that it was a very important scene. He would need to show a lot of emotions in just his voice and tone. Conflict, confusion, and the craving for answers that Finn was looking for. Phineas had told him that the focus was going to be entirely on the conversation. Tension needs to be felt during the conversation. Aiden thought and briefly glanced at Jeremy. This would be the start of him showing Jeremy that he wasn't a bad actor. No, not just Jeremy. He shook his head. He needed to make Sherlock of the Shadows and Finn Wheeler a character that no one other than him could play in the eyes of the audience. In his point of view, Kai was the only other memorable character that he had played who had more inner conflicts than outer, and in that, they weren't explored a lot. Kai was his most iconic role till now, and this time, Aiden wanted to up it with Finn. Sherlock of the Shadows, July 12, 2017, Act 1, Scene 3, Take 1. Father, I'm not here to confess a sin, as I have not done anything. A voice which sounded young said, as a slightly heavy tone set in the atmosphere. Another voice came out on the other side of the latticed opening. This time, the voice was a little old. Why are you here then? I have a story to tell. The young voice that belonged to Finn said. Father Johnson, who was sitting on the other side, didn't say anything, indicating Finn to go on. When I was little, my dad used to talk a lot about the mysteries that surrounded the world. He called himself a conspiracy theorist just on the reason that accepting everything simply on how they look and seem was boring. He used to tell me, everything in the world has reasons behind them. Some are proven and some just stay hidden until someone discovers them. So, observe every single thing, analyze, and then try to discover. That's the most interesting part of life. He was a boxer, my dad. A smile crept on his face as he said that. Not the champion kind. He was just the guy who would be paid to lose to make others look good. He only won 12 matches in his career, but earned a lot of money. A lot more than other boxers. Then, one day, he got into an actual fight with the best boxer in town. I know that one, Father Johnson said, and Finn nodded his head. No one expected him to win. They thought he was a weakling who won't even stand for 5 minutes. Actually, the fight did end in 5 minutes, but my dad was the one who won. After the fight, I asked him how he won when he had never shown the skills before. He said that every time he was in the ring, he lost, but he also survived. He could have always won. Just it was his choice not to, as he was getting more money for my education like that. That day, he told me about a gift he has. His eyes flashed as Finn remembered the time. He was a kid back then, and his dad seemed like a hero. He was able to notice minor details that helped him to know what the boxer was going to do. A lot of it was also intuition, he said, but that was his gift. He told me that I have one too. Did you find your gift then? Father Johnson asked, and an almost maniac-like smile hung on Finn's face. I did, he said, but it's not something ordinary, and it scares me. It's dangerous. You should not be scared of your gifts no matter how they are. You should be proud of them and use them for the good. Not everyone gets to know their gifts so early. Finn shook his head hearing that. You misunderstood me, Father. How? My gift. It's dangerous not for me, but for others. He smiled. Father, I hope you have a lot of time. You heard my father's story, but mine is going to be a little longer. Cut. I like the scene. Aiden, it came out really good. Phineas said after the scene was over. Some people alongside him surrounded the camera to look at the scene on the monitor and couldn't help but marvel at how good it had come. The expressions are on point. Damn, Aiden gives off a scary vibe. His atmosphere is very heavy and kind of creepy. Shouldn't it be a little brighter? No, it suits the narrative of the story. Don't forget that this scene is after the events of the series, and here, Finn has control over his powers according to the timeline. Phineas looked at the assistant directors who had said that. Overall, he was the happiest person out of all of them as the scene went really well. He could already imagine how the scene was going to fit in the final narrative. Okay, let's quickly go over the next few scenes before lunch. I don't think we need to do more takes. We got enough footage from all the necessary angles, he said, and the crew scattered, preparing the next scene. They were shooting the scenes in the order as Zetflix wanted the first 3 episodes to finish as soon as possible. Some distance away, Jeremy Hill and his minions that involved a few supporting actors were sitting together. Currently, there was a perplexed expression on his face. Jeremy had watched the scene with a very focused gaze to find out flaws in Aiden, but he wasn't able to find a lot of them. Maybe Aiden's voice modulation and accent could have been better, but those were little things, and the atmosphere he was able to create was working in his favor. Next to him, the girl who was a social media star said, "Aiden was really good in the scene, right?" Another actor next to her replied, "Yeah, like I said before, he's a good actor and is improving with every project. I hear a lot of good things about him for a reason." "Yeah, Jeremy, what did you think?" An actor was trying to ask Jeremy about it, but his words stopped in the middle as he recalled that Jeremy was after Aiden, and it was better not to praise him in front of Jeremy. Everyone looked at the veteran actor for a second before he opened his mouth. "No, it was good. The scene was pretty well done," he said. It would be embarrassing and childish for him to not admit that when the scene was good. As someone who was a self-labeled perfectionist who wanted the projects he worked on to be perfect, he could say that Aiden had done a commendable job. Slowly, Jeremy's perception of him was changing. He did well in one scene, but in a show like Sherlock of the Shadows, the main scenes would be one with the horror elements. Jeremy thought. In his mind, he didn't know that those scenes were something that Aiden can't mess up due to bad acting even if he wanted to. Chapter 239. Sherlock of the Shadows, July 13th, 2017, Act 2, Scene 1, Take 3. "I need help," a blonde-haired guy who looked to be a teenager said. He had a burly body and looked like the typical person who would be part of the football team in high school. "Why me? I thought you didn't like me and even wanted to kill me. It was just a small fight. I endured several punches from you while your friends watched and cheered. I had 2 broken teeth and several bruises, and it took 2 weeks for me to heal. It took me 4 weeks. The blonde-haired guy frowned. "And you slept with my girlfriend. I am pretty sure I left you off easily." Finn didn't say anything to that and just shrugged his shoulders. He just had a small habit of playing around, and from time to time, he would get into situations like this. The guy in front of him was Billy Williams, the captain of the football team, and someone who had been Finn's enemy throughout high school right after the incident that Billy just described. "Look, I wasn't the one in a relationship. Your girlfriend was. Don't you think you should question her instead of fighting with me? I say I did a great job sleeping with her. At least you know she's someone who doesn't think twice before sleeping with someone. She was quite yes. What? Anyway, get to the point. What help do you need from me?" Billy frowned hearing that, and his expression cooled down. This wasn't the time to argue over someone who had cheated on him before. The matter was much more serious, and he didn't know anyone who could help him other than the person in front of him. No matter how much he hated Finn, he was the only one who could help him at the moment. "My sister, she's dead. I'm sorry for you," Finn immediately said, the air around him changing a bit as he got serious. "What help do you need in that?" The police called it a suicide and are trying to close off the case as there's no evidence against murder or something else. Her body was found below her office building. She jumped off apparently, and there's no clues. "Any security cameras?" "There's one on the outside, but it just showed my sister going inside early in the morning at 4. Finn made an interesting expression upon hearing that. He had solved a few cases till now and had helped the police in a few too, but those were small ones. Kidnapping, burglars, and those kinds of crimes. But a murder case was different. It was something new. "Why do you think your sister is murdered?" "She could have committed suicide. There are several reasons that depress women in their 30s and 40s. He squinted his eyes. "It can't be suicide. My sister was very happy. We are close to each other and we meet often, and she was very happy in her married life. Just last week, she looked so cheerful while saying that she would give me a big surprise in a few weeks." "A surprise?" Finn tilted his head. "I don't know what it is, but she was very happy. My brother-in-law is also devastated and has no clue why she would jump off the rooftop." Billy explained the whole story about what had happened and what conclusion the police had made. Hearing all that, Finn put a finger on his chin and wondered why someone who was so happy would suddenly jump off. The only reason it was called a suicide was that there was no evidence whatsoever of it being something other than suicide. This would be an interesting case for sure. Finn thought, and looked up at Billy. I will look into it. Cut. I think that's a good take. Phineas's voice came out as the scene ended. This was one of the scenes in the first episode where Finn would try to solve the murder mystery, and at the end of it, he would realize his powers. The second and third episodes were about him trying to juggle between cases while handling his powers. In a way, it was an origin story of a detective, and Aiden was just getting started. The shooting continued with a lot of vigor as Aiden tried his best on every take. As the shooting progressed, he became more and more like Finn Wheeler, and it was a good way for him to gain more affinity with the character. Playing a teen detective with a lot of traumas and superpowers wasn't easy, as Aiden needed to keep a balance between showing his inner struggle and cool nature. One had to say that Finn was a vulnerable character who knew when to show it. That was one of the things that made him dangerous. A lot of his scenes were with other actors, but there were almost no relationships with Finn that could be considered close. He was written as a loner, especially because he always felt that other people would come in danger due to his habit of getting into mysteries and trying to solve them. One of the other reasons was also the hunch of his that he was a bit more special than others due to the dreams he kept having. Though, there was one character in Sherlock of the Shadows that was extremely vital, and that was the character played by Jeremy. He was playing the role of Mike Rodriguez, another supernatural user who would warn Finn about his powers while he tried to solve a peculiar case of a lot of kids suddenly missing. Can we go over the scene together? Aiden asked as he opened the door of the vanity van of Jeremy. The old man was scrolling through his phone when Aiden came in. For a second, his eyes wavered before he nodded. Sure. Aiden came in and sat down in front of him before putting the scene down. Jeremy gave him a dry smile and looked at the script before asking, "What's your analysis of the scene?" It's a reckless scene from the perspective of Finn. His lack of experience and an avid curiosity towards his newly found power made him trust Mike, and this scene is an eye-opener for him. Yeah, on the surface, Jeremy said. As the scene progresses, Mike scoffs at Finn and lets him see the true horror of ghosts and other supernatural powers to tell him that it isn't fun and games. He wanted to see how Finn would react, but at the same, he's testing him to know the extent of his powers and mental fortitude. Yeah, and it's going to come in a full circle at the end. Both of them discussed the whole scene and the intricacy of their respective characters. As it was a scene consisting of VFX, they were shooting it in the studio with miniatures of ghosts that they would later sharpen up to look like real ghosts. A lot of imagination goes into scenes like this. As they discussed, Jimmy, who was trying hard to find anything to nitpick over in Aiden's analysis of the scene and characters, couldn't help but think inwardly. This guy, he is actually serious about his craft. Jeremy was an actor who could do anything for a project that he was working on. That's why he would only choose projects that he liked. Even when he was a struggler, he rejected projects because he felt like they weren't good enough. His conviction towards his work was known to everyone, but he had noticed that a lot of actors wouldn't do the same. He knew that everyone had a different method of approaching their acting, but he couldn't stand people being lazy. That's why he had a few fights during the 90s, but after that, his stature increased in Hollywood. So, he was easily able to get away with anything he said to the actors. Obviously, he would leave them if he saw that they were doing a good job and were very engrossed in the project. The only reason he was going toward Aiden was that he was late in the script reading session, and at the same time, Jeremy felt that there were better actors for a complex role like Finn Wheeler. But the production team had ignored his views of getting a better actor. That had made him observe Aiden way more, but until now, he had given everything to the role. Jeremy hadn't even seen Aiden trying to laze off in between the other scenes. No, it's too soon. Jeremy thought, and looked up at Aiden. Have you done these types of scenes before? They are very hard for new actors. No, I have not till now, but I feel like I could do it. Aiden simply said, but Jeremy wasn't convinced. It won't be easy. Anyway, we will know only after you perform the scene. In the end, he left it there. There was no point in telling Aiden that he won't be able to do the scene currently. Jeremy decided that he was going to let Aiden fail first before saying anything. Unfortunately, it was never going to go the way Jeremy was thinking in his head. Chapter 240. Everyone in positions. You all know how the scene would go on. We might have to go several takes, but try to follow everything according to what we have discussed. Phineas yelled, and everyone nodded. These types of scenes were always well planned, and the crew would discuss a lot about how they were going to go about it, as the final product would be vastly different from the ones that they would shoot. VFX would change the look of the scene completely. This is one of the scenes that are the most important in the whole series. Aiden thought, glancing around the cameras, trying to remember how they were going to move. Knowing the positions of the camera was one of the basic things in acting in a movie. At the same time, Aiden was a bit scared, knowing that he was going to see ghosts again. It was his first scene with them on the set, and he knew that he would need to get used to them and overcome his fears. But it was going to take some time. Whatever, I have seen them enough in my nightmares. I need to rush towards the danger instead of running from it, he muttered in his mind. His eyes wandered off to Jeremy, who was standing a small distance away from him, wearing robes. He knew that Jeremy was trying to find an opportunity to bash him. Honestly, Aiden felt like it was a bit childish, but the man was someone who had done things like that in the past and had gotten away with it. He did know the reasons, too, and although the execution was wrong, his intentions had been to make the project look superior. Anyway, Aiden had a feeling that after this scene, Jeremy was not going to come after him. Sherlock of the Shadows, July 14th, 2017, Act 4, Scene 2, Take 1. You were there at the cemetery last night, Finn said, staring at the old man in his robes. He was known to be a crazy person living on the outskirts of the town, a rich, old man who had isolated himself from everyone else. A lot of people didn't even know that someone lived in the mansion that was on the outskirts. There were only theories about what had happened to the family that once lived there. One day, a whole family was found dead, and only the man in front of him had survived. His wife and kids were dead. How can you say that? The old man asked, scoffing at the kid in front of him, and Finn took out a half-smoked cigarette and showed it to the old man. It's a special brand of cigarette. Quite expensive, I must say. I found it at the crime scene and asked in the smoke shop by 3rd Street. The owner said that you are the only one who buys it, so he gets it every few months. Then, yesterday, I found the same cigarette in the cemetery after the fight. You were there last night. I give out some packets to the cleaners who come here once in a while. The old man feigned ignorance, and Big Finn wasn't having any of it. He wouldn't have confronted him in his own home if he didn't have any proof. Smiling, he opened his mouth. May 13th. Isn't it a very special day for you? That was yesterday. The old man's face scrunched up hearing that. Get out of here, he ordered in a loud voice, but Finn didn't move an inch. May 13th, the day your whole family died off. Don't you think it's the day where someone would find a man like you in the cemetery, moaning about your family? You have no right to talk about my family, the old man screamed. Just accept that you were there. You weren't the one to attack me, but you did help me out. You were the one with the demon-looking ghosts. You are like me. Look, I have nothing against you. I just want to know what is going on in this godforsaken town. Serial suicides, murders, and then a necromancer. I know you have the answers. I told you to shut the fuck up, the old man said, and suddenly, the world went dark for Finn. It was like someone had turned off all the lights in the room, and cold, winter-like wind hit Finn as fear engulfed his heart. He's finally showing his powers, Finn thought, knowing that his plan to provoke Mike to reveal his powers had worked, but it also seemed like he had misunderstood the extent of his powers. In the center of the room, Mike's eyes went red like he was a demon, and some strange symbols appeared on the floor. From the center of them, a ghost walked out with a scythe in his hand. Rather than a ghost, he looked exactly like a Grim Reaper. There were green balls of fire in his eyes, and his face was a mix of bones and rotten flesh, making him look grotesque. Finn even felt like vomiting seeing him, but more than disgust, he felt pressure clenching down on him as the scythe-wielding ghost walked towards him. I told you to leave. You didn't. I warned you, Mike said from behind the ghosts. Finn didn't reply to him and just tried to concentrate. He was a supernatural being just like Mike, and although his powers were new, they were unique and powerful. Aside from seeing ghosts, he was also able to have mental control over them. But it only happened when he wasn't busy running away from them. He needed to keep his mind calm to use his power, and it was a major drawback as it was hard to calm down when a tall, Grim Reaper was walking toward you. Still, he hanged on, remembering his father's words. Only the weak lose their calm in tough situations. Every time I'm hit, I feel like hitting back, punching back, but if I do that, I lose money. That's calmness. Control. I have made a lot of money doing that, and you need to have it too if you want to do something no matter which walks of life. Although his father never mentioned that facing ghosts was a walk of life, his words were true. His powers needed control. One lapse in concentration and his power would be useless. The Reaper got close to Finn and hissed, exposing his disgustingly long tongue, and attacked with a swipe of his scythe, but Finn dodged. His eyes kept fixed on the Reaper's face. In his mind, he was slowly sending out a command and trying to get control of the Reaper from Mike. I'm your master. You are my servant. I'm your master. You are my servant. Finn kept repeating that in his mind, and the Reaper ignored it, continuously trying to swing his scythe in front of him, which he was dodging every time, sometimes by crouching and sometimes by rolling around. But Finn knew that the Reaper was going to catch up with him sooner or later. You are not going to get away from me. Quit running away. Mike's voice came from behind the Reaper, and suddenly, the speed of the scythe swings increased. Suddenly, a wild swing came straight down at Finn. Noticing it, he quickly jumped to the side, hitting the wall in the process. Crack. That was close. Finn glanced at the floor. The scythe had made a small hole in it, and he had barely dodged it. His back was also going through a sharp pain due to hitting the wall. I need to finish this now, he thought, trying to focus every bit of the power he had under him. If he couldn't control the Reaper, then it was all over for him. But the Reaper seemed to have no effect as he again wildly swung his scythe at Finn. This time, it created a crack in the wall as Finn stood up. The next moment, the Reaper swung it again, and this time, he crouched down. This went on for a while as Finn used his athletic abilities to dodge by the barest of margins. Any swing could have killed him, but he was surviving somehow. At that moment, Aiden suddenly hit the wall. I'm fucked, he thought, knowing that he had nowhere to run now. The Reaper also hissed like he was happy that his prey couldn't run away anymore. Hissing, the Reaper rushed towards Finn and swung his scythe, but when he was just an inch away from hitting the flesh, the scythe stopped in midair. It worked. Finn took a sigh of relief. His powers finally were able to entrap the Reaper as he dropped off the scythe and kneeled down. The scene ended there. At that moment, some notifications appeared in front of Aiden. You have managed not to let the realism of your skills come in the way of your acting. You have gained a lot of experience. You have advanced to Intermediate Grade 5 from Intermediate Grade 4 in acting skills. As a gift for your rapid development and reaching the halfway mark to advanced grade in one of your skills, you are given a special consumable item. 2 luck coupons have been given. You could use it to get an hour in which only good things would happen with you. They are extremely rare coupons that are advised to be used wisely. Chapter 241. The impact of seeing ghosts again was clear on him as his back was drenched and his heartbeat was still on the up. It was so much that he wasn't even able to concentrate on the system notifications. At the same time, one of the fingers in his hand was shaking. Every scene with the ghosts was a mix of acting and actual fear of ghosts. It was only after a while that he calmed down, and his eyes moved toward the system notifications. Luck coupons. It was the first time that he had seen something like that as a reward from his system. Normally, it would be some experience or an increase in skill level. This was new, and it had left him surprised. He also had leveled up in his acting skill, which was a good thing for him. He had found out that doing challenging roles gave out more experience, so the role of Finn Wheeler, who was a very complex and special character, was enough for him to level up. Aiden guessed that he would be halfway through Intermediate Grade 6 till the end of the shooting. Let's check out how to use these luck coupons, he thought, and a screen appeared, explaining about the coupons. Luck coupons. Rare coupons that could only be used once. Think about the coupons in your mind if you want to activate it, and for the next 1 hour, nothing bad will happen to you. Every decision, even if it's weird in nature, would work out, and the world would help you to achieve your goals. The last line is interesting, Aiden thought, musing over it, and suddenly, someone grabbed his shoulders out of nowhere, scaring him for a second. He was too engrossed in his system that he hadn't noticed someone approaching him. Shaking his system off, his vision finally became clearer. He looked at Jeremy, who had a very serious expression on his face. What happened? Did the scene not go well? Aiden asked. He missed Phineas's voice due to the notifications, so he didn't know if it was a good take or not. No, it was a good take, Jeremy muttered and smiled. I would even say that was a great take. Thanks, Aiden said, not being able to understand what was going on. He felt like there was some kind of pressure on him as Jeremy had a wide smile on his face, like something good had happened to him after a long time. "How did you do it?" Jeremy asked. "I have been in movies with heavy VFX. I have worked with shooting scenes like this before, and they are extremely hard. It's not easy for actors to project the right emotions as they need to imagine a lot. So, how can you do it so effortlessly? You looked flawless with the scared but determined vibe. You projected it so well I nearly forgot one of my lines watching you. I just have a vivid imagination. It can't be just that. You are a method actor, right? What's your process of getting into the role?" Jeremy suddenly started asking a lot of questions that Aiden didn't know how to answer properly. Even if he talked about his process with Jeremy, he couldn't mention immersion. That was the core of his acting. It just made things too easy, especially for projects that involved a lot of VFX and CGI like Sherlock of the Shadows. Fantasy and superhero flicks would also be the genres that Aiden would shine in no matter what. Unlike other actors, he would see everything as real, and with enough analysis of the character, his acting was going to come out good even if he tried his best to fail. As Aiden was busy explaining himself to Jeremy, other actors on the set were very shocked. The actress, who was a social media sensation, was even rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Phineas was also giving an interesting expression seeing Jeremy being so friendly. With Aiden, he had worked with him before on a project, so he knew his personality very well. After all, he was the one who kept getting complaints from other actors from time to time. But Jeremy had never changed himself. Due to him being so good at acting, alongside having a lot of Oscar nominations and a few wins, Phineas and other directors would keep giving him roles because having a good actor improved the quality of a project. I guess he has finally acknowledged Aiden. It was bound to happen. Phineas thought in his mind. From what he had heard, Jeremy looked like someone who almost had a split personality. He would be a mean bastard to actors until he personally acknowledged their skill. But if one managed to prove himself, he would be that generous friend who would always help out no matter what the problem. At least, the atmosphere on the set would be a bit better now. Phineas thought and started preparing for the next scene. I need my acting to speak for myself here. Tom was there when Aiden had said those lines. He had felt ecstatic hearing that, and felt that this was going to be another chapter in the reality TV show, Aiden's Rise in Hollywood. He knew about the issue from the first day on set, though it had started in the script reading session itself. At the same time, Tom was also collecting information on Jeremy Hill, mainly for two reasons. He was just tired of narcissistic and childish actors who would try to get their way but end up getting hit by karma. Second reason was just that he wanted to get a different point of view. It was one of his old habits. If he was interested in any issue, he wanted to know everything about it from every possible perspective. One of the reasons was also to prepare for a situation in which Jeremy started making too much trouble for Aiden. In that case, Tom, as his assistant, would need to back him up, and information was the best way to get back at someone. After all, in the self-made reality TV show in his mind, Tom himself was also a character. So he talked to a few actors. Well, Jeremy is always hard. He's kind of an asshole to a lot of people. But well, he's an inspiration for many, too, as he's one of the oldest actors we have. If you are asking me reasons, I only know that he feels that actors these days ain't disciplined. Jeremy is good to only some people. I have worked with him before. He's not bad if you do your job well. He's Satan otherwise. If he targets someone, that person would feel like leaving the set, but if he likes someone, that person would feel like he's in heaven on the set. Those were the words that he had heard about Jeremy, and after hearing them, Tom had come to one conclusion. Jeremy is that guy in a fantasy novel who would only be nice to the main character after he proves his skill. Then, become a loyal companion. Very interesting. With every day on the set, Tom was anticipating the moment when Aiden would prove Jeremy wrong. With his eagle-like eyes, he was already noticing that Jeremy was slowly finding out that Aiden was a good actor, though it wasn't complete acknowledgement, and Jeremy was still a cold douchebag. Finally, after waiting for a long time, the scene that made Jeremy acknowledge Aiden did come, and Tom had to say that, in his observation, it was one of the best acted scenes. Aiden completely nailed it, and after that, Jeremy got super friendly with Aiden, like they were friends from childhood. A complete transformation, and Tom would be lying if he said he didn't enjoy it. From the next day, things around the set completely changed. Jeremy was probably the richest guy in the crew, having made hundreds of millions in his career, so he had his own vanity van and a personal chef that used to cook in a Michelin restaurant. He let Aiden eat with him and even discussed a lot of things about acting. Not only that, Jeremy even told Aiden that he could use his vanity van to rest. It was obvious to say that Tom and Wade also benefited as they got the same food as Aiden. Wade even wanted to come to the set just for the food daily, but that wasn't possible as he needed to fly to LA for a few things that he was looking for Aiden. Seeing Aiden eating such good food daily, the other actors on the set kept feeling jealous. Aiden was playing the lead role and even getting delicious food. It was simply unfair in their eyes. But they could do nothing. The only way to get the delicious food was to make Jeremy like their acting skills, so a few actors even started working very hard on their own. Not for the script, but for the food and the royal treatment. Observing all this closely made Tom feel glad that he was Aiden's assistant. Not only was he getting a daily dose of a reality TV show that kept breaking his expectations, but he was also getting special privileges on the set. For now, he was enjoying it, but a thought kept lingering in his mind. What would be next? Tom wasn't going to be satisfied with something that was not dramatic and was just simple. He had gotten used to seeing Aiden defy everyone's expectations and upping his game every time. Chapter 242. We are trying out something new this week. As you know, the format of the program keeps it from not getting boring, but for the last few episodes, the contestants haven't been great. None of them did as we expected, and we can't really do a lot on that. We already have all sorts of tests before the contestants appear on the show. We can't make it tougher to get better contestants. A man with a bushy beard said as he scratched the back of his hair. If one had to describe him, he gave off a manly impression despite having a beer belly. So, the ratings aren't doing well. Wade was sitting in front of him, and he nodded at those words before asking. Both of them were sitting in a lounge area on the ground floor of the Panther Network office, Los Angeles. For the record, Panther TV Network was the same channel that had the rights to X-Star. Though, Wade wasn't here for anything related to X-Star. It was for a different reality show. They are fine but stale. I think that's the correct word. The man who was actually the producer of the show said. It was not a good feeling to say that a show he worked so hard on wasn't doing good. It's still one of the highest rated shows in the history of TV, so I'm pretty sure it would pick up the pace again. Yeah, but the channel wants us to try different things. That's why we are going with an all-celebrity ensemble cast in 2 weeks' time. It's a fun and unique opportunity that we are very optimistic about. Having famous celebrities in a reality TV show always meant that there were high chances of the ratings increasing depending on the fan base of the celebrity. It is a very interesting idea, I will tell you that, Wade said. How many have you already got? We are going with 10 celebs. The format of celebrities is just for the weekend, so 10 is more than enough. I'm pretty sure half of them won't even do much. You need to be very smart to get anywhere in the show. Yeah, you must be particularly looking for the smart ones. The producer nodded his head. Yeah, but we are trying to keep a mix. Just people with a good enough fan base who we feel could be an interesting addition. It's a bonus if they are smart. So what do you say? Aiden will be free. Wade didn't say anything right away. About that, the shooting of the reality show would go in 2 weeks, and Aiden would still be busy with the shooting of Sherlock of the Shadows then. Actually, he is currently in the middle of his Netflix series shooting. Oh, the producer was appalled, not knowing about this, but he wasn't one to give up. Can't you ask for a break from the shooting? Actors do that all the time to shoot different things. I don't think the filming crew would mind since it won't take a lot of time. They could shoot other scenes till then. I would need to ask them, Wade said, not giving a straight answer. He didn't want to agree without discussing it with Aiden and Phineas. This was certainly a good opportunity, but appearing in a reality show, even for 2 episodes, could go either way. After all, there would be others aside from Aiden, and he could easily be overshadowed by them. Wade would have immediately agreed if Aiden was going to be the sole focus. I understand that you want to think about it, but we are trying to finalize the celebrities in the next few days. As you see, we are pretty tight on time. I know that. I will get back to you with the final answer as soon as possible on Aiden's involvement in the $1 Million Game. Like Wade said, the reality TV show they were discussing was a game show called The $1 Million Game, where common people were chosen to participate in the show to get a chance to win $1 million by giving correct answers in a multiple-choice answer quiz. It was a very simple game show, but the chance to win $1 million was a big one. and it would make everyone excited about it. Although, in recent times, the game show had declined in popularity, it had a major impact on the reality TV show industry, being one of the consistent shows that's popular all over the world. There were even more than 50 versions of it in different countries that explained a lot about how it appealed to a large number of people. Okay, the producer opened his mouth. We have only finalized 4 spots out of the 10, and we are in talks with a few more celebrities, so please hurry up and give a response soon. Sherlock of the Shadows, July 19th, 2017, Act 6, Scene 8, Take 4. Finn and Billy entered a bar together after paying off one of the security guards as both of them were still under 21. Walking into the bar, Billy was a bit anxious as they took a seat in one of the corners. Tell me again, what are we doing here? Billy asked, his eyes wandering to a couple who were making out with each other. We are here to investigate. What exactly? Your brother-in-law frequents this bar, and one of his office workers told me that he has a nice friendship with one of the red-haired waitresses. Billy turned to look at Finn with a bewildered expression. You are talking about an affair? Friendship? Affair? Friends with benefits? The relationships get pretty complex with time, and no, I'm not sure of it. I'm just collecting every single piece of evidence that I could. Finn simply said and looked around the bar, searching for any red-haired women. From the information he had gotten, he knew that the waitress worked at this hour. There's no red-haired waitress here, Billy simply said, and Finn sighed, taking another glance and not finding any red-haired women in the entire bar. A sick leave? Running late? Or something else? Finn thought as Billy looked at him with suspicious eyes. Are you sure about the information you got? Yeah, unless that janitor in your brother-in-law's office was lying. I'm pretty sure he didn't though. Then, do you have any idea how you are going to find that red-haired waitress? If you go up and ask about her, then I'm pretty sure people are going to give you weird looks. Trust me, you do fit in the bracket of how a creep should look like. Billy asked, scoffing at him, and Finn stayed silent, ignoring the comment and running his mind on what to do in this situation. An idea struck his mind at that moment. I have a trick. Saying that, he looked at the 3 waitresses working in the bar and gestured to one of them to take their order. She was a pretty woman with black hair. As she came close to it, she asked, Are you 2 college students? I never saw you here before. Billy visibly fumbled hearing that, but Finn just gave off a smile. Yeah, we just decided to check up on this bar. Heard good things about it. His eyes wandered to her. Hair. By the way, your hair looks great today. I always wished my ex-girlfriend had black hair. She had red hair, which was fine, but black just suited her more. The waitress smiled at those attempts of flirting. As a woman in her 30s, it was not every day that a young guy would hit on her. Enjoying it, she said, I actually used to have red hair too. I just dyed them black last week. Now, I really think it suits me more. As the waitress rambled on, Finn gave a grinning look to Billy, who was surprised to see Finn find out the red-haired girl so effortlessly. After they gave their orders, the waitress left, and Billy couldn't help but ask Finn, How? Just how? It's quite easy. A waitress is a very social job, and you need to have good conversation skills, especially in a bar where you handle a lot of drunk guys and people hitting on you. I just threw in a keyword about red hair, and she spoke on her own. Aiden explained. How did you get it right the first time, though? At that question, he just shrugged. It was a wild guess. The scene was over then, and the voice of Phineas quickly came, breaking Aiden from immersion. Cut. I think this is a great take. Like that, yet another scene was done. The shooting was going on rigorously every day, and Aiden was enjoying it a lot. In the past few days, he was pretty much in a great spot where Jeremy was being nice to him, and they had even become friends, discussing acting and movies in their breaks. Aiden had to say that without having to go against another actor on the set, it was pretty peaceful, a feeling that he enjoyed a lot. One night when he came back to his hotel room after the shooting, he suddenly got a text from someone he wasn't expecting. It was from Marshall White, the owner of Vikings Publishing, who had published his first book. Chapter 243. Marshall White. Aiden, are you free? Can we talk? Reading the message on his phone, Aiden wondered why Marshall had texted him. The sales had dwindled down in recent weeks, but it was still a good hit, having been featured in the New York Times best-selling list. After that, they had not talked. Aiden, yeah, sure. As soon as he texted back, a phone call came, and he picked it up. Marshall's silvery voice came out from the other side. I didn't disturb you, right? I heard you were shooting for another project. Yeah, but the shooting for the day has ended, so I'm free. Why did you want to talk to me? Is it something about? Aiden got straight to the point, not wanting to spend too much time on pleasantries. He was tired after a long day of shooting and just wanted to rest. Yeah, it's about. Marshall's voice suddenly became serious, and Aiden tensed. What about it? Something bad. No, it's actually good news. Aiden relaxed, and the next few words he heard made him widen his eyes. A film studio wants to buy the rights of the novel. For a movie adaptation, obviously. Really? Aiden's voice became higher in pitch. Yeah, it's a good studio. Not one of the big six or anything, but a good studio that we have done business with in the past. They really like the novel and think that it could be adapted into a good script. Anyway, the novel focuses a lot on Hollywood, so they probably want to use the setting. So, it's really going to be a real movie. For a second, Aiden wasn't able to hide his excitement. Something he had created and worked hard on was going to be adapted and find a bigger audience. He couldn't help but be happy about it. Marshall smiled, hearing his excited voice, and quickly calmed him down. Calm down. The studio is just interested in buying up the rights for now. They don't even have a director for it yet, and there's no guarantee that the movie would be made in the next 2 years. Aiden's smile faded away hearing that. He immediately realized that a studio buying up rights didn't equate to the movie becoming a reality. A lot of studios would just buy up the film adaptation rights of popular novels early on, but won't immediately make the movie. They would first see where the industry is heading and what type of movie is popular among the audience before deciding whether to start on it. Then, finding the right director, cast, and crew was a difficult job itself to get the movie right. The current trend in Hollywood is just big-budget blockbusters full of special effects. Comes more under the banner of small-budget movies that are screened at festivals. He thought in his mind. I understand that, but what's the name of the studio? Gravity Media. I know them. Aiden had heard about them as they had created a few underrated movies that had found their own audience slowly. He had also watched them and made sure to remember the director and the studio. Yeah, we have worked with them in the past, so we are going to negotiate a deal with them and see how it goes. I just wanted to inform you about it. You could join the meeting with Gravity Media too, Marshall said, and Aiden nodded his head. I will need to see the schedule, but I will probably be there. That's good, and yeah, one more thing. What? Aiden raised an eyebrow, wondering if there was something else. Are you working on another novel? Like, have you thought of it yet? Marshall asked, and Aiden understood where this was going. As his first book had worked well, there were going to be expectations on his second work, and Vikings Publishing wanted a hand on it, as they already had a partnership. More than that, Marshall wanted to see Aiden's growth as a writer, having a good opinion of his creative talent. But Aiden's answer disappointed him. No, not yet. I've just been busy with a lot of things in the past few months. I have not really written anything. Not even a word. Oh, Marshall's voice was clearly a bit disappointed. So, do you have any idea about your next book? Are you going to continue writing, especially with your celebrity career going so well? Yeah, I'm going to continue it, and no, I don't really have any ideas for now. Aiden was sure of it and assured Marshall, who finished the call with one last sentence. Take your time with the next book. I know you are busy, but if you get an idea for your next book, discuss it with me. You have a good hit this year, and it was your debut too, so there are a lot of expectations on you. So, don't rush, just give your best whenever it may come. Aiden thought a bit about the whole conversation with Marshall after it ended. He was happy about his book becoming a movie, at least getting the rights bought, but the thing he thought more about was his next novel. Aiden was sure that he wouldn't be working on any songs in a while, as he was exhausted in that regard after his album and wanted to focus more on the acting projects, but on the other hand, he didn't mind writing another novel. It was a pretty fun thing to do, after all, but he had no ideas in his mind. His first novel was easier to write as it was set in Hollywood and was just the story of a struggling actor, something which Aiden had himself gone through. Richard's suggestions in the end also helped to fine-tune the characters, making it a better product. In the end, the novel had also become a bit dark. For his second novel, one thing was sure, Aiden wanted to take a lighter theme. He wanted to do a fun story that people would laugh about while reading. I could just try a children's novel and hope that the adults would like it too, because it's too simple to read, and even get a whole movie franchise of it in the end. He thought in his head, but wasn't able to decide. There were a lot of genres he could try, and he would need to lock down on the theme of the novel first before starting. For the time being, Aiden just decided to focus on the shooting. It was already July, and the shooting was going to go till early September, so he was only going to be free after that to write the novel. Every day on the set was pretty great, as the shooting was progressing very smoothly. One common thing in the shootings was that the actors would get close to each other or grow hostile toward each other. Either one of the two was going to happen for sure, depending on the cast involved, but in the case of Sherlock of the Shadows, the cast was getting along quite well. At first, many young actors were envious of Aiden since he was the same age, yet he had bagged the role and even gotten Jeremy's recognition. Envy was apparent as they wished to be in his place. But as the shooting continued, they soon realized that Aiden was a good person. Jeremy was already not a problem, so it was a pretty great atmosphere, and it was helping the shooting. Currently, some of the actors were sitting together as the crew was setting up props for the scene. Jeremy had struck up a conversation about how they had begun acting. Well, I dropped out of USC, University of Southern College, in the last year because I was offered a role in a movie and was like, fuck college, I'm going to become a movie actor. It just appealed to me a lot more, and those days, I was finding a reason to get out of college. Jeremy said, and everyone looked at him in wonder. Dropping out of USC, a big college, was a daring move, and just the Oscars on Jeremy's trophy cabinet would tell that it had turned out quite good for him. Though in those days, the atmosphere was completely different as there was no internet. What about you, Aiden? You studied acting too? Jeremy asked, and a few glances gathered at him. No, I didn't. I was in a famous theater group back in my hometown. Started from the bottom and learned as I observed the more experienced guys there. I also learned a lot from the movies since my childhood and just tried to emulate them. His answer surprised a few as he looked like one of those guys who would top the grade in an art school. So he's a natural. God is truly unfair. A few actors thought like that as Jeremy raised an eyebrow. So, you never really studied acting or gotten classes on filmmaking? No, I didn't. Not formally. I did learn about the basic things an actor should know. As I worked as an extra here and there on small, indie ventures, I asked the professionals there more about it, and the internet helped too. His answer didn't seem to satisfy Jeremy as he frowned. That's a pity, he muttered, and Aiden wondered what was wrong. Why was Jeremy frowning just because he didn't have a formal education in acting? Chapter 244. Why is it a pity? Aiden couldn't help but ask, and Jeremy was quick to respond as other actors simply listened to their conversation. Well, simply because learning about movies could actually make you a better actor. I dropped out, but the things I learned in college stayed with me. The technical side of stuff and how a movie is made. I know that you don't need a formal education to be an actor, but trust me, those things help even if most of it is just theory. You get experience by working, but it's backed by the theory you have learned. Hearing that, a few other actors nodded. Yeah, that's true. I have a bachelor's in performing arts, and I wouldn't have gotten my first role if not for the years in college. I have a degree in filmmaking, so I think it's going to help me out in the future. Damn it, I have not even gone to college. As people threw their opinions around, Jeremy again opened his mouth. Well, a degree might or might not help, but just learning about these things helps. Acting is pretty simple if you think about it. You come on the set, you do the scenes, and then go back to your hotel room. But if you know more on the technical side, there's a whole new horizon out there that could help you in many ways. It's also beneficial as an actor in the longer term. How? Aiden asked, getting interested in the conversation. Well, as an actor, you are going to have a turbulent life, so having extra skills help in having work all around. But for actors like you who are slowly going towards earning the big bucks, it would help if you ever tried to get into production. Aiden finally got the whole context of it. Acting was a good job, but for a lot of actors, they also wanted to dabble in filmmaking and production later on in their careers. It was to get more power in their hands as a producer could easily change parts of the script or the story and have a say as to who will be cast. Because of that, a lot of actors would start their own production studios to control the movies that they were working on. As the producer, they would put their own money and control most of the aspects of a film, which was way better than having no power over the movie they were working on. At the same time, a lot of them also just become filmmakers, directing movies. Jeremy himself had directed one in his career, but he realized that he liked acting better. Learning more about movies and acting in general sounds like a good idea. Aiden said in the end, and Jeremy nodded. You should think about it, Aiden. You are a good actor, but you have a lot of other capabilities. I heard you have a book out too. So you do seem like the type of person to embrace such a thing truly, Jeremy said, and soon after that, the topic changed to something else as the actors discussed different things about movies and the general trends in Hollywood. A few of them even talked about their next movies and their expectations of them. All this time, Aiden was only thinking about the conversation of filmmaking and learning acting. He was sure that going back to college to learn acting wasn't going to help him. His system would do that faster. After every level up, he could feel himself getting better and better. His mind would also get clearer on how he should approach a certain scene. Like at first, Aiden always had trouble in romantic roles during auditions, but after leveling up, he had a better idea of how to do them. Charisma also played a huge part in it. But filmmaking, it might get me another skill. This was the idea in his mind. Aiden was quite motivated to explore more skills, knowing full well that they could come in handy in any situation, and skills related to filmmaking sounded like something that would make him a complete package. He would be able to act, direct, and compose in a movie. For now, it was still a pipe dream as Aiden was way more invested in acting, and directing would mean getting huge funds to produce a movie himself until he found an investor who would be willing to bet on a young actor who turned director. Even Omar, who was his friend, would be skeptical of something like that. In the future, for sure. He thought in his mind, okay, let's wrap up today. Everyone, you all did a great job. Let's go get some drinks now. Yay. Thanks. Phineas. Director, you sure know how to take care of the crew. After the filming for the day ended, Phineas invited all the crew and cast to go have drinks with him. It was something he would frequently do to get a good relationship with those who he was working with. He was someone who understood work relationships quite well, so those who were busy could just say no and go their own way. There was no forcing. Aiden was also not going with the rest of the crew today as he had to meet Wade, who had returned from his trip to LA and wanted to talk about some important offer. Knowing that it was a hurried situation, Aiden had told him that he would meet in the hotel right after the shooting ended. Ah, you two are here, Wade said as both Tom and Aiden entered his hotel room. The burly agent had just returned a few hours earlier and looked tired. Both Tom and Aiden greeted him and sat down on the sofa. How's the shooting going? Wade asked, and Aiden replied with a shrug. Tiring. It's just one scene after another. Pretty fast as Phineas doesn't like wasting time. I also think that I'm getting more into the character. Wade nodded with a satisfied smile at those words. So, let's cut to the main topic. You and I both look tired. What's the offer you got? Aiden said, and taking a deep breath, Wade leaned towards him and started talking. It's a reality TV show offer. X-Star. No, I don't think they will call you this year. They have good ratings for now. And because of you, the perception spread that those who lose out do better than the winners. One of the ex-contestants gave an interview saying, I will be better than the winner. Those who win are just cursed. It made headlines. Wade rambled on about it. Aiden smiled at that. He wasn't the one who actually started the perception. He just solidified it by doing way better than any other person in a short time. So what reality TV show is calling me if not X-Star? Is any other singing show running currently? Not a singing show. You got an offer to participate in the weekend special episodes of the $1 Million Game. You do know about it, right? Before Aiden could react to it, Tom's eyes shined. As an avid viewer of most reality TV shows, he obviously knew about it. The $1 Million Game is pretty much the staple game show where a common man goes in the hope of becoming a millionaire. Though the show doesn't talk about the rigorous rounds before a contestant features on the show and the heavy taxation, it's still one of the best game shows to watch. Fuck taxes, by the way, Tom said. It's my favorite program. I even tried to get into it so many times. I still remember so many episodes of it, especially that one in which a man, after winning $1 million, talks about going to Las Vegas and blowing it all on strippers and casinos. His wife beat him a lot after that, according to internet articles. Wade was a bit stunned hearing all that from Tom, who was mostly silent in his view. Yeah, you are right, Tom. You seem to know a lot. Tom quickly realized that he spoke too much and corrected himself. His hobby was something he wanted to keep to himself. Just a little. I used to watch it a lot, you see. Anyway, nodding, Wade looked at Aiden. I know about it. India has a version too. Pretty good show. He tilted his head. They want me there? Yeah, let me explain. After that, Wade told Aiden about the talk he had with the producer and the format they were going for in an effort to raise ratings. There were also a few other things like how even if the celebrities won some money, they couldn't keep it as the whole idea of the show was to give the common man a chance to be rich, and celebrities are mostly rich. So, all the money won would go to a charity, and producers would publicize what amount went to which charity. It was a good chance to earn brownie points from the audience for the celebrities. In the first place, a lot of donations done by celebrities were really just for names, and a few of them even run fake charity foundations to scam people. Only a few people do it because they want to help people. A lot of the reasons were just to make yourself look good in front of the public. It seems like something interesting. I am not really in the public eye outside of live shows and movies. A change of pace for me. Yeah, you are just continuously shooting after the album release anyway. Wade said, then asked, so, should I say yes to the producer? It won't be hard to get a few days off the shooting, and it's a good idea to get relations with producers and TV channels for the future. Yeah, I will do it. Chapter 245. So, we have every celebrity that is going to be a part of the show. We need to go through each of them, take a few mock tests, and ask them to study a bit or they won't be able to answer any of the questions. In a meeting room, the man with the bushy beard, the producer who had met Wade, was heading the meeting that was called to ensure that everything went well. As they were going to deal with celebrities, it was best if they could have meaningful conversations. The audience would like anyone entertaining, so they were marking down people who they felt could be the ones they could focus on. The program team couldn't afford to mess this up after all. I think out of all of them, Rake is the most educated among all of them. He has a master's degree from Harvard, and I heard he's very smart. One of the female employees said. Rake was a singer who was doing quite well in recent years and was trying to break into worldwide popularity by collaborating with different artists. Yeah, he could be the one to become the main selling point. Let's hope he can have good chemistry with the host. Yeah, but the others don't look too good. Liz seems like a good character, and she's pretty, and rapper Lil Dog is a podcaster on the side, so he might do well on the game. Oh yeah, Aiden Silvereye too. He seems to have a pretty sophisticated and cool personality from what we have about him, but the rest look pretty weak. Everyone nodded at those words, and a few people sighed. There was a perception that a lot of celebrities were dumb because of saying things that they don't know a lot about due to trends or just because it's a prevalent issue. Although the program team had tried to bring in smart people, a lot of them weren't free. They also weren't able to go for top-rated celebrities due to schedule, and if they actually did it, the attention of the whole show would be on one person. They didn't want that. Those that they gathered were people from all sorts of professions: singer, actor, rapper, model, and even comedians. Due to the diverse cast, the program team didn't know who would do well among these. It's fine if others are weak. We just need a few smart guys. Not like everyone would reach the main game. The producer again opened his mouth, and seeing that the attention was back on him, he continued. Just make sure that the celebrities are well-behaved and don't go around throwing tantrums. At the same time, try to get them to cooperate with each other. It's going to be embarrassing if some of them made it to the main game and weren't able to earn a lot. Won't it be better if they mess up? They are going to get trolled, and a lot of attention will come to our show. Internet is vicious after all. The producer shook his head at that comment. It might give momentary interest from the public, but it's going to die down as soon as something else more interesting comes up. Moreover, these types of things only blow up after the program ends. By his words, it was clear that he wanted to give a good program to the viewers watching the show. He didn't want to rely on something like devil's editing or waiting for the celebrities to make a fool of themselves. I want good episodes. No matter how, make sure that this week, our program is a big hit. Find a person among the celebrities that could truly get our ratings up. After deciding that Aiden was going to be a part of the $1 million game, Wade quickly handled everything and talked to the crew about it. They were fine with it, as the shooting of the reality show was going to just take 2 days. Phineas even told him to go for $1 million, so the focus of the audience would be on him going into the release of Sherlock of the Shadows. Of course, he was not serious, and even Aiden knew that he realistically won't be able to answer every question successfully. But he had the lucky coupons that he was excited to try. If he used them, then for the next hour, he would be extremely lucky, and Aiden wanted to test them. Though, he had decided to not use them until he really needed to. As he only had 2 of them, he needed to be a bit smart. So, he hopped on a flight and moved to LA where the set of the $1 million game was. You were on X-Star, right? So you have some experience of reality TV shows already. Yeah, but I have never been to a game show before. Don't worry too much. You would do good. Not like we are a live show. Just enjoy the atmosphere and don't hesitate if you make it to the main game." Aiden nodded at those words. He was currently talking to a tall, distinguished-looking man in a suit. He had begun his career as a radio host before entering the TV industry. Aside from being a great host, he had also worked in a few movies and series in small roles. His name was Nicholas Roberson, the host of the $1 Million Game. He was an old guy in his 50s who has brown hair and a few wrinkles on his face, but he still appeared quite good. Last Aiden saw of him was when he played an aristocrat in a medieval fantasy series about dragons, and the role suited him a lot. Anyway, complete your styling. I will go visit the other contestants for today. Let's see each other on the stage. After saying that, Nicholas left, and Wade, who was sitting in a corner, opened his mouth. Next to him, there were few general knowledge books that Tom had brought for Aiden. He looks friendly. Yeah, I have heard good things about him. Looks like they aren't off. Aiden sat down on his seat and the stylist started setting up his hair and doing light makeup on his face so that he looked the best on the stage. He was casually wearing a white shirt and jeans that looked good on him. His look would be complete after donning a jacket on top of it. Obviously, all his clothes were sponsored. We both know that Nicholas isn't going to cause any problems, but I'm worried about the contestants. Wade started speaking as the stylist did his hair. Other than you, there are a few that have a problematic past. At least rumors. I don't think it matters. I'm not competing against anyone other than the qualification round. If I reach the main game, then I would only have to talk to Nicholas. Still, Wade's voice trailed off, and Aiden shook his head. Don't worry, I have a good feeling about today. Luck would be in my favor. The shooting of the show soon began. Cameraman panned the cameras on the stage, and the lighting crew did their work like the professionals they were. The producers and writers of the game show were backstage, keeping an eye on everything. Reality TV shows were a lot of work, and it was evident by the amount of time a program team had to give to shoot one episode. Soon, Nicholas Roberson appeared on the stage with the introduction that the audience was already accustomed to. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the $1 Million Game. Tonight, we have some special contestants that will be playing to win $1 million in spite of a lot of them already being millionaires. The jibe at the end made a few people in the audience chuckle. Nicholas took a glance at them and saw a few familiar faces working in the Panther TV network. A lot of the employees get free passes to the live recording. After that, Nicholas explained the whole segment that the weekend episodes would take and then invited all the celebrities participating today one by one. His introduction of them was on point, and it seemed like the celebrities were also given instructions on how to act, but some of them still messed up. Like a comedian accidentally stuttering while speaking to Nicholas due to nervousness. This was a very small thing, but Aiden was sure that it could be edited out in the final edit. He had first-hand knowledge on how reality TV worked and how they could use anything to up their ratings. It was a game of life and death for them. Aiden's introduction came at the very end. Now, for the final person that would be joining us today, it's Aiden Silvereye, a singer and actor that is taking America by storm. A short and precise statement, and Aiden was greeted by a round of applause. After shaking hands with Nicholas and talking about how he had followed the $1 Million Game a lot and was grateful to be here, he sat down in a corner seat. Nicholas turned to face the audience after the introductions finished. Now that everyone is here and everything is in place, let's begin the $1 Million Game and see if these celebrities would be able to go till the end and tell the world that they are worthy to be here. The sounds of cheers and applause filled with the studio as the reality TV show began. Chapter 246. Aiden was sitting next to a red-haired guy who was smiling to himself. He recognized him as Rake, a singer who was doing quite good these days. He had not gotten a chance to meet him before. They were sitting quite close in one of the corners, so a conversation couldn't help but start. Hello, I have heard your music before. It's quite good, Rake said, looking at Aiden, who nodded. Thanks, I have heard yours too. I heard your latest single was in the top 10 of the melody charts. Yeah, it was. It's quite an honor, to be honest. I'm trying to aim for the top spot in a couple of months with my next single that I'm working day and night on. Have you ever touched the top 10 in melody charts? You will understand my feelings better if you have. Yeah, one of my songs hit the top position once on the global top 50 singles. What? Rake's smiling expression fell completely upon hearing that. Had Aiden topped the charts before? That was something that he didn't know because he had never followed his music before. He had heard a couple of songs, but that was it. He didn't know a lot about him aside from that, as Rake had the mentality of only caring about the singers ruling the entertainment industry for years. He wanted to dethrone them. But right now, he felt humiliated. His manager had certainly not given this information to Rake. He had thought that he would start a conversation and try to make Aiden know that he was a senior and that he should be respectful, but it backfired badly. Licking his dry lips, he quickly thought of another topic and opened his mouth. This game show looked like only educated guys would be able to do something. I'm pretty sure most of these have not gotten a good degree. At that, Aiden responded, yeah, but I don't think they need it either. They are doing good in their respective fields. The field of arts is a dead land, but you could still stumble upon gold here, and these people are doing pretty great if they are here. Rake took time to collect his thoughts before speaking again. Your thoughts are very interesting. By the way, which college are you from? I'm from Stanford University. You obviously know it. Oh, I'm just from a college in India. Nothing major, and I dropped out early on to learn more about acting. So, you could say that I'm just a high school graduate. Anyway, good luck. Rake didn't say anything after that, but he secretly despised Aiden in his mind. He's just a high school graduate. I was silly thinking that he would do better than me. As a proud person, Rake wanted to go for the $1 million amount as he felt like he had vast knowledge of a lot of things in the world, and he would be able to surpass every expectation. At this point, he didn't know that being educated doesn't mean being smart. Stupidity is something prevalent in both educated and uneducated people. The show started with Nicholas beginning the qualification round in which the contestant had to organize 4 answers in a specific sequence stated within the question, earliest to latest. It was typically something that was played more than once in an episode. It was won by Liz, an actress that Aiden knew of as she was a big star in a hit British television series. Rake frowned when he lost the qualification round on the first try as he was only a second later than her. But other people relaxed. It was better for someone to face the main game first before them. Aiden also kept looking at her, and he had to say that she was pretty good. She talked about how her dad was a researcher, and that generally helped her be better at knowing lots of stuff. She also played well as she was able to reach the first milestone of $5,000 without wasting any lifelines. But after that, as the questions got tougher, she lost a few lifelines and was barely able to cross past the $50,000 milestone. There were no more milestones after that, so she needed to tread carefully. Unfortunately for her, just after crossing 100K, she gave a wrong answer, and in the end, she was left with $50,000 as the winning prize, which was still pretty good. Most contestants would also end up at this amount. She did pretty well. I know, right? I don't even know if I will be able to cross 50K. I'm already scared. Pretty sure the program team is going to put on a lot of her scenes. She earned only 50K, but she has fun conversations which are going to work in her favor. Whispers about her performance were rampant among the contestants as Liz came back to her seat. After that, another qualification round began, and this time again, Aiden lost. I really need to do better, he said, looking at the timing at which he had given his answer. He was in the 3rd position. He decided that if he couldn't win the next time, he would use the lucky coupon. Till then, he needed to see Rake, who finally won the round, move to the main game. Let's see how good you are. Aiden thought in his mind as he closely observed him, wondering how he would do when he was so confident. Rake started out pretty much the same as Liz with a strong start, but he lost a lifeline while reaching the first milestone. His journey was smoother till the second one as he played much better, only losing one more lifeline. Having crossed both lifelines, Rake entered the final part of the game where he could earn the big bucks. He seemed pretty excited as he talked about how he was sleeping with general knowledge books after getting an invitation to the show. To that, Nicholas sarcastically commented, "You must have a lonely life to be sleeping with books. Who said that being famous gets you laid?" It was a funny joke, but Rake's face was something to be seen. He was trying to gather all the acting he had in him to keep smiling, but he clearly looked baffled by the joke. Aiden saw the cameraman zooming on Rake's face as he struggled to smile and immediately guessed that it was going to be on the final edit. After that, the show moved as Rake quickly wasted too many lifelines, and by the time he had reached 250K, he didn't know the answer, but he was very stubborn as an individual. If he had just walked away, he would have gotten 100K as the prize money, but in the end, he played and just made a wild guess, hoping that it would hit the mark. But that didn't happen. He lost out on $250K and went straight to $50K. When he returned to his seat, he was constantly frowning, feeling angry at himself for not being able to achieve what he wanted to. This game is too hard. I bet the other contestants also won't be able to get more than $50K. His words were clearly heard by Aiden, who just shook his head. We have two exciting contestants already who did pretty well. Now, let's start the qualification round again and see who gets to sit with me to fight his way to $1 million. Nicholas said, and started the qualification round again. This time, Aiden was pretty fast as he quickly arranged the answer in the correct sequence. The question was to arrange rivers in order of shortest to longest. Thankfully, he knew about it as he had read it. After a while, the results were out, and taking his time, Nicholas revealed it. Now, let's see who the winner is. On the big screen, the name started to come up from the celebrity who had done the worst to the best. Aiden's name came up only after a while, and it was at the top this time. I got it the fastest, he thought, and looked at Nicholas, who also looked back at him and clapped his hand. So, this time, the contestant we are going to be playing with is Aiden Silvereye, someone who is talented in a lot of fields and has shown signs of a great and illustrious career going forward. Nicholas shook hands with Aiden as he gestured to him to walk towards the seat. In the crowd, he could see Wade smiling while Tom looked a lot excited, and at the same time, he was almost regretting that he couldn't take pics from his phone. As Aiden sat down on the seat, Nicholas introduced him to the rules of the game. There were going to be 12 questions, and the difficulty was going to increase with each level. He would also have 4 lifelines, all of them very different from each other in nature, and he could use them whenever he wanted to. Till he reached the second milestone, there was going to be a timer of 60 seconds, and if he failed to answer in that time, he would lose. Now that the rules are clear, let's begin the game, Nicholas said, and taking a deep breath, Aiden nodded. The first question appeared on the screen, and seeing it, Aiden smiled. It was something that he knew. Chapter 247. The first question was for only $100, and it was probably the easiest question of the game. Which of these mythical creatures breathe fire? It was a question that most people in the world would know of. The choices were unicorn, dragon, centaur, and griffin. Aiden already knew the answer without relying on the choices. Dragon, he said, and the answer was locked, and as everyone expected, it was the right answer. But there was hardly any excitement in the air. The first few questions were supposed to be really easy, and most people could answer them. The game moved on as Aiden correctly answered the second and third questions. Wade and Tom were relieved seeing him easily handling the game. It was only on the question of $1,000 that Aiden's streak stopped, as he didn't know the right answer. This is a difficult one, he thought, looking at the question. For over 50 years, what treat was traditionally included in packs of baseball trading cards? Aiden didn't watch baseball, so he had no clue about it. The options also didn't incite any hope. Chocolate wafer, gummy bear, mint stick, bubblegum. These were the 4 options, and Aiden was smart enough not to make a wild guess. Are you going to use a lifeline? The timer is ticking, Nicholas said, glancing at the timer, which was on 35 seconds. Aiden didn't have a lot of time, and the expression on his face was clear enough for Nicholas to know that he didn't know the answer. But Aiden shook his head. No, I think I will try on my own. Using lifelines was something that was of no use to him because he had a bigger lifeline in his system. Deciding that it was the moment to test up the luck coupons, he opened his system and used one of them. A golden light flashed upon him, but Nicholas had no idea. No one in the studio could see it other than Aiden, who suddenly felt a bit giddy, but it soon died down. Another type of sensation took over him. This time, it was a good sensation, making him feel like he could do anything. Only 15 seconds are left. Nicholas brought him back to the question in front of him, and Aiden quickly went with his instincts and made a guess. D. Bubblegum. Are you sure? Should I lock it? Nicholas asked to confirm, and Aiden nodded his head. In the crowd, Wade looked visibly nervous, and Tom was already biting on his nails, anticipating Nicholas' response. You have selected option D, and it's correct, Nicholas said, and on the computer screen, the option became green, signaling that it was indeed the correct one. Aiden took a sigh of relief. I could rely on it, he thought in his mind, and became more confident about the game. They quickly moved on to the next questions after that, and Aiden kept making blind guesses. A parasol is a lightweight form of what accessory? Seaweed is a form of what? Which is known as the oldest religion in the world. To Nicholas and everyone's surprise, Aiden answered them all correctly and without wasting any time. It was like he already knew the answer to every question. His atmosphere was completely different than before, and he seemed unstoppable suddenly. He answered every question really quickly, and soon, he had passed the second milestone of $50,000 and was at the question of 100K. It should be noted that this was the last part of the game. After 100K, there were only 250K, 500K, and 1 million. But as it was the tensest part, most people would lose. What happened to Aiden suddenly? Sitting in the crowd, Wade couldn't help but ask that of Tom, who had a wide smile on his face. I don't know. Maybe my general knowledge books helped. He's dominating the game till now and hasn't used up any lifelines. That's the big part. Yeah, like this, he could easily end up with 250K or 500K even if he uses all his lifelines. No, I think he wants to go for the $1 million. Wade didn't say anything to that, and just focused on the stage where Nicholas was explaining the last part to Aiden and how the time limit won't be present in it, so he could take as much time as possible. A lot of people would fail at this part as it gets pretty tense. How about you? Do you feel nervous? Nicholas asked, trying to make small talk to keep the audience engaged. The personality of the contestant and chemistry with the host was also a part of the show. Not a lot. It's good to know that I would earn $50,000 even if I failed from here. Having all your lifelines would also give you a sense of relief. Yes, I'm happy that I have that. Aiden smiled, thinking to himself that the lucky coupon was working very well. Only 30 minutes have passed since he had used it, so he could very well end up at $1 million. Now, the question for $100,000 on your screen. In 1911, what did explorer Hiram Bingham discover between two peaks in the Andes Mountain? It was another question that Aiden had no idea about, but like always, he went for a blind slog. A city of Machu Picchu. Nicholas was a bit surprised by his swift answer. He thought that Aiden was in a hurry due to the time limit, but even without it, he had answered 10 seconds after the question had come on his screen. Is he just guessing? No, the expression on his face is one of confidence. He probably read about it. He thought in his mind before asking. Are you sure? You can take your time if you want. No, I'm confident. It's option A. Nicholas wasn't able to say anything back to that confident tone and locked the answer. On the seats where the celebrities were sitting, Ray couldn't help but mutter to himself. He's too proud. I'm pretty sure that's the wrong answer. He didn't even take time to think before answering. Other celebrities were thinking at the same time. In their view, Aiden seemed like a proud guy who was sure that his answer wouldn't be wrong. These types of people would often lose in the end. But nothing like that happened. That's the correct answer. As soon as Nicholas said, wild applause rang out as people stared at Aiden. All of them were impressed with Aiden and had the same thought in their minds. He probably read about it, so he knew straight away. It was a logical conclusion that they drew. But on the next question for 250K, the same thing happened. Nicholas asked the question, and without even wasting a second, Aiden gave out his answer. The host was baffled, but he still locked it, and it turned out to be the correct answer. A commotion went up when that happened. How's he doing it? He's now at 500K. All the lifelines are still there. Damn, is he too smart? Or he already knows which questions would be asked. Don't tell me they are manipulating it. There's no reason to. There are other celebrities in the show. If they favor someone too much, they won't like it. Moreover, the program team is smart enough not to kill their own show. Yeah, the audience would be on their backs with knives if there's really cheating involved. Aiden is too smart. The audience members talked like that while their gazes kept fixed on Aiden. The celebrities were already shocked to the core and had lost their ability to even say anything. Especially Rake. No one had expected something like that. Behind the stage, the writers, crew members, and producers were also present. The producer with the bushy beard was talking with an assistant with a perplexed expression on his face. Did you check if everything is good? There's no malfunction, right? Don't tell me the computer is correcting any answers. No, they all are correct. He's answering them right, and you know better that there's no cheating involved. The assistant quickly said, and the producer looked at Aiden on the stage before muttering. Then, how's he doing it? One of the staff members who was standing nearby opened his mouth at that time. Sir, Aiden is very smart. He's a musician, actor and a novelist. A man with so many talents would obviously be smart. Yeah, but he's answering too quickly. That's what is baffling everyone. Another staff member said, and the producer clicked his tongue. Let's see if he could do the same for the $500,000 question. Their gazes moved back to the stage, where Nicholas swept off the sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief before continuing the game. He had gotten too nervous watching Aiden. The question for $500K came on the screen. When three celestial bodies form a straight line, what is it called? It was a question related to space, and most of the audience had no idea about it. Most of the options were words they were seeing first time in their lives. Some people in the audience wanted to just request Aiden to take his time as he was too high to answer so fast, but he didn't listen. He again wildly guessed the answer in a second. B. Syzygy. Sighing, Nicholas locked it, and then, in the next second, the option turned green. A wild cheer rang out. Everyone was stunned. The audience, Wade, Tom, the other celebrities, producers, and crew. It had been a complete wild ride. Aiden had made his way through $1 million and was on the verge of making history. This was simply unprecedented. Chapter 248. $1 million. In the history of the $1 million game, there has never been a moment where a celebrity had earned $1 million. Only 3 times had a contestant won the grand prize, and every time that happened, people went crazy. It was not like no one had reached $500,000 before. More than a dozen people had, but only 3 of them actually became millionaires. Just being in this position was something that most people couldn't deal with. After all, it was too hard of a thing to do. The pressure, the feeling where you didn't know if your answer was correct even if you thought it was, and the fear of losing out on $500,000 if they actually went for the $1 million. It took real courage to even attempt the question. But unlike them, Aiden looked like he was on a vacation. A slight smile was on his face, his body was relaxed, and he was having a short conversation with Nicholas. People were stunned to see him like that. He was going to attempt the $1 million question, but the audience looked more nervous than him. Did he not feel the pressure? Or was he too confident? Going by his style of playing till now, it was probably the second. After all, he had passed every round like it was nothing. Only at the start had Aiden taken his time, but after getting used to it, he had given answers as soon as the question had come up. His every little action reeked of confidence. Moreover, he still had all the lifelines available to him. In the entire history of the game show, never had something like this happen before. Aiden had already made history. Whether he would win the $1 million or not would be an entirely different thing, but just reaching this position with a reckless playing style was bound to make a few headlines. How do you feel? A lot of people just feel surreal when they are about to try out the $1 million question. Nicholas asked, very interested in knowing what was going through his mind. As Aiden looked too calm, it was hard to read his face. Well, I'm obviously nervous. At that remark, Nicholas always mouthed out that he didn't look like that. $1 million is a lot of money, so it feels like I'm on the verge of achieving something big. There's pressure because of that. I don't want to add up to the pressure, but if you are able to be successful in answering the last question, then you will be the first millionaire of our season, and all the money would go to a charity organization, so you would be doing a massive thing. A few people in the crowd clapped for that. Am I really a millionaire if I'm not getting the money? Aiden joked, and Nicholas laughed before becoming serious and looking at his computer screen. Jokes aside, let's go to the last question, he said, and the audience tensed up. The atmosphere felt like it was pressing their hearts as the last question appeared on the screen. Which insect shorted out an early supercomputer and inspired the term computer bug? The options were moth, roach, fly, and Japanese beetle. The people in the audience whispered as the question came up. Most of them obviously didn't know how that term had come up and about its origin. A lot of them wondered whether Aiden knew it. Even if he didn't, they wanted him to think carefully about it and then think of an answer. At least most of them expected him to do that. I'm ready with my answer. When those words left his mouth, a lot of people in the audience made complex expressions. Nicholas sighed and shook his head like he was already expecting it. Sitting in the audience stand, Wade wanted to run up to Aiden and just punch him a bit and tell him to take his time with the question. Not like they had a flight to catch. Tom had his eyes and ears closed with his hand, not wanting to see this. He was sweating too much, even if the studio had AC. Are you sure? Nicholas asked to confirm. Yeah, the answer is A, moth. It's $1 million question. Don't you think you should put more time into it? You might miss the mark this time. A couple of people in the audience nodded their heads hearing that. If I think too much, then I might start doubting the correct answer. Just lock it. Okay. Nicholas had no choice, and the answer was locked. A second passed by, and the atmosphere in the studio just got heavy. Nicholas finally opened his mouth and looked at Aiden. What made you select it as the answer? You could have taken your time. You have all the time in the world. I was just sure of it. Moth was the reason behind the term computer bugged. It could have been a roach. Aiden's expression fell upon hearing that. Was the time in his lucky coupon over, and he had actually given a wrong answer? No, there's still 5 minutes left. He thought and assured himself. It's not a roach for sure. Okay then. Nicholas took a deep breath. If you have locked down a roach, then you would have lost out on $1 million. Congratulations. Moth is the correct answer. You won. Golden petals were showered over it as Nicholas announced the result. Aiden stood up from his chair with a big smile on his face as Nicholas gave him a hug. Congrats, he muttered, happy to get $1 million winner. Both Tom and Wade hugged each other as Aiden won the $1 million. They weren't able to believe it. Before the show, they had expected Aiden to win $250K at best, if he was lucky. They had never expected him to get the highest prize, a whole $1 million. Although it would go to charity, just having the capability was a big thing. Wade very well knew what this episode was going to do for Aiden's brand image. He actually did. I never knew he was so smart. He looked smart. Didn't you see him? He has that serene air around him, and he looked so cool, answering without any worries like he knew everything. It really seemed like he knows everything. He probably does. No, he doesn't know when I would lose my virginity. If that's a question on the show, then 3 options would be never, and the 4th one would be you dying young. I never knew celebrities could be this smart. I should get his autograph and follow him on social media. Shouldn't he be a scholar or something with this much knowledge? Audience members chatted among themselves like that as on the stage. Nicholas presented Aiden with the check of $1 million. The camera zoomed on them as the host announced. All this money would be going to charity, and this young man today has done something incredible, truly incredible for his age. Let's give him a round of applause. Everyone cheered and clapped on that. Even the other celebrities did that, and a few female ones were even getting a crush on him. No one hated a smart guy. Even Rake had to admit that Aiden was simply unbelievable. He was still wondering how Aiden had managed to do it. It almost seemed like a child's play from an audience's perspective. On the other hand, Aiden was pretty happy. Lucky coupon is great. It's really powerful. Every guess of his had become the correct answer. He had checked the power of lucky coupons, and he knew that the remaining one needed to be handled well, and he could only use it in a major emergency. On backstage, the producer with the bushy beard couldn't help but feel elated, seeing such a scene in front of him. The ratings are going to blow up. The ratings of the show had always gone up when a contestant had reached the $1 million question, and he instinctively knew that Aiden's playing style would be very popular among the audience. He was even a celebrity, so the reception would be far more. At the same time, this was also going to cause trouble as audiences would doubt, and some would say that it's a scam. In the first, it happened with a few $1 million winners. As a celebrity, Aiden would be scrutinized way more. So, the producer needed to prepare for a situation like this when the program aired on television. Damn, Aiden sure has a brain. I heard that Indians are smart, but didn't know this. I think it's not because of race. He just doesn't look like a smart guy, or you won't expect something in showbiz to be knowledgeable. They are more likely to be cunning, so it comes as more shocking. Should I get Aiden on my show? It's a dating show, but he might be fit. A segment of smart guys. Hey, don't say that. I already decided to ask him to be a guest on my dance reality show. You all, at least ask him first. You don't even have his agent's number yet. As the producer was thinking of ways to edit and market the episodes, the backstage had been filled with producers from different shows who were shooting in the vicinity and had heard the commotion about Aiden. So, they came here. One of them was Gary, the producer of X-Star, whose eyes couldn't help but shine seeing Aiden. Chapter 249. Breathe like a character. After Aiden won the $1 million, the crew took a break for the shooting as everyone needed some time to process what they had seen. Aiden moved to the backstage where Wade and Tom were already waiting for him. What had happened to you back then? Wade asked, staring at Aiden's face. One of his hands was on his shoulders as he shook it with excitement. Tom stood next to them, smiling equally. From time to time, He would mutter something like, "This is a great episode. I never expected this," to himself. Nothing happened. I just tried to do my best. And won a fucking million. Not like I'm getting that. Yeah, but do you think it's something of a small feat? The $1 Million Game is a big show, the top-rated game show in America. You winning the $1 million would have caught social media on fire. We are going to benefit so much from it. Even if we use $1 million on your marketing, it won't have this effect. Moreover, your style of playing. Aiden tilted his head as Wade tried to gather words. What about my style of playing? It was too cool. Wade said. You gave the impression of a suave spy who's negotiating with the villain with complete control over the situation. At least that's the impression I got. Tom added, and Aiden thought about it for a bit. He did give that type of impression. He guessed that it was probably an effect of using the lucky coupon. He had felt like nothing could go wrong with him. He could go jump off a high-rise building, and he would get saved no matter what. An inner sense of confidence has engulfed him at that moment, making him feel invincible. He had to say that luck was almost a superpower. Anyway, your style of playing would just get you more fans when the episode airs. I'm pretty sure they are going to edit the episode with you in the focus. Wade muttered. Then an idea struck his mind. It's better if I have a talk with the producer about it. Saying that, he left Aiden and Tom alone to go find the producer with a bushy beard. As Wade left, a lot of eyes have gathered on him. Staff members, crew, celebrities that were appearing on the show alongside him, and a few producers. All looked at him. It was not like they weren't glancing at him before. Most people were looking at him with either admiration and jealousy since he had won $1 million. They weren't approaching because of Wade's large frame, but now that he was gone, a few people decided to approach Aiden. It was a group of producers who were working on different shows for Panther TV Network. They came to Aiden's side while smiling. I was very shocked seeing you do so well on the show. You do look like the smart type. I'm Jack Leacher, the producer for Relationship Issues. One of the producers said, handing Aiden his card. The others followed suit, congratulating him and introducing themselves and their shows. Aiden easily guessed that they wanted to get a better relationship with him and invite him to their shows, thinking that he had a knack of doing well in them. I don't mind a few connections. He thought and took the cards, but didn't respond positively to their offers. He can't agree to anything as without the lucky coupon. He would at best be average in a reality show. Until it's about acting or singing. He don't look like the type to give in to flattery. One of the producers thought and looked at a guy with brown hair. Actually, this guy, Gary, is the producer of X-Star. You were a contestant back then, remember? I don't know if you two ever met. Gary's expression cracked a bit as he awkwardly tried to shake Aiden's hand. No, I have never met him before. Aiden said, making an expression of realization. He had only met Marlo from X-Star, and the contestants would probably only meet with the producers if they enter the grand finales. So he never met Gary. Yeah, when I saw you on X-Star, I knew that you were going to be a star. We focused a lot on you because of that. Gary said, and Aiden smiled. Is that why you edited out episodes to make it look like I like Rachel? Well, that was an old thing. A trick, you might say. Gary hesitated to talk. In the end, you did get more attention because of it. Aiden didn't say anything to that, and as the atmosphere started becoming awkward, Gary quickly added, well, I'm getting a new show actually. It's basically about celebrities trying to survive in different climates with survival experts. We are thinking of a wide range for the program. I'm sorry, but I'm really busy the next few months. Aiden quickly interrupted him, and Gary stubbornly refused to give up. Can't there be any free schedule? I am in the middle of the shooting for my Netflix series. After it ends, I was thinking of taking a break. You see, I have been working nonstop for a long time. My body can't take too much pressure. So, I can't do a reality TV show. His answer was precise, and no one was able to say anything back. Gary's expression wasn't good, and the other producers also understood that it was happening due to Gary editing Aiden's scenes in a proactive way when he was a powerless contestant. But now he is a celebrity. A true one that only seemed to be going higher and higher. Aiden left after that, saying he wanted to drink some water and rest. After he was gone, the other producers turned to Gary. You reap what you sow. Shut up. He's forgetting that no one in the industry is untouchable. He's fine since he's taking the right steps, but once he takes a bad one, he will start having it hard. After the shooting for the $1 Million Game was over, Aiden quickly went back to the set of Sherlock of the Shadows. It was already August, and the shooting was on the final act. Phineas had divided the series into 3 acts, with the first one being the introduction, second one being the middle, and the last act was the one where Finn would get a good grip on his powers, solve the mystery of the suicides going in the town, and become a bigger part of the supernatural world. The ending itself was a box full of surprises, having many things in it. It was written keeping in mind that Finn was still a teenage detective and was new to the supernatural. When Aiden returned to the set, he had goals in his mind. He wanted to give his all to the character and try to reach better dimensions with it. The shooting of the last 2 episodes was the hardest, with a lot of action scenes. Here, Aiden's boxing training was coming into play. Even if it wasn't a lot, Aiden was able to do them himself, and the production crew was keeping care of any injuries, so it was mostly safe. Most of the fight scenes were shot keeping VFX in mind, so they were pretty different from what Aiden originally had in his mind. Character list. Asterisk Finn Wheeler. Minus 80% affinity. You played the role with the perfect mental image of the character. The nature of your immersion helped you bring out the emotions in the most raw manner. You have maxed out the affinity. That's what the character list was telling him about Finn. His affinity was maxed out, confirming that Aiden was doing a great job with the role. He had also been satisfied till now with his performance, but he also wanted to go past it. It was getting harder and harder for him to level up his skills as time was passing, and he knew that being content with the affinity won't help his cause. When he had asked Jeremy about it, the old man had thought for a bit before speaking. I think that sometimes your acting gets better on its own, but you need to sacrifice for it. An actor tries to keep a connection with the character and then plays him keeping his mental image in mind. Mind controls the body, but the best acting comes out only if you give in to the character. How? Surrender. Jeremy had said, try to not just think like the character, breathe like it. Embrace his strength, insecurities, and even fears. Until you do that, you won't reach that zone that humans could rarely imagine. Though, you would need a therapist after that. I knew a guy who was playing a psychopath, and he started breathing like the character. His co-stars started getting death notes from him, written in blood. Aiden obviously didn't want to reach that level where he becomes a criminal, but he did want to try out breathing like a character. Being so good that the character becomes synonymous to you. For experienced actors, it comes from a state of experience and sharpening of their methods, but Aiden was the most unique actor in the world. He didn't need experience when he had immersion, and there was only way for him to truly breathe like the character. Embrace the fear, powers, ghosts. He thought, making a decision to truly leave a mark on the character of Finn Wheeler. Chapter 250. Let's give our best, guys. We are on the last scene. After that, it's a wrap. You all have worked very hard throughout the shooting, and I hope you could give a last push so we could end on a high note. Phineas shouted, his eyes looking at the crew members that were also focusing on him. They all smiled hearing his words. Their eyes reflected how much they had worked hard on Sherlock of the Shadows. From day 1 to today, they had given their best, and all of them knew that the project was going to be a big deal when it finally got released. Just knowing that made them feel great. A successful project was akin to a few right steps in their careers. Don't worry, director. We are all pumped to shoot the last scene. It would turn out great. Let's go to the bar after it all wraps. They all let out excited shouts, full of vigor and happiness. On the side, a few actors who were present in the scene were getting their makeup done. All of them were currently shooting in a studio as the last scene involved a lot of VFX and use of green screen. The crew had prepared a lot of props to make sure that the scene would go well. One of them was Jeremy, who was playing Mike. He would be one of the most important characters in this scene alongside Aiden. Jeremy, have you seen Aiden? Phineas asked him, unable to find him in the vicinity. Jeremy took a look around before replying. He got his makeup done and told me that he wanted to be alone to prepare for the scene. Just get the set ready and he will come. Okay, I would. Still send a staff member to look for him. Jeremy didn't say anything to that, and Phineas asked one of the female staff members to look for Aiden. She searched up the whole studio and asked people, but didn't find Aiden. Where is he? She thought, hoping that Aiden hadn't just left the set for some weird reason. A lot of celebrities sometimes would do that, but after thinking for a bit, she shook that thought of her mind. Aiden didn't give that impression. As she was wondering where he was, her eyes landed on Tom, Aiden's assistant, who was surfing the internet on his phone in a corner. You are Aiden's assistant, right? Yeah. Director Phineas is looking for him. Where is he? Tom put the phone in his pocket before replying. He actually wanted to be left alone for some reason. He's just outside the studio, just standing still, trying to get into the character. He gestured to the door that led to the outside, and the staff member followed him. Turning around a corner, they found Aiden right beside the parking lot. Here is he. The female staff member's face froze for a bit, looking at Aiden's expression. His face showed no signs of emotions, but his eyes, a lot was contained in them. It was very hard to describe. They looked full of life, but empty. If she could look through Aiden's gaze, she would have noticed a few system notifications in the air. You have decided to remove the safety protocol. Your skill level isn't high enough to control a scene with supernatural elements. You are advised to turn on the safety protocol. You would be taking a huge risk. Your high affinity with the character Finn Wheeler would help you negate the effect of immersion, but it would undoubtedly have some effects that might take time to heal. Aiden just needed to think of turning off the safety protocol, and it automatically happened. He knew the repercussions it might have, but it was a chance to reach another level in his acting. Moreover, if he could really leave a performance that might shock the audience, then his stakes were inevitably going to rise. Having no backing, Aiden needed to play on his talent and audience support. That would only happen if they thought that he was someone special. I can't think too much about it. I just need to do my best, he thought, finally noticing the staff member. The final scene in Sherlock of the Shadows was one in which a lot of mysteries would get solved. Every case that Finn had taken in the show would come in full circle at the end, as he would solve every mystery. Naturally, all of it was done by supernatural means. The twist would be that Finn would get the main culprit behind all the incidents wrong, as it would turn out that he was being mind-controlled. It was then that Mike would come out and reveal himself as the main villain. All the disappearances, murders were done to bring together a prophecy that could help bring the dead back to life, and Mike had done it all. For his family, he had been waiting for years for it. Here, a fight between both Finn and Mike would start. Actually, they had already shot most of the fight scenes one by one, as Finn would mostly be dodging around the whole fight, his powers being very defensive in nature. The stunt sequences were shot with the help of a stunt double, though Aiden did a few of them himself. The final fight scene was divided between several shots that were taken individually, and Phineas had left out the final part for today. It was the part where Finn's powers would go out of his control, and even Mike won't be able to do anything about it, making Finn experience the worst of the ghosts that he was almost used to. He would see their lives before they died, and in all that, the town would start getting affected and cracks would start to form in the reality of the spirit world and Earth. It was only in the end that Finn would be able to get a grip on his powers. "Everyone, are you ready?" Phineas asked, looking from behind the camera. His gaze lingered on Aiden, Mike, and the actors wearing motion capture suits, playing ghosts. "We are ready." "Okay." He signaled one of the assistants to drop the slate, and with a distinct sound, the scene began. Sherlock of the Shadows, August 15th, 2017, Act 9, Scene 9, Take 1. As the immersion hit, Aiden became Finn, and his world shifted vastly. He was not in the studio anymore, but on a grassland. Mike was facing him, looking at him with astonishment on his face. Finn followed his gaze and saw a ghost circling around him, tongues coming out from every part of his gray, sinister body. Half of his face was burnt, and he had a sadistic smile on his face. "You are my servant. I control you. You are my serva." Aiden tried to control him, but he was unable to. While reciting, a sharp pain hit his mind, and he staggered to his feet. The pain dispersed, but out of nowhere, more and more ghosts appeared out of what he could only term as a portal. "You are paying the price of being the only person capable of living in the world of living and death. Without a proper master, your powers have gone berserk," Mike muttered, looking over at Finn, who was trying to kick the ghosts at his feet. Knowing that if he didn't do anything, Finn would die and the town would become a desolate land, he brought forth his ghosts and attacked the ghosts that had appeared out of the portal. His ghosts slashed at them, and a battle started. "Finn, control your powers. These ghosts are coming because your power is leaking. They want to feed from it and return to the world of living." "What? Until you control it, we are all going to die. I'm not powerful enough," Mike shouted at Finn as he dodged the attack of ghosts. "If I could control it, I would have already done it," Finn thought to himself, stomping his foot on the head of the ghosts, making him yelp in pain. In his mind, he was trying his best to control it, but it was to no avail. His powers felt like they were slipping out of his grasp every second. At that moment, a hand suddenly grabbed him from behind. It was a red-colored ghost that looked akin to devils from folktales. Finn tried to get out of his grasp, but another ghost came in front of him and held his hands tightly, its claws scratching the surface of his skin to bleed. Finn tried to head but nothing happened. The ghosts laughed at him, and by the second, his hand was bleeding more and more while other ghosts kept gripping on his shoulders. He was locked in one place. "Let me go!" Finn screamed, but he was met with silence. By the second, more and more ghosts that looked eerie and grotesque were coming out of nowhere, surrounding him. All of them had a greedy look in their eyes. "Human," the ghost in front of him said, his voice akin to a snake. "I'm your master. You are my servant." "Oh." Finn tried to use his powers once again, but the ghost put his hand on his face, his claws giving him scars. As he shook his body and struggled, the ghost whispered in his ear, "Give me your body, fears. Agree to me, and I will take away your fears forever." The world went black after that. Chapter 251. Unconscious. Sherlock of the Shadows, August 15th, 2017, Act 9, Scene 9, Take 1. As the world went black, Finn found himself in an entirely different space. Images flashed past him as he struggled to keep his eyes open. Something hit, and he felt like someone was banging on his head with a hammer. Even though he should have died, he was sturdy and hence, the hits got stronger and stronger. "Oh!" he screamed as the pain got too much to bear. With images, the voices also started ringing in his ear. "You should die. You don't deserve this power. Your father was a coward. You are always going to kill people just because you are cursed by fate." Those words hit him like nothing before. When he opened his eyes, he saw several lives flashing in front of him. Those were not from his life. He instinctively knew that these images were from the life of ghosts that were trying to kill him to take away his power. As he went through their lives, he understood why the ghosts had turned so evil. None of the lives were good. They were the lives of killers, kidnappers, harassers, and every type of people that were harmful to society. There were obviously motives behind their actions. Bad childhood, education, the overall depressing life, but it didn't excuse their actions. Life was never fair, and the only thing that mattered was how someone would behave even after knowing that fact. These people had not turned good even after dying, and just caused trouble. Their memories hurt him in the worst possible way as negative emotions started eating away on his soul. He was sure at that moment that he was going to die. Finn. The images became worse as the ghosts increased their grip on his body. Every part of his body had started to bleed now, and they were now tearing away at his soul, the source of his power. "Look at me." He was sure at that moment that he wouldn't last. His power was too much for him, and he couldn't control it. He couldn't save anyone. Real life didn't work like that. Get a grip on yourself. You are better than this. Ah. Suddenly, he heard a voice that was very familiar to him. Looking around in the flashes of the ghost's life, he found a distinct light that was standing out, like a quiet corner where no noise reached. The light slowly turned to become like his father. "How is it possible?" Finn muttered, his eyes suddenly seeing a bit of hope. "Don't worry about that now. You are in a bad situation. Your soul is in danger. The powers of yours are out of control, and the ghosts are taking advantage of it. I can't control it. You need to. Remember, the power is yours. You control the ghosts. They don't control you. You are good enough to get out of this situation. Just remember my advice." The light disappeared like it was never there at that moment. Advice? What advice? Finn thought, and he remembered it after going through his memories. It was something that his father would often say. Remember, everything is possible until you don't give up. More often than not, it's not about your talent or skills. It's about how much longer you could keep your ground. In the boxing ring, I was paid to stand there and take hits. If I had given up, I would have lost. Longevity exceeds everything. So hope till your body is crushed. Remembering the advice, Finn tried to again concentrate on stabilizing his powers as the ghosts tried hard to eat it away. But he was unable to do that. The flowing power from inside him wasn't stopping, and he was only able to stop it for a second before it would slip away. "Fuck. I can't do it," he thought, and it was at that moment that an idea struck him. It was risky, but he felt like it was the only way that would work here. He remembered the time when he had first gotten his powers. He wasn't able to control it, and a ghost had been attacking him at that time. Recalling that incident, Finn stopped trying to control his powers. On the other hand, Mike was still trying to fight the ghosts and trying to keep away from Finn, knowing full well that all would die if the ghosts really got Finn's powers. It was then that something strange happened. A big surge of power erupted from Finn, throwing away the ghosts that were eating on him. Mike widened his eyes, seeing that as Finn's screams echoed in the distance. No way, he's not trying to control his powers. Instead, Finn was trying to let his powers loose, making them go out of control so much that the ghosts themselves won't be able to contain it. Feeling so much energy coming from Finn, Mike's legs started shaking and he stumbled to the ground. It's impossible, he won't survive, he muttered as his eyes kept glued to the indescribable scene in front of him. The ghosts tried to consume the power coming out from Finn, but one by one, the power started eating on them. It became too much for them, and they exploded, like firecrackers, their bodies turning into dust. Finn kept screaming, the power unable to contain itself inside him. At one point, his screams turned into cries of help, but there was no saving him. He's crippling himself, Mike thought as every ghost in the vicinity died. The portals that they had come from were nowhere to be seen, but a dark energy kept coming out of Finn as he struggled on the ground. His nose was bleeding, and there were scars that were forming on his body. His soul was depleting itself, and it was hard for Mike to say if he would even survive. It was only after a long time that Finn calmed down. The power flowing through him died down, and Finn became unconscious. It was then that a distinct voice came out. Cut. With that, the illusion of immersion broke, and the scene returned to the studio where everyone who had watched the scene was in awe. Wow, that was scary. I got chills on my body. See, the hair on my arms is standing. How can he act like that? Won't he get an Emmy for his performance? Maybe. I mean, he clearly overshadowed Jeremy, who's a veteran. My eyes were going to him, and it really looked like he was possessed, and some strange powers were leaking out from his body. One of the actors in the motion capture suit even got scared when he was the one playing the ghosts. Can't blame him. The crew members, actors, and every staff member talked like that as they all fixed their gaze at Aiden, who was on the ground. Phineas was the person who was the most happy. He was watching the scene on his screen with a few assistant directors and the cinematographer. All of them had to say that it was much better than what he had in mind. On the screen, Aiden's performance was only after the green screen with the ghosts being guys in motion capture suits, but his expressions and flailing of his arms were on point. Visualization was the key for most things as an actor, and Aiden had nailed it. There was no need for a retake. It was at that moment that someone noticed that Aiden wasn't moving even after the scene was over. It was the female staff member that had been told to call Aiden before. Mike was talking with his assistants in a corner, but Aiden was still on the ground, not moving. She nudged Tom, who was standing next to her, too busy in keeping notes on the whispers about Aiden. I think something is wrong. What? Aiden isn't moving. Tom finally looked at Aiden and realized that it was true. He quickly walked towards him and crouched down. He's unconscious for real. Tom tried to feel his breathing, and it was okay. Slowly, other people also realized that something was wrong and quickly came close towards Aiden. What's going on? Someone call an ambulance. Aiden is really unconscious. What happened? Suddenly, don't know. He's not waking up. As people crowded around, it quickly became a mess. Jeremy and Phineas looked in worry, wondering what had happened suddenly. Why had Aiden become unconscious? The scene had been successful, so he had gotten unconscious after that, but how? Was he sick, or was it something else? The truth was just that Aiden had engrossed himself too much in his performance, and without the safety protocol, he was invulnerable, so he had felt all those ghosts on his body. He had also felt his energy getting sucked out of his body, and all the pain he had felt was real, at least borderlining realism. So, after the scene was over, he had no energy left in his body. The only saving grace was that he had a high affinity with the character of Finn Wheeler and had gotten used to ghosts and feeling supernatural powers in his immersion state. But it was inevitable that he won't struggle after it. Until now, Aiden had played a lot of characters, but this was going to be the first time that playing a character was going to affect him in the long term. Sadly, that was something that all method actors had to go through. Chapter 252. Broadcast 1. As Aiden was carried to the hospital, the episode of The $1 Million Game was going to be broadcasted. The episode had been edited carefully by the program team, and they had done their best to not have any leaks. If people got to know that a celebrity won $1 million in the game, it was going to be picked up by major news agencies and would spread. Because of that, the program team had given special instructions to everyone who was present there during the shoot, especially the celebrities. There were cases of them blabbering their mouths. Before the broadcast, only the regular fans of the show were waiting for it. They have had it since earlier seasons, and it has now become a part of their lives. On a forum, they were talking about it while waiting for the episode to air. Black Mermaid. Today is that celebrity special, right? I really wonder if any celebrities even need money. Most of the time, they earn a lot more than the average guy out there. Twerking CGI. I guess the money would go to various charities. They are promoting it, saying it's for a good cause. I try to get the ratings to go up, but the show is already running for years and the ratings are still above average. A lot of people just move on after a few seasons. Not like it's a TV series. Shiva. Well, we are here talking about the show, so we have not moved on. Daddy Kratos. Who wants to bet that most celebrities would barely reach the $50,000 mark? I read the cast, and most of the people coming are pretty young. If there were old, experienced celebrities, I would expect more. Cancel culture. I think a few would earn more than that. They have lifelines, and their teams would probably make them study hard if they appear on it. Agencies care a lot about how their artists are perceived until the artist itself is someone who doesn't care and wants to make a fool of himself. Assassin Aiden. Let's just see how it is. The episode is starting in 5 minutes. The fans talked like that, having no clue of what was going to hit them. As the broadcast started with the famous theme of the $1 Million Game, a lot of people tuned in, wanting to see how the episode was going to be. A lot of them were just fans of Nicholas Roberson and his hosting. It was one of the vital parts of the show for a reason. As the show began, families got together to watch the show. The game show was something that was originally made for families to watch together after a day's work, and it had still sustained itself in that regard. Currently, a middle-aged couple was watching the show on their sofa. The husband was a policeman, and his wife worked as an editor in a small magazine. Both of them had busy lives, and it was after a long time that they were able to sit together to watch the game show. Not one of them looked like someone who could win $1 million. They don't have that greed in their eyes. The husband said, squinting his eyes to watch the contestants' faces closely. I think they need knowledge more than greed. If they are greedy, they would find one way or another to get the prize. Desperation helps. Just watch the show. Both of them stared at the TV as Nicholas Roberson brought Liz, the first contestant on the show, and she started off pretty well. There was confidence in her eyes, and it was clearly visible to the audience. Suddenly, the husband's eyes lingered on the short dress that Liz was wearing. That girl is hot. What? I mean smart. You know, beauty with brains. His wife didn't say anything and just clicked her tongue. Rather than arguing with her husband on a small thing, she decided to enjoy the program. A little entertainment was something she deserved after a long day at the office. She lost. Soon, Liz, who was doing well, lost, and the husband shook his head, thinking that his earlier thoughts were right. The contestants didn't have any greed in their eyes. Let's wait and see. Others might do better. Every episode has one guy who wins more than $50,000. His wife said. As Liz lost out, Rake came on board. A few people watching the show wondered whether he was going to do something good. Only his fans were excited about him. On Sparrow, people were posting their thoughts while watching the broadcast. I'm Ratman. That guy looks too snarky for my tastes. I didn't listen to his music ever. Is he smart in the interviews? Rake's wife? He's super smart. Don't you know he's from Stanford University? That's like one of the best universities in the world. He's surely going to earn a lot. Internet roaster at Rake's wife, if you don't know. Getting into these Ivy League universities is supposed to be the part they are famous for because of how hard it is. Not the sheer quality of education. Moreover, most of these universities are just hollow because it's way easier for rich people to get into them. Body. Aiden's wife. I'm pretty sure he's going to lose soon. There's no way he looks like someone who would earn a lot. Constantly horny. Well, he's not doing bad for now. On the broadcast, Rake was playing through the questions easily, even giving his insights after his answer would turn out correct. At one point, he even looked like someone who would go a long way. But after the second milestone, he soon lost his momentum and in the end, he gave out a wrong answer, taking him back to $50,000 only. Seeing that, a lot of messages appeared. Radioactive sperm. He lost. Every contestant that looks good loses out in the end. That's the law of this game. I have never seen a confident guy not losing because of ego. Want bully too. That was anticlimactic. I was placing my bets on this guy. Rake's wife, no. The game is dumb. How could he lose? They should have given him one more chance. It's unfair. Aiden's wife, don't you have eyes? He lost because he didn't know the answer. It's simple. Rake ain't as smart as people think. Education is not the criteria for smartness, or half of the Sparrow users would not be dumb. Anyway, Aiden's time is here. He will show everyone how it is done. As Aiden came on the stage, his fan group was very excited. A lot of members got out of their sleeping chambers and started talking. After disconnected, there was no news of Aiden, and a lot of them were pretty bored. They knew that Aiden was shooting for his Netflix series, but the shoot was taking too much time. So when they heard about him appearing in the $1 Million Game, all of them decided to watch it. Even those who weren't fans of the show. They knew that if Aiden was involved in something, it was going to come out great. His past record was proof and reason for them to believe in him. One of the members of the fan group was watching it with a few of his friends over beer. In a room, for burly men who clearly went to gym daily were watching the show while drinking beer and laughing. Joseph, you really believe that this guy would do well? He seems to be treading carefully. I don't think he's confident enough to win the show. One of his friends asked as they turned to look at Joseph, who glared at his friend. He was a blonde guy who worked as a trainer at the local gym. The bloke's tough and smart from what I know. He will do well. At that, another of his friends quipped in. It's weird that you are a fan of a celebrity. Your ex-girlfriend left you, and the only thing you have to hold is her obsession with a celebrity. I thought you were interested in him because you didn't have a choice. Yeah, at first, but now, I feel like this bloke has something special. I enjoyed whatever he has worked in. And don't talk about that bitch. She left me for another girl for fuck. Sake. Joseph frowned, and his fans patted him on the back. They focused on the show where Aiden had just crossed the first milestone. One of the friends suddenly got an idea at that moment. How about we make bets? $100 that the guy ain't going to earn more than $50,000. The others also liked the idea, and they nodded. $100 on $250K. 50 on $50,000. 200 on $50,000. In the end, all of them looked at Joseph, who thought for a bit before taking out a $500 note from his pocket. The beer helped him to make a weird bet. 500 on 1 million. I'm going all out. Everyone looked at him like he was a moron, but they didn't say anything. $1 million was something only a few contestants would even get an attempt. A celebrity obviously won't be able to reach it. At this point, they didn't know what kind of storm Aiden was going to bring. A storm that would entrap the whole internet. Chapter 253. On Sparrow, the discussions got heated as Aiden was taking time to answer the question worth $1,000. The trend with the name hashtag the $1 Million Game was getting a lot of tweets every minute. As the camera zoomed on his face, it was clear that he didn't know the answer to the question. Even Nicholas asked if he wanted to take a lifeline, but Aiden shook his head. Hard to come up with comments. He's surely not going to earn more than $1,000. He looks really nervous. Religious mermaid. He would just get a lifeline and answer it. Oh, he ain't taking a lifeline. Interesting. Aiden's wife. You all think that Aiden can't answer it. You are all fools. He's smarter than most people and surely knows the answer to this question. Rake's wife. He's dumb. Won't even reach $50,000. Aiden's wife. Why are you still here? Shouldn't you be on your way to buy up tissues after Rake lost because of his ego? Waifu wars. I think this is more interesting than the game. Like that, the broadcast continued, and soon, Aiden was able to answer the question without taking any lifelines. At this point, people didn't know that this was just the start of something unexplainable. In the house where Aiden's fan, Joseph, and his bodybuilder friends were watching the show, they were all surprised that Aiden was doing so well in the game suddenly. After hesitating on the question worth $1,000, he looked much more confident and answered all the questions in a split second. He's doing pretty great suddenly? I'm worried about the bet now. One of the friends who had bet that Aiden won't earn more than $50,000 said. You can't take it back now, Joseph muttered and added. As I said, he's a very smart guy. Just see it, he's going to go much higher. That guy became a star after getting rejected in a reality TV show. Do you think anybody could do it? Yeah, we understand that. Like this, you're going to tell us all about your man crush for the next 1 hour. Shut up. As both friends argued, another friend took a sip of the beer and pointed at the TV screen. Look, He passed the $50,000 question easily. Man, is he just guessing? He answered before I could even read out the question. I don't know. Maybe he studied it and is being lucky. Even then, one would take a breath to think clearly before answering. That guy answered in 5 seconds. It's so weird. Joseph clicked his tongue hearing that. Don't think too much into it. He's just smart, and that's showing. He hadn't even used any of his lifelines till now. You all are going to lose your money to me tonight. All the others laughed at him hearing that. Even if this Aiden guy does really well, there's no way he's going to even attempt the $1,000,000 question. You made a losing bet, my friend. 30 minutes after saying that, their eyes widened with shock. In a bar, a lot of people were talking and drinking among themselves. The atmosphere was just like what you would find in an average night bar, barring the occasional bar fights for dumb things like how superhero movies are bad now, and how remakes of classic animated movies are just cash grabs. Today in the bar, the bartender was keeping his eye on the episode of the $1,000,000 Game as he served drinks behind the bar table. Hey, old man, change the channel. I don't want to watch a dumb game show. One of the customers shouted, and the bartender glared at him. Leave if you don't like it. The bar won't miss a customer like you who says things without even paying daily bills. The customer shut up after that, but the interaction brought up a lot of tired, drunk eyes on the TV screen. Almost everyone had watched the show at one point in their life, so all of them were a bit surprised to see that the contestant was playing at $250,000. That didn't happen every time. Hey, I have seen that guy somewhere. Isn't that an actor? I watched Disconnected just last week. That's Aiden Silvereye. Fuck, he's on $250,000. Look at his lifelines. He hasn't used any of them. How could that be? Damn, will he reach $1,000,000? Realistically, he could use all of his lifelines from here and easily reach that. Talk about being smart. He answered it correctly. As people started discussing it in the bar due to Aiden just reaching the question worth $500,000, all of them became curious whether Aiden was going to win $1,000,000. The bartender smiled, seeing people's attention on his favorite game show. Passing up a cocktail, he kept his gaze at the TV screen. On Sparrow, people were suddenly going crazy over Aiden as out of nowhere, Aiden had reached 500K. It had happened in a blink of an eye as he was answering every question in a split second. A long stream of tweets appeared every minute, with more and more people from Aiden's fan group joining the trend. Oscars or local awards. Holy shit. I was out for 5 minutes for a bathroom break. How did he go from 50K to 500K so suddenly? Are my eyes finally giving me illusions? Holy sheep. He's answering like he has all the knowledge in the world? His confident smile is giving me anxiety now. How's he answering everything right? That meme guy. When Aiden answers, the choice immediately becomes the right one. He's the type of guy who gets tipped when he goes to dine at a restaurant. Hollywood Insider. He's sure a smart guy. I thought Hollywood stopped producing them a long time ago. Hashtag feeling dumb watching. Moaning Frodo. Aiden's the guy who makes a girl moan by a touch. He's the guy who thanked his parents and drove them home after being born. When he comes to class late, the teacher punishes him for coming early. A true savage guy, making a mockery of a show. Rake's wife. How could it be? How's he answering everything right? He's not even getting the chance to think before he's answering. Ain't it cheating? I call it cheating. Aiden's wife. Just suck it, bitch. You people always blame the game when someone you don't like is winning. See Rake's face on the back. He's petrified. Ha ha ha. Wimpy kid. That laugh is really like a Yandra. Are you also the owner of a knife collection? Damn. He gave the correct answer to the 500K question. He's surely going to beat the $1,000,000 question. Don't say that now. He might just not know it. He has lifelines. I doubt it would help at a $1,000,000 question. The old couple who were watching the game show discussed as the studio audience were clapping due to Aiden reaching the $1,000,000 question. Both of them had not expected anything, and the normal evening had suddenly turned into something exciting, a chance to witness a big moment. At that moment, they suddenly heard the sound of a car outside, and after a few seconds, the door to the house opened and a girl walked in. She was their daughter. Emma, you came home late. The wife asked, looking back at her teenage daughter. I was with my boyfriend, Mom. We were studying at his house. Everyone knew what that meant, but they ignored it as the daughter walked toward them. What are you two watching? The $1,000,000 Game. Aiden Silvereye is attempting the $1,000,000 question. I'm seeing it after years. It has been iconic till now. What? The daughter shouted and quickly sat down on the sofa in between both of them as Nicholas finally asked the million-dollar question. I'm a huge fan of his. I didn't know he was going to appear on the show. For fuck's sake, is he really going to win? How is it even possible? He's making it look like a toddler's play. Is it really that easy? Should I register for it too? Just watch. We are seeing history. The bodybuilder friends talked in excited tones as they looked at the screen where Aiden was reading out the final question. Until now, whatever they watched had been something that they had never felt before. Aiden had completely baffled everyone as he answered so quickly. He even had all the lifelines. Something similar to this had never happened in the history of the game before. Which insect shorted out an early supercomputer and inspired the term computer bug? Reading the question again, one of the guys asked, unable to take in suspense. Do any of you know the answer? Do you think we would be like this if we knew? No shit, Sherlock. There's no way I would know anything about it. I'm still using the computer I bought in 2009. As they discussed, Aiden already had his answer ready. The answer is moth. Hearing that, they all wondered whether Aiden had a train to catch. Why was he answering so quickly? Was he really that sure? Even Nicholas asked him to reconsider and think more, but Aiden was firm in his answer. What do you think? Is it correct? I don't know. As Joseph muttered, Nicholas announced with a loud voice. If you have locked down a roach, then you would have lost out on $1 million. Congratulations. Moth is the correct answer. You won. He won. He fucking won. He really, really won. Wait. I won the bet too. Haha, I'm rich. Thank you, Aiden. Chapter 254. Those headlines quickly came as soon as the broadcast ended. Everyone in Hollywood who had kept a track of the episode had been shocked. Those who didn't know about it were notified by other people. It also blew up on social media as people started writing tweets saying how they were astonished. With that, it was inevitable that negative comments were going to come up too. It was a habit of social media to judge everything, and soon, a lot of people started asking if it was cheating or the program team had deliberately done it to get more viewers. To tackle this, the producer of the game show had already prepared in advance. As soon as people started accusing of cheating, a lot of statements of celebrities who also attended the shooting of the game show came up. Liz, the first celebrity to play the game on the broadcast, commented through her social media account. It was a crazy shoot that day. I was sad about not making it far on the show when Aiden had started answering every question like he knows everything in the world. A lot of people were looking at him with open mouths. Alongside that, she also posted pics of the shoot when Aiden was playing. In one of them, Liz and other celebrities with her looked shocked to the core. The social media team of the $1 Million Game also came up quickly and released a behind-the-scenes clip of the shoot with comments from producers, Nicholas Roberson, and the other contestants alongside the audience. This quickly shut up the people who were talking about cheating. In the first place, Nicholas was too respected in the industry. So many people just trusted him to not do something like this. Moreover, it didn't make sense because the other celebrities would have surely protested if it was really scripted. Aiden's fan group was having a field day as something so big and unexpected had suddenly become viral. Most of them didn't even know there was a reality TV show that Aiden was appearing in, and most of them didn't hold interest in it. After all, being a fan didn't mean that people were going to follow and like everything about Aiden. With such diverse types of skills, he had a lot of different types of fans. His fan base wasn't so hardcore like K-pop stans to follow everything about him, from airport looks to where he was going. Skyneves, I can't believe I missed that. Why? Just why? I'm going to go catch up on the videos I could find online. Have smex. That was really epic. I really wonder if Aiden is so smart for real, or he was just lucky. He looks good, but I didn't know he had such a good knowledge about different topics. Dancing vampire. Man, I caught up with it at the last minute, and he took like 10 seconds to answer. If I was in his place, I would have quit even if I knew the answer. The fear of losing so much money already is too much if I think about it, but that guy looked like he was on a picnic. Young Fruit Smiley at Dancing Vampire, maybe that's why you are not there, and he is. Easy pop songs. I watched an episode of the $1 Million Game after so long, and it was really epic, seeing someone win $1 million. The charity should be bowing to Aiden. Alpha Sleeper. I never thought that a day would arrive where I would see a celebrity winning the top prize in a game show like the $1 Million Game. Truly unexpected. The IT Dog. I'm pretty sure Aiden's popularity is gonna surge after this. It's rare for celebrities to do this type of accomplishment, and just the shock value is too much. Charity organizations are also going to approach him to be their brand ambassador, especially because of his proper clean image, and now a charity would get $1 million because of him. As everyone on the internet was talking about it, media companies were being very busy too. Employees going home were suddenly hit with overtime and were told to write articles on Aiden and the $1 Million Game. Anything that reaches the top of Sparrow was worth publishing about, especially something to do with a celebrity. I hate this job, one of the low-level employees said as he typed away an article on Aiden to submit to the editor for tomorrow's newspaper. He worked in a publication that talked about every single big topic happening in America, and it was just his luck that he was stuck in the entertainment department. As he typed, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at it, he picked it up with left hand while continuing typing with his other hand. "Hello, are you writing about Aiden Silvereye? I watched the broadcast. The news is getting heavy traction online." Hearing those unexpected words, he shook his head in frustration. "Yeah, I'm writing. My editor is being a pain in the ass, making everyone write articles, and he's going to just choose one of them to publish. Half of the employees are just writing it half-heartedly. Must be fun," the voice said before becoming a whisper. "Anyway, I have some good information about you. It's about Aiden. Are you interested?" The man stopped typing and squinted his eyes. "What information? Don't tell me it's true that he cheated? I don't know about that. Why will I even know?" The man realized that it was true. His friend worked in a hospital as a male nurse. He would have known about it if he was working for Panther TV Network. "Then what information do you have?" the man asked, and his friend was quick to ask, "How much will I get?" "Hey, I thought we were friends. I'm short on money. Will you pay my rent as a friend?" The man licked his lips before sighing. Thinking about it, if the information was worth it, then he might get some benefits in the office and might even be able to shift to his desired department. "Okay, let's hear it." An hour after that, an article was published on the website of the publication. An article that quickly became the news as everyone was talking about Aiden that night. Even though the article stated that Aiden was fine, he didn't stop people from asking about what had happened exactly. Why was he suddenly in the hospital? Did he get hurt during the shoot? Or did he get stabbed again? These questions came up in the minds of people who saw this article. Soon, copy-paste articles also came up, and other established media companies started calling Netflix, Phineas, and any other actors that were on the set to get confirmation about the news. Soon, it was also confirmed, and it just gave the entry to more articles. Netflix, who was privy to this news, quickly released a press release stating that Aiden was fine and there were no injuries or freak accidents. According to the people on the set, he had just gotten too involved in the scene and lost consciousness. For hours later, he had woken up and was mostly fine. In a room that looked like the office of someone in a high position in a company, a red-haired woman whose hair was binded in a ponytail was reporting to the woman sitting in the chair. There was an authoritative air about her, and the red-haired woman felt an unknown pressure on her body. The woman before her was none other than Ava Adler. From what we gathered, Aiden Silvereye's body is fine, but it's more of an issue of him entering too much in his character that he lost control of himself during the shoot. At least the director had that opinion, which was supported by other actors. What was the doctor's report? He's all fine physically, but therapy sessions are recommended. Ava didn't say anything about that. Things like these were common with method actors. Cases of them taking therapy to get out of their characters was true, and sometimes they might not even be able to come out. It was a serious issue. Arrange the best therapist for him and the best care we could afford. We can't let any of the actors working on the project produced by me suffer. Understood. Also, send the marketing head that's responsible for Sherlock of the Shadows to my office. The red-haired woman didn't ask what it was about and just nodded her head before trying to leave, but as she was turning, Ava suddenly remembered something. Also, make sure my schedule is off sometime in the next few days. I would go visit him. Chapter 255. He had messed up. That was Aiden's thoughts after he woke up from his sleep. Although he knew that there was bound to be repercussions of his actions, the thought that he might just become unconscious during the climax of the scene never crossed his mind. So, when he had woken up in the hospital, a lot of worried faces were in front of him. The cast and important members of the crew had stayed at the hospital, and aside from them, there was also Wade and Tom who were with him during the whole shooting. All of them were glad after seeing that he was fine. According to the doctors, his body was also fine and he had just exhausted himself. Jeremy and Wade had asked him what exactly had happened, and they could only answer that he got too much into the character and had started imagining things so vividly that in the end, they had affected him. The veteran actor didn't seem to be surprised and had just told him to take psychological help as soon as possible. He stated that it wasn't uncommon and won't be a big problem. All of them talked a bit more before leaving due to something coming up. Apparently, some reporter had heard about Aiden being admitted to the hospital and had written articles about it. They needed to go handle it and notify everyone that he was safe. Only Wade and Tom left who wanted to talk more, but Aiden asked them to leave him alone and they didn't object, thinking that he needed rest. But the truth was that he needed to go over the system notifications that he had gotten. You have advanced to Intermediate Grade 6 from Intermediate Grade 5. You have advanced in such a short time. Congratulations on maintaining such remarkable speed. You are in the second half of the intermediate grade. Leveling would be harder and harder from here. Those were the normal system messages that he was expecting. Though, leveling up again was a surprise to him. It seemed like the system was surely appreciating him risking his life for a scene. After those system messages, there were the ones that made Aiden freeze. You have ignored the warnings of the system. You have experienced an immersion that is dangerous. Your body and mind have been affected due to your high affinity with the character Finn Wheeler. Some damage had been neglected, but there would be future consequences. You have reached a high affinity with your character. You are not at the skill level to control it. The personality of the character might start affecting your real personality. The user is advised to not switch off the security protocol from next time. Reading the system notifications, Aiden really wondered about the consequences that the system was talking about. The line, "The personality of the character might start affecting your real personality," was something that Aiden was very wary about. He wondered how it would happen. Was he actually going to see ghosts like Finn? A few days later, it all revealed itself. It was very quick for Aiden to get out of the hospital. Although he had lost consciousness in the last scene, it had come out pretty well, so the shooting for Sherlock of the Shadows was finally over. Only some dubbing in a few scenes and shoots for posters of the show and characters were left, but all of them were going to happen in LA. So, for the time being, Aiden came back to New York City. He had nothing to do now as he had no further work-related activities, so he was very free, and even Wade told him to rest, but it was then that strange things started happening to him. Aiden noticed that he had started being paranoid, and his nightmares were just getting worse. In the middle of the shooting, he had gotten control of them, but it got worse. At the same time, he had suddenly gotten strange habits out of nowhere. One of them was that no matter what, he would wake up at 5 and would feel like going outside to run, and then would do shadow boxing after coming home for half an hour. This was not something that he has as a habit. It was actually a habit of Finn Wheeler. Out of nowhere, Aiden had gotten that habit like it was always there. His affinity was at striking 87% after the last scene, so he wasn't a lot surprised. Day by day, his thoughts also started becoming like Finn, and his talking style also became more like a teenager. Once when he was at the Rabbit Hole bar with Wade, he had even started hitting on a waitress, something that Finn was more likely to do. Aiden had been left gawking at her number with confused eyes in the end. His changing personality coupled with his nightmares and paranoia made him a mess for a while, and he quickly arranged sessions with the psychologist that Jeremy had recommended to him. "How's your health improving? Are my pills working?" Aiden came back from his thoughts as the therapist in front of him asked. She was a brunette woman in her early 30s, wearing a white coat and glasses. Her name was Dr. Penny Johnson, a psychologist that had worked with a lot of actors before and the person that Jeremy had recommended. Both of them were currently sitting on the sofa in her office. Aiden had to say that it was a very cozy office, built in a way that the patients could relax. "They are helping me to sleep. Just that. My habits are not going away and the nightmares still keep coming. Just my paranoia had lessened." As he spoke, the doctor wrote it down on a notepad before putting a hand on her chin. "Do you wake up in between sleep when you have your nightmares?" "Yeah, I do. My back is mostly drenched with sweat too, even though the AC is always on." "Strange. Can you explain to me the nightmares you get?" When Dr. Penny asked that, Aiden struggled to speak. "I don't know how to. They are very unexplainable. I can't put them in words. It's like they are on the back of my mind, but it would slip away whenever I try to explain it. I can't get the right words." He was having a lot of problems due to it. Not like it was making his life a living hell, He hadn't gotten a good sleep in days. The worst part was that the nightmares were pretty abstract. He won't even remember half of that, but a creepy feeling would always be present in his mind. That is becoming a problem in your treatment, Dr. Penny said, frowning. Aiden was a pretty trick client for her as he was dealing with inner demons, and it was interfering in his real life. These types of cases were very rare for her. Normally, she would just have sessions with other celebrities on the topics such as past traumas, failed relationships, and drug abuse. Suddenly, Dr. Penny got an idea and opened her mouth. How about you try to write it down? Write what? Your dreams, nightmares, whatever you see when you sleep. You can't explain it in words, but maybe try to write it down like a diary or even a story. It might help you release whatever is brewing inside of you. Anyway, you are a writer. For the record, Dr. Penny had read Aiden's books to get a better idea of his personality. I think that might work, Aiden said after thinking about it. He honestly didn't mind doing anything his psychologist told him until it helps him out. Only he knew that he was only sane because he had good mental fortitude. Okay, do that. And you are not working right. Dr. Penny squinted her eyes at him. No, I'm not, Aiden said. I don't have any more projects to do, and I'm not taking any singing gigs. I'm still going out and just having a few small meetings with my agent, and I need to attend another one in a few days, but aside from that, I'm just reading books and trying to tell myself that there's no ghosts around me. Penny chuckled at that and wrote it down too before opening her mouth again. Good enough. Just continue it. You are a workaholic from what you told me, so stay away from work and enjoy your life and heal. You don't want to ruin your image by having some sort of panic attack on stage. Noted. It was then that the timer on the table buzzed. The session was over. It was a good session, Aiden said as he stood up. He was early on in his treatment, and although the effect was minimal, he trusted in Dr. Penny's ability. I need to do my best when I'm charging so much. She laughed, and Aiden said goodbye and walked out of her office. It was situated in a residential area in New York as it was built in her home. As he got out of his house and made for his car, he suddenly got a vibration in his pocket. Taking out his phone, he saw a surprising name there. Ava, are you free? I'm in New York. Wanted to meet you. What you want? He thought, typing out a reply. Chapter 256. After getting the text from Ava, Aiden quickly made his way towards the location she sent. He didn't have anything else to do other than going home and playing video games. Anyway, Ava was kind of like his boss because she was handling the project from Titan Studios. Rejecting her wasn't a good thing if he wanted to maintain good relations with her. Having a connection in Titan Studio was a great thing going forward, especially because of how much influence they held. She called me here. I don't see her, Aiden muttered after parking his car in a parking lot that he found. Ava had called him to a street that was famous for its cafes and restaurants. After getting out of the parking lot, Aiden wore a mask and looked around but didn't find Ava anywhere. Pedestrians crowded the street, and some of them were eating at outdoor restaurants. He didn't find Ava anywhere, and as he was about to call her, someone tapped his shoulder. It's been a while. As he turned around, he saw Ava standing there. She was wearing a floral dress, and there was a smile on her face. You look pretty. What? Aiden made an awkward smile. Those words had come out of his mind out of nowhere, partly because it has already become a habit of him to hit on every girl thanks. To Finn, Ava was also surprised, not expecting a compliment from him. It felt a bit unnatural to her. Sorry, Finn is used to giving out compliments, Aiden remarked, and Ava finally understood what was going on. I don't mind. Smiling, she started walking, and Aiden tried to get it together before asking. You don't have any of those meetings with people who control Hollywood? Aiden asked, looking at her attire. It was very casual. No, I had a meeting early in the morning with a foreign client. After that, I was free, so I called you up. Aiden had a lot of questions hearing that, but he didn't voice them out and just followed Ava on the street. A lot of eyes moved towards her, especially the male gaze, but it looked like she was used to ignoring them. Many of them were also directed at Aiden, but they weren't quite nice. Fortunately, there was no paparazzi around. I heard about your therapy. How's it going? Any progress? Ava asked, breaking the silence. Not a lot, but I'm trying. Pills aren't helping as much as my psychologist hoped. The saving grace is that most of the actors get out of these things with regular therapy. You are going to get better. How can you say that? Aiden raised an eyebrow and looked down at her. Do you want to hear that you won't ever be fine? Ava asked, giving him a snarky smile, and he was speechless for a second. Yeah, a dumb question. Aiden thought in his mind as Ava suddenly pointed at a small archway. He had always felt weird whenever he and Ava had talked. Come with me. Aiden followed her, and after walking for a bit, they came across an old-looking, vintage cafe that has a serene air about it. They entered it, and Aiden noticed that it was mostly empty, barring a few people. At least it was quiet. This is a place where I come often. The coffee is great, and it's good because not a lot of people come here daily. I have come here with celebrities before, and they were happy that no one bothered them with autographs. Ava explained as they sat down. Aiden looked around for a bit as they gave their orders before turning to face Ava. So, why did you call me? Shouldn't you know that? After all, the rumors say that you know everything. Don't joke. Aiden's face fell. One of the effects of winning $1 million on the $1 Million Game was that people have started treating him as some sort of genius with an IQ on the level of Einstein. It was mostly in a joking manner, but some people were serious too. He had even read comments asking him to take an IQ test. Ava laughed, seeing his reaction before becoming serious. There wasn't really a reason. Like I said, I was free today and wanted to meet you. Didn't you hear what I said last time we talked? That you want to back me? Yeah, but not like a relationship where one is more influential than the other. Those types of relationships hardly work. Ava explained. According to her, a relationship where she's just using Aiden as a pawn wasn't a good way forward. Her eyes shined as she looked at him. He's special, she thought in her mind. Her instincts were something that she relied on a lot. They weren't right all the time, but this time, she was pretty sure of it. Logic was also saying that as Aiden had kept surpassing everyone's expectations till now, she felt like if she really went with this approach, then there would be a time when Aiden won't even need her. So, what type of relationship are you looking for? Aiden asked, taking a sip from his cup. One of friendship. Just friends who could back each other up. You do know I'm just starting out in my career. How am I going to back you up? Aiden leaned back, curious to know how Ava was going to answer that question. She adjusted a strand of hair from her ear before opening her mouth. It's a long-term friendship, she said. I'm sure you will become big in the future, and people do say that it's better to keep friends that you feel would be successful. I have a question, Aiden asked after a while. Why does a director of one of the big 6 studios offer such friendship to me? I thought that they were too high and mighty to make friends out of someone who is not walking the conventional Hollywood path. That's something I can't answer. I like honesty. Aiden looked up at her, and after a few seconds, she sighed. In the first place, she knew that she can't hide her intentions and reasons behind them forever. It was better to be honest from the start. Titan Studios has pretty complex management, and it's hard to explain everything, but in simple words, the board of directors don't really like me. Why? They think I'm not good enough to be a director. It's not been a long time since I took the post, and it's been a genuinely hard time. Only the chairman is supporting me, but even he can't do much as there are a lot of objections against me. Primarily because of my age and less accomplishments as a director. Ava frowned as she explained. Aiden recalled seeing the photo of the chairman of Titan Studios. He was one of the most influential people in Hollywood and was known as highly ambitious, as it was only because of him that Titan Studios became one of the big 6. His name was Barry Williams. So, you want my help to strengthen your position as the director? It's more complex than that. I would need to have successful projects under me, movies and series. A big studio earns from multiple things, but the face is still movies. The project with Netflix made me meet you, and I'm genuinely impressed till now. She smiled, and Aiden understood what was going on, and looking at Ava, he didn't feel like she was lying. It might turn out to be a big connection, even bigger than Omar. Titan Studios had most things in Hollywood under them, and a lot of actors would get influence in a studio by continuing working with them for years. For example, Zero International, one of the big 6, was a mid-sized studio in the 90s, but then they collaborated with an actor for a sci-fi movie about robots, and it turned out to be a franchise later on. It was still Hollywood's top 5 highest-grossing franchises, and that actor and the studio had since worked on various projects together, helping in each other's growth. So, you are asking me to be a part of the projects you undertake? As an actor? You are more than an actor. Ava gives him a grin. You have a lot of talents, and I feel like I could use them in various places. Moreover, it's just good to have a person to rely on. That's what friends are for, right? Saying that, she pushed her hand towards him, and hesitating for a second, He shook it. It looks like a pretty sweet deal. Aiden thought inwardly. He had been thinking about her since they met at the Oscar after party. She had just seemed like someone he would see a lot back then. But then, goodwill had formed because she had helped him to make Disconnected reach its deserved audience. Thinking of everything, Aiden felt like it was a good way forward for him. With Ava as a connection, he would be able to have some access to the projects that are roaming the office of Titan Studios. You are not taking any projects for now, right? Ava asked, finishing up her coffee. Yeah, I'm going to take it easy for a while, and then see if I am interested in a script. These days, it's hard to get my hands on a good enough script. I feel like I might have a few great scripts under me that are only going to pre-production next year. Maybe you might like them. Chapter 257. Aiden talked to Ava for a while longer. They just discussed about themselves and their careers before parting ways. After reaching home, Aiden didn't know what to do. His days were going by just reading and trying to get his mental health fixed. From time to time, he would always go to meet Uncle Sam and have lunch with him. He hadn't been able to meet him a lot due to his work in the recent months. So, it was a nice change of pace. Uncle Sam was just worried about him, being someone to take mental health very seriously. At the same time, he even offered Aiden to go on a road trip with him, talking about how he always wanted to teach his son the way of life, but he never got one, and then his cousin had a big rebellious phase which ended any of his plans. Aiden did entertain that idea, but he wanted to get a bit better first. At his current state, he didn't even feel like going out a lot. You can't explain it in words, but maybe try to write it down like a diary, or even a story. Dr. Penny's words resounded in his mind. Thinking of that, he sat down in front of his laptop. Marshall had also asked him if he had gotten another idea for his novel, so maybe he could just use his nightmares to forge a novel. He tried to remember the last nightmare he had seen, and the feeling quickly set in. A kind of a creepy, disturbing feeling that made him very uncomfortable. Still, he tried to type, trying to let out this feeling in the form of words. An hour quickly went by as the sound of typing filled the room. I can't put it in words for some reason, Aiden muttered, looking up at the screen. Only one page had been done in the entire hour. He had kept typing and deleting things because he had felt like it wasn't the exact feeling. His words felt lacking and the story wasn't right. In the last hour, he had gone from a fantasy genre to horror to a full-on diabolical zombie apocalypse. He had also wondered about the prospect of writing a story of a person dealing with trauma and becoming insomniac due to being troubled with nightmares. But in the end, he had discarded it. He didn't want to get his mind into something dark, something that takes a deep dive into the minds of a troubled person, when he was feeling paranoid at random moments in a day. It's pretty hard to visualize all the things that are in my mind on paper. Why can't I do it? He wondered, and even after the day was over, his troubles didn't. The next day, Aiden was picked up by Wade because they have a schedule. It wasn't a gig or anything like that, but just a simple meeting in Viking's publishing office. The meeting about the film rights of. They weren't going to sign the contract today, but it was just a meeting for Aiden to know the thoughts of Gravity Media about the film adaptation and talk about the story. It's going to be a pretty boring meeting. I'm pretty sure Gravity Media are just going to ask you if you are interested in appearing in the film adaptation. It would give some gravitas to the project then. Otherwise, they're going to make it a proper festival movie and release it in a few years' time. Wade said, taking a turn and making sure that he was following the correct directions to the office of Vikings Publishing. Aren't they going to focus on some kind of sci-fi project? Yeah, they are trying to aim for the big commercial blockbuster title for one of their upcoming movies. Most of the budget is allocated there for now. It's a pretty important venture, so the company must be pretty tense. Why are they acquiring then? Future. Wade smiled. A plan B if they failed. They would go back to their small movie ventures then. A lot of studios acquire whatever good book is in the market years ago, throwing their money, hoping they get lucky. Aiden nodded, not really too interested in the meeting. It was mostly confirmed that it won't become a live-action adaptation in the next few years, so his excitement was low. His mind was still more on projecting out his thoughts in some way or form, as until now. Writing wasn't working. He had also tried writing lyrics, but it met with the same fate. Are you okay? Wade suddenly asked, and Aiden looked at him in confusion. I'm fine. What? Nothing. I'm just worried about you a lot, he said with an annoyed expression. I have worked with other celebrities, looked at them closely. All of them ruin themselves after getting these mental health issues. It's a very serious thing, and some of them even take their His words stopped in track as he licked his lips. Aiden kept looking at him as he talked. Sometimes, I feel like somewhere it's my fault. Maybe I work too much for you. You have been working nonstop since the year began. Sometimes you even slept in the van. I know all this piles up. I just feel bad. I never knew you have an emotional side, Wade. Are you going to say I love you next? Aiden laughed. It was just a very different experience to see Wade like that. He was someone who Aiden had seen casually threatening guys, but now, he was talking his heart out, blaming himself for Aiden's health. You. Wade glared at him, seeing him laugh uncontrollably. A frown casted upon his face as he didn't know what to say. I'm sorry. I know I should not laugh, but it's just different seeing you like this. It was only after a while that Aiden stopped laughing. I appreciate your concerns, but trust me, this is not your fault in any way or form. I work myself hard, and I don't have problems due to working hard. Wade let out a deep sigh. Still, now that you have gotten a break, try to just rest and heal properly. I will. Completely failed. The critics roasted it apart, and I heard that the author is depressed now. I wonder if he will be able to get it back together. Is that so? He looked like such a cheerful guy when he first came here. I was even going to ask him for drinks. Failure is really a hard thing to take. Yeah, it is. You could still ask him out, you know. It's easier to get him to fall in love with you if he's down in the dumps. Not now. I was going to see if his book worked. A man ignored the gossip that was going on between two female employees as he waited for the elevator to reach its destination. He seemed to be in some urgency as he was repeatedly tapping his feet and checking the watch on his wrist. Finally, he thought as the elevator reached the floor. He quickly got out of it and approached the reception. He was wearing a black bag on his back. I have an appointment with Mr. Haynes of the graphic novel department. Wait a minute. The female receptionist stopped scrolling Skygram on her phone and started typing something on her computer. The man's gaze wandered off as he waited. Vikings Publishing was one of the most popular publishers in America, but the office looked pretty silent, and there were only a few people going here and there. It was probably due to the time. After all, it was still early morning, and Vikings Publishing didn't have a major release this month. As he waited for a response, he heard a conversation of two people that were coming out of another elevator. We need to head straight to Marshall's office. I have already notified his assistant, so there won't be any problems. Okay. Listening to that conversation, the man's eyes landed on one of the guy's faces, and he felt like he was someone familiar. Wait, isn't he an actor? I saw his movie last summer. The man thought, but before he could think of anything more, the receptionist opened her mouth. I'm sorry, but Mr. Haynes is running late. He's not in his office till now, and you would have to wait. Till when could he come? I can't say. The man sighed as the receptionist gestured him to one of the sofas in front of the receptionist's desk. He sat down in silence and wondered when Mr. Haynes would come to his office. He wanted to go through the meeting as fast as possible. Otherwise, his anxiety was going to just keep increasing. I need to make a successful pitch no matter what. The man's name was Bruce Morse, and he was a comic book writer that was struggling to publicize his comic for a long time. He had gone to big comic book publishing firms that have made big superhero franchises, but his ideas weren't taken well. Most of the criticism wasn't about his art, but the story that often lacks interesting hooks, making it feel boring. Knowing that Vikings Publishing also has a graphic novel department, Bruce had tried his chance here with a story that he has been making for a long time. It was practically his last try as he had decided to give up on a career as a comic book artist if he fails. Chapter 258. It's a great pleasure to meet you. I'm a big fan of your work, and my daughter can't help but gush about you every time we talk, telling him to get your autograph. Even the playlist in my car is full of your songs. A bald man that looked chubby said. He was the CEO of Gravity Media. He had fair skin and seemed very happy to meet Aiden. Besides him, a black man was also standing, both of them being from Gravity Media. Marshall was standing on the side, wearing a suit, and Wade was sitting adjacent to Aiden. After the pleasantries, the meeting started, and it went as what Aiden had expected. Pretty simple and boring. He thought in his mind. The meeting began with the CEO talking about how much he had loved and what attracted him to it. By his way of talking, Aiden at least knew that he had read the novel. That was always a good sign. After that, the black man listed out the novels from Vikings Publishing that eventually became a big hit after Gravity Media acquired it, implying that would follow the same path. And like Aiden and Wade had thought, a question soon came his way. What are your thoughts on playing the main character in I'm sorry, but I really don't think I would be able to play it. Aiden quickly said. In the first place, the main character is in his 30s, divorced. I would look too young for it, and I'm not taking any roles for now. I think a more experienced and polished actor would suit the project way more. I could even recommend someone to you. Recommendations are fine, but we were really hoping you could be a part of this project. The bald man kept his eyes on Aiden, and Wade intervened. Actually, we are taking a break from acting for this year, and then there are other contracts that Aiden has to fulfill, so he will be busy for a long time, and no dates are possible. Wade lied. Aiden was free, but it was better to say that instead of talking about mental health issues. Anyway, Aiden had no interest in playing a character in. At best, he wanted to play a small supporting character, mainly because the main character was made keeping Harley in mind, and he didn't imagine himself in that role. Okay, I understand that. Can't break off existing contracts. Though, I didn't imagine you to be so busy. He's so busy, I'm not even able to get a second book out of him. Marshall chipped it and tried to change the topic. The talk moved on to the numbers, such as the royalty and the studio's plans for the movie. It was pretty evident by the talk that wasn't in their immediate plans. I'm pretty bored. Aiden felt like getting out of there as the meeting progressed. You are Bruce Morse? 28 years old, and you are originally a Brit. Yes, my family is from Durham. By the way, I'm a huge fan of comics. I heard that you pushed that idea after hearing its pitch. Yeah, I did. It worked unexpectedly well. So, you want to be the next? In another one of the meeting rooms in Vikings Publishing, Bruce was meeting up with Jim Haynes, an editor from the graphic novel department. He was a bit tense as his arm was stiff, and he was tightly holding the initial draft of the comic and other papers in which he had written out ideas on how he wanted to move the direction of the comic. I certainly hope to be, he said, trying to sound as confident as he could. One thing he had learned after several rejections. I like your confidence. Let's see your comic, Jim Haynes said, picking up the comic book in his hand. For the next 10 minutes, his hands turned up the pages of the comic book one by one. Bruce kept a close eye on his expressions, but Jim's face was blank. That was making him more nervous, though he tried to keep his cool. Finally, after a while, Jim opened his mouth. Your art is pretty great. Hearing the compliment, Bruce smiled. Thank you. I have been practicing a lot. But the story feels lacking. Bruce's face froze. Like it's not something new or different. A man got the power to go into nightmares of other people. He's a dream walker or something. All of it sounds great, but the execution is severely lacking. Tell me, one thing, what do you think is the one quality you feel that people would like your main character for? Bruce gulped down his saliva and thought about it for a few seconds before replying. He's a common guy who suddenly got these powers and took revenge on his bullies by jumping into their nightmares. His power and his character make him interesting. Maybe to you, but I don't think the average reader would be interested in that. His powers are cool and interesting, but it's just that. The storyline has been used a lot, so much so that I feel like most of the heroes are those who have been bullied. Jim replied back, clearly not convinced enough about it. I have other ideas too. Several paths his character could take. I have all the plans in my mind. Yeah, but the basic premise is something very generic. I feel like a better story would be a guy going after a mafia organization because they killed his dog. For the next 20 minutes, Bruce tried his best to get his ideas past Jim's mind, doing everything to make him even a little impressed. It was his last chance, after all. He at least hoped that Jim would publish only the first chapter of it to see how the audience takes it. But even that suggestion was rejected. He seemed very astute in his opinion that the comic wasn't great. I'm sorry. I know you worked hard on it. I could clearly see your effort in these pages, but it's just not to the standard we are looking for. You seem like a talented young man, so I will give you a suggestion. Jim kept his eyes on Bruce, who had his face lowered, not wanting to show his expression. Try to not give up and just study and analyze what made great novels, and also study the current market carefully. The graphic novel and comic book industry has changed too much, especially with any good story having the chance to become a live-action, big-budget movie. Thank you. Bruce simply said that and walked out of the room. Jim kept an eye on his dejected shoulders. It looked like everything in the world was crushing him. Sighing, Jim looked at the ceiling like he was looking at God in the sky. Another artist who would give up. The industry is really brutal. I hope Jesus would have mercy on that young man. I lost my only opportunity. I'm a big failure in life that would always live in his parents' home. Jim thought, and felt all his body feeling dizzy. He felt like crying, and his steps were shaky. Getting rejected had hit him like a bolt of thunder, even though he had run scenarios like this in his mind. Those didn't help when reality kicked in. Feeling like he won't even be able to walk to the elevator and drive his car, he sat down on the sofa in front of the receptionist and threw the comic on the table. A few pairs of eyes gathered on him as he continually frowned. He could already see that his life was finished, his parents were going to kick him out, and he would struggle to even get basic necessities. His future looked like a big, dark hole, and the craft that he threw himself into for years now seemed completely useless. He had failed in life. Those words seemed to engrave themselves in his soul and mind. It was at that moment that someone walked up to him. "Excuse me." A voice took the attention of Bruce, who was busy cursing and crying over the circumstances in his mind. "Ah, yeah? What?" Bruce looked up to find himself staring at a handsome face with a sharp jawline and bright eyes. He looked to be in great shape and was the type that girls would glance at a party. Not particularly because of his face, but because of the atmosphere that seemed too striking. Even the receptionist was ogling him from time to time. Bruce didn't like people like him because of his own insecurities. "Is that a comic? Is that yours? Can I read it?" he asked. "Yeah, sure. Though, it's generic and not good. Let me decide that," the man said and picked up the comic. Looking at the title, a smile curved on his lips. "Just a draft title. I'm not good at them." The man nodded and started reading it. It was then that Bruce noticed that his face was very familiar. He had seen him before, walking onto some meeting. "I think I know him. Where have I seen him? Ah, that movie," Bruce thought. And as the man was going through the comic, he took out his phone and looked at the cast of a movie he had watched on Netflix. Found it. Disconnected, Aiden's Silver Eye. Chapter 259. As Bruce wondered what Aiden was doing here and was starstruck, seeing a celebrity for the first time in his life, Aiden was going through his comic. He had gotten bored from the meeting and excused himself, saying he needed to go to the bathroom. Anyway, it was a meeting without much reason, a simple meet and greet. Gravity Media would only have used him when they started working on the movie. Instead of these thoughts, he focused on the comic. Although the name was silly and wacky, Aiden felt like the art was the best part of the comic. He could clearly see that Bruce had only achieved this level of mastery after working on his art for years. That was the thing that attracted him the most. As he went through the story, he noticed a few inconsistencies, and the characters felt like cliches coming to fruition. For example, the bully character was just shown as a dumb, burly guy who was bullying the main character because he was the ex of his current girlfriend. He felt like it was a bad reason as it just displayed the insecurities of the bully guy and just didn't seem like something that could have been more. Moreover, one more thing that Aiden didn't like was that the main character mastered his powers too quickly. It just took him one try, and he knew everything about it. That was never fun. That way, although the main character became very overpowered from the start, the author just killed any chances of growth happening. Aiden was a fan of overpowered main characters, especially a certain bald guy. But even those have backstories where they have trained very hard. The way the comic went was just too lazy. Though he did like many things in the novel, including character backgrounds and powers, the choices of characters and other things just killed any excitement of him desiring to read further. The main character could be much better. Something great, he thought in his mind as he flipped the last page to end the comic. How was it?" Bruce asked as Aiden put down the novel. He was curious about his views on it. "I liked it." "Really?" "Yeah, it's enjoyable, but I feel like it could be much more. The central idea is good enough, but it feels wasted." Aiden replied honestly. Bruce frowned hearing that. Was his novel really that bad? Was he not a good story writer? Or was he just missing something? "Can you tell me how it feels wasted? I feel like you could do a lot with it. I feel like the story could have gone to a much more serious and bigger place than just revenge on bullies. The story just feels like a lot of talent that was never used. Having potential is great, but you need to know how to use it." Aiden finished his words, leaving Bruce to his thoughts. At that moment, Wade walked in from the hallway and looked around, his eyes landing on Aiden. "Aiden, the meeting is over. Let's go." "Okay." Aiden put down the comic as Wade appeared. "I need to go now. Nice meeting you," Aiden said and stood up. "Yeah, bye." Bruce still had a lot of questions in his mind and wanted to stop him, but nothing came out of his mouth. Aiden walked towards the elevator with Wade and left while Bruce just picked up his comic and other documents. What am I going to do now? After reaching home, Aiden spent his time browsing his phone and reading a few web novels. There was no session with Dr. Penny today, so he was mostly free. He also read up on what was going on in Hollywood. Unlike other Hollywood celebrities, he seldom went to parties and didn't live in LA, which was practically the heart of Hollywood. He was also not friends with many celebs and only talked to the people he had worked with. It was mainly due to him keeping Hollywood as the place he worked and not living. He wanted to separate his personal life, being much more of a loner than an average Hollywood person. There were a few interesting headlines that caught his eye. Chapter 260. Okay, so who is that guy you were going to meet? You don't meet people like that, Wade said, looking at Aiden. He was currently driving him to a residential area in New York City. That was the address of Bruce Morse he had gotten. For some reason, his phone number wasn't working when he had called him. Bruce Morse. I just want to have a talk with him. Okay. Wade didn't say anything else, knowing that Aiden would himself tell him at the right time. He just focused on his driving. Why did you even come with me? Aiden asked, changing the subject. I was bored. Wade shook his head. Just that. Tom is handling all the important work calls and stuff. George is pretty free due to you not having any singing gigs, and both Sasha and Leah are just handling your social media, trying to make your followers in the know about Sherlock of the Shadows. The release is in November, right? November 13th. You would need to do the poster, shoots, promotions, and the additional dubbing before that. Aiden nodded. Although he was off work, post-production work and promotions were still something that he didn't mind doing. He wanted his first streaming series to work after all. Well, we are here, Wade said as he stopped his car in the residential area. Aiden got off it and looked around. It was a normal residential area that looked nothing out of ordinary. A man was gardening, and someone was playing with his golden retriever on the right. Aiden approached that guy with the golden retriever and asked, Do you know where Bruce Morse lives here? Bruce, yeah, I know that poor lad. Go to that house over here. The man pointed at one of the houses on the left, and Aiden couldn't help but ask, Poor? Yeah, don't you know? That guy still lives with his parents, and people taunt him a lot here. I feel bad for him and hope he actually succeeds someday. Aiden finally understood what was going on. The last time he had seen Brew, he did look miserable. By his clothes, he did look like someone who was barely able to sustain himself. But he hadn't thought of him as someone who was still living with his parents. It wasn't a big thing for Aiden, coming from a completely different culture. Though, he was well aware that Americans are known as becoming independent and getting their own apartments as soon as they turn 18. Shaking his thoughts, Aiden thanked the man and walked to Wade, who told him that he would wait in the car. After that, Aiden walked to the house that Bruce lived in and rang the doorbell. A minute later, some footsteps were heard and the door opened, revealing a young girl who looked to be a high school student. Is Bruce home? Ah, yeah, he is, the girl said, staring at him with wide eyes. Aren't you Aiden Silvereye? That singer and actor. You were nominated for Oscars too, right? Ah, yeah. Oh my God. The girl screamed so loud that Aiden had to close his ears with his hands. She looked like she was going to faint looking at him. It was only after a while that she calmed down and Aiden was able to hold a conversation with her. I'm sorry. It's just my first time seeing a celebrity. Why are you here? Are you shooting for something? The girl asked, craning her neck to look behind Aiden, hoping to see some cameras. I said I'm here to see Bruce. Ah, yeah? Sorry, I forgot in my excitement. The girl lowered her head in shame before turning towards the stairs. His room is upstairs. He's holed up there and won't come down. Aiden followed her upstairs, and while walking, the girl who he had assumed as Bruce's sister kept talking to him, still too excited on the notion of seeing a celebrity. They reached Bruce's room, and the girl knocked at the door. Bruce, open up. There's someone here to meet you. Who? An irritated voice came out of the other side. Aiden. He said he wants to meet you. I don't know anyone named Aiden. After that shout, there was a sound of a person getting out of his bed and walking towards the door. It opened in the next moment, and Bruce showed his face. His eyes lingered on his sister for a second before looking behind her at Aiden. They quickly went wide, in a similar manner to his sister. Hello, I wanted to talk to you about something, Aiden said, giving a smile, and Bruce couldn't help but stutter. Yes, come in. Bruce quickly told his sister to not disturb him after Aiden entered his room. His room was filled with posters of different arts. On a desk, There were also pages filled with different character arts that looked similar to Bruce's style. A few books were also scattered here and there. All in all, it was something not out of expectations. Sorry, my room is a bit dirty. I didn't expect anyone to visit me today, certainly not you, Bruce said after a few seconds of silence. It's fine. What do you want to talk about? You said there was something, Bruce directly asked. Curiosity was all over his face as he wondered what Aiden was doing here. He knew that celebrities would have a lot of work to do. Yeah, your comic. Aiden looked at him. I wanted to talk about it. What about it? Bruce raised an eyebrow. I was thinking about it. More like, the main character, his powers. It's your own original character, right? Aiden asked to confirm, and Bruce rigidly nodded his head. Yeah, I made it. I got inspiration from writing something like that a year ago, and I've been developing the whole story since then. Well, it didn't turn out good enough. My pitch was rejected. Bruce muttered in a self-berating tone. I think it's pretty good, though. Bruce gave an astonished expression. I mean, not the whole story. That needs help. A lot of it, but the main character. You don't know what type of one could do it. Saying that, Aiden looked up at him. I am a writer too, if you don't know, and I'm really interested in writing a story about your main character. The same main character, but a completely revamped story. It's a proposal of mine, actually, so you could reject it if you don't like it. Do you mean you and I are writing a graphic novel together? With me doing the art and you the story? Bruce asked, and Aiden nodded his head. I actually thought that a novel would be fine enough, but the story I have in my mind just sounds better as a comic. A graphic novel, if you want to call it that. I liked your art, and the original character is yours, so I came up with this idea. Aiden explained all his reasons and gave Bruce time to think. I can't believe it. It's not a dream, right? Wait, I'm not daydreaming, right? Bruce thought in his mind, even going as far as to pinch the skin on his hands. After getting rejected in his pitch, he had completely given up on doing anything worthwhile in his life. When he had told his parents that his pitch was rejected, their faces clearly spoke of their disappointment. Their son was a waste of space. That's what he felt they would be thinking about him. Bruce was playing around with the idea of just going to Nepal to settle in as a monk. Maybe there will be a chance to attain superpowers too, like a certain movie, when Aiden had walked into his room. And maybe this is the chance. My last chance that God has given me. Thank you. Jesus, I know you would reward me for staying a virgin. Bruce thought in his mind and realized that Aiden was still looking for an answer from him. He had been silent for too long. I'm sorry, I was just thinking about all this. Are you really okay with someone like me? I never really wrote a fully published comic. Every piece I wrote was canceled after the initial draft. He immediately regretted it after asking that question. He was just making himself look like someone who was not confident in himself. Everyone starts somewhere. Aiden replied, I'm extremely fine with it. I'm on board then. We could start any minute. Aiden smiled hearing that. He had a feeling that Bruce would agree with his suggestion. I'm really getting into all sorts of fields. That thought suddenly crossed his mind. It wasn't a bad thing, but he didn't want to be known as someone who was jack of all trades, but master of none. He dismissed the worries as something unnecessary and wondered if he should try his hand on drawing. A skill like that sounded pretty helpful, and he was sure that he would be able